Oh, sorry, I didn't see you come in. Welcome to my favorite night of the week, okay? The Religious Chaos Panel. This is not your daddy's Religious Chaos Panel. No, this is a Religious Chaos Panel that is open to all faiths, all creeds, all ethos, even atheists, okay? Good to see all of you here. We have Anson. Anson always chatting before anything even starts. We have Kokomo. Forgive me, Father Confluence, for I have sinned. We have Anson again, this time saying something. This is what usually happens. He comes in again and says something not nice to me. I'm just kidding. Then we have K2 telling me to play Hell Drivers. I don't know if that's like a golf game based on Hell Drivers or if it's like a kind of like a Mario Kart influence thing. Not sure. Grillapollis at least play some Canadian music every once. And then, yeah, I should play some Tragically Hip. That is true. Or Metric or Crystal Castles. A lot of good bands come out of Canada. Good to see everybody. A Kokomo again. I almost thought I accidentally played an anime. And Big Soda. The intro. We got a lot of people here already. Everyone's excited for the Religious Chaos Panel. The best show of the whole week. Well, that's good. Sinfluence, Otaku Fluence. Oh, we got so many people here. Hairstyles of Sin. Everyone's nagging me, but everyone's here. And I'll take that. Okay. Angry Amputee. Yeah, we got a full house. And I think, do we have someone in the back chat already? It is Alex. Alex, how's it going?
Hey, good. You?
I'm doing great. I'm doing fantastic, Alex. Better than ever. So you two, if you guys want to know, how did Alex get here? Well, there's a link that's pinned at the top, or it's in the description. You too can click that link and you can join the Religious Chaos Panel. How this works is there will be a list of questions. If you've never been to one, shame on you before. If you have, you know how it works, but I'll explain anyway. There'll be a list of questions that we'll bring up. Everyone will give a short, kind of 30-second answer to those, or even slightly less, depending on how people we have. And then after everyone has given their answer, we will then discuss it and then eventually move on. And if you want to ask your own question, hopefully related to the topic, you can super chat that in, and then that will be the next question. That's the incentive. Whoa, gamified. Okay. Oh, we have someone else who's in. Someone else found that link. It is the one, the only, the Big Soda. Please change that profile picture. God damn. We got Count Emmett in the chat. We get Emmett, we get Marilyn. Okay, hear me out. We get Bradley, we get the dude. Alex is already here. Then it's just that is the ultimate chaos. Okay, then everyone just like fights everybody. Right? Sound like a good time to everybody, but in like a good way, not in a bad way.
Yes, everyone duking it out is definitely. Yes, I mean, you can absolutely ask someone who's a bad atheist.
Communicate people.
How you doing, Big Soda? Big Soda, I noticed today you weren't shy. You've been doing some exposure therapy. Usually I have to really get you to come up and convince you, kind of tease you a little bit, but today you just like popped right up.
Well,
in a normal way, not in a gay way.
I'm starting to be a little shy now.
Oh no, I made you shy. Topanga Weevil, Topanga Weevil hasn't joined a panel in a hot minute, so I'm gonna hit her with I spent all this time photoshopping Frankie into a Boy Meets World scenario with all your baked goods, right? Is this not gonna summon you, Topanga Weevil, to finally be a part of a panel in a hot minute? Okay, I'm just saying. So Big Soda, how are you doing tonight?
I'm doing good. I thought this was an interesting panel that I found randomly, so I thought I would join.
Oh, good. Yeah, the algorithm's really sending it out. Okay, and it was kind of a nice thumbnail too, pretty artistic. I mean, I don't know if that's a moral issue. Maybe that's a kind of a separate topic. Is it a sin to take someone else's artwork and use it as a thumbnail if you really like it? You can't really credit the artist. I guess you could in a description. Sometimes you don't know who the artist is though. You just see it on like Pinterest and stuff. Is that wrong? Not sure. We have Topanga Weevil. Topanga Weevil, hit me with one of these. She's hitting me. Good to see you, Topanga Weevil. You have been summoned, and summoned you were.
How's it going?
It's going great. I feel like I haven't heard your voice in ages. Haven't been hearing from you in our shared Facebook group chat, which is crazy.
Well,
I mean,
we're currently in the middle of moving and stuff at the end of this week now, so it's just been very hectic this month.
I feel like everybody is moving. Why are you moving? Big Soda just moved. I can't remember who else moved, but like five people moved.
I'm pregnant with my fourth kid, so we kind of need a bigger place.
Oh, okay. I see. Well, yeah, I guess
Yeah.
that makes sense. Yeah, that's
Yeah. And plus, I
a lot
wanted
of
a new
people in that
place
family
anyways.
now. Same city though,
No,
just
we're
different.
moving. We're actually moving kind of closer to my parents, about an hour away from here. So,
Same state though.
yeah, same state.
Okay. How are you doing,
Yeah.
Topanga?
I am doing okay. I'm feeling a lot better now. I've had a horrible couple weeks, nausea and migraines and shit, but I'm doing better. So, how have
Good,
you
good.
been? How has everybody else been? I haven't been here in forever.
We've
I
just
know.
been holding it down.
Yeah,
I've
I
been
kind of
fantastic.
pop into
Okay.
chat sometimes when I can, but yeah.
I also have. Well, I don't know what Frankie. Like Frankie works security. Tell him to get his ass up here sometimes. I'm just gonna say that, right? Because like he's just sitting there opening
Dude,
doors. Okay.
you
So
gotta
now
message
he's
him.
just saying. Now he's just saying, "Motherfucker, I'll be back," to himself, which is like a weird thing to say when like you're not on a panel or not talking to anybody.
Why don't you shoot him a message and actually message him in our like little group chat?
Well, okay, that's true. But also, again, well, this goes out to everybody. Everyone add me on Discord. Confluence will be making a Discord finally, okay? And that hopefully then that could be used to authenticate people, to bring people in instead of using this all the time if someone can't come up or whatever. So Confluence 358, that's my Discord, same as my YouTube name. You don't have to memorize it. And there will be a Discord being made soon. And if you all want to join, I mean, you don't have to, but like you could, I'm just saying. So everyone add me. I think the Pan guy, I have you on Discord. I don't think I have Frankie on Discord though. Or maybe I do have Frankie. Maybe I just haven't talked to him in a hot minute.
Yeah, you have Frankie on there.
Oh, okay. Okay, good. Emmett says, hope you were able to get your song yesterday. I don't know what you're talking about, Emmett.
Oh yeah, yes, Emmett. I went to bed as soon as you stopped the song, I shut it down.
Oh, the karaoke. I see. The karaoke stream, yeah. I guess, okay. I mean, I feel like, okay, we've been, I was going to say, I keep wanting to say dumb things. I'll say it anyway. We've been edging each other long enough, okay? Not in a gay way, in a normal way. I got to say my tagline at least, once in a while, okay? But, okay, so, again, anyone can click the link to join, okay? And then when someone comes up, this is what we always do. Everyone just gives kind of like a brief, just like, 10 to 20 seconds just of their religious like position, like their baseline. Like, I'm a Christian, I'm an atheist, I'm in my feelings. I'm just kidding. I want you atheists up here, even if you're in your feelings. Okay. But yeah, just give a brief thing. Or if you're Alex, you're probably going to say something like, oh, I don't really like say it online or something, which is fine. We accept that too. But you just have an opportunity to say it. Also, we go in a clockwise direction.
I can.
No, well, not for this, not for the initial thing. You say it. Then I want your actual position on the questions. I hope, but for the initial thing, you're fine being your. You're fine being your kind of yourself. Emmett is taking the position of I'm an atheist. That's how I imagine Emmett is saying it with like his head tilt, the same way he says my feeling, my preferences. I need a clip of you doing that, Emmett, so I can add it to my little panel. My little like soundboard thing, like how I can have like Ag shaking his head and stuff. So but I can't like find it in all that. I know you've done it so many times, but it's hard to find in a sea of live streams. Anyway, I will start it off, and we always go clockwise, and we snake around. Okay, so if you can imagine, right, we go, so me, Alex, and then Big Soda thumping. If there's someone below thumping, we go, right, it's like a little snake, right, makes sense? Okay, good. So hi, my name is Confluence. You don't have to say that. This isn't like an AA meeting or something, but hi, I'm Confluence. And I am a esoteric, non-denominational Christian. Alexander, I see you're not trans anymore, by the way. Change your name.
Esoteric, non-denominational Christian. Interesting.
That's the best descriptor.
I don't have a description.
That's even worse than the description I gave you, which was I don't want to say my description.
Well, no, I actually don't know what I would fall under. Is probably more the issue.
So, okay, so you're agnostic, but like in a different sense. Even I'm not supposed to like ask you questions about this, but you're saying you're like agnostic about even your stance on knowledge itself.
My stance is like a combination of different things. So
okay. Valid.
Fair.
Big Soda.
I'm a level 4 Scientologist. I spent 13 years in
Level 4.
Scientology, and it seems like it has the best answers.
Okay. Funny, but also now we do need for the audience. We do need a serious answer. No one knows you, Big Soda. You know.
Okay. I'm actually a level 3 Scientologist. I lie about being level 4 because it sounds better. No, I'm a
What's
Protestant.
Frankie?
Are you able
Frankie,
to teleport stuff
I
with your
haven't seen
mind?
you in so long.
Okay, there's a reason why.
Okay.
There's a reason why Southwood. No, there's a reason why.
The reason why what? I don't know what are you saying?
There's a reason why I've been on the panel with you. Been on your panel and shit, dude.
Oh, did I do something wrong? Do we have beef,
Yeah, you
Frankie? What did I do?
You pull out a fucking tarot card in front of me, dude. I like that's.
That was the last time you were on the panel. That actually was. That was.
Like that's not cool with me, man, because that to me is really is heretical. Even like you claim, like if you're claiming to be a Christian, you should stay away from things like that because those are doors.
Really? Okay. Even Emmett, who hates the tarot, even Emmett, when I pull out the Fool, which I happen to draw a lot of times, I just am very good at intuition.
You draw
and stuff.
what you are. It's okay.
Well, hey, maybe, but. That's right. Like, that's just yeah. See, Emmett thinks it's heretical, and Emmett, when I hit him with the Fool card, Emmett doesn't like quit over it, Frank. That's all I'm saying. Okay.
Yeah. So hold on.
Like, no,
does it hurt you because he
how
does
I
it?
understand it, dude. Like to me, those things are a door, like a Ouija board. Those things are a door. I got small children, and that I have to protect from things like that, dude.
Now you sound like Marilyn. Now you're saying I'm casting spells through your computer by holding up a pre-selected card. Not pre-selected, a randomly drawn card, to be clear. A randomly drawn tarot card.
Dude. I don't care, bro. It's like that. That's
so I'm not going to do it, but I'm holding a card right now. But I'm not going to do it. I'm not going to do it, Frankie. I promise you, I'm not going to do it. But if I held it up, even knowing what it is, so it's not like I'm doing a reading for you or anything. Just me holding to the camera, you'd be like, "Oh my god."
Yeah. No, it's like fuck. I'm off. I'm out. I'm not going to have that.
Do you have that same reaction if you see a Ouija board? Because I wouldn't use a Ouija board. To be honest, I wouldn't use one. I think that is bringing in some demons.
Like I'll walk away from it because fucking hell.
Oh yeah, because when me and Frankie first got together, I had a Ouija board from like years ago. And it was in one of my old dressers and the drawer was stuck. And when we moved in together, I was trying to open this drawer and I found it from like years ago and he freaked out. I had to take it somewhere else to throw it away.
Look, Ouija boards are spooky, okay? I get that. I just feel like Frankie doesn't necessarily get the tarot. Because like a Ouija board, you're trying to like do like necromancy and shit and talk to like spirits. I get being spooked by Ouija boards, okay?
It's a door, dude. It's a fucking door.
Is it a door if it's held up to a Logitech 922 webcam?
Hold on.
Going to you?
Frankie, do you think that what he does affects you directly in some way?
So,
you should think that too, Alex. You should think that too, and then like shit would work better.
It's a door to things like you're not gonna devil's doors long enough. Somebody's gonna answer you. That's the point I'm making.
But why is me holding up the Fool card as a joke? Why is that?
Yeah.
Why is that opening a door?
You can use it as a joke. Your intent is not about your intentions, dude. It's about what's behind the card.
What is this? A door for ants?
I don't know if you're trying to talk, Confluence, but we can't hear you.
Wait, why can't you hear me? Am I muted?
I hear you.
I think you might be deafened.
Yeah, we hear him just fine.
I mean, he sounds a little Canadian, but other than that, it's pretty normal.
Yeah, I see his mouth moving, but I can't hear him. But I can hear you guys.
Okay, then someone tell her to rejoin and join back in. That happens to Ag sometimes. Yeah, that happens to Ag.
Yeah, see if you.
But usually it happens when someone like
come back up.
Yeah, I gotta grab my laptop. Maybe that'll help too.
It's the heart of the Section 230 is right. It's the heart of the cards. It really is the heart of the cards.
Hold on. So I really do want to know the answer to this though. Like, does it like hurt you spiritually because he does it, or
not the point of like hurting me spiritually? It's the point of that it's the point of that the diabolic and the ruinous powers will use that as a door to inflict on others. And what does diabolic powers go towards? The innocent, the young, the ones that are not armored. So that in a sense, like, dude, you can laugh what you want, dude. You can find it funny. I don't care.
No,
Because,
I'm only laughing because of what you're saying. Like, because I'm not like showing it to like a child, you know. So I don't know what that means.
Like it doesn't matter. Like,
are you innocent to / young / unarmored, Frankie, or like what do you mean?
I'm not saying that. What I'm saying,
I know, but that's kind of what you just kind of said, though.
No. What I'm saying is that forces like that find the young, the innocent, to corrupt them.
I think forces like, I think you're just like, look, I get you with the Ouija board. I do get you. A brief pause for K2, who's saying something that's definitely has no implication. K2 with the $2. Where's the Blue Jays confluence? Well, the Blue Jays are right here, K2. They're always watching. They're always watching. Okay, they're always watching. But okay, Frankie, I hear what you're saying. But I guess I feel like we see these things differently. And I would understand if I was like doing like if I started doing a reading and that made you feel uncomfortable. But I guess the thing that it's really hard for me to understand is if I'm like just like again, like I have a card in front of me, so that would be like me showing you a Ouija board. I get that you wouldn't want to be in the stream. I can actually appreciate that. That if I wouldn't probably be in a stream where someone is like trying to legitimately use a Ouija board. I think that maybe that could have like some negative spiritual implication on me. But if someone just was like, hey, I want to show you my Ouija board, I wouldn't be like, oh my God, I have to like leave. Like, how is that opening a door? Like you're just seeing the thing. You're not using it, you're not partaking in it, you're not partaking in it by proxy, you're just literally seeing it.
It doesn't matter. It's like seeing it or not, it doesn't matter. What it does is the effect of it. It's like you can not use it, not use it. It doesn't matter. It's the intent behind the cards, not your intent. It's the intent behind the cards, dude.
Cards don't have an intent, though. If you think about it, like people have intent.
So that if it's near, it's gone. Like I'm not going to expose my children to anything of that nature, even if they're not even around me. It's still the whole. It's not physical. It's spiritual at this point. Hold on.
I agree. It's spiritual, but that wasn't really my question. That's Marilyn with sarcastic spells.
Where do y'all get these Luigi boards?
You're not as good as the Waluigi. The Waluigi boards are the things you have to really watch out for. Okay.
True.
But yeah, I don't know. It's hard. I'm trying to understand and I think I can understand more than most people. Like I said, I think if there was a stream that had someone actively doing something that I thought was either like necromancy coded or demonic or something, I think maybe even me watching that stream could in some ways harm me in a spiritual way. So I feel like I'm on your level or on the same page in what we're talking about. But I don't know how just like seeing, like if you go into like a fucking, do you guys have Kohl's in the States? I can't remember, or Chapters, those bookstores, a Barnes and Noble, you have that. If you go into a Barnes and Noble, they sell tarot cards. If you walk past it and you accidentally see it, are you like omni-cucked now? Are you like, oh my God, my family, what have I done? Like if you just like see a deck sitting there?
I think it's confluence. I think it's because you directed it at him at that moment. I think that's what it was.
But this is what I'm trying to say. I feel like did Frankie take that as I'm doing a reading? Because I did say I'll pull a card for him, but obviously I didn't pull a card for him, right? Like, I don't want to man behind the curtain what I do when some people join, but sometimes, I have a specific card that I'll show people, right? So like there's no divinatory act, right? It's not like I'm like, okay, Frankie, I will contact the spirits and let me shuffle the cards, like that. So that's what I'm asking. Like, that's why I said, if I have a card right here, if I showed it to Frankie, there's no divination going on, I just show him it. Would that be enough? And he said, yes, it would be. So then it's not really about, right, the actual like act or anything, or it's not about him being involved. It's literally just like being shown something.
That's something you'd have to ask him, but I think he.
Emmett says they mean nothing. See, that's why Emmett is, Emmett. I don't know. Well, I guess in some ways, at some point, I guess I like Frankie's perspective more because I do think they mean something. And so like I don't like this Christian stuff of they mean nothing. No, at least be like 10 toes down. Either they mean something good, they mean something bad, they mean something and you're not sure. But I hate when Christians are like, oh no, I don't believe in the supernatural forces. It's like, come on,
I don't believe in tarot cards either.
Can I talk to Frankie for just a minute? Like,
yeah. Well, Frankie might be gone.
Oh, are you hiding?
Yeah, well, he'll be back in a second. I think he said, if I recall, I think this was a quote from him.
Motherfucker, I'll be back.
I'm pretty sure. Oh yeah.
Wait, Compliment, do you think tarot cards mean something?
Yeah, of course. Why would I freaking own
you
them and use them?
You think horoscopes mean something?
That's a kind
of that's where we draw the line.
No. I'm saying that question is the can of worms. Like a horoscope in a newspaper. No, that's like a low resolution retard leftist take. But like an actual like natal chart with like all the planets, I think it possibly could add some value to your life, but not like, oh, every person born in this month is going to experience good luck. Like that's retarded. That's some retard shit. But like,
I think it kind of loosely, like tarot cards, horoscopes, and all these other things kind of loosely target kind of large swaths of people to kind of convince them that, hey, this horoscope or this tarot card, it fits you. But in reality, if you use it on your average person, it would relate to them.
Well, yes. Okay. So what you're describing is called the Barnum effect. Okay. And this is something that's shown in psychological research, but I've said this before, at least in YouTube videos, maybe not online, but like that's one effect you have to be aware of when you're doing this stuff. But the effect, just because you can name an effect doesn't mean you explain the cause of that effect. So like with the Barnum effect, yes, if you give people, there's enough statements that you can say that kind of ride almost like a Goldilocks zone of feeling specific enough, but being vague enough at the same time that anyone will say, if they're asked, hey, how much does this apply to you? That a lot of people will be like, oh, that applies to me like 99% in a unique way. But really, they're just like looking at stuff, like all the stuff you're saying, Big Soda. Mm-hmm. That's why I think a horoscope based on 12 things and just like, hey, this is what all Leos only looking at the sun side feel. I think that's stupid. But in the same way with the Ouija board, right, there's something called the ideomotor effect, which is the idea that if like this is how Ouija boards work, right, and it is how they work. That's why you have to like touch the little planchette thing, right? If you have like 4 people touching it, you're each maybe moving in a very small way, but those effects can like stack. So you don't actually feel like you're moving the little planchette, the little triangle piece to go over letters, but you actually are moving it.
You're feeling their emotion and your body's responding by providing its own motion. So by trying to stabilize it or trying not to move, you're forcing it to move.
And since it's not one person moving it, it's kind of this
feeling the effect is compounded.
It's like a diffusion of responsibility. No one thinks it's their fault, but they're all doing it together.
But now I don't like when like skeptics will say, oh, Ouija boards are nonsense because of the ideomotor effect. To me, that's like a bit of like a Dunning-Kruger where it's like you've understood a little bit of it, but you don't understand the whole thing. Like what I'm saying is any spiritualist, any spiritualist knows that's how it works, at least if they're like worth their salt, because otherwise you wouldn't have to touch it. If the spirits were just moving it, then you wouldn't have to put your hands on it.
That's why they say they're moving it through you, right?
Exactly. Yeah. So the idea is the spirits are using the ideomotor effect to control it. So the ideomotor effect is just the mechanistic explanation on how a Ouija board actually works. It doesn't mean it's not demons. It doesn't mean it's not the dead or spirits or anything else. That's the thing, Doomerang, depends what you mean. That obviously is how it works mechanistically, but that's not really the question, right? And so kind of the same with all of these things in a way, right? Like just because you can explain an element of the thing doesn't mean you're explaining like the cause or like the deeper stuff. It's the same thing with like a pendulum. Have you ever seen this? And I feel like women are more familiar with this because, it's used sometimes in like pregnancy to determine like the gender of a baby. It's like you hold it like a weight on a chain and, it'll like move on its own. And I've used one of these and it does really feel like you are not controlling it and you can like ask questions and you are moving it subtly, but it's the ideomotor effect again. It's so subtle that you can't even tell that you're moving it. And so like that doesn't take away the realness of what's happening. Like it could be the case it could be the case that it is connecting with your subconscious. It could be the case that you're channeling something. Like, I guess I don't know if I'm explaining this well, but does this make sense what I'm saying? Like, just saying how something works, like to go back to Big Soda's thing, right? Just like acknowledging that the Barnum effect is a real thing doesn't mean that that all of the other stuff surrounding astrology has to also be fake. It just means that when you're doing stuff like that, you have to be very careful because it's very easy to interpret stuff in like a normal way. Okay, I want to hear more about this. If this is like a real story, Kokomo, I want to hear more about that. Sorry, I feel like I just was saying a lot of stuff. Young Christian, good to see you, Young Christian. Please join the panel. Anyone have any thoughts on what I was saying, or
Sounds like a tall tale
back? But Alex wanted to interrogate you, Frankie. Well, not interrogate.
Not interrogate. Just I wanted to get
gematria is totally based, Emmett. God, why does everyone hate everything I love? Okay,
because it's different. Okay, so Frankie, just I guess a few quick questions. I don't need like a long explanation if that's okay. I'm just trying to understand what it is you think that this does. So let's say that somebody on the other side of the screen is playing with these cards. Do you think that directly affects you, or are you protecting your kids?
So how I see it is this. All right. I'm a husband and a father. All right.
Sure.
The Lord God commands the father to be the spiritual leader of the house. That means that it has to go through me. So I'm the front line protecting my wife, who's right next to me, and right underneath you guys, and our children. So if I see something like that, I either combat it or I get it out of the way. I would not let it affect.
I feel like that's not an answer. I mean, this isn't my line of questioning, but I don't know if that's an answer.
Oh, you're explaining to me. Hold on. You're explaining to me why. I want to know what you think is what your fear is that's going to happen if you didn't do that.
It will affect. I believe it will affect the children.
In what way?
And that's something I will not allow. I'll be back.
Frankie, again, to everyone watching, Frankie is working right now, and he has to open the door. So when he says "I'll be back," he's duty calls. Yeah, I'm just making sure everyone knows Frankie's not dodging. Good to see you, Abe Dinkus. Look, this happens to me in my own channel, which I feel like YouTube should can't they let me say what I want? Sometimes I say totally normal things, totally, there's nothing I can even think of what's wrong, and it's blocked.
It's context dependent.
No, I think we've said this. We've talked about this before, but one time, the other day, I said egg, and I spelled egg with 6 G's, and I was like, egg, what's good, or something, something very basic, and it's YouTube has blocked your comment, and I'm like, for what? Because I spelled egg with, what does that even mean? Is that a slur?
I just typed in a fucking dingus, and it blocked me.
Yeah.
See that one?
So I guess it interpreted as Abe was fucking dingus.
But then there was that time where fucking button literally got the F slur past the censors and it just let him post it, and I was like, how is that possible? So I don't even understand, because again, let me see if I can do it now. Let me see if I type in.
I don't know. I just said the chat is gay, and I didn't write it the.
Okay, now my egg with many G. Maybe there's a certain sometimes you have to spell it the GHEY thing. Sometimes I don't understand. If it's context here is that chat is gay, that's not okay. That could be even homophobic.
What's wrong with that?
Well, hey, it's 2026. I'm not trying to say anything's wrong with that, but
because when people say that word, I don't even think of it in a homophobic or an actual gay way. It's just gay, stupid, or something like that, how we used to use it in the early 2000s.
Okay, so now it seems like gay is just allowed. I don't know. Gay is gay. It's just that's I guess that's a tautology. So many tautologies are allowed.
Now try and put "you are gay."
Yeah, see, it's letting me say it. So why can't I say ag with multiple G's before? And YouTube's like, no. Well, you think if I do it twice, it's gonna block it? I don't want to try.
No, not saying you were gay, saying ag like you did.
I did, and it worked this time, but I don't know how many G's I used, or I don't know what I said after. But it was something very basic. It was like ag, what's up,
also,
or ag, what's good. But I can't remember exactly what it was.
Different people have their filters turned up. Just like
I have my filters. I have my filters set to nothing, though. Is the thing. So there's some amount of G's in ag that it will block, I think, or it was somehow reading something I said after. But again, it was literally like something like "what's good" or "what's Kokomo says stream is unavailable." I hope that's not true. Yeah, maybe if everyone is spamming this, maybe that's not a good thing to ask everyone to do.
We're just
everyone say everything's here. Let's all test the filters really intently.
It's over, guys. Yeah.
Mm-hmm. Okay, what were we talking about before? God damn.
Well, Frankie was in the middle of talking.
Frankie with his I do want to hear Frankie's thoughts on that.
If you will, he'll get to it.
Yeah. You understand what I'm going for, though, right? Like, I'm just trying to understand what his
beliefs are very serious. Like, his and our beliefs are very serious, and we just, especially when it comes to younger children, because younger children, they're
more susceptible to it. You think a fucking camera will block that? No, dude.
Block what? Block what?
Block what? Okay, I'll let Alex continue.
You don't believe that a camera would block a spiritual attack on a child that is not fully understanding what real evil is.
Well, hold on. When you say spiritual attack, are you saying the spiritual attacks can reach through TV or through through data?
Yes, that's what I'm saying.
They get encrypted into packets, and the packets get sent across the.
I would say that too, not the way you're saying it now, Alex, but I would. I actually agree with Frankie on that one.
Okay, go ahead. Explain to me how that would possibly work.
Everything I think is based.
The spiritual reality is different than our own, dude.
I think consciousness.
I understand that you may not believe or whatever the fuck, but what I'm saying is this: is that things of that nature tend to travel through different time and different realities, and is not constrained by our thoughts of technology and it's things like that, because it does not recognize technology as, oh, this is a barrier. No, it's not. It's not a barrier.
Would seeing a picture like of a Ouija board from like 200 years ago, would that also result in the same attack, do you think?
No, I wouldn't think so. But what I'm saying is this, dude, that it's the possibility of happening.
Okay.
I would actually say, if I could just throw a monkey wrench into this.
Please go ahead.
So the way I see things, I think that it's not about, nothing obviously is traveling through packets in the same way that physically, I don't think anything is traveling necessarily through the air. I think these things are mind dependent. And so even though I disagree with Frankie that me holding up a random, or a specifically chosen card, actually, so not a random card, at least could be more spooky, because maybe there's divination going on.
With intent.
No, but I mean, again, I'm saying if I have one card in front of me and I'm just showing it up, then it's I'm not. There's no possibility of divination even happening.
I will not allow. I will not allow that because of my children. I will not allow that.
I don't even know what that means, Frankie. I don't even know what that means.
Confluence, calm down, dude. Frankie, dude, you gotta chill.
I will not.
No one is saying you should do this. We're trying to understand what your belief about this is. That's all. You know,
I literally fucking gave it to you, and what? You still don't understand?
Yeah, I really still don't understand.
What I'm saying
do you get what I was saying, at least, Alex? Before, do you get that I could think that these things are mind dependent, and so technology perhaps isn't actually a barrier?
Echo.
You are echoing a lot.
Yeah, because I'm in a room that has a giant echo.
Oh, that sucks. I understand what you're saying, Confluence. I'm just not sure that it matters in the case that he's talking about. because to him the very idea of the cards existing themselves is kind of heretical, or at least that's what it sounds like to me.
Because you can sit there and laugh all you want, like hee hee ha ha.
No
like,
one's laughing.
Ha, ha. This is fun to play
I'm
with.
not laughing.
Those cards were made with the intent of doing spiritual things beyond.
No, they weren't. No, they weren't. That's anything. First of all, I'm not laughing. If I was laughing, that's why I would be laughing, because you don't understand the origins of the tarot card. You just like you have been cucked in the same way that fucking Wiccan losers have been cucked in like drawing a false correlation with like just because people use stuff for certain means, that means that thing is inherently evil. That's what I think is insane. Okay, but second of all, I would take it, Frankie. I would take it. Wait, let me finish. 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 Let me finish, Frankie. Frankie, let me finish. Let me finish. I think I even take it farther than you, because when Alex asked you about if you think the Ouija board, if you think just seeing one is going to cause bad stuff, I actually think that can happen from something hundreds of years ago. I would punt to like ancient like sigils, like the Goetic keys of Solomon, right? I think there are like sigils that have been used for a long time to summon demons, and I think possibly just even seeing one can have some type of influence. I actually do believe that. I'm not laughing at you in that way, Frankie. What?
You're making my argument for me, Confluence, because I don't want to.
I'm trying to.
Like, I don't want to see that. And the main reason I want to see that, because I have children. I have to protect my children from spirits.
I understand, but like a sigil. Okay, so a sigil from like a demon. If someone back in the day made a sigil of like Lucifer, my argument would be a lot of people have added a lot of like energy to that, a lot of intention to that, that maybe that sigil, that like symbol on a piece of paper, maybe that actually does have some like negative effect, because enough people have thought this, enough people have used it. So like maybe there's a possibility there. Its original intention was for this. Its design was for this. What I'm saying with a tarot card, that's just not the case. That's not how the tarot was designed. That's not what the tarot was. It's just like it's just a misunderstanding of like history and just like how the tarot came to be. And so it sounds like you're just like using, because like a lot of people nowadays, very recently, use tarot in a negative way, that you're putting in the same camp of like things that have been used for like necromancy and all this shit. Because you're talking about like spirit boards and stuff. And like, yeah, those were always intended to contact spirits and contact the dead. But like tarot is not that. So that's the absurdity, I guess.
Tarot is used to psychics to predict futures.
That's what I said. That's why I said that you're ascribing to the same stuff that Wiccan retards ascribe to, because that's not, or subscribe to, because that's what a lot of people use it for now. But Frankie, I would think that you, with all your historical love of stuff, that you would see those things as different, just because like a lot of people in the 21st century use something a certain way. That doesn't mean how it was used throughout time. That doesn't mean what its intention was, right? Those are not the same.
So you don't think cards of that nature weren't used to somehow, some way, possibilities of predicting futures and shit? That's what it was used and said.
People do that with dice, Frankie. In fact, the oldest accounts of dice we fucking have are like divinatory. But you wouldn't, if you're playing D&D, which you have, you've said this before. If you see a die, are you like, oh my god, my children, I can't use the dice, because dice have, in some context, been historically used for divinatory purposes? That would be absurd, right? You would think that's absurd, but that's only because you don't correlate dice with a divinatory purpose. But other cultures do, other people do at different times. They would have been seen that way.
What do you think?
Does that make sense?
It made sense to me. I'm not gonna lie.
Based,
I never looked at it like that.
Yeah, I think so. From my understanding, and don't like completely quote me on this, it has something to do with intent, but it's the intent of the person, right? Like if you were to reach underneath your chair and feel something and pull out a card, it wouldn't be you like trying to divine the future, right? It would just be you pulling out a stupid card that happened to be underneath your chair. That's not something that I would imagine would somehow attack you spiritually. It's not like you should. I don't know. It seems weird to say that like unintentional things are the same as intentional things when it comes to this kind of stuff.
I completely agree. That's why I was asking Frankie. That's why I was clarifying that when he left the earlier time, when I showed the card, it wasn't. I understand if I'm like, hey Frankie, I'm gonna do a legit reading, and I go through the process. I get how he might be like, I don't want to be a part of that because now there is intention. I am not trying to predict the future, but he doesn't like what's going on. And my intent is to use my intuition to reveal some card. I could get how some people don't like that. But yeah, that's why I asked him with that if I have a card in front of me is me pulling it, because I have a card in front of me right now. I didn't pull it. I'm not doing divination, and I'm not going to show it to Frankie. But if I did, I guess that's why is that like, how is that harming anything? It's like, I don't really get that.
Dude, the only reason why
there's no intention behind it.
Dude, the only reason why I'm here, dude, is because Thumping asked me to be on here. She told me to give you another chance because I was going to stand on principle and not be on your panel anymore because I'm just not going to allow that.
Because I showed you a card as a joke? You understand? I showed it as a joke. You understand that? To be very clear, right?
Confluence, dude. Don't you have beliefs that you find to be pretty strict? Like there's not much room for interpretation on your end?
I can't think of a analogous thing to this.
I'm not asking for an analogous thing. I'm asking, don't you have certain beliefs that you feel the same way about?
Yes. I feel like that's crazy. Yeah, of course I have certain things that I'm like strict on.
Okay, so this would be something he's strict on. I'm saying don't like.
Yeah, I thought so too.
If you feel like it's not as big of a deal as he's making it out to be, or if you feel like he's wrong in his interpretation, then that's one thing. But if you're telling him, hey man, you can't like walk away just because of this stupid thing, well, to him it's not a stupid thing. That's like a big deal, right? So making light of it could. I'm just saying I don't want you to like make him feel like you don't think that he's valid in any way for feeling. If
I thought he wasn't valid, I would have pulled up the card that I said that I had in my hand, and I said I wouldn't show it to him because. So I obviously respect his wishes. I'm not pulling up a card. I was going to pull it up as an example, but I said I won't put it up because I know he's not going to, like that. So I definitely don't. Yeah, I definitely wouldn't do that. I do an X's. I feel like this should have been. I didn't know this is why Frankie wasn't joining panels. I had no inclination. This is the first time hearing this. I had no idea. I had no idea that was the reason because I jokingly showed a card.
I missed us all, like all of us having fun, and us doing the panels together all the time. So I wanted him to kind of.
Well, that's what I wanted to. I'm just saying I was caught off guard. I remember Frankie leaving at that time, but I didn't know that was like the impetus for it.
But I agree with that.
Continue off panel. Yeah, we can continue. I was kind of jump scared by. I didn't know this was like a the kind of reason, I guess. But
so how about that then?
We're moving to the sin, and in fact, we have Emmett himself joining us. Emmett, how's it going?
Give me your fucking lunch money, Emmett.
Oh God.
Hey,
how's it going, Emmett?
Hey. Hello. How's it going?
Are you done building, Emmett? Are you done fucking building the miniatures, or you're being gay about it and not building?
I'm building them. I'm 2 away from being done, and I'm waiting for beats. So I got the great weapon of the Unforgiven as a separate thing, and I'm gonna be getting that full arm because it has a different shield. So I'm gonna be doing a different shield and a different pauldron for that specific space marine, and I will be interchanging both the weapon as the great sword and as the great fail of the Unforgiven, which is a different thing. And then I just got some of the things to start painting, so that's probably gonna be done next week.
Like, are you gonna build a dreadnought or not?
I'm gonna build a tank first. So I'm gonna do a Sororitas tank.
You gonna build a Rhino first?
No, I'm gonna build a Castigator Sororitas tank, and I'm gonna make it pink.
Okay,
because are you interested in the lore?
What chapter are you using?
This is you guys got 10 seconds left. This is some gay shit. This is worse than the tarot cards. How is this not? This is offensive to me. You guys are talking about all this like gay shit, okay? Sorry,
Wait,
that's
wait,
my
wait.
line. That's my line. Is excessive talk about I can tolerate a little bit of it.
Confluence, calm down. Okay, listen.
I'm not gonna cool
I'm
down.
not gonna try to read you your future because we're talking about Warhammer. Okay, it's just some atheist prattle. Cool, it's fine. So
No, it's not.
yeah, I'm gonna go ahead and build a castigator as a joke for the channel first, and then I'm gonna wait for the 300 from Andrew, and I'm gonna get some Hellblasters and probably a Dreadnought and some Stern Guard
My
veterans.
mind is like melting. Okay.
Confluence.
I
I'm
can't.
trying.
What?
I'm
Pick up some miniatures.
I can't do the nerd shit. Okay.
You're
I'm
so
trying
cool.
so hard to somehow merge this together. No tarot, but yes to Warhammer 40k.
I just don't know anything about 40k. And when you
game.
guys talk about the castrators or whatever, that sounds pretty sus to me.
Castigator, my God.
Castrators.
I'm pretty sure I heard castrator. I'm pretty sure that's what I heard. Okay, I'm pretty sure that's what I heard. And I don't want
Frankie can bring up the
Stop
the eunuch making.
Stop coming. Okay, it's not Degen shit. We're talking about a castigator.
I know what you said. Okay, I know what you said. I don't know anything about 40k. Okay,
It's
I don't know
fine.
anything about 40k.
To be honest,
Yeah,
the lore in Warhammer 40k is amazing, but
It is. It's top tier.
So
It
yes,
is.
I know a lot about
It's
the
like
lore.
a 1v5 right now. Okay, fine. I'm the only one who doesn't know anything about Warhammer.
You're Canadian. We forgive you.
No,
That's
we
true.
don't.
Wisconsin,
That's why you're in
okay.
Canada.
That stuff's probably banned in
In-
Canada.
In 40k, Canada would have disappeared like day 0.2.
In 40k, Canada would be
everyone
Cadia.
gets that joke. Everyone gets that. Oh, it's so funny. Oh, well, look at that inside baseball. Fuck all y'all. Okay, we're moving.
But less based.
We're
It would be
moving.
Cadia, but less based.
I don't know what that means.
Alexander
knows
does.
what that means.
Don't worry about it, man. Don't worry about it.
Apparently, there's divination in 40k, so that's a little sus if you think about it.
The Emperor of Mankind will not allow it.
There's castrators and divination in 40k. That's
Castigators.
crazy.
Although you
That's
probably get
crazy.
castrated. Let's be fair.
Look,
They're gonna look at
circumcision
you,
is
and you're
not
gonna probably get
castration,
flailed and
okay?
put around and be like, "Hey, we have these as a heretical."
Why don't you
Not
tell
the blue
Confluence
jay.
about what is it? The Emperor's Children.
I don't
Oh,
want to
God.
hear anything about 40k. Please, God, no, please, no. No. If Frankie
Confluence,
can
it will
have his
be-
hard line at Terra, I can have my hard line at this gay shit. Okay.
You would be a lesser demon of Slanesh. I agree with that.
Yes,
Oh my
he would
God.
call
I
the
don't know.
Slanesh like
I
a.
don't know what that means,
You'll
but
be fucking your
maybe
butthole with sandpaper and masturbating at the same time.
possibly. I don't know. I don't know what you do when you play 40k, Frankie. I'm not sure what your strategy is. Okay, that could be a
That's
valid
what we're
strategy. I
doing.
really can't
Like, they
comment,
have
and
some
I'm holding
weird
no
section
judgment.
going on.
Okay.
Like they have some weird section shit going on. And Emmett actually did some weird section with the fucking Emperor's Children before.
I did what?
You
He did some weird section with the Emperor's Children before. Admit it.
I don't remember that lore.
I don't remember that part. I'm making
Wait,
First
Frankie,
Legion.
Hero
have
is
you
as
been
real as
have you been
Pokemon.
reading my fan fiction, Frankie? Have you ever read my fan fiction of them? Because like
What
you're
is
not.
the sixth-
That's, like,
what is the
that's on
sixth
my
Legion?
private WordPress account. Like, you're not supposed to read that.
Like the Emperor's. Hold on.
Props to Frankie
Oh,
encouraging
the
us
Space
all to
Wolf.
secure a reach around.
So they're the fourth. They're the third Legion. They're the
Okay,
third
we gotta
Legion.
get on
Yes.
track. Okay, my mind is melting, Alex. This is not going to be the way that you and Emmett connect. It's not going to be over 40k. Okay, I don't care.
No,
It's not worth
we're
it.
connecting other senses. Now that I've seen the light.
We
And
connected
now
like
I
four,
am,
4 weeks ago, man. We connected
Yeah.
hardcore. It just took us a while to
Hardcore.
realize what that connection was.
Yes.
Whoa,
So
that sounds a
now that
little
I've seen the light
sus.
and I have changed my ways because apparently I was too bad as a Christian and I'm just a
now
pure
you're an
atheist
atheist
now.
now.
Absolutely.
okay.
Yeah. There you go.
At that point,
Hold on. Are you going to
we
be a
have
good
connection.
atheist? Is the question.
Well, I have my credentials. I got it today. It says best atheist, and
Ooh,
it
nice.
also comes with a Reddit mod background.
Oh, So
great.
the one that's issued by Dillahunty, yeah, I've seen other people receive that as well. Yeah.
Let me get my neck beard. I'm gonna create a neck beard now that you're talking about it.
We have, and I don't want to have
Confluence. You know what? Fuck it. It's genocide time.
what that means, Frankie. To celebrate MLK Day.
It's genocide time. We should do some Black Templar shit and genocide like a whole fucking race of aliens.
Stop saying that word. No, if you think about it, stop saying that, the G word.
I think that directly relates to TOS.
There might be some TOS questions here, although I think when
it's not. It's one of those where it's like I feel like in my mind at least, yeah. There's certain words you definitely can't say. There's some words like the word Frankie said that they definitely raise a lot of frags, and it's and there's words like kill that you can say a little bit. It depends.
I think you're okay as long as you don't like mention the word Jew within like 5 minutes of that.
Thank you, Alex. Thank you. Appreciate it.
What?
Confluence, are you lagging?
Am I Latin or lagging?
It seems like you're lagging a bit.
I don't think I'm lagging.
You're taking a few seconds to respond. When I stop talking, can you start? Like now.
Yeah.
When you start talking and I
okay, here. I'm gonna count down from 3. You tell me. You say 0 with me, okay?
Okay.
3, 2, 1, 0.
0.
Yeah, you're lagging a little bit.
Wait, how much was that off?
Like a half second. It's not bad.
Yeah.
Oh, okay.
It's noticeable. It's just.
But there is something. Yeah. Okay, that's strange. Alex did. Why? I don't know why Alex would know this, but a question to Alex.
Yes, he did. Yes, he did. He got a little tricycle. It's his version of a car, but it's okay.
What's about?
Wheels at least.
Terrible times. It
has wheels.
Yeah, fine car if you think about it. You know, just for all of y'all, I will pull up this Anson comment. The only sin is that Evan hasn't been deported yet.
Oh my god.
I still can't tell if Anson and actually hate each other, or if it's just like in a way that Anson like pretends that he hates me, but Anson actually loves me. So
Anson hates Anson.
Evan is hiding with the Mormons. That's why.
Oh, true.
Yeah, you'll never ever get me. You have to go through the
I'm
temple.
the Mormon stronghold.
You have to go through the LDS. Yeah, that's not gonna happen.
Yeah, because he has like 5 wives, they're all like sisters and shit.
Jamie, good to see you. I don't know what this is saying. This is English, but
well, the good thing about being an atheist now is that it don't.
Kokomo with the $20 car fund. Okay, it'll probably take a little more than that, but I mean, hey, that's a start. Thank you, Kokomo, for the $20 Australian dollars, which is almost worth the same as a Canadian dollar. Actually, fun fact for anyone, but thank you, Kokomo.
You should invest it into like.
Into Bitcoin? Into a shitcoin? Is that what you're saying? Because
no,
I could quadruple my yield to the moon and stuff. I think that's what I will do. That's what I will do.
I was trying to think of some place that's actually doing well. Can't. It's fine.
Okay, you know what? Okay. You know what? We're gonna move on before I'm worried Frankie is gonna come back. I don't know if Frankie's here right now, but he might come back and start talking about 40. Oh, he is here. Okay. Well, then I don't want to even mention what I was gonna say. Because no more of that nonsense talk. Okay, this is how it works. Welcome. Sorry, okay, we're an hour into it. We're gonna get started now, but it's all about the it's called a chaos panel for a reason. Okay, don't at me. So briefly, we're gonna do this again. Everyone in a clockwise direction will say their beliefs briefly in like 10 seconds, and then we'll dive into the first question. This is for atheists and Christians and everyone else alike. These are questions that I have specifically come up with that I think can apply to all worldviews. So if Emmett wants to commit to being an atheist, that's cool. Atheist. That'll work. Okay, there we go. If Alex wants to just be like, what I can't remember what you said, Alex, that you don't know or whatever, then that's cool too. These questions are for everyone. It's 2026. We don't have to be like cutting people out and shit, right?
I'm gonna drop hints about what I really think. We'll see if you guys
Oh,
figure it
and
out.
then we'll figure it out. Okay, so I am Confluence. I said this before, but just for anyone that's new, I'm a esoteric Christian, non-denominational Christian. Esoteric non-denominational Christian. That's the best way to describe myself. Alex.
Yet.
Okay, Alex is saying no. His beliefs are mysterious and spooky. Okay, Big Soda.
Level 4
Don't say your
Scientology.
Scientology bullshit. No, don't. I will say it on your behalf if you
Okay,
don't.
I'm Protestant, non-denominational.
Thank you, Frankie. What are you? A tarot
Well, my
hater.
def-
I'm just kidding.
My
Yeah, what are you,
definition-
Frankie? What's
my
your religious
definition,
beliefs?
I'm Southern Baptist, but I'm just a Christian, dude.
Okay, based. Topanga Weevil.
I'm Christian as well.
Okay, and Emmettwitz Golden Steinberg.
I'm a Reddit 4 tier mod with a neck beard and my
Oh, shit.
credential that says I'm the bestest atheist that can existist.
That is pretty serious. That's pretty serious. So I
Yes.
would be careful about this guy. We have $2 from K2 for the 81 Honda fund. Okay, look, I'm gonna get a Honda Pilot. Okay, just so I can be craniumed after hearing about Warhammer 40K. Okay, I'm not gonna lie to you. The Honda Pilot fund. Okay, so I can,
Wait,
you know,
how much is that?
myself.
Is that like 2,000 Canadian rupees?
The 81 Honda
Yeah.
or the Honda Pilot? The Honda
That'd be
Pilot.
like
No,
200,000
the dono
Indian
is
rupees.
is the dono like two like 2 million Canadian rupees?
It's like 250, okay? It's like probably 250. You know, there was a time back in my life when Stephen Harper was in charge. Probably no one knows who that is. When the Canadian dollar was worth more than US dollar. And that's because we had a good old conservative boy in fucking charge. And, you know, we haven't had that since. Topanga Weevil with the $5 again.
Another
85
5 million.
Toyota Camry. I don't want a Camry. That's so like, I don't want a Camry.
Thank you so much, the Panga Weevil,
Anson
for the 4
mocking me.
million
Anson,
Canadian
get off
rupees.
panel. We need a real
Camry.
atheist, okay? And I'm not going to own a Camry. I'm saving up for a Camaro, okay? Just go. I'm going to go from tricycle to Camaro, okay? That's my plan.
A Camaro? Are
Marilyn.
you fucking kidding me?
What's wrong with the Camaro?
That is disgusting. That is a bitch car. That's
Excuse
a bitch car.
No, don't say things you can't take back. A Camaro is, I don't even like cars, but a Camaro is just like absolutely sexy, okay? Absolutely sexy.
What are you gonna get? A
Camaro
soft
and
ball
Chargers
56?
and Challengers are kind of like the only 3 cars I actually have at all any interest in. Other than that, I don't give a fuck.
Yeah, you need that moped.
I actually kind of have a moped. Okay,
You look like a moped guy.
kind of might have a moped.
Confluence is the second
That could be a
legion.
joke, though. That could be a joke. So I'm just saying. But okay, so wait, did we? Yeah, we got to Emmett. Yeah, he said it was a tier 4. Was it? Wait,
Yeah,
that's
tier
important.
4.
Tier 4 atheist, Reddit atheist,
Tier
neckbeard,
4 Reddit mod. Okay, I'm getting there.
Reddit mod. Right. Okay.
Yeah.
So not an admin. Okay. Okay.
Well,
so the first question.
the admin is the guy that gave me the Gaytheist manifesto. So I'm getting there. Just started.
Atheist manifesto. Okay. And yeah, just so everyone again, so Anson, Maryland, Let's Chief. Let's Chief, by the way, I saw what you did to me, Let's Chief. Okay. They're a dime a dozen. I just trying to pull up your name, but also fuck that comment. Okay. They're a dime a dozen. Yeah. You want me to get one of those fucking, smart cars or something so I can be more unique. But Let's Chief, I saw what you did.
No,
I saw your horseradish debate where you pulled up my chat to talk about Tyler. I saw that happen. Okay. I saw that happen. That was a little sneaky. I'm not gonna lie, Let's Chief. But then you did say that I had good points, so I guess I'll allow it. But a little sneaky. Okay. But I did like seeing myself on Horseradish's channel being pulled up in a live debate. So that was pretty crazy. Yeah. Well, yeah. You did. Yeah. I mean, so I'll take that. I still feel like it's crazy that you just like clip that and use it in the debate an hour later. I'm just gonna say that. But okay. Besides that, okay, so the first topic, again, we're going to clockwise direction. And again, Anson, If you always warm up at the gym, yeah, if you want it, because we do need some atheists on the panel. I mean, I know we do have a tier 4 one, but we need more. Also, Agrillapolis, I mean, you're saying chat. Also, K2, anyone else, no pressure, but you can hit that link. Okay, it's in the pinned comment, it's in the description, etc., etc. Okay, so this is how it goes. You see the question, it's rolling at the little banner in the bottom. W StreamYards, W Confluence for noticing that's a feature in StreamYards, right? That is the question. We will go around. Brief 30-second response. We go to clockwise snake pattern. And then after that, then it's chaos until we move on to the next one. So the current topic is, what is sin at its core? Kind of vague, intentionally vague, just to set a baseline. So we start with Alex. I always go last so I can hear everyone else's responses and decide which one I like the best and then kind of piggyback off them. So Alexander, what is sin at its core?
Missing the mark.
This
That's
is
a good
very
answer.
Bible coded. Yeah, very Bible coded. Big soda.
Jordan Peterson coded. What is wrong with you?
It's also literally what it means, hamartia in Greek and whatever the word is in Hebrew. So, Jordan Peterson got it from the Bible. So I wouldn't, necessarily give it to JP.
Saying, assuming
we
that
have.
I've read the Bible,
Wait, I'm
weird.
not gonna. Okay, Confluence would not own a white van. Confluence would not own a white van.
With no windows.
Disavow that. Okay, big soda.
I would say the consequence of the separation of God.
The consequence. Okay.
Yeah.
Okay. Frankie too sweet if you're there, unless Frankie is back coded. Okay. What is sin at its core?
Sin at its core, how my interpretation of it is, you're missing the mark. You're going over the mark. And it's something that is anticipus, I can't say that word right, to what God is trying to have you do. So, and also how it correlates to that is when Christ was crucified on the cross, he gathered all the sins of the world, all of our sins. God turned away from him. That's why in the Bible it says that, my God, why you have forsaken me? Because the Lord God cannot stand the sight of sin. So that's why he turned his face away.
Okay, based Topanga Weevil with the I hate all your suggestions. Okay, Confluence will never. Bradley doesn't mean that celebratory whistle blow, okay? A pink VW bug, absolutely not. Absolutely not, Topanga, absolutely not. Doomerang is more right. Con is a horseman. I've been told that will increase my game a lot. Christian, give me one of these. We have a young Christian, okay? Everyone be careful. He is a minor, so no one say anything to us. I'm just kidding. He's not a minor. Bringing Christian up. Young Christian, good to see you.
What's up?
Okay, so does that change the order? No, it shouldn't. We are Emmett, and then Christian. When you go, just say your religion, and then also the answer to the question that's scrolling on the bottom. But Emmett, what is sin? Oh wait, no, we skipped Topanga.
Yeah,
what is sin at its core?
I just say it's like alienation, rebellion to God.
Okay, based. Emmett Witz Golden Steinberg.
What is sin? That's the question.
What is sin at its core? It is the scrolling at the bottom of the screen. If you ever forget it, it is always at the bottom. I know.
Well,
yes, Maryland. Definitely, please come up, Maryland. Yes, we all want you to come up.
Is the thing that goes against the Atheist Manifesto, also known as the Humanist Manifesto.
Is the thing that goes against the Humanist Manifesto. Having kind of trouble parsing that, but I'll accept it.
It's a tier 4 response. It's above all of us. It's okay.
Well, I'm trying to think if he's speaking as an atheist or if he's not speaking as an atheist. Because if it goes something that goes against the manifesto,
He definitely is.
So okay, yeah. So I guess
the Atheist Manifesto, also known as the Humanist Manifesto.
No,
yeah.
I know the man. Yeah, no, I think I'm just retarded. I think I'm not. Yeah, okay. I think I understand what you're saying. Yeah, it's not a good answer though, even as an atheist. But maybe it's because you're only tier 4 though. You know, maybe you have to get to tier 5.
I need to get there. Okay, but wait a second. I'm getting there. You'll see soon.
Okay, young Christian who's fucking puffing fat clouds right now, brother. Jeez. On that nicotine grind set. Okay, young Christian, your religion first, brief 10-second thing about your religious point of view. And then the question at the bottom, what is sin at its core?
Christian. And
I know that's your name. I didn't ask your name. I asked your, okay. Oh, I understand.
Yeah. And it's moral independency separate from God. So it's not using God as wisdom.
Okay, based. A2 with the $2, which is another stupid message. The white van. I'm sure Bradley disavows all this. A white van with the free candy sign. Okay, no, I'm more Doomerang coded with the hearse. Okay, let's get more hearse donos. Okay, and less white van donos. I don't like that. And I guess me to complete the circle, okay, in a normal way. I guess, I don't want to, well, I would say, missing the mark, but I would say sin ultimately, I think, is something that is going against God, which is going against yourself, which is going against reality. And I think all of those three things are the same thing at the end of the day. So that's what I would say. Now the floor is open. Okay. So if anyone has a pressing thing, I have a few pressing things, but.
Okay, what do you think is the first sin? What do you think is the first sin?
Well, I would say pride. I would say I don't know if you're leading this direction. I would agree that if you are going this direction, I think pride, selfishness, those could be the same thing. I think that kind of is the root of all sin. Would you agree with that, Frankie?
Committed the first sin, though.
Well, yeah, probably Adam.
No.
Well, Lucifer.
Hold on.
Also, I feel I'm worried we're punting into future questions. Okay, so there's going to be more questions about where sin came from. Okay, so we don't want to jump ahead necessarily. We're talking about the nature. And Marilyn, welcome to the chat. Marilyn, what is your religious view, and how do you answer this question? What is sin at its core?
I'm God. So I don't have a religious view. I think religion is like a black person pulling the race card. It's virtue signaling to be a religious person.
I don't know what that means. But...
it's just nonsense. And sin it's not an infraction that requires retribution. It's a disease, and it requires healing.
You're not a god.
Sin is a disease.
Water and prove it.
Requires healing. Hey, we're not attacking each other's religious
you do
beliefs.
Realize, no, Frankie, let's go. Frankie, let's go. No, let's go. Did Peter not walk on water?
We've all tried.
No, stop. Did Peter not walk on water? Peter was not God. Peter was not Jesus.
I'll allow it only because I need to
Peter walked on water. Peter walked on water.
Marilyn, read it for yourself. He started to
Peter walked on water, bro.
So Christ grabbed his hand. Peter didn't walk on water by himself, Marilyn. He
still walked on water. No, we don't ever do it by ourselves.
Peter, it was Christ.
We couldn't walk on water if we didn't have the water. Well, of course we don't do it by ourselves. Peter walked on water.
He was sinking. He used Christ to help him walk on water. He didn't do it by himself.
But he walked on water, and
not
he is
by
not
himself,
God.
Marilyn.
Oh my God.
Walk on water by yourself and prove that you're God.
Listen very closely, very slowly, very softly. Okay. Hold on. Let me help you. Let me help you. Because
go on top of your roof.
I'm not in a psychosis, but obviously you need a rock path. So let's go with it like this. Jesus died, okay, so that you would have the Holy Spirit, okay, that lives within you and does even greater works than Christ. Okay, you are fully capable of walking on the water. It is according to your faith that will be done unto you. The faith of a mustard seed, and you can tell this mountain to move, and it has to move. It has to get crumbled into the sea. You are literally. It doesn't matter. It doesn't matter if you're God or not. You can do it. You
You're
can
not
do it.
God. You can't walk on water. You can't walk in
We
air.
are all.
You
Peter
can't
walked on water, and he's not God.
To another, Maryland.
Okay,
You're
okay.
not God.
Sick of you.
Hold up.
You
hold
people
up. Okay.
gaslight. You know exactly what you're doing.
Frankie,
that's what you
Frankie,
are.
your question actually doesn't make
No one
sense.
heard
I think
you.
Marilyn is right because again, like Jesus isn't the only one to walk on water. Peter did. Paul literally raised people from the dead. So it doesn't mean Paul is God. So even if you asked Marilyn to raise someone from the dead and she did that, that wouldn't make her God, right? So it's question that even if she did it, it wouldn't prove anything.
It was through
sick of
God
all
that
of
they
you.
raised the dead. It was through God that they raised the dead. It wasn't them.
I know, but when if you're saying Marilyn walk on water, even if Marilyn literally did walk on water, that wouldn't mean it. So you're asking her something that even if she did that, you yourself wouldn't think that means what she's saying is true. So then why are you asking her something that you yourself don't even think would prove what you're asking for it to prove?
No, dude, no. Peter did not walk on water by himself. Christ held him. He was sinking. He was going in the water until Christ grabbed him. That's
okay, and then what about Paul raising people from the dead? Yeah, he did it.
He did
it
not
through
raise
the
him by
power of
himself.
Christ.
I'll be back.
Okay, but if Marilyn raised someone from the dead and she's saying it's through the power of God, what would you say? Would you say, oh, now I think Marilyn's God? Because then don't ask that question if you wouldn't change your opinion on that. I know
What is he doing? What is he doing? No, let's Chief 1540. What is he doing? How am I probably don't know what he's like? What is he doing? What is who doing? What is the fuck is happening?
No,
I don't know.
Wait, this comment.
If you're saying that Marilyn raised somebody from the dead, she didn't do it by herself. She's not God, Marilyn. It's not God, Confluence. You know this.
I am too, and so are you.
You are not.
I'm just saying.
Hold on. Can I ask a question?
Question.
Can I ask a
It
question?
doesn't matter if Marilyn even walked on water. That wouldn't change anything.
Didn't Jesus say it's through my Father that I do all these things?
Because they're one and the same, dude. He also said that for I and the Father are one.
You can't get through the Father, but through the Son. Through the Father, but through the Son.
Alex, that doesn't.
I understand. He's just saying that if she needs to have God to do it, then Jesus said the same thing.
No, she's saying she's God. She's saying she's a.
No, I understand.
I was about to say that's what Frankie's. That's what Frankie's saying.
I'm not supporting that at all.
But I'm God because of God. No, I'm God because of God.
I'm just saying your test, Frankie. Your test actually doesn't make any sense. That's all I'm saying.
It's not fair.
Your challenge for Marilyn to walk on water means nothing because the disciples could have punched stuff after Christ, right?
Can define reality. A deity can define the physical reality. Marilyn walk on water, defy physical reality.
Peter walked on water. He defied physical reality. What is wrong with you? He did it. I don't care where he got the power from. He did it. He did it.
Marilyn's not wrong, Frankie. She's not wrong.
Peter, with the help of Christ, walked on water. He didn't do it by himself. You're saying that you are a deity, which I say you're not. You cannot defy the physical reality.
And what gives you the merit to say that I'm not? You plan on dying in less than 50 years. What gives you the merit to tell me I'm not a deity? Who are you? Where do you get the keys to that fucking door? No, just tell me where you get the keys to that door to say that shit. To say the shit you were saying. How do you get the keys to that door?
The Bible.
Christ tells you that I'm not a co-heir. Christ tells you that I'm a servant of God and not a friend of God. Is that really what Christ is telling you?
He actually says you're a child of God.
Jesus said, "Anyone who does anyone who does God's will is my brother, sister, and mother." Anyone. So if I'm Jesus' mother, am I better than him? Am I worse than him? You are idol worshippers.
I think you need to.
You're saying that you're just God.
You worship. Words are your idols. Words are your idols.
Words are my idols, really.
I mean, he does define his relationship with his followers as a shepherd and a sheep, and one would have authority over the other.
Where does it say in the Humanist Manifesto?
That was good.
Can anybody point?
Okay, dude, the $2. Come on, guys, let's leave. This is getting crazy now. Okay, we're gonna get back. We're supposed to be talking about sin. Okay, we're supposed to be talking about
Freak out. I'm gonna freak out. Okay, let's go.
sin. We're talking about sin. Wait, where did we? Wait, did I? Yeah, I think everyone said their thoughts.
You
So,
said you had some things you wanted to press on.
yeah, I don't know if I
Do you-
remember now.
Do you like my weird fedora with the R from Reddit?
I would have
And my neck beard.
why he didn't just answer the question.
Emmett is being an atheist. Okay, that's what he's doing.
I'm an atheist today. What are you talking about, Christian?
He just converted
Why?
recently.
Why not? I was convinced by you that I should just be an atheist.
By young Christian? I don't think young Christian would try to convince you
Yes,
of that.
he was
Never-
like
never
he
made
convinced
arguments for
me
that.
that I was he convinced me that I was wrong. So I decided to just be an atheist.
To just go all the way.
Okay,
To
let's-
just be
let's
like,
hear
if
you
I'm
on
wrong
that
on this
tonight.
issue.
Yeah. I have seen the light of my preference, and I like my preference better.
Okay. Besides the preference stuff, okay, I think this is what I wanted to ask everyone, because a lot of us said miss the mark, and I agree that's a good definition. That is what the Hebrew word means and the Greek word, right? Comes from archery, right? You're missing the target, right? To sin, right? So, but what do we mean by that? What do we mean? Do we mean like that God has set a law and we're missing it? Are we using it in a strictly biblical sense? For those of you that answered that way, so Alex said that.
Like I'm
I
saying,
can't remember who else said that.
Well,
A
like
couple
I'm saying,
people said
dude,
that.
like you're missing the mark. You're going over the target. The target is God, right? That's what we're aiming for. If we're going over the target, we missed it. You know, it's like you missed the target. So then we're aiming.
But you
for
mean
the
like
target, aiming for
based
the
on
direction of the Lord.
biblical
That's
stuff?
what?
You mean based on like the biblical commandments? Like, is that what you're defining? Like, if you
Yeah,
miss a biblical
because remember-
commandment?
No, because remember, dude, like we're all striving to head to the Lord. If we're going to another direction, we're missing the mark. We're missing the target. The target is the Lord. That's what we're heading towards.
Okay,
If
yeah, I
that
agree.
makes sense to you.
Yeah.
Actually, I'm not so sure I agree with my miss the mark thing. No, it's not really how the Bible defines sin, is it?
It's what the word means.
I
And-
understand,
and-
but it's not like what it's considered when it's not like when you sin, you're doing something against God, not just doing something, right?
well, yeah, but I'm not
Not
sure
like
what
you're
you
missing
mean.
the mark. You're literally hitting something completely different.
God, you definitely die on words a lot.
Who, me?
I'm not.
No,
I'm
God.
not. What did Marilyn say? I'm not. I don't have words as an idol. Okay, I don't have words as an idol.
They are
I'm just,
definitely your
trying
idol.
to get to the. I'm trying to get to the root of it. You know.
It's okay. I'm idolizing you. You'll be all right.
You know what it is? Y'all can't be trusted. You cannot be trusted to be God
Either.
because
Don't touch me.
humans are complete psyops. Humans are psyops.
Don't say y'all, Marilyn. I
No,
am
I'm
God
pissed.
as well.
You're
Peter
y'all.
walked on water.
Engines,
Oh,
bro.
Peter
You're
walked
this-
on water.
You're a
Paul
human
raised the
being,
dead.
Marilyn.
No, human is a psyop.
That's called
Human is a
human being.
psyop. Human is a
We're
psyop, and
supposed
we
to be
cannot be
talking about-
trusted.
We're supposed to be
We
talking about
cannot be
sin, though. If you think about it.
You cannot be trusted with the power of being God because you are
can't
you
be trusted
don't
either.
feel
What makes you
worthy.
needy? What
Larry
makes you
Flint
Flint was a
needy?
plan from Israel.
Shit.
You would totally
Out of here with your shit. You're
Wait.
a
So,
human.
Marilyn, are you not human? Are you not human,
diluting
Marilyn?
it. A human is a psyop. We are all God. We are all God. We are not humans. We are all God. We are all God because of God.
Oh
We
my
always were and we always will be. We always
vey.
were and we always will
There's
be.
no other God
Okay,
but
again,
me.
we're talking.
I'm
Look, we
so
got a lot
sick
of
of
questions
y'all.
to get through. Okay, I'm sure this will come up many times
fuck.
about how godlike we are and how godlike we are not. But the dude has entered the chat. So the dude, a brief thing about what your actual religion is, and then if you could just say what is sin at its core. And this is just supposed to be a grounding question, and then we'll move on to the next one. But just to get your point of view before we move on.
I think I've made it painfully obvious. I'm Catholic with a Franciscan leaning, and sin is any conscious attempt to go against what is intrinsically probably known as God's will, and basically anything that takes place in Seattle, Portland, or from the female race, transgendered, or illegal immigrants, or anyone that opposes Donald Trump, and
Very politically loaded.
Dude,
I'd say the worst sin ever is when Leah Thomas won the gold medal for Penn State swimming, because she should have been playing baseball, because it was 2 balls out. Like,
A very politically charged definition of sin.
I almost agree with him, almost, but Reddit has me.
Yeah, Reddit has you captivated. Okay, so the next question. Okay, so this is a doozy. Okay, so we're gonna start with Alex. We're gonna go around in a clockwise snake-like formation. Okay, where did sin come from? Could be evolution, religion, both. What's good? Okay. So where did sin come from? Like, where do we get it from? The Bible? If you're an atheist, do you think sin just evolved? Do you think it's a mix? Like, what do we consider sin? Where did it come from? Et cetera, et cetera. Start with you, Alex.
Well, assuming there's a mark to hit, sin probably evolved from the idea that there is something that. Hold on 1 second.
Shout out
sin
to
is putting the host
Alex
on hold when you have the first honor to answer a question. Holy shit!
My apologies.
No,
I have a 4-year-old who is adamant.
I go last. Okay.
Yeah. So, so I think sin arises from the fact that we have things we are trying to aim for, and we can't always achieve them. And I think major cause of that is simply our fear of the future.
Okay. Big Soda.
Sin originates from the first time humans went against the will of God. And so I believe that to be the first moment that they ate at the tree of knowledge of good and evil.
Okay. Frankie.
Sin derived from the very moment that Lucifer, who is now saying, refused to bow to Adam, the sin of pride.
Oh yeah, you left at that point. Okay, yeah. So that's what you were going at. Yeah, the angelic fall, the pre-Adamic fall, if you will.
That is the start of sin.
Okay. Topanga Weevil.
She's having some tentacle issues because there's a lot of wind in our county.
I'm here.
Tentacle issues? What is that?
No, we have tentacle issues because we have a lot of heavy wind in our county right now. So
I keep hearing tentacle. What? I don't know what you're saying.
Are you talking about like the tentacle monster, like the tentacles on an octopus?
Like technical? Does he have tentacles?
Technical.
Oh, technical. Okay, I kept hearing
tentacle. Why am I supposed to speak it in Spanish for y'all to understand me?
It's hard.
Am I the only one that heard
you're
tentacles?
Echoing. I heard
this
tentacles.
Is what I was thinking. I was like, I don't know what kind of hentai situations Topanga Weevil's in right now.
I'm gonna start speaking in Spanish.
No, I was just gonna say the same thing as what Frankie said. Was when Lucifer did not want to bow to Adam and disobeyed his father.
Okay, Emmett Golden Steinberg.
It's when a Smoky Man talks, because Smoky Man bad. So
Smoky Man is kind of bad.
When a Smoky Man talks is the moment that sin was created, because a Smoky Man talked.
Okay. Young Christian.
The tree from Adam. All sin entered the world.
Okay. Marilyn.
I'm God, so it's going to be complex.
Did you create sin?
For one, sin is a complete psyop, a lie that y'all believe. Dumb as hell. The dumbest lie that's ever been lied about.
Marilyn,
It's not even fucking real.
We have to finish, everyone. Okay, Marilyn gets 30
finish.
seconds.
That's not my. Hold on. Oh my God. Let me finish.
That's what I'm doing, Marilyn. Okay, that's what I'm doing.
Sin came from overloving. You should not overlove or underlove, but I felt like Eve probably ate that apple and was like, I have so much guilt for hurting this piece of apple, so much overlove that now I am in fear, and I am now outside of the presence of God, which is not in heaven. It's another place entirely. So there was a separation in the mind that separated them from overloving, because you can get there by overloving too. You don't just have to underlove to get outside of the separation of God, because if you overlove, you're lacking somewhere else for somebody else on somebody else. So anyway, there you go.
Did you just put an over under on sin?
The Confluence will remember that, but we'll go to the dude. The dude, yeah, where did sin come from? Evolution, religion, both? What's good?
Came from Delaware.
I think
Okay,
more Florida.
we can't all give joke answers, okay? We can only have one joke answer per round, okay? Where did sin come from?
Probably out of consciousness. That's the whole idea of choice. When we got past the instinctual drive and the pleasure principle came about. That's why I said before, it's any inherent deterring road from what you know is to be right. And when you sleep in for work, it's wrong. When you cheat on your spouse, it's wrong. When you steal from someone, that's it just came from I guess consciousness or enlightenment or the evolution of the mind. Once I would say probably when we stopped being nomadic, right about the time of the Fertile Crescent or Mesopotamia, maybe. I think it's in our DNA.
Okay, and I guess, yeah, I'll give my answer. I'm kind of punting off the dude a bit on this one because I actually do agree. I think my stance, briefly, I think there's two ways to look at it. One, there's the biblical story of Adam and Eve eating the fruit and all that. I think there's a different way to look at it, which is, kind of like an evolutionary lens where I think that, at a certain point, we reach consciousness and we already have so much nonsense baked into our DNA that then, we end up choosing sin. And this will kind of lead into stuff I've been thinking about with ancestral sin and the Orthodox stuff, which I don't know much about, but I'm learning something about it. And so I think from kind of both perspectives, we can see it. I think, it does tie into consciousness, which is what I think a lot of people said. It's a volitional choice. It entered the world at a certain time. But then I also agree with Frankie that it obviously entered ahead of time. And in some ways, all of evolution is kind of cursed. So I'm not really sure on my answer. I know that's confusing. But
does it bother you that me and you agree quite a bit? I'm just curious.
Sometimes. But okay, so wait, the first thing I guess, I guess this is relevant. Okay, because where did sin come from? So Marilyn, you said that it could come from over loving. I want you to say more on that. I've never heard you say that before. What do you mean, like over loving? Well, I guess, just what do you exactly mean by that? Because I don't see loving as like a zero sum game where if you like love someone so much. Wait, did you hear what I said? I'm asking about over loving. Like if you love someone or God so much, I don't see it as like that it like that will mean that you have less love to give to something else.
No, I know
I don't think love is a finite resource.
You wouldn't think that, but it's still a fear. It's still a fear. It still seeps in. Like you can, if you feel like you only have this much energy for the day, and you're going to go to church for the rest of the day, and you're going to put all your energy into this idol like it's Buddha or something, and you're giving it sacrifices of your fresh fruit and whatever the heck you lay out for this thing that's not going to eat it when there's children starving. You are wasting all that energy in that day to worship an idol rather than 100 million other things you could be doing for the less fortunate. So it's over loving something that even if it's not God, even if it's not an idol, it could be another person that you're just putting all this effort and love into, instead of balancing the scale and making sure other people get some energy from you, other people get some time from you, other people get edified by you, and instead of putting it all in one place.
You mean like more of a time allocation? Okay, so that's different. I think that makes sense.
It's a great point, just not a great argument for it, but the point is phenomenal, Marilyn.
I don't know what you mean by that, but thanks, I guess.
I'm saying your point is excellent. I don't know if you explained it quite the way that you feel about it. The point is phenomenal. I was being sincere.
Okay. All right.
A backhanded compliment, but
No, it's not a backhanded compliment. It's, if you're exploring an idea, the idea that you can argue it effectively, like right off the rip, is wild.
No, I think you can over love and you can under love. It's a sweet spot which where you don't have an agenda and you're all giving, you're all edifying, but you're not like trying to put all your eggs in one basket, basically. Mm.
but are we purely talking about a time allocation thing? I guess that's what I want to like, because I feel like that's what you're saying. I just want to make sure you're saying that to see if I agree or not. Because like I would say if you have like I don't have kids, but the people who have kids, I don't think from at least an emotional or like a volitional standpoint, I don't think you can love your kids like too much. But yeah, if you spend all your time with your kids to the point that you're neglecting like your wife or God or your like duties to your community, then I see what you're saying. So is that what, are we just talking like in a time and like energy allocation?
It is a separation from the balance of God. It's outside of the realm of God, where they're in a purgatory, hell, whatever, wherever you step off the the path. Like sometimes the path feels like a tightrope, sometimes the path feels wide and very broad, but you just got to be foundationally like have some equilibrium about you and not because evil I feel is the intentional throwing off of the equilibrium. So either if you're over loving can be just as bad as if you're under loving, depending on the circumstance.
I think, would you agree that you're using the word covet kind of the way in the biblical sense, like to overlove could be to covet?
Covet something would be, you know, giving like putting more power and authority into something that you don't have that power or authority in because it each person has their own power and authority. We have all the power and authority, but you don't have the power and authority over another person. So you can't covet another person because you have to treat them like better than you would treat yourself and respect their wishes and respect all that they've got going on in their life before you try to change the will. Like it should be God's will before it should be your will. So it should be the other person's will before it should be your will. Whatever the other person wants.
Marilyn, sometimes I've said this before. Sometimes I ask you a question and you give a good answer, but it doesn't seem like it's the answer to the question that I asked. So like I like what you're, but but is the overloving thing? Is it like? Are you just talking about in terms of like time allocation? That's what I want to know because I'm trying to understand what you mean by that.
Like Adam and Eve in the garden when sin first reared its dirty head. I feel like Eve was over loving, like she was probably like upset, like she was killing this apple, like she was just brought death into her mind, like it
Wait, who was she? Was she
something.
over loving the apple in that example? Like who was she?
Probably, yeah. That thought of my idea of death and thinking that this life will no longer be. And she took it, just that minor thought of.
Okay, wait. What's your definite? When you say love, maybe that'll help me. What is love? Baby, don't hurt me. But like for real, like what is your definition of love?
It's everything opposite of destruction and pain and hurt and.
But then how can you but then you're saying over loving. So if the opposite of love is destruction and love is not destruction and over loving is not destroying things enough.
Is it terrible? I want to say love is a battlefield.
Love is a battlefield. Okay. Pat Benatar is goated. Okay.
And baby, don't hurt me.
Maybe we should.
I already said that, Emmett. I already said that.
I know, but it has to be said again because.
Well, if you think about it, and we're all God, and it said, let us make them in our image. If you thought that, God for all those centuries never needed to eat or drink, and then all of a sudden, in the image of God, that we're eating and drinking, you would think that maybe we shouldn't have started doing that. Maybe that was our first sin, was starting to do that, and like creating fear in ourselves,
Eating and
thinking that
drinking.
Yeah, starting to eat and drink.
thinking that we are not already whole, like that we need things, to satisfy us.
God
Like food
literally
and-
said that you
too.
can eat of any tree of the garden except this one tree.
I
Yeah,
understand
that's
that.
like pre-fall.
I understand that, but I'm telling you that I like if you we're all God, you would
Can
think.
you first? So are you backpedaling on the whole eating drinking thing?
No, not at all.
Okay, so if you understand it, can you?
You've heard
bring
of a
the two together?
breatharian. You've heard of a breatharian before, right?
Unfortunately, I have. Yeah.
Yes, people that are try to like create their own water through breathing in carbon dioxide and letting out oxygen. That's creating their own water. Like they try to come to that sort of zen, but like I feel like it's a fear
Have you,
within us.
Marilyn? Do you
We've had for generations.
just
that
on
we
that
need.
one? Do you also know that all breatharians that have ever been like tested, they end up like coming close to death, and then like a doctor stops the experiment because because
I'm
it might not
sure.
be.
I'm sure because the majority is still in fear and feel like that food and
Okay,
water
I
will
see.
keep
Right.
them alive rather than they're being handed every breath.
So why did God say
matches
that
with what you
can
said
eat
before, yeah.
from any tree of the garden?
What?
Why did God say you can eat from any tree of the garden?
It should have been for pleasure. It should have never been for life. It should have never been
That's
for
true.
to
It didn't. Yeah, we don't
sustain
know
you.
that's for sustenance. We don't know though. That passage is you can eat of anything. It could be just for the enjoyment of it. It doesn't say it's for sustenance.
Right.
That is true,
Right.
young Christian.
Did you just call him young Christian? I've effectively changed
Yes,
his
I
name.
Yeah,
it's
I've been calling him
officially-
forever. It's
He
stuck.
is
It's stuck,
officially young.
dude. Yeah.
Never go back.
I can't.
Man,
Follow
I
that
so
now.
wish I could answer these kind of questions, but all I know
If
is
only
the
you
Humanist
weren't a tier
Manifesto.
4 Reddit
If only you were
atheist.
so
If
scared of
only you
reading.
just
Yeah.
like.
If
had
only
some
I had-
honestly crazy. Imagine.
Imagine that.
You're not allowed to interpret the Bible. You're scared of it.
You know,
I'm
scared of the Bible?
Okay.
Yeah,
Now I'm
heaven
gonna.
forbid I perceive it wrong.
Emmett, I'm gonna bait you. I'm gonna bait you like crazy. And this actually is the next question on the list. So I mean, good luck. Okay,
Yes.
answer. This is an atheist, Emmett. But we'll start with Alex. Okay, the next question is, and again, y'all can super chat either to support the channel or to ask the next question. Right? You get to decide the fate of the panel, and hopefully it's on topic with regards to sin. Okay, the next question. Do I have the right one up? No, I don't have the right one up.
Wait. Just a second. Pretty funny, Marilyn, that you go on and attack me on these. Okay.
Well,
When
I'm
you're too
just saying
stupid
you're
to realize what
orthodox.
God is. Okay, so
you-
I'm not
No.
gonna. If you're gonna go
Marilyn.
ahead and be like, "Hey, you're
I
dumb
am
stupid
not.
to
Get
read the
triggered.
Bible,"
Get
I can do the
triggered.
same thing
Get
about you.
triggered, Emmett.
What did Marilyn
Get
attack?
triggered.
Fine, you can say I'm
Please
Someone
triggered.
throw me in. Someone
But-
throw
but-
confluence
But
But
in.
you have
Let me answer
Can you
him.
go ahead? Can you go ahead and tell me what your agenda is with all of this?
Yes, no, it's
gender?
not an agenda.
Yeah. What's
agenda.
your agenda? What's your
I
agenda?
don't have an agenda.
Oh, you do have an agenda. You want
You're the
attention. That's the
one.
agenda.
Wait, hold up.
You just want
no,
fun and fill on
let
attention.
me
That's all you
answer
want.
him.
Party. Alex, Big Soda, Young Christian.
Let me
What happened? What did
answer
I
him,
miss?
Conflict.
No, I want to hear
Let
from
me
the third
answer
party.
him.
I thought you just wanted a little bit of attention.
I know what's going on from a
God,
third
Emmett
party.
is triggered.
Young Christian, what did
You
you
just want
hear?
to get a
Damn
little
it.
attention.
Well, I think Emmett's attacking like what she. It's an agenda. I don't agree with the way Emmett's approaching it, but Emmett's not wrong there.
That's a terrible explanation of what happened. But that doesn't tell me what happened. Why are they fighting right now?
That's
Why?
exactly
Like, what
what
started
Let
it?
me
I
just
just
Why are we
answer
going at it?
him.
What
Let me
Marilyn,
just
what came out
answer.
of Marilyn's mouth is an agenda. And
Stop
it's
trying to assume
asking-
her agenda.
So she said,
That's what it is.
"Okay, that's good. But at the same
What are you
time,
talking about? And so
You
Emmett's
shouldn't assume people's
addressing that.
genders.
Marilyn's rejecting it. but
She's
Emmett's
agenda
addressing
I did
neutral.
not
Leave her
call
alone.
it
So
stupid
okay, so
scripture
I still
hack.
don't know. So why? Wait. So okay, fine. You know
I'm
what?
agender.
Why did Marilyn? Did you say? What did you say against Emmett, or what did Emmett say against you? Why are you two
Conflict.
going at it? That's what I just want to know the context.
Confluence, let me just answer his question because he's triggered by what I said about him being
What
scared
was his
of the Bible.
question?
Listen,
Give me the context, please.
Okay, I'm giving you the context. I poked at him. I poked at Emmett by saying that he is scared of the Bible because of he's so scared of his perception of the Bible because he's Orthodox.
Okay, thank you.
He's not. He is scared that his fathers or his
First of
whoever is
all,
above him.
I
won't
am not
agree with his
Orthodox. I am a
interpretation.
Reddit tier mod atheist, okay? A gaytheist, to be fair.
You're also Eurotrash.
Yes, that's also true. But I
An
mean,
exceptional white,
Czechoslovakia,
if you will.
Czechoslovakia is an actual place, okay? We have a lot of good Czechoslovakians there. But
Czechoslovakia? Is that like European Mexicans?
Czechoslovakia.
yes, of course, it's where I'm from, okay? Good luck finding it on the map. So yeah, get your facts straight, Marilyn.
Dude, why don't you go make us some
I'm sorry,
borscht
my
and an
headphones died.
uncomfortable
What did you
sweater?
say?
Why don't you
But I
go
don't
and kiss the Pope?
You guys keep talking. I don't. It
Why
was a
don't you
joke
go and kiss
before.
the
You're the next
Pope?
one, Dad.
I'm
The
not a,
Pope
I'm
is
not
God
a
just
Roman
like you're
Catholic.
God. You're the Pope.
I'm not a
You're
Roman
Why don't I
Catholic.
kiss
the only
you?
person on the panel
I'm not a
likes the
Roman
Pope, okay?
Catholic. Why don't you
Right,
go
but you're
kiss the
also not
Pope?
married, you're not happy, and you don't have money, so that
I'm
there's
not
that.
Catholic
That's
either.
fine. You can say that.
Am I
Do you have any
accurate?
evidence of it?
Am I accurate?
Do you have any evidence of it?
I'm inquiring. I made a
Oh,
hypothesis.
we're gonna start saying shit, boys. You're a
Yeah,
kid
I
Diddler.
mean,
How about that?
No, not again. No. Although to be fair, the dude that is, I feel like that is an untoward. I think that
do
is
you
a
lie? Do you
wild
lie?
thing to say. The
Yeah.
dude.
What
You
did I do?
fucking
What
like
did I
little
do?
kids, right? Well, you said shit, right? You can say whatever I want. You have any evidence of what you said?
I think we're getting a little personal.
Did
with
you
the dude,
have
don't
any
think?
evidence of what you said?
Are we getting a little personal?
Fucking
I think we-
retard. Go on, tell me your evidence. Can you please show me how
I'm not,
my
well, you're from
all
a
the things
third
you
world
said?
shithole, and I'm just guessing you're
Yeah,
poor because
whatever.
your
You
country's poor.
you sound like a kid Diddler.
Totally,
Yeah, man.
110%. That's
I understand.
Even-
yeah, I know.
even though
perfect,
this may
perfect. I
be-
know that you
and
will
I
agree that you
this
little
might-
kids.
I'm worried about the TOS. I actually am not opposed to the ad homs because I think the dude is hitting you with ad homs, but I just from a TOS standpoint, I still think it's not a good thing. I still
Can we
think
choose
that.
a different insult? Something that is.
Yes.
No,
The insult
just-
that doesn't.
why?
I just
I
feel
can say
like
whatever the fuck I want. Okay.
I'm
Little
just.
kids.
I know,
Well,
but
you
I'm just
just made a
nervous
shithole
about my
country.
channel.
Just
I'm
little
actually
kids.
nervous about my
He likes
channel.
that. And he
just-
actually
I'm
likes to
honestly-
fuck dogs with the Muslims too.
Okay, yeah, you could say that. I think probably.
Yeah.
Well, maybe without the last part though, but like the first
What?
part. You had me in the
Yeah,
first.
he's like
okay.
goes to the mosque and prays to the same God with the Muslims, and then goes and fuck some goats.
Okay, there we go.
Right?
Yeah, I feel like we could say that.
No,
Yes, exactly what you do. Yeah.
I blow the goats. I don't have sex with goats.
Oh, I see. Just blow him. Just get some milk out of him.
Lord.
I'm not going to commit sodomy.
No, whoa! You're already committing sodomy, you dumb.
I know the
You're
definition
blowing
of
them.
anything other than
You're
missionary
blowing
between a
them,
man
you
and a woman.
stupid.
You don't do anal?
You're
What
so
is that
fucking
about?
stupid. You're already doing it.
Who said that?
Let's
Look,
take
they
an
commit
online
sodomy, and he
IQ
doesn't
test.
even know the
Eurotrash.
definition.
Confluence,
Yeah,
get him
yeah.
into it. Let's take an online IQ test.
I mean, that's
Yeah,
a
sure.
like we're not going to spoiler. Sodomy is a question that's coming up. Okay, is sodomy like bad or what's good? Is the question, but we're not at that question yet. Okay, so
Well,
We're
the
there.
Catholic
We're there.
Church
We're
now
there.
is
Just
something to
a
be
question.
proud of,
If
isn't
you
it?
super chat it, okay.
In the Catholic Church, we're following the Humanist Manifesto. It's perfectly fine.
Because your country is like the exact definition on how to like.
I know
survive.
you love my country, which is Czechoslovakia. I know you love it, but what's it have to do with anything?
The dude. Okay, so Emmett lives in America. Okay, and I feel like you did a little bit. You kind of did attack him first, right? I feel like that was untoward, in my opinion. I actually think that was. I think that was a bit of an unnecessary comment, the dude. I'm not gonna lie to you. I think that was unnecessary.
I didn't catch it. What did the dude say about him?
The dude
I don't
said
even
something
remember.
about like, do you have
I don't
money?
even
Are you
remember.
married? Are you? It was like a bunch of like hyper specific like personal stuff, and he was claiming that, and he's like, tell me if I'm wrong, and it's like that's like a that's like an irrelevant thing to what we're talking about. It seemed like it was a personal attack to me, at least.
It's incendiary by nature. None of it's meant to be factual. I have no idea what this guy does. I just like to wow people.
I asked you if you had any evidence, and you said
so. The dude,
right.
Can you answer one question for me?
Go ahead.
What were you intending with the statements you made? Were you intending just to insult him, or did you have some sort of point you were going to get?
I'm intending just to insult him.
If anyone feels
I'm
insulted
just intending to insult him.
If anyone feels insulted by what a talking head says to them on YouTube, they're a feminine man to begin with. So
I understand.
I agree with you. Then I can just tell you at Kid Hitler.
Can you answer the question at least?
Yeah. Actually, yeah.
What was the intent behind your words?
To sin.
What?
Was it a, is it a, is it, if it's, is it a joke? Is it like, cause I think it's probably a joke, cause the dude is a shit disturber, which I appreciate, but I just I think that's the intention. I'm not sure.
He was being super nice. He was just being super nice. He was like, hey, dude.
What the hell did you send me? K2, when you tell me this, thank you for the $2. When you tell me this, then I'm really
dealers.
I don't want my mind to be like harmed by what you're about to freaking send me.
Does the Slovakian guy know that like I was a Kid Diddler catcher? That's what makes it funny that he's saying that.
Yeah, I just can't say it. I just can't say that.
No, but did you know that that's what I do on YouTube?
I don't have any evidence.
He's not from Slovakia though, right? The dude, he's like, he lives in America. He's an American citizen, no, right?
I don't believe it.
Well, you don't have to.
I don't need to prove you anything. I do have to get a Zin,
it's
but
just,
no,
it's just your belief. Oh my god, I believe you're retarded.
Absolutely not.
And I believe you're a Kid Dealer too.
Okay, I thought we agreed that we'd say something different than that. If you think about it.
Why? There's no problem with it.
For YouTube reasons.
If he likes to little kids,
for Confluence's sake, right? For Confluence's sake, okay?
It's not my problem that he likes to do that.
Look, my head mod is saying no. You like egg, right? We all like egg. Everyone likes egg. Yeah, egg right now is doing this. I promise you, he's doing this. Okay, look at egg. Look into those eyes, right? You don't want to say something untoward,
and that you are aware that you can get him like actually banned off of YouTube, right?
Well, if I was using the actual word for it, yes.
I know,
but it's still
they have AI. Hold on.
If someone reports the channel and they see that
the videos, and if somebody reports the channel, it definitely
will. It's a map. That's simple.
Okay.
Yeah. It's a map.
I feel like that's kind of a similar. That's like.
Hold on, no.
I won't detect that if someone manually reviews it and they see that. There is like a problem with that.
Maybe he just means that he's like a flat piece of paper that leads to.
Do you think a manual reviewer is going to take it? Is that based on what's happened? Based on us already saying a schmidler?
He's going to have to watch 2 hours of your stream, and I don't think he's going to do that unless.
I mean, hopefully not. Hopefully not. Okay. Fine, K2. You know what? Okay, you guys keep talking and spurking, whatever. K2 wants me to watch something, but he says that the sound has to be off. What if I click it? Wait, can you guys hear the sound? Everyone be honest with me. Can you guys hear that? Okay, okay. I'm going to watch the K. You guys keep talking. I'll watch K2's.
What is it? Which video?
It's just watching a video that was sent to him.
If they need you, if not, bye. Actually, angry amputee. Typically,
I wish I could play that video. I wish this is actually a great video, but it does contain something that I absolutely cannot play. But it is a great video, actually.
What does it contain that you can't play?
It contains a word that is sometimes seen as offensive against a certain group of people. So it's like it's like just something that it can't be said.
Is there a particular group of people that you have in mind?
I'm sorry.
Are you going to say the word?
Watching the screen. If you're watching the screen, then maybe you would know, but apparently you're not, Alex. Okay, so
does it start with a K?
It might, but it might
is
not.
Is the second letter an I, the third letter a K, and the fourth letter an I?
No. We're not going to spell it. Okay?
I was talking about Kierkegaard. He's a famous author. Kierkegaard is an author.
He said Kiki, basically, dude. Come on, what's wrong with you?
Yeah, we're Kikiing in the breezeway.
Okay, Kiki. Yeah, Kiki. Yeah, see, I told you, Ag is still shaking his head, okay? He's still okay. Yeah. K2 sent it to Topanga because it actually is a good video. But
Did you say
just
Topanga?
can't play it. Yeah, Topanga.
Yeah.
Are you a
Topanga,
are
that's
you a
me.
Topanga?
Topanga.
What?
Shout out Danielle Fishhill. She's goated.
I am.
Mm-hmm. Disavow. Yep, exactly. Yep, agree with that. Okay, I think we're on. Yeah, we haven't gotten to this one. Okay, so we're gonna start with the mediator. A nice name change, Alex, who is kind of kid coded right now, but I don't know if he's back or not. But what's the question? Original sin versus ancestral sin. Okay, so this was intended to trigger Emmett, but it's also a bit of divine providence because it actually was the next question on the list. So I didn't even have to try in that way. So we'll see if Emmett can maintain his tier 4 atheist status. Is sin a state of corruption or a choice? So briefly, and I might be wrong on this, right? Protestants think that sin is inherited from Adam, so that you're born sinful by dint of just being born, because Adam sinned and everyone else since Adam, he's cursed all creation. You're all born with the sin nature. Whereas my understanding, this is just my understanding, so don't follow this, but in the Orthodox Church and stuff, that the state of ancestral sin is that we're born with the state of sin, in the sense that we die and we are corrupted, but it is up to us to actually sin. We are actually not like condemned just by being born, whereas in the Protestant church we are. And if you're an atheist, I feel like you can find a way to answer this in your own way. Are we just born ultimately to do evil, or is there a certain age of accountability where we now make a volitional choice to do evil? Okay, I feel like that's enough. Good to see you, Pharmacat. Emmett, what is your hat? Well, Emmett is a tier 4 atheist of fedora wearing Redditor. Okay, so that's what it is.
Also known as perpetually unmarried.
Also known as a map talking. I mean, you dude. Can you
It's
please
okay.
stop talking?
I've got more money than you. I have more money than you.
Worried you
Oh wow,
That's
you have
the
more money.
dumbest, dude. That's the dumbest retort ever.
Wow.
Okay, that's the dumbest.
Oh no, it's
How
not.
much money do you
Poor people
have?
wish they had money. Poor
How
people
much
wish
money
they
do
had
you
money.
have? Yeah, how much
Poor
money do you
people
have?
do wish they have money. You know, that is true.
How much money do you have?
All of
How
it.
much money do I have?
Yeah.
We talking cash? We talking assets? What are we talking about here?
How much money do you have? How much more money than me do you have?
Well, if anyone keeps cash, they're low class and a liberal. So
So you don't have any money right now.
I've got enough in cash, probably 8 months of operating expenses on deck, and then everything else is in equities or properties.
So
I'm
you're
pretty
low class.
financially savvy.
So you're just low class. Is that what you're saying? Because you said if you have cash, you're low class. And
If you keep cash on hand, yeah, you're fucking retarded.
So you don't have cash. Is that what
Not
you're saying?
much.
So you don't have money right now.
But is cash money?
I'm asking you.
I'm asking. No, you asked the question, so I'm asking for
Yes,
clarification.
I'm
Make your
asking
point.
the question. The
Make your-
question
make-
is how much money do you have,
I'm
and you're
asking
like
for
not answering the
context of
question.
I'm asking for context of the question.
And then you said something about cash. So I was asking. You made a clarification about cash. It's like I don't understand what you mean. I don't understand what you mean by your clarification. Can you please clarify better?
No, your English as
No.
a second language offends me. I hope ICE gets you.
Soon they will, probably. Right? Can you call
Inshallah.
them?
I'm just kidding.
Can I call them? No, I don't. I don't
Yeah.
have their number.
Why not? You have cash, right?
Cash Patel. Yes, I have Cash Patel's number.
Yeah. Okay. So call him.
What should I say?
There's
How do
this
I- how do I
person in the
approach this?
internet that triggered me, and probably tell him that you're a map, since you're at it.
No, I'm not angry. I'm not
No?
triggered by you, bro. You're not married. I don't care what
No?
you say.
How do you know that?
I could, but your whole manifest. There's no way anyone's married to you unless this is a
How
character
do
you
you
play
know
online.
that?
Usually when Emmett insults people, usually I actually disagree with Emmett. This is a rare case where I actually am on Emmett's side. The dude, you're saying some crazy shit. You're saying some
You're
crazy
fucking
shit.
retarded.
You're saying some
retarded.
crazy
You're making
shit.
a bunch of statements that make no sense. Like, how do you know that? I don't know. You're just saying shit.
Do you not think so, the dude?
Fucking
Do you not
map.
like real talk? Do you not think you're saying some kind of crazy shit?
Bro, the idea that anyone knows if anyone's married is insane. The fact that anyone's given this argument fucking credence is retarded.
Yeah, you're retarded. I agree with
But
you.
why are you bringing up who's married, who's not, how much money we have, how much why?
Those
Like,
are
how does
fun
that
ways-
relate
those are
to
fun ways
the
to trigger
topic?
people.
I agree that you're retarded.
Sounds like that's. I'm not saying this is true, the dude, but like if someone says that, it hits me a bit like insecurity a little bit, right? Like if someone's like, well, but how much money do you have? How much money is in your 401k? Like if we're not talking finances, why? Like what is the point? How does that relate?
No, he wants to show his big dick. It's
You know
like,
what I-
look at me, I have money and shit.
Bad,
Right?
dude, but
That's
I'm
what
just
you
like,
want to do?
No, it's the quality
That's
of
what
life
you
I
want to
get to
do
live.
because you think that you have
relevance.
that you're supposed to be something else because you're supposed, according to you, a guy in the fucking internet, you have money. Is that it?
I am
You were just
relatively
try- you
well
were just trying. You were just trying
But
to
what
be
does
like,
it
hey,
matter,
look
the
at
dude?
me, I got some money and shit.
Wait, why bring up like the money? It just hits me in a certain way where it just feels like a bit like, why are we bringing that up? That feels like a bit of like, like trying to like bloviate a little bit, right? Like, and unless you like, I guess if you haven't, I'm actually asking you like what kind of like how does that connect to like what we're
It's because
talking
he
about,
feels so
about,
much
like, a
better. He
theological
thinks he's so much
topic?
better because he has some cash apparently. Is that it?
But the dude,
You're so much better than the other because you're so much better than other people.
I want to give the dude a time to respond. I actually do because I'm honestly curious. Like, what's the connection there?
There is none.
But then why bring up like finances? Because it just kind of sounds like it hits the same as being like, my dick is 10 inches. How big is your dick? When you're talking about like a philosophical discussion, it's okay, but that's like doesn't really have to do with the conversation. So it feels like a bit like punting. You know what I mean?
No, he's just trying to say that he's better.
But unless
Hey,
I'm
look,
misunderstanding,
I am better.
like if you're saying it as a joke, then I get it. But like
It's not a joke.
It's
The guy
not a
like- so-
joke.
It's not a joke.
Why would you
No.
say it's a joke?
okay, but then why? Okay, so then why? So then okay, so the dude's
Because he
squared the
wants
circle
to
for
show
me. Like, what
his
is that?
big
Whenever I
dick
hear-
saying that he's better. That's the only reason why. Is that the reason why?
No, I've been trying
Yes,
to answer,
that's
but you
it.
keep
That was
talking over
it,
me.
right?
Even though you're a guest in my country, Eurotrash.
Yeah, whatever.
Why do you call him? You
answer
don't
the
even. He's
question.
not Czechoslovakian. Stop, please, God. I already
Czechoslovakian.
told you he's not from Czechoslovakia. He's joking about that. The dude. He's not Eurotrash. Okay.
Is he from
Obviously,
Eurotrash?
just listen to his accent. Just listen to his accent, please, God. It should be like so obvious, right? It's not a hard thing to figure out if you think about it.
I'll
He's
be
obviously
honest, I
not-
actually cannot tell you what Emmett's accent is. I don't know why, but I just can't.
Actually, yeah, Alex, I think you've been gaslit, I think, by Emmett into thinking he's from Eastern Europe as well, which is crazy to me because,
Well,
yeah,
no,
I mean,
he-
Emmett only sounds one way to
I
me,
I
which is the way he
know.
is.
Hold on. I know a lot of Eastern Europeans, and when they're speaking English, they have that kind of like they sound similar to the way he does. That's why I
It's
just
funny.
assumed it
You
was
guys
true.
will probably never even guess it.
Emmett is
Freaks what
Mexican.
Emmett is? I think I
He's
could make a
Mexican.
good guess at what Emmett is. I
Well,
think I could make
okay,
a
yeah,
good
you
guess.
can, and Marilyn probably could, but I'm talking about this dude below me and Alex above me.
Yeah, I couldn't guess. Yeah, I'm guessing something South American then,
Yeah.
or off the coast somewhere, but I don't know for sure.
He's Macedonian.
I don't know if I see. I always
Yes, I'm
like
Macedonian.
the day I met Emmett, I knew like immediately. I don't know. Maybe it's my lack of talking to Eastern Europeans, but the day I met Emmett, I was like, yeah, of course. He's like,
Some of us just don't have an ear for this stuff. All right, that's all it is.
Well, but I could be biased as well. I could that's possible.
He's a wet
Like, 'cause
guy.
maybe I just
You've heard other people who've had the same like accent and yeah.
Hold on, Emmett's Jewish. Look at his last name.
Emmett is
Whoa,
not
you're not supposed to
Jewish.
say it, Big Soda. You're not. Everyone's
No.
supposed to guess it. Obviously, he's Ashkenazi, but everyone is supposed to like guess that. You're not supposed to like say the quiet part out loud.
You're slandering my boy. He's Jewish.
He doesn't sound Polish.
Jewish is the worst slander.
Oh, no,
He's
he-
German, duh.
Yeah, he's German.
Jewish is the worst lander.
It is. It's the worst. Then you can say that to somebody.
I think Muslim is worse.
No,
Muslims worse than Jewish. I agree with the map retard for once. Muslims way worse than Jewish.
hell no.
Map retard? You mean
Muslims pray
you?
all
You agree
day.
with yourself?
They pray like
No, I
Is that
agree
what
with
you're
you.
saying?
I agree with you.
Yeah.
Jews
I
just
agree with
take
you.
money from people.
Yeah. With you. You're correct.
No, I
don't
agree
know.
with you.
With you, map.
Venezuelans are pretty
I
bad.
agree with you.
You agree with Euromap. Yeah, I agree
Y'all are
with the
dumb.
Euromap.
Y'all are
Yeah.
dumb. Just wait till all the Muslims convert to being Christians or whatever the hell y'all got going on, and then who is going to be the enemy? It's going to be the Jews. It's going to be the Jews.
I don't think we need to have any enemies at all. I don't know why we gotta have
You're
enemies.
right. I'm sorry. I was just saying.
It sounds like an idol to me.
Down the road, y'all are going. Yes, yes, but yes, you're right. You're right. In all retrospect, I'm sorry, my lord, forgive me.
Did I just Maryland? Holy
Yeah.
shit!
Yes,
Well,
you
we
did.
got two,
You out
so
Maryland, the
win.
Maryland.
You're winning.
Every once in a while, it happens. Not
Yeah,
sure
well,
how.
I'm glad that you find all of your material possessions as the only thing that gives you any value, and of course, the things that you like to do.
Oh yeah, are we still on? Are we
the
still on that
kitties.
thing? Yeah, I guess we didn't technically get an answer from the dude. The dude, do you have an answer? I guess, like, honestly, do you have an answer to that?
No,
you
not
said
even
it's
close.
not a joke. So then, like, why? I guess, yeah. To go back to that, then why did we bring
when
it up?
people on YouTube start trying to speak with the icy intellect, it's like really quick. It's like, hey, take this same ambition into the real world and maybe you'd be successful. Whenever I hear anybody trying to wax poetic and pontificate about the ether, like, nobody here is that smart. Not a single person on this panel is truly brilliant to the point where, like, oh, my opinion matters and I'm going to speak like a college professor.
Who is saying that their, like, opinion is, like, omni goated and, like, should be, like, taken, like, to the, like, has anyone said that?
This guy here, that's my overall.
I don't think I meant, especially not in this panel. I mean, in this panel, he's, like, playing, like, a different character even. That's what I guess that's why I'm confused. Maybe I missed something. I could have missed something. I feel like I don't see what you're seeing. So that's why I'm asking.
You should definitely take my words to heart.
Well, that's true, but Maryland's God, so that's a bit different.
Didn't even know what I do in the real world. This is wild. You're wild.
Is this K2? I don't know who. I don't know. This is like
It's
such
all
a
speculation and conjecture.
Yeah, I know. You're just
it's Big
speculation.
Soda. I didn't even know Big
conjecture.
Soda left. Take the Christian hold the Judeo. That goes against my Daily Wire sponsorship, so I will emphatically disavow that because I'm obligated to do that. And everyone go to dailywire.com, use the code Confluence to get 10% off your Daily Wire membership, and you will get a signed Confluence mug if you do that. Okay,
You're
just
such
saying.
a Fed, bro. How can you promote the Daily Wire that it's Fed coded?
That's where my money comes from, right? And according to the dude, that's what's the most important thing if you think about it.
I'm
So-
scared. I'm not scared.
Matt Walsh is on the Daily Wire. He's all right.
Yeah, Matt Walsh is cool.
Wild.
Michael Knowles is Michael Knowles is like low key kind of gay, but also kind of cool as well. Okay.
Michael Knowles is just
Shapiro
adult.
cool,
Michael Knowles
Jewish,
is
also
adult Nick
cool.
Fuentes.
Michael Knowles is always right. And y'all don't like it. That's why y'all give him such a hard time. It's always right.
I like are we talking I feel like Maryland, that's a crazy thing. I think I would agree with that, but I don't know if you know who Michael Knowles is if you're saying
Y'all
that.
are still Feds. You will not get me with that. You're still Feds. I don't care if Michael Knowles is always right. Y'all are still doing psyops.
Wait, are we talking about the same Michael Knowles?
Yes,
Not always
the one
right.
with
What's wrong with you?
And everyone
She's talking about Beyonce Knowles.
If
I
we're
feel like
talking
you're
about
not
Michael,
talking about Michael Knowles, Maryland. I
We
feel
are
like there's no
talking
way
about-
you like Michael
listen.
Knowles.
Yes, I mean everyone is against him and he's always right and he's always got that shit-eating grin and he is a trooper about just laughing it off, but everyone cannot, they're always picking on him all the time when he is so right.
Okay, I have to.
Yeah,
okay, just to be
he's
clear, are we talking about this guy? This is who we're talking about?
I know
Maryland?
who Michael Knowles is. Holy hell. Yes.
So hold on. Do you know what the problem with Michael Knowles is, Marilyn?
What's
He's
wrong
just
with
as confident when he is 100% wrong That's when he's like 50% right.
Wait, doesn't Michael Knowles contradict you on your faith, Marilyn?
50% right.
That's why I think it's
He's never been
crazy
more
that
than
Marilyn is
50%
like
right.
a
That's
fan
why
of
I
Michael
said that.
Knowles.
I'm sorry.
That's wild. I mean,
When
I
is
like
when is Michael Knowles' contract up? Can someone Google that?
He is an amazing ukulele player. It's true.
Oh my goodness.
When is Michael Knowles' contract up? Do we know that?
I don't know if that's
He's a Daily Wire forever in the same way I am. He's in the same kind of Mossad-led, gun to the head kind of situation that I'm in, you know, which is like a good contract to be in, to be clear. Okay, 10% off. But yeah, no, Michael Knowles was not going to leave anytime soon.
Britt Cooper left.
I'm amazed
Candace
that
Owens left.
Marilyn likes Michael Knowles. That because he's like
hold on.
very like Catholic coded, like he's a psyop in your opinion, and everything you believe, Marilyn. Michael Knowles would call you a heretic. Michael Knowles would probably want to burn you at the stake. Actually,
Did Jeremy Boring leave the Daily Wire, or am I making that up?
No, he's like the freaking like co-founder. No, he didn't leave.
They didn't get in a battle. Him and Ben Shapiro, somebody got in a big battle.
Matt Walsh has been having some tensions with Shapiro over Israel, but they haven't left or anything. But no, Boring's like the co-founder of the company.
I think you're I could have sworn I heard a story that him and Ben Shapiro were on the outs.
They definitely haven't left. I mean, maybe there's some tension I don't know about, but it's not.
Is Boring Jewish?
No,
not to my knowledge.
Supposedly.
No. Like
maybe
ethnicity-wise, I don't think so.
Well, the name Boring, I'm assuming he's German.
Boring, like his religion, he's a Christian. I think he's a Protestant Christian. He's definitely not Jewish religiously. I don't know if he like is ethnically. I'm not going to go to his early life wiki page to like try to figure it out, but you know, maybe when I'm offline.
So are you legitimately a Daily Wire supporter, or are you just being like satirical right now?
No, I actually no. Everyone hates this, but I actually really do like the Daily Wire. I actually do. I still like Ben Shapiro, even though I disagree with him on a lot of stuff. I like Michael Knowles. I saw Matt Walsh's "Am I a Racist" in theaters, and I fucking loved it. And I have a picture
in the theater,
to
and my
show
wife,
it, to prove
we
it.
were the only white people in the theater, which made it even better.
That's crazy. Because when I went, it was all white people.
Is that because you were the only people in the theater?
No, my theater was packed, but it was packed with white people, and they were all old people. It was all like boomer. It was very boomer coded when I went. But I was fucking loving it. I was fucking loving it. I am, yeah.
Why would anyone in Canada care about him?
I don't know. I mean, people care about culture, right? This is what people that don't live in Canada don't realize is that Canada, we just like get everything culturally from America like 2 steps down, right? It's like we get the American culture.
Are you like the TJ Maxx to America's Macy's? Is that what you're saying?
Yeah. Exactly that.
Yeah, Matt
that is what we are.
A moron, unfortunately, but that's just.
But he makes his two. No, okay.
That's just the truth.
What is a Woman and Am I Racist are goated documentaries. Okay, fight me on that. They're incredible.
They were
it.
funny. But you realize how wrong he was. I'm like,
Jesus came back right now.
15% of the facts in that. What is a woman?
Was like,
15%. That's a good percent to be wrong on.
On a freaking movie you produce?
They're making money.
Who's the feminine liberal that just said that What is a Woman actually was not voted?
That's this feminine liberal right here.
That's this feminine liberal right here. What's up, buddy?
Who?
How you doing, boo?
Which person?
This guy. Look at your screen, the dude. You know, you shouldn't be listening. Everyone should be watching, not just listening. Okay,
well, he might be driving.
Well, he could be. He could be.
Yeah, should I watch the panel? I actually like that guy. That sucks now. I hate that he said that.
No, so here's the thing, though. I'm not a liberal, and I just don't think that it was funny, like I said, but it was like there were too many just stupidly wrong facts in there.
Can you give us one example? Just because I'm uninformed. I'm ill-informed. I'm genuinely curious.
I'd have to watch it again. It's been a while, dude.
Oh wow! So you don't have an example of the 15% where he's wrong? Okay, crazy allegation against Matt Walsh. Okay, who is my sponsor? So kind of a crazy allegation if you think about it.
Sorry. I did watch it though. It was funny. It was funny.
No, okay. This is the thing.
Are you not? You're not a liberal?
This thing. Wait, I want to say one thing. Okay, so the trans thing. There is parts that are funny. There's parts that are like super serious and are like actually serious. And so that's kind of the question point. Am I racist? I would say is like, to me, when I went again, I saw this in theaters and everyone was laughing the whole time. It is just a comedy film. It's not like it has good points to it, but it's just like it is meant to be funny, and it is funny, and Matt Walsh delivers. But the first one, the What Is a Woman, that one hits like more like in a real way, right? So like I guess that's the thing. If we're saying,
am I racist? It's like if you sent the cast of Jackass to like 6 months of journalism school.
It kind of is. The dude, you do pull some like insane analogies that somehow make sense to my retarded brain. So I appreciate that.
I'm a retarded map according to the non-Czechoslovakian. So
no, dude, I'm not.
Oh well, you finally got it right. At least it just took you like
Czechoslovakian
20 minutes.
Panel is fed coded a bit fed coded. Okay, it's a bit of a honeypot. Okay, that's how I can make my money. Okay, I'm sorry. Like, don't hate the player, hate the game. Okay.
I enjoy the absurdity. That's my favorite way to communicate. If you can make something absurd and make it make sense, that's fun.
Yeah, true.
You don't make any sense.
Okay, you know what? It's been a long time since we've been like prompt coded though. If you think about it. So again. Alex, I don't think you answered this yet. I think we got derailed.
Anything yet? It's been a while.
Yeah, it has been a hot minute. Okay, so original sin versus ancestral sin, and I defined this originally. If you need me to define it again, I can. But broadly is state a sin?
Yeah. No, I remember.
Okay, you know what I mean. Okay.
Yeah. So I think sin is a corruption. It's corrupted people. It's corrupted the world. And as long as we live in it, that corruption can never be removed, right? It's like when you first lose your innocence as a kid, it's not something you can ever gain back.
Yeah, I mean that's okay.
Thanks a lot, Uncle Pete.
Yeah.
You're welcome.
No,
I don't know what that means, but
when you said when you lost your innocence as a kid, I go, thanks a lot, Uncle Pete.
I don't think he said he lost.
That's not the type of innocence I was talking about.
I'm aware. Again, it's absurdity that is lost.
No, I know. That's why I laughed when you said it. I just wanted to clarify since there have been things said.
There's been a couple things said. We have the first super chat that wants to choose
Marilyn,
the next topic, which just sounds like a fair enough topic. So Marilyn, who is back in studio right now, this will be the next topic. Okay, if that's what you want it to be, Marilyn. Hey, the super chats, they do decide that it's related.
We are all innocent, by the way. We are all innocent.
Wait, one at a time, Marilyn. I'm sorry. I said we go in a clockwise snake direction. Okay, we're snake coded. Again, look at my my avatar on my YouTube channel. We're snake coded. We go to clockwise snake direction. Okay, diacetyl. I can't remember what the old way of saying it is, but clockwise. Okay, clockwise. So Frankie too sweet. Are you still here, Frankie? Are you still too sweet, brother?
Sorry, man. I was doing a couple people. What's up?
So original sin versus ancestral sin. Do you think that when humans are born, they're just like automatically sinful, or do you think there's a certain point of time where they kind of choose to do a sin and then become sinful?
Okay, so with the ancestral sin, it goes all the way back to Adam and Eve. If you want to start from there, I still believe it came from Lucifer. Now with sin, what was the first one? You're born into sin.
Yeah, so original sin, kind of in Protestant circles, right, is that you are sinful being born. You already have sin. Ancestral sin is that you inherit kind of a sin-like state, to my knowledge, of being like that. You're gonna die one day, and that you have the capacity to sin and all this stuff. But there is a moment that you choose sin. So I guess, do you think that you are sinful just by being born, or do you choose it at a certain point? That's kind of my way of saying it. I don't know if that's right or not.
I think it's a combination of both. The reason why I say that is because violence is innate in our psychology and our physiology. Like we have such a propensity to violence as human beings that we can't get away from it. So when I say it's incrementally, can you say the word for me? I'm tongue tied.
Incremental.
Incrementally? Is that what we're talking about?
Intermingle.
Intermingle?
Yeah, intermingling.
Okay.
So it's mixed together because, like, let's take this for example. Like, fornication is a sin, and it's a sin of the flesh, right? Because God doesn't recognize fornication. He doesn't recognize just two people meeting at a bar and go fuck each other. He doesn't recognize that. He sees as a sinful. But when two married people have sex, that is beautiful in the eyes of the Lord because he taught Adam and Eve how to have sex.
It depends on the type of sex, probably, though. I'm not supposed to comment. Sorry, okay.
Damn.
Yeah,
All right, hold on. You lagged a bit again.
Talk about a missionary trip. Sorry.
No, Bug Confluence, you lagged again.
I'm pretty sure God knows way more than just missionary, but
No, but y'all understand what I'm saying, though, right? Because when sin was introduced,
Okay, wait, Frankie, to be clear, we're in the intro phase, so like 30 seconds because we're moving, and then it's fight time,
No, Farmer Cat, you give me your lunch money. I'm done here.
Is it my turn then?
It is, yeah.
Oh, okay. I don't know if we finished or not. I think it's almost inherited in our traits. Psychologically too, like what he was saying. So yeah.
Okay. Young Christian.
I think the state. I don't think it's inherited. I think the state is the environment we find ourselves in, and sin is the choice, the moral independence from God, not seeking His wisdom.
Okay. Good. That's fine.
There's
That's
a lot
fine.
there, but I'm just trying to keep it quick.
No, that's good. That's good. We like it quick. Okay. The dude.
I don't even know what he asked.
What he asked? Are you talking to me? Original sin it's at the bottom. It's the banner. Everyone should be able to fucking see it. Just like look down at the bottom of your screen. Original sin versus ancestral sin. Is sin a state of corruption or a choice? Right? Are you born sinful, or is there a point of time where you choose to sin and therefore become a sinner and like omnicocked? Okay. That's
I think the imperious urge for pleasure is ancestral.
Kind of a crazy answer to the question if you think about it, but that's okay. Okay.
How was that a crazy answer?
I don't know. Well, okay. Well, yeah, I don't know if it. I don't. At least in my mind, I don't think it answers the actual question. Like where did sin come from? Is it? Are we born sinful, or do we choose at a specific point? Unless
I think we were born the same way, but once we were, I guess, in your language, religious coded, that's when we attached a negative value to it.
Okay.
Yeah, the sinning lasted long before the concept of sin. I mean, I don't think that's a crazy take.
No, maybe I misunderstood you before. 07's Farmer Cat. I think did Emmett dip already? I think Emmett dip. I don't know when Emmett left, but I feel like Emmett's gone right now. I just feel it in my soul that Emmett's gone.
I called ice.
Yeah, maybe Ice got to Emmett. Maybe that actually did happen for real. Okay. Yeah, Big Soda. Original sin versus ancestral sin. Oh, you know what? No, I'm mad at Emmett now. No, because this was the question. Because I said he was going to try to dodge that because he wasn't going to be atheist pilled on this because this is like an ortho kind of question in a way. And then Emmett just happens to leave at that time. Called out Emmett. Okay. Called out.
I actually think his wife called him to count all.
Compliments calling you out. Okay. Someone clip that. Okay.
Emmett's wife needed him to come count their money. I was wrong.
Emmett wishes.
Possibly.
Never mind.
I can't. I think that sounds like Marilyn. Although it could be like someone's child or wife. It's hard to say. It could be like Mama Soda. It could be
Yeah, Mama
Alex's child. It's hard. I don't know. But yeah, Big Soda, you were next. Okay, original sin versus ancestral sin. Okay.
I kind of believe in the orthodox position of ancestral sin. I think it does include the fact that we have consequences for Adam's sin, but I don't think we're guilty of Adam's sins directly. I think that we suffer the consequences like death and tendency to sin. I think in the Bible, if I had to use a couple examples to defend my position, I would say like Ezekiel 18:20 or Romans, they both hint at the fact that God holds individuals accountable for their own sin and not their father's sin. And so that would be probably where I would lean on against Protestants and their explanation of original sin.
I want to push back on that. Soda is
wait, we're holding. Wait. We have to hold up. We have to hold up because we go through everyone and then we spurg at the same time in the same way. Okay, so Marilyn next because we're doing a little snake thing, right? Okay, so
Save
Marilyn next.
Tell me what the dumb question
Put a
again.
pin in it.
Tell me what that dumb question is again.
You can all read it. It's on the bottom of your goddamn screens. How hard is that? You guys have like screens, right? You're like kind of screen coded if you think about it. Original sin versus ancestral sin. Is sin a state of corruption or a choice?
It is generational curses of ancestors who have come before us with guilt and shame, who have never forgiven or, just living in that lies. We perish because of lack of knowledge. We are literally products of people that lie to themselves. So if people didn't lie to themselves and knew that they were the image of God and stood in that, then none of this would come about. None of this would even exist. None of this sin, none of this worry and fear porn and all this stuff. So no, it is generationally passed down from a bunch of liars.
Possibly based, unsure. Possibly based. Okay, Alexandra, who is back to being transcoded. Alex, transcoded. We do need more women on the panel, okay? Because I think Topanga's still here, actually. Wait, no, actually, we're at a pretty good ratio. Topanga, Marilyn, the dude, and now you. So yeah, that's like a 4v3, I guess. Yeah.
He's already answered.
Yeah, I already answered.
Alex?
Remember?
Oh, did the screen thing? Oh, okay. Did someone leave? Because we're supposed to be doing a snake thing. This is how I follow this. Were you at the top before? Oh yeah, Emmett left.
I had to join.
Okay.
I had to join on my phone. That's why.
Oh right. Okay. I got you. Okay. So I'll give my answer, I guess. Okay. So. God, yeah, I should have prepared more. I don't really know necessarily. I've kind of been tempted toward. Actually, you know what I always do when it comes to stuff that makes me feel uneasy. I punt to C.S. Lewis, and that's what I'm going to do right now. Okay, Christian knows that I do this, and
if you quote mere Christianity, I will find you and I will hurt you.
I'm not gonna. Well, I don't think it's a direct quote, but it might be. Actually, it might be. But I think that it's unhelpful, in my opinion, to think about original sin. And this is what Lewis said, is that there's a point in every person's life that we can think of like a sin that we have committed. And so why would we think back to some Adamic sin and think back to original sin when there is a very real time in everyone's life where we can think where we have done something that we know is wrong and we did it anyway? And C.S. Lewis's point was that that's more like a more present reason to feel our sinful nature and to recognize our need for a savior. So there's kind of like no need to go back to like Adam's sin and to think about that when we have like a plenitude of examples from our own lives where we fail.
Can you highlight Prideful's comment, or what's his name? He's Prideful
Anson?
Conceit. Unexceptional white is really young Christian and unexceptional white. Young Christian and unexceptional white are now like interwoven with your channel.
Wait, what did just name wise? Yeah, no, that's true. Yeah, Anson is the unexceptional.
No,
white.
he said I'm more now from trying not to be an unexceptional white.
Oh, okay, yeah, there we go. And Doom Rank Divinity Original Sin, great game.
It is a
Great
good game.
I'm just saying, it is a good game. Yeah.
Dexter Original Sin got canceled, by the way, in case anybody cared to know.
And I could. Dexter is too gruesome for me. I can't watch it. I tried. It's too. I have too much sensibilities for that nonsense. Okay. I
am. Is the floor open?
Oh, the floor is out. Yeah, I was.
Okay.
Yeah, I'm
curious. I'm curious on, when everyone's saying that it's inherited, what do they mean by that?
Imagine if Aunt Gladys dies and all she left you was sin. That would be some bullshit.
I was going to say, I guess who explicitly said it was inherited?
I believe it was Frankie something. I think you dabbled in it, Soda.
Well, I said the consequences are inherited, not the sin itself.
Okay.
Actually, I think
I guess
like being left
something or
but debt.
Something or Frankie. What y'all mean by it? Same thing or?
Bum bum bum.
All right, good talk. Glad we had it.
I was gonna say I think you win by default. No, I'm just kidding. Because I guess when I would say like we inherited the consequence, we inherited death, we inherited tendency to sin, but to say we inherited the sin itself, I don't think is accurate, and I think the Bible kind of pushes back on the fact that we would inherit a sin from a forefather.
I think it's
so. I'm going to push back on that on your statement. So, do you remember the prophet Eli?
Yes.
He was condemned for the sins of his sons.
I mean, that's a little different than inheriting your ancestor's sin. That's
no. Repeat what you said earlier, where your response to Confluence, so that I have it right.
Okay, like when I view the fact that I think God holds individuals accountable for their own sin and not their father's sins. So with Eli, I would say
no, and I would say no, because I believe that God holds the accountable of the father. The sins of the father will be on the son. That's holding account for the next generation. But then he also goes back on that and says that I will hold the father accountable for the sins of the son. My example is Eli. The prophet Eli knew that his sons were raping women in the temple and were choosing the best meats for them and using the worst meats for sacrifice. And God told Samuel to tell that to Eli, that your days are numbered. And then Samuel told Eli that. And Eli understood that he was wrong, but he did nothing to stop his son.
Are you in a cave right now, sir?
He didn't act on it, so it's his.
Did anyone hear? Does it sound like he's in a cavern?
Sin is him facilitating it.
He's lying here right now, so he's in a large room.
The prophet Eli did nothing about it, so God ended the lineage right there.
No.
Sorry, I'm back. I heard my name.
I didn't hear that.
Yeah, I'm in a large room with a large echo. But what happened? One day, Eli literally leaned back in his chair and he fell and he broke his neck. That was God's payment.
But I guess,
but Eli didn't inherit his son's sins. It was the act and correct it.
Yeah, God. Yeah, Eli did not inherit it, but Eli paid for it.
Well, no, the sons paid for it as well, didn't they?
The sons paid for it well, but it was
right. So he didn't. It wasn't what
Sony was saying. That it was the individual act. No, God made Eli pay for it as well, because he's the father who was supposed to
the lack of acting.
Hold on. Don't you think that Eli also sinned by not doing anything about it?
Yeah.
So he paid for his own sin for failing to act.
Yeah, but still, what I'm saying is this: is that God made Eli pay for it as well, because Eli failed to teach his son the right way.
You're saying the son sins is why Eli got it, but Eli didn't act to stop his son.
So hold on.
Yeah.
Can I ask a question?
You're merging them. You're merging them together.
It falls upon the father as well. It falls upon Eli because he's the father of those sons.
Frankie,
He's a father
Frankie,
of those sons who did wrong in the eyes
do
of the
you
Lord,
think,
and Eli did not stop them.
Frankie, do you think that if they were just like Eli's friends, that God would not have punished him then?
What you mean friends?
Like they were just friends of Eli instead of his sons. They were.
No, that's totally different, dude. That's totally
I'm
different.
asking you, in that circumstance,
Talking about Eli and his sons.
I'm asking you, in that circumstance, do you think God would not have punished Eli?
In all honesty, I don't know because if my friend does something sinful, and that's not my, like you said, it's not my problem. So that wouldn't be Eli's problem. But it is the fact that it is his sons that became his problem.
It's not that they did something. It's they're ongoing doing something, right? They're
What?
still doing it,
You
and you're
sound low, dude.
allowing it
Sorry.
to happen by not doing anything about it.
You sound kind of low, dude.
You're keeping it going. You're keeping the curse going.
I'm saying,
Alex, I can't hear you, dude. You're sounding low.
Alex always sounds low, and he refuses to find a fix to make his volume sound higher.
To be fair to Alex, he sounds good right now. He don't sound that low.
Alex always sounds low to me, and I always try to turn him up, and it always resets, and I can never turn him up, and it's just the thing that happens.
There's no option for me to turn it up.
Are you on? You're on mobile then, right?
Fine.
Yes,
You sound
Frankie.
fine. Answer his question.
Can you hear me, Frankie?
Okay, so I'm saying, if they were his friends and they kept doing it while he knew about it, do you think God wouldn't care that he knew and didn't do anything about it?
All right, so I would say yes, and the reason why I would say yes is this: it's because Eli is a prophet.
So he's held to a higher standard.
Eli was designated a prophet. So in a sense, he has what's the word I'm looking for? He has more of a responsibility because he was chosen as a prophet.
We agree. I agree with you there.
So then I would say yes. But it was just like Eli was just a regular dude and his homies were doing sin. I wouldn't think that. I wouldn't think God would hold him responsible.
Right. So just so I'm tracking what you're saying, you agree that the sins of his sons, right, is different than why Eli was punished. His lack of doing anything to wrangle in his sons, that's what he was punished for.
Yes.
Okay, that's where his lineage was cut.
Yeah.
Would that not be him paying for his own sins and not the sins of
so
it?
he paid for his own sins
and the sins of his son.
of doing anything. He didn't pay for his because that's not why he's punished.
Well, no,
his sons died the same day for their sins.
But what I'm saying is this: he's paying for his sins and the sins of his son, and the sin and their son and his sons paid for theirs too. God took them all. Said, "Hey, we're done here."
Yeah, but just because God takes them all doesn't mean that Eli is being pinned for the sins of his son.
God was choosing Eli's successor. It said, "Hey, you're out. Samuel's in."
Right, but Eli specifically was punished for the inaction.
Yeah, if you want to put it like that, yes.
That's what you get. That's what you get from the verse.
He did not do what a father needs to do in wrangling his sons and teaching his sons better.
Right, but even with that argument, there's no inheritance from the sons to the father.
What do you mean?
Like, I agree with you. I think a father should just, in general, be able to correct his children, but that doesn't mean that the father, like, if the father acts, okay, if Eli acted, right, and wrangled his sons in, would God punish Eli?
No.
Okay, so because Eli didn't wrangle his sons in, God punished him.
Because of the inability to act, the lack of will to act.
I agree with you there, right there.
Also,
the inability to act is why he was punished, not because of his sons.
Okay, Confluence is going to use his mod privileges. Okay, we're going to put like maybe 3 minutes left on the Eli because I feel like we're getting to the weeds a little bit. Okay, so 3 minutes.
I don't know the specific story, but
you guys can keep going. I'm not 3 minutes. Okay, you guys keep going.
Eli was a prophet of the Lord. He had two sons who were priests in the temple. They started sinning in terms of taking the best meats for themselves and giving the worst meats to the Lord. They were raping women outside the temple. Eli knew this was happening and did nothing. When a young boy came to Eli, who was Samuel, God said, this is the successor. In a sense, Eli, you're fired. And he put Samuel in there. One night when Samuel was sleeping, the voice of God was heard. Samuel went up to Eli and said, hey, why'd you call me? No, boy, go back to bed. 3 times this happened. In the end of the second time, Eli said, okay, if you hear the voice again, say, here I am, Lord, your servant hears you. God spoke again, and Samuel said, here I am, Lord, your servant hears you. God told Samuel, tell Eli that, I'm going to paraphrase here, that he's fired for the sins of his son, and he's going to get his too. They're getting his, and he's going to get his too. And when
such a skill issue to hear a dream 3 times and not understand if it's coming from yourself or from someone outside yourself. That's a skill issue. Okay, I'm just gonna say that. Okay, so fuck Eli. Okay,
I mean,
that.
When Samuel told that to Eli, you know what Eli did? He's like, I understand. He just basically accepted his fate because he knew he did nothing. He knew he did nothing. And he was like, you know what? I accept my fate. And then he fell in the chair.
I think we've just fallen on the conclusion it's his inability. Or not his inability, inaction. Maybe inability.
It's failure to act.
Yeah, it's failure to act.
It's his failure to act as a prophet, to wrangle the people in, and his failure to act as a father, to wrangle his sons in. So there's your double barrel right there.
Well, within that, you're trying to tie that the sins of the son is what got the father.
I think we're arguing that even if it was just friends of his, he would have been punished the same way.
And the reason why I would say that is because he was a prophet of the Lord. That's what I'm saying, dude. So you're saying that if his friends did the same thing, God would punish him. I would say yes, because he's a prophet of the Lord. That's a higher responsibility. But if he was just a regular dude like me and you,
I know. But the point is, if that's the case, then it's not necessarily that it's his kids. It's just that he failed his duty to protect, right?
He failed his duty as a father to keep his sons in line.
But if God would have given him the same punishment if it was just his friends, then it's not because it's his sons. I mean, it could be a part of it, but it wouldn't make any difference in the judgment, right?
What?
The verdict would not change simply because it's his friends instead of his sons.
Well, look, the caveat of that is because he's a prophet of the Lord. There's a higher responsibility to this dude. And
I know.
If you're just saying that if Eli was not a prophet, if Eli was a regular dude, I would say
60 seconds on Eli. 60 seconds on Eli. 60 seconds.
You got a timer on
Eli. 60 seconds. I have a timer now. I do now because I get the Eli.
Let me try one thing, Alex. Let me try one thing, Alex. Do you have another example of this, Frankie, where a father sins are inherited by the child or vice versa?
No, I guess. See you later.
Perhaps not. Perhaps not.
I think if Weebles having issues,
we have a challenge, I guess, to Alexandra, the first trans person on panel. Not anymore, I guess. The interesting thing about Alexandra, the trans person, is I'm pretty sure she doesn't believe shit, but still genuinely engages more often than not. Okay, actually, yeah, no, it started as an insult, but also like as a compliment if you think about it. So
I guess don't think it was an insult at all. Why would that be an insult?
Well, because I think you do believe shit. So I think that part.
I don't profess to believe shit, right?
But I think you do.
And the way
any human has to believe shit.
The way I engage makes it seem like I don't believe shit. So.
Right, but every human has to believe some amount of shit, right? Okay, a fuck it button does clarify. It is a compliment. So
Yeah.
okay,
I
that's
would-
crazy. A fuck
I
it
would
button,
never see
Alex agreement. That is
So
kind of crazy.
I guess the inheritance is the only.
No one
thing that
bring
I
up
would poke
Eli.
at.
I will omni ban anyone who brings up Eli. Okay. The timer has been done.
Why do you
Young
hate him
Christian.
so much?
It's just like
we
a.
spend so much
No,
time on
I
this
think
discussion.
There's been a lot of Eli
inheritance thing was the only thing that, like, for this
Yeah.
specific topic that poked at. I think hopefully we can unpack everything as we get through everything, but
Yeah.
Any final
Hey,
words,
thanks, fuck
because
compliment?
by the way.
I wouldn't say I
it.
tie to either one of those teachings fully.
Well, I guess okay,
Okay.
just to shift the conversation a little bit, I guess what would be your opinion on ancestral sin, Christian?
Incestual sin? Is that what you said?
Did I say that wrong?
I don't know.
No, you did not. He's
I was.
bullshit. He's
Con,
What
you
are we,
would
the
work,
Egyptians
bro.
now?
You would work.
What are we, the Egyptians? You know, like we're sitting there fucking our aunt and shit.
Shame.
Yeah, I don't. Okay, I believe.
Like, do you have sex with your aunt or something?
Boo.
That's the next prompt. No spoilers, Frankie. Okay. That's the next prompt.
I mean, whether your brother was
I'm convinced he's making these
down. What
promises.
was your question?
Like I guess what
Here, hold on,
I-
let me get
it
down.
seems
Hold
like
on,
you
hold
have
on.
some opposition to original sin, but what's your I guess opposition to ancestral sin?
Hold on. So I was getting a pin.
I guess I'm just
Okay.
repeating the
Okay, what
the
was-
question.
What was your question? I'll tackle it. Once
Okay,
you,
okay.
Once you get around the topic.
What would be your opposition to ancestral sin?
Okay.
Just, I guess to give you the other half, because it seems like you agree with the original sin, or I guess agree to disagree with the original sin, the same as I did.
Yeah, the original sin. Are you referring to the knowledge of good and evil, the tree?
Yeah, like I guess that we're not. It seemed like you were
Erroneous
saying that
skeptic.
you are.
What was that?
I mean, I could be wrong. I could be misreading it. I thought you were opposed to the original sin.
No, I'm saying I don't. Like both of those teach very like fundamental things. I don't subscribe to either one. It's kind
Okay.
of a blend. Yeah.
That's
So
what
it's
I
kind of
thought. I
interesting
interpreted.
when you think about how doctrine is handled versus the scripture.
Because I guess it seems to me the Bible has more examples of like ancestral sin and like a set of consequences that are passed on from parent to child, but you don't see the direct sin itself passed on.
No, I think sin is action. It's a choice being made in the image of God. We're able to choose, our own moral independence outside of God. So that would be sin. I don't think it's like inherited because Adam ate the fruit. I think we live in a fallen world. Like that would be the state. Where when you're born, you have all these different voices and all these different ideas hitting you. Yeah, I wouldn't subscribe to the idea that because Adam specifically ate of it, that we inherit some kind of like
That's very orthodox coded of you, young Christian.
But I guess do
Just saying.
you believe we suffer the
Very orthodox
consequences
coded.
of previous sins?
suffer the consequences of previous sins.
Yeah, like sins
Yeah,
from.
well, that's. I would point at the world and say yes, we do.
Okay.
Yeah,
Yeah.
I would say
I
that's
don't
generally
think
what I
there's no
believe.
consequence. I don't
That's
think there's no consequence
inarguable,
from
I would
it.
say.
I'm not
Well, I
saying
guess
there's no consequence from it. I'm saying that there's no like weird inheritance of like this kind of. I think sin is an action, so
That's
the
fair.
sin is the moral independency.
Okay, based. Okay. Again, no one is allowed to mention Eli from this point forward. Okay, in the whole discussion.
What happens?
How about
when we do?
Elijah? Can we
Is there,
mention
is there like a strike
Elijah?
system?
It's Elijah. I'll allow Elijah if it's pertaining,
Can
but
we
no
make it
Eli.
short
Absolutely
can
no
we make
Eli.
it short to Eli?
Yeah.
No, you can.
Doesn't he
You
have a
cannot.
nickname?
You cannot make like a pseudonym
why?
or whatever.
Elijah and Eli are like the same name, just shortened, right?
No, I know. I get what you're saying, but you can't. No, you can't. I will not.
What if I
allow
just what if I just call
you
him
can
Big
call him
E?
Elijah. I'll allow Elijah. Okay.
Okay.
What about Big E?
Or
What do you guys think
L,
about? What
but
do you
then
think
L
about
gets into
Elijah
theological
getting,
nonsense.
getting owned for his kids screwing up?
Brandon has entered the studio. Okay, Brandon, this is. I tried to summon Brandon and I succeeded. Unfortunately, Brandon, there is one topic that I don't know if you can necessarily partake in, but this was donated by Marilyn. So the question right now, and then we will move into something that
I can't even believe you committed to
Dang,
this,
I've missed
Todd.
all of this.
But well, you joined a good time because the question now is, why do all serve a death cult? Be honest, fools. Okay, well, I don't know if you said that last part. That might have been me. I'm not
You
really
threw that
sure.
in.
I might have added
You
that
threw
part
that
in,
in.
but
No,
I don't
he
think
said
that
that.
you serve a death cult. I don't think Christianity is a death cult. Okay, I don't think it is, although I think it can be. So I do understand where Marilyn's coming from. But I don't think it always is, and I don't think it is.
I
I'm
wanna
not
hear
supposed to answer
everyone's
first,
opinion.
actually,
How,
but I
Todd,
guess
how do you think it can? Okay, we'll get it.
Okay, well, hey, we're
I
it's
feel
not
like
open
this
discussion
topic
yet,
ain't gonna
young
get
Christian.
anywhere,
Okay.
but, all right.
So, Frankie, why do you serve a death cult, or what's good? Okay.
I serve the Lord Jesus Christ, dumbass.
Okay. Well,
I'll
don't
rebuke the last bit. I'll say amen to the first part.
That's why
crazy.
you
Okay.
serve a death cult. That's why
Okay,
you
young
serve a death
Christian, why
cult.
do you
The
serve a
Lord
death
Jesus
cult?
Christ is living. He is alive.
We're going to
He is
stay
living,
clockwise
dumbass.
Bring me in on
formation.
my
Okay,
account
young
now.
Christian, why do you serve a death cult?
What do you mean by death cult?
Okay, well, there's no crosstalk.
Be
So I mean,
honest. Be honest.
You can't
Be honest.
okay, we'll get
Be
to that.
honest.
Okay, that's fine. If you don't know, that's fine. Okay, Big
I
Soda,
don't
why do
serve
you
a
death
serve a
cult.
death cult?
No,
Be honest, fools.
Confluence. Be honest.
I'm
Well,
going to
I
be
know,
honest.
but I can't press him to be honest. I mean,
I don't.
you might not
Here's my
understand,
answer,
and we
here's my
can
answer.
open that up.
I
We
don't
can open that up.
serve a death cult in the way that I understand Maryland to mean it.
Right.
do,
So
though.
we will open that up. So Big Soda, why do you serve a death cult? Be honest, you fool. Okay, you raka.
It's because to get into level 4 Scientology, I have to believe in some essence of death, and so that's why I subscribe to a death cult.
Okay, well, Marilyn, now the question, the question is turned upon yourself. Okay, why do you serve a death cult, Marilyn?
I don't serve a death cult. I choose the path of life everlasting. You all give power to death. It's your master. You feed it. You give
You're
it
a
life. You give
dumbass.
it breath. You give it
You're
power.
a dumbass. I serve the
You're a
Lord Jesus Christ,
dumbass.
who is a
Hey, no
living
crosstalk,
God,
no
who is a
crosstalk.
living God.
There,
You're a
30 seconds,
dumbass.
30 seconds in a
Dumbass.
clockwise snake formation.
Dumbass.
Okay, no crosstalk. Okay, Marilyn saying her piece. Okay, Marilyn said her piece. Brandon, why do you serve a death cult? Which actually, Brandon low-key might, because he's like an atheist. Not to disparage Brandon, but low-key. I mean, why do you serve a death cult, Brandon? What's good?
Well, because she told me to. That's really the only reason.
Okay, well, that's
I didn't
Good
tell
question.
you to
That's
serve a
valid.
death cult. I did not tell you to serve a death cult.
Why are you lying? Is this a psyop
Why
right
are
now?
you lying?
Is
You
this-
are gaslighting the fuck out of me, and I will
No,
drag you.
this is
fix your
obviously
little
a
red
psyop.
wagon.
No, I don't. I won't.
will
I would
fix
abide
you.
dwelling. Okay, if
I will
anyone's
fix your
dwelling,
little red wagon.
I trust Brandon's interpretation of a psyop.
I do too.
Borrow
I
Thank
liars.
you.
I
Liars.
definitely agree that she's
Prove
psyop.
it. I need examples, inferences. I need examples.
Well, you just
You're
accused
lying.
everyone of.
we haven't. We haven't got to Alex yet. What I know, Alex is speaking, but okay. So no crosstalk yet, Alex. Why do you serve a death cult? Be honest, you fool.
Because death is incredibly important and a very, very powerful thing. I don't think you can cleanse sin without death. Even Jesus didn't do it.
It's a vow.
What's
It's a
up?
vow.
That's a psyop. That's a psyop.
That's
You're
a
casting
psyop.
spells. You're
Exactly.
casting spells.
Honestly,
for real.
though, honestly, though,
Psyop
Conan,
honestly, though, hold on,
Fucking
hold on.
Button knows what's up.
without
Psyop
death,
coding.
there is no life. Okay, because only through life can there be death.
Man,
So the
Death.
only way to live and to have any purpose is to know that your life will have to end eventually.
Like in a
Yeah, it's kind of-
biological sense, or like in an ontological sense.
in an
Or in a
ontological-
magnetic sense, right? Positive, negative, life,
Yeah.
death.
Even magnets wear out eventually, right? Even magnets all like reset eventually and neutralize
6,
each other.
7.
No, because you can get their,
More
they
like
can get their
7, 8.
magnet. No, they're eternally powerful. They eternally hold energy, hold force.
But
Because
Marilyn, I
if
have
you-
I have this like rod in my garage right now, and if I pull the back of it, the magnet turns off. Did you know that that's possible?
negative, if you put
I
it
can
in
actually
We're not
colder
talking about magnets.
temperatures,
We're not
it's
talking about
going to
magnets.
bring
In the
back
same way, we're
its
not talking about
power.
Eli. No Eli, no magnets. Even though I
Okay.
love magnets, and
But
I kind of
anyways,
love Eli,
I
although not
actually-
anymore after this
this
conversation.
is something I actually believe. I believe that only through death can there be life. So
Well, that's dumb,
That-
because
that-
what if Jesus
That is
comes
a
back
psyop.
today?
Wait, why? That
It
is
is.
actually a psyop, though. That is actually a
I mean,
psyop.
what happens to a forest when it grows too thick? What happens to
Yeah, but
grass
that's
that has begun to
biocup,
rot?
though. That's what I said.
No,
You said
We're
you mean
not a forest.
on an ontological level.
Well,
Why
hold
would
on.
that be
Are
true
you a biological
ontologically?
being? Are you a
We're not a
biological
forest.
being?
Yeah, but that's not what
Do you
I
have
asked, though. I
biology?
said
Do you have
if you're
biology?
Yes, I do, but that's why I asked. If you're talking biologically, then yes, I agree. We have to go through a state of evolution, which involves a lot of death.
Sure.
Marilyn, don't listen to this because I think you disavow this. But
Mhm.
like, yeah, that's what I think. So I think I agree. Biologically, you can't have life without death. But ontologically, I don't see any reason why you couldn't have existence without non-existence. I think that's omnicuct.
I'm assuming. I'm
Hold on,
assuming
did I say
Maryland's trying to
non-existence or did
tie
I say
death
death?
into sin, right?
Well, what do you mean by why? If you don't mean
What
that,
is
then what do you
death?
mean?
Death is a
On an
transition of
ontological
states.
level, what would you mean on an ontological level besides non-existence? What would
Alright.
you define, Alex, as death? If on an ontological level, if you're not talking about non-existence, what would death possibly mean
It's
in
a
that
transition
sense?
from one state into another. For example,
That's
eventually,
very tarot coded. I'm not going to lie to you.
eventually,
So that's kind of
eventually,
base.
Unnecessary.
the sun,
Unnecessary.
right? The sun will fail. It will grow very, very large, and then eventually it'll collapse. And from that, a new sun will be born, right? This is like a
No, wait, no.
continuous
You
cycle.
had me in the first
That's
half.
how
The
it
second half,
You
no,
just
that's not true.
believe
The
in
second half is not even physically true, Alex. That's not how like
hold on.
stars work.
You just believe
The
anything.
star does not like collapse and then become a new sun. That's not how stars
No,
work.
it
The sun will implode on itself. It's a fact.
It collapses on itself. It doesn't become a new star. That's not true.
What do you think happens when you compress all that matter back together?
That's talking about the universe. We're talking. If you said the sun is a star. We know what happens with like supernovas and what happens like post supernovas. They don't.
We're not
It's not
talking about a
like
supernova. We're not talking about forming a singularity.
You said the
We're talking
sun.
about-
You said the sun.
Okay, fine. Stars. A star. Choose a star.
No. I know. We're saying the same thing. I'm saying a star does not endlessly stop
I didn't
becoming a
say
star and have
endlessly.
a.
I didn't say endlessly.
No, it doesn't even for a moment. It doesn't. When a star dies, it doesn't become a new star. That's not. That's like that's in a reincarnation sense.
You
it's
guys
kinda
know you
coded,
just
but,
like
in a.
Google this really quick, right?
Yeah, I'm gonna do that right now.
We could.
No,
Just yelling at each other. You got
could
Google.
keep yelling
No,
at the same
disavow.
time. But I
Keep
know I'm
arguing to
right.
see
I know
who's
I'm right.
closest.
I know I'm right. Okay, and that's what I care about. I care about those pride points. Okay, that's like my main currency. So I'm just gonna say
If you-
that. Okay.
Y'all just
Google it, you
believe
ruin the fun.
anything. Y'all believe
Yeah.
anything you
You
hear.
are so mindless that a brain-eating amoeba will
No,
starve
you
your
believe
head.
anything that the gatekeepers tell you. You have Stockholm syndrome.
Marilyn, you are so
You're a
brainless
child.
that
Move to the
brain-
topic.
You're
I
a
agree with
child.
that.
brain-eating amoeba will starve in your head.
You're brainwashed. You're a child.
You're brainless. You like a brain-eating amoeba will die in your skull.
Whatever, you're dumb.
You're dumb.
Frankie, you ain't
You're
gonna get
dumb.
nowhere with that.
Oh, it looks like at least ChatGPT agrees with me. It does not.
Yeah, you're
become a
right.
new
You're right.
star,
You're
okay?
right. Because they use up all the hydrogen. My apologies.
Oh, okay. There we go.
So pick. So look. So
Omni-goated,
use
omni-red
Jewish.
build.
That a
So
boy
use
compliment.
Jewish jet. I'll be back.
Thank you
Oh.
for that, boy.
Jewish GPT. Yeah, we use that all the time.
Jewish GPT. Okay.
What's the next topic?
Yeah. Because I feel like this is why I wanted to bring. Wait, where's my? I had a prompt ready because this is why I tried to summon Brandon. Hold up, Brandon. Okay, hold up. This is
You
what
got
I
a
wanted
prompt
to-
just for me? That's cute.
Well, yeah, I mean, kind of. I mean, you're making me a bit bashful, Brandon. Okay, but
Y'all are pissing me off. I almost want to leave
Oh my
though.
God.
no,
Can
don't
we
leave,
ask
Marilyn. No,
all
we're
these
not casting
questions?
spells. Only I'm the
Y'all
only one
are.
casting
Y'all
spells.
are
But they're good
casting
kind of
Why are you
spells,
spells.
fucking
though, if you
with
think about
Maryland?
it, right?
You are casting spells. That's what's
Oh my
happening.
God, you're so
Okay, so
fucking
now we're
Well,
moving
counter
into the
spell us.
realm.
Counter
If
spell
you want
us.
to actually, because you're accusing us of being in a death cult, you're gonna have to substantiate that. So can
Yeah,
you
let
still
me
man
tell
the
No,
you.
Christian
I
point of
definitely am
view?
in one. It's okay.
No, let me
Well,
I don't think anyone knows
please
what
let
you
me
believe in,
expand.
Are we
Alex.
still
Please let
death
me
cult
expand.
coded?
But
Okay, we
if you're
keep.
gonna, if
We're
you're
Look,
all of
it
you.
has to
don't
be
make me
fleshed
pull
out.
an Eli. If you
Christians
guys Eli
reject,
code me like that, fuck
Oh,
off.
Zach.
You're not gonna
if
do
Christians
that
reject
shit
the
to me again, okay?
accusation, you're gonna
All right,
have to
let's make it
3
quick.
substantiate it.
minutes to talk about your death cult, okay?
All right. So you guys prepare to die. You plan on dying. You expect people to die when it is not. It's not a characteristic or an identity of God. God is life.
What does
He
that
is.
have to do with
He
Christianity?
is all.
Stupid Maryland.
You're
Like,
you're
you really
you're just
are.
talking about
My
biology.
Why are
fucking
y'all
10-month-old
talking?
smarter than you.
That's what I want to know.
My
Why are y'all
10-month-old is
talking?
smarter than
specifically
you.
hold on, Frankie. I specifically asked you,
I gotta go, guys.
unless you're not referring to
Yeah, I bet
Christianity, and
Frankie does gotta go.
you're just specifically
Yeah,
talking just
bitch, I
about
gotta fucking go.
biology.
I gotta go home, you
I know. So
dumbass.
you can't stand up for yourself. You don't have a leg to stand on. Your
Bitch,
foundation
I
is
gotta go home,
faulty.
He's
dumbass. What the fuck
done
wrong with
working.
you?
He has to
Oh,
go. He has to go
all
home.
right.
I'm at work, stupid.
You do this all the time.
I'm at
But okay,
fucking work,
next time.
stupid.
All right. Well,
Okay, two things
carry
are
on this
true. Two things are true.
conversation next time.
Frankie does have to go. Frankie works.
Next time,
but also,
Frankie.
Frankie called Marilyn a bitch, which is
Yeah,
crazy.
that's
That's
Next time,
crazy,
Frankie.
Frankie. That's fucking
He's triggered.
crazy. Okay,
Marilyn,
I'm
He's
just
are you
saying that's
triggered.
talking? Are you talking
crazy.
about biology or are you talking about Christianity?
Next time, Frankie. I'm talking about your thoughts, what you manifest into reality. You feed and give power to death.
I
You
need you to
give it
I need you
power.
to identify the death cult thing. Are you talking about
I'm like,
biology that I believe that people are just gonna die, or are you talking about my belief in Christ? Which one are you referring to?
I believe, not I believe, but you believe in death. You believe it's still a thing. It's real. It's going to
So
happen.
you're talking about
It does
biology. You're not
happen
talking
every
about
day.
Christianity.
Every second it happens.
You're talking
Every
about
second that
biology.
happens. Right. If
Okay,
we
so you're not
keep
talking about Christianity. I
feeding,
just had to establish that.
if we keep feeding that monster, it is going to continue to be a reality. But
Because
if
it
we
is
take
reality.
a step back and try to heal wounds that were never meant to be destroyed, like our body, we already know in reality,
Thank you,
realistically
God.
speaking, that we can heal ourselves. Our body
What's
does
your
heal
evidence of
itself.
that?
What do you mean that's your
That
evidence of that?
if we change our thoughts, that we'll all live
If
forever.
you cut yourself, your body will heal and you will not bleed out forever, and it
Is that
won't
is that
not
from
heal.
Depends on the cut. If
from
you think
Are
about
you
it, though.
familiar with the term hemorrhage?
Yeah, like what if you cut an artery?
Or exsanguination. Ever heard of that? Ever heard of that, Marilyn?
But
Right?
none of that
That's
will happen.
unpleasant if you think about it.
But none of that will happen if we were in order and aligned. Like none of that would be an issue. We wouldn't have to.
That's a possibly unprovably true hypothesis, but
Marilyn,
it is possible.
You're
It
citing
is
something that's
possible.
literally impossible to prove unless
It's
everyone
not
were to
possible.
believe.
Oh my God!
It's
You would have to
possible.
believe
It's just
every
not
human being
possible to
that-
prove.
Can't
20
even
seconds on the
test
death
it.
cult.
Well,
Okay,
hang on.
20
Can't be
seconds.
20 more
True.
seconds on the death cult. and I'm getting out
Yeah,
of
so
here.
everyone say everything at the same time. Everyone talk over each other. Quick, 20 seconds left.
Well, I'm
Draw
just
idol
confused at where she
worshiper.
gets the foundation for like what she says.
You
Like,
believe
when you
in
find
death.
things,
You
I mean,
use your
okay.
thoughts to fear and expect death and expect getting old.
I don't
If
fear
you
death. I
stop,
expect it.
right?
I
Well,
fear
take
death
somebody-
and I expect it. I do both.
Take
of
somebody
those
like
things.
Alex here, right? He has no beliefs about anything. Is he going to live forever?
Crazy
You need
times.
to expect.
He is gonna
life.
live
You
forever.
need
He
to
is.
Expect that you're
I don't want to live
precious. You're
forever.
flesh is just as precious to God as your spirit. You need to expect that.
This is where I Maryland coded. Alex
I mean,
will absolutely live forever.
God,
if I'm
Maryland
confident on
isn't
anything,
actually
it's that.
saying anything. Maryland is
No.
not saying anything.
No,
No.
this
Well,
isn't
how? Wait,
fair.
how is she not? Because I feel like I agree with her.
She's not saying. Soda had asked.
So if you think
what is the
really hard in
foundation
your
in which she
head, if
believes
you
in what
just
she
think it,
believes?
you're just not going to die, right? So there's somebody living
No.
out there right now that's like over 500-600 years old, like walking around right
But
now.
no, you
Right?
don't
No,
but-
understand.
You can't
Okay,
get
this is
cut.
where-
You
this
can't
is where I
bleed. You're not gonna.
disagree
You're
with
never going to
Marilyn.
bleed out. You're never going to get
Maryland,
sick.
I think yes, I
No.
think
No.
Maryland. This is where me and Maryland disagree. Maryland says like the biologically thing. When I say live forever, I mean eternally. That is what I believe. I have my doubts, my preferences, but I think we're all gonna live forever. That's what I believe. I think the physicality of it, I think, is where I think I
Give me 20
it's a hard
seconds.
thing for me to see.
Give me 20 seconds.
Con, do you believe that if you change the way you think, you will live forever?
Physically or
Yeah.
spiritually?
Yeah,
Yes.
no,
Spiritually,
physically.
yes. Oh well, physically, well, no.
Okay, but that's not what
God,
Maryland
no.
means, is it?
Well, that's what
I
I'm
mean
saying.
it
That's
Why are
where
you
physically.
saying you agree?
because
Hey,
Maryland is
can
right,
Maryland
and
drop
Maryland
the link?
always like this is what I say
Like,
all the
what
time.
Maryland
I
is
steel man
communicating isn't the
Maryland.
same thing.
Maryland is like so right, but then I try to steel man Maryland, and Maryland always says I'm wrong about what she
Because-
says. But
because you're
Maryland, can you drop the
Maryland's
link for your
actually,
edibles
like,
in the chat,
Maryland's
please?
intuition is actually the correct
yeah,
thing. This is
piss me
actually
off so
true.
bad.
Maryland, everything she says intuitionally is actually correct, but when she applies it to a different domain like the mind, then she'll, no offense Maryland, but I think you make some mistakes when you talk about like magnets and stuff. I think like in a physical sense, I think you're kind of like wrong in that sense, but intuitively I think you are actually right. And
Intuitively,
God,
the
you
magnets
slipping into
make
line, right?
sense. Intuitively, the
I
magnets
agree.
make
Yes,
sense.
they do. I
Because
agree.
negative cannot exist by itself.
Yes, I don't know if there's anything you've said intuitively, Marilyn, that I actually disagree with. It's just that you confuse the planes and you punt into a physical realm, and then you're in the realm of science. And I think that's just like you're going to the wrong level, and then it becomes wrong.
It's
I don't
important.
know if that makes sense or not.
It's important.
I get what you mean by that compliment.
Yeah.
Okay, good. Okay, because
I
I
mean-
know Marilyn's gonna hate what I'm saying, but like
It's important to do both sides and make them both make sense. The physical and the spiritual must align and make sense on both, and
They
it must
do,
add up.
But it's
Here, we can clear this up.
As above, so below. That's true, but that doesn't mean those things are exactly identical. Like they're metaphysical correlates, but they're not identical, and that's the thing. Rage Page is joining apparently, but send something in chat or flash me with one of these, Rage Page, because I have to know it's you. So say something in the chat, so I know it's you, so I can just like affirm.
Marilyn learned a
Otherwise,
lot
keep
about
going.
spirituality from the writings of her uncle Larry. I mean, that guy was
No, he was my grandpa, not my uncle. And no, that's not it. There's a couple things. One is you can't just think that you're going to live forever. It's the whole. We are all part of the one body. The majority has to, I don't know, cast these spells all together for it to be potent enough for, stupid shit like that. Like, it's the majority. We're all part of the one
Kind
body.
of based.
I
Actually,
think your
I
edibles
agree
are
with
potent
that,
enough.
actually. I kind of do agree with that.
In order to live forever, you just gotta have the courage. You gotta
Rage
not
Page,
fear.
really, you coward, you fool, Rage
Majority
Page.
has to stop fearing death and stop preparing to die.
Well,
I don't know if that would
let's. Can
necessarily
we get clear?
change anything.
So you think we live forever spiritually, whatever that means? Do you think?
Spiritually and physically.
And
Listen,
physically.
Okay.
No, but
Okay,
Let
you
me
really
tell
believe
you
that?
this.
Okay,
Let
I
me
didn't think
help
you
you.
actually believe that. Sorry.
No.
Marilyn, if everything you said, if you just didn't say physically, you'd be so right if you just didn't say physically.
That's not what
Where
you
you
mean.
omnicut yourself. I will shut
It's
up.
meaning,
It's
Colin,
like
it's
your main
meaning.
problem,
Shut up.
Marilyn. I swear to
Everyone
God, that's
shut
your
up.
actual problem.
Is it 20 seconds up?
Everyone shut up. Everyone shut
No,
up.
the
Let
20
me-
seconds is still going because
You
time
extended
it's
it?
still
is a
going.
concept. Okay?
Listen.
Time is a concept.
Listen, Linda. All of you Christians, you believe that Jesus will come back, correct?
Yes.
When Jesus comes back, do you believe that everything, the earth is going to be barren and everyone will be dead because that's what their lot in life was? Everyone has to die in order to live? Or do you believe that people will be here when he comes back to see him come back?
Yes, there will be people who are here who see him
Okay.
come back.
I'm not. Well, I'm
There's
not saying I
Stop!
don't believe that.
Let
I
me
don't
there's
believe that.
fucking
there's
finish.
people who will
You
pass
asked a
that
question,
will-
Marilyn. I'm sorry. I'm also answering. I don't believe your
people that
first
will-
premise. I don't
there's
believe
people
that.
that
I'm
will
just saying that.
pass and
Why?
rise again. There's
I'm
people who
not
will
I'm
be
not
here.
premillennial. Okay, I'm not premillennial.
I am telling you, what if you were one
I
of
see,
those
John.
people? What if you were one of those people who did not die when Jesus came back and you just walked right in and you lived forever and
That's why
you
I kind
did
of
not
answered at the
die?
point I did, because I don't believe I don't accept the first premise. That's why I jumped in. I
What
don't believe that.
premise, bro?
The thing about Jesus coming back, I think we are the body of Christ. I don't know if there's going to be a specific point of a rapturous experience.
Trying to break
I think
the
we are the body of Christ,
psychosis,
and we are. That's
Confluence.
the
I get it. I get it, Confluence. I'm trying to break the hallucination in his mind, not yours. The
Okay,
psychosis
okay.
in his mind, not yours. I know what you're
How
saying.
is
Yes.
this statement?
okay.
How does that question break anything?
Because you have got to stand in the gap and understand the relativity between your flesh living forever and not dying, and why that would be,
Right.
and how that would
You brought up
make sense.
Revelations.
Okay.
How does that prove your point?
Because you don't believe that it's a good thing, prudent, real, important, whatever the case may be, that we live forever physically and spiritually. You think it's important that we die because everything dies and that's the right way. But if you were to, take refuge in Christ, if you take refuge in Jesus coming back, and possibly an alternative of you not perishing but have everlasting life, like what would you have to psychologically weigh out in order to have that, just adjust to that?
All those you're pulling from scripture. Can you give me the
Okay.
context of it? Because you deny some and accept others.
What
And
am I
you
denying?
you keep jumping to it. You're talking about eternal life. What did Christ mean when he said that?
But it doesn't matter.
It
It's
doesn't matter. You're
life.
arguing it. You brought the point up. Why does it not matter?
We are made in the image of God. We are blessed and
What
called
does that
very
mean?
good. We are the image of God. In the beginning, when he created everything and called it good, he called us very good. We are a perfect design. We were never intended to die. Whether we ate off the tree of the knowledge of good and evil or whether we ate off the tree of life, it did not matter. We were
What
never
does it mean to be
intended
made
to
in the image
die.
of God?
Sin only came when we ate from a certain tree. We are not separated from God. We are God. We are what our Father is. He who sent us has not left us. I'm telling you that there's no separation from us and God. We should not be dying. And for
Sin
you
is the
to,
separation from God. That's
oh my
biblical.
God, you're a Jew. You're a fucking Jew. Jesus already died for our sin.
How
He
is
became
that a
sin.
Jew?
He
How is that
became sin. You're a
What are you
Jew.
talking about?
But for you to hold
Have you
sin
cracked
as
open,
your
hold
God
on.
and
Have you
your
cracked
idol.
open,
That's
have you
wild.
cracked open Romans?
It's a little
Have
wild.
have you cracked open Romans? Have you?
It's actually what I'm on right now.
Well,
Have
you need
cracked
to
open
fucking
Romans?
finish it. You need to finish it, sounds like.
Have you cracked open Romans?
Have you?
Thank you, Brenda. Thank you. Thank you.
Because it's going to just justify everything I'm saying. It's going to
I'm
justify
asking
everything
you.
I'm saying. Tell me a scripture that it's not going to justify what I'm saying. God will never leave you or forsake
When
you.
Paul's talking about sin.
What about sin?
If you cracked it open, you don't know?
Bro, Paul died. Did you know Paul died? Do you know Paul did not make it to the end of eternity?
Oh,
He did hold
Do you know
death's hand at
everybody in the
birth of the
Bible
grave.
died?
Yeah, and so why are we holding them as idols?
Didn't Jesus die?
I'm
Well,
not
no, not
idolizing
everyone.
Paul.
You're not Christian. Not everyone in the Bible died.
Jesus even
Enoch,
became
okay,
sin.
Enoch, first case. Christ, second case.
I didn't
right?
I
say
don't
everyone
give
died.
a
That was the
shit.
dude.
We were all supposed to do even greater works than Christ. I
Can
do
we
not
say
care
welcome
what
to
y'all
Brenda
are
really quick?
saying.
Is she a new guest?
Yeah.
Oh, hello.
Welcome to Brenda. Welcome to Brenda.
Good evening. Good evening.
Good evening,
a dude.
Brenda.
Did you hear
That's
me?
a man voice.
Yeah, I'm transgender. Yeah.
Hey, Brenda.
Wait,
Whoa.
Brenda, wait, Brenda, like for real, are you actually trans? Or is that a
Yes.
joke?
Yes.
Is that
No,
Bradley?
It's not a joke.
Is that Bradley?
Okay.
No, I'm
No,
not
I just want
Bradley.
to. A lot of people come in here and like say stuff, and so I want to make sure.
I'm sure they do. But I was just browsing around, scrolling around, and I saw this weird channel about what is sin. So I thought I'd join. That's all.
Brenda, I feel like Brenda, you're being Brenda. You've been in my chat before, and so that's. I feel like you're being a little.
I'm
little
subscribed.
sus.
Sussed out comment.
I subscribe to your channel, yes, but I don't watch it that much. That's what I'm saying. Have you guys decided what sin is yet?
No.
It's a lie. It's
We're
a
working on
disease.
it. We're working on it.
Sin
We're
is,
working on it,
but
Brenda.
we're talking about something
So
completely different.
sin is disobedience of God's word, God's laws, right?
Did you learn that on your trans missionary trip, Brenda?
Yes, I did.
No,
I learned that.
No, we're not. No, I don't want to be leftist pills, but if we're gonna trust Brenda,
Whatever.
we're not gonna bring up the trans stuff. Okay, we're not gonna do that. We're not gonna do
That's
that.
fine.
Okay.
That's fine.
We're after the
Right.
questions, component.
But the idea is
No, but I'm just saying. No,
sin
that's
is
this is not a.
disobedience. Sin is disobedience,
need
right?
for it.
That's what it is,
Yeah.
right?
Yeah.
Sin is disobeying God's laws, right? How could it be anything
Yes.
else? Yeah. There. I solved it for you. Yay me. Yay me. Yay
Well,
me.
Confluence thinks everybody's God. He's kind of an atheist, but he doesn't want to admit it. He's like one of those guys that thinks everything's God. He thinks rocks are God. He thinks my chair is
No,
God.
I think-
He's one of those
no,
guys.
That's
No,
not
I think
atheism.
rocks are kind
That's
of
not-
conscious if you think about it. But-
No, even if I think about it, but rocks can't because they're not conscious.
Brandon, are those rosary beads or is that a grip extender?
Yeah, I was
I
gonna
don't
know.
actually
Yes.
ask that as well. What is this? Are you about to punch
these
me
are-
with your brass knuckles,
Oh.
or what is
No,
that?
rosary.
these are beads from New Year's. I just
Oh, they
had them on
actually
my
look
desk. Yeah,
they actually look kind of
Did you
cool.
just
I'm not
pull 'em
gonna
out?
lie.
yeah. I just pulled them out. That's
I
right.
actually
Oh, on
like
the
that.
next topic,
If you, Brandon, if you can send me that Amazon link, I'm not gonna lie. That kind of looks kind of cool. Not
right?
in a real
That's
way.
not
Okay.
that's not a search.
That's not what you cut out.
When the camera wasn't zoomed in, Brandon, it looks like, have you ever seen that grip extender? It's supposed to work the extensor digitorum, like it open. Have you ever seen that? The little tool to open the hand?
Dude, I have no clue what you're talking about. I know it's something gross. I know that. I don't know what
it's
you're
not
talking
something.
about.
No, it's not. You have grip strength, which is the flexor digitorum profundus, and when you extend the hand, like
It's
if
gibberish.
you think it's not gibberish.
What were those words you put
No,
together?
I want you to Google that. No.
I'm not saying it's
I
not-
know. I agree with you. I know, dude. There's these things that will work on the back of your hand by having you extend your hand out.
Because you're
using
always
rubber
flexing them,
band.
you're never extending the
Like-
fingers. That's
Right.
but
Are we
Like
talking
I'm
about
just
brass
I'm
knuckles?
this way?
Are we not talking about brass
Yes.
knuckles? What are we?
Yeah, we're not talking about brass knuckles.
No, we're talking about
What are we
there's so
talking? What's a
so
hand
hold on.
extender? What
You
the
can
fuck does
work-
that mean?
Confluence.
You're talking about like going
you
like
can
this?
work on your grip.
Yes.
No. Well, I mean,
Okay.
you put your fingers together and then you open them up.
it creates
Wait,
strength
I
in the
had one of
opening.
those where you do like from like Mountain Equipment Co-op where you like do that. Is that what we're talking about? Like to like build like if you're like doing like climbing and stuff. Is that what we're talking
No,
about?
you're talking about creating grip strength. We're talking about creating the opposite of grip strength, which is opening your hand. So you
Extension
use like,
as opposed to flexion. Yes.
Why do you want? Why is that a thing you want to build?
Because you always want to work muscles like antagonistically. So like bicep, tricep, chest, and back. And the muscle really is there's two. There's the extensor digitorum profundus and the flexor digitorum profundus. I wasn't like somebody thought I was being a retard. Like that's
I knew exactly what you were saying.
Maybe if you play guitar or something, you'd want that.
Anybody that works at a keyboard with carpal tunnel, because if you only work a muscle one side, it's like an alligator's mouth, how it can close but it can't open. You always want to you want to work a muscle antagonist. I don't know why we're talking about it this long. It's just the fact that everyone thought I was stupid when I asked the question.
Yeah, I completely agree with you. That was actually I do that all the time. So it is
Where were
really
we?
useful.
Are we switching topics?
Yeah, we're talking about hand muscles.
I solved your problem.
I think I already
solved
put
your
it
problem
on.
for you.
Why do you serve a death cult,
There's many
Brenda?
problems. No, I don't know if Brenda. Okay, fine. A quick answer. Brenda, do you serve a death cult or what's good? That was the previous question. Also,
well,
actually, Brenda. Also, what is your like? Are you Christian? Are you atheist?
I'm an atheist, and yes, I serve our Lord and Savior Satan. I've had my fill of babies today, so I'm just kicking back.
Nice.
Okay.
Do you think that being trans is a sin, Brenda?
We're not. That's not.
No,
that's
I don't.
Not
I don't.
It's
think
not a relevant topic, honestly.
I don't think
that's not relevant.
I can answer that.
Still more honest.
I can answer
if you want to. If you want to, but it's just not relevant.
Even in Christianity, it's not a sin. There was an Enoch who was. Those were people who were castrated back in those.
An Enoch or a eunuch?
Eunuch. Yes, thank you.
Eunuchs.
There was a eunuch who was converted. It's in the New Testament. So, being a
Brenda, are eunuchs
sexual
trans?
minority. Listen, being a sexual minority or gender minority is not a sin, even according to the New Testament.
Jesus was trans too, if you think about
Well,
it.
Jesus was trans. Yes, of course. He transitioned from God to man.
Exactly. His gender changed, right? That's right.
Transubstantiated, maybe.
Yeah.
Yes,
he
that's
did.
a good. I'll allow that. That is kind of funny. I will allow that. Okay.
What was funny, me or the other guy?
No, you're the dude. The transubstantiated. That's good.
Yeah.
That's good. I'll allow it. I'll allow it.
The loaves of fishes, huh?
Loaves and fishes? Are we? Is this where we are as a society?
What?
Okay, my 20-second timer has finally run out. It's time is what is time? Is time a constant? Who knows?
Yeah, atheists like me cannot sin because God does not exist. Therefore, we can't disobey.
I know you guys don't even listen to biology or physics.
But okay, we're gonna move on. This is why. Okay. I did bring Brandon on for a reason. I hope Brandon, you're enjoying yourself at this moment, even though we haven't gotten to the prompt yet. But this is what I brought you on for. There's a couple of stuff that can be applied in a non-Christian way. Okay, and so the current prompt is: are there sins that harm no one? What are they? So. This kind of, I guess, just to clarify before we punt off, right? Sins doesn't have to be interpreted in a religious way, right? When we talk about harm and we talk about something that is bad, does it always have to harm somebody, or is there like a degree of harm that you can do against something other than someone else? Or when we say something is harmful, do we just mean other people or other things, or is there sins that go beyond that? Okay, we'll start with you, young Christian, because you are
Steal from Peter to pay Paul.
I'm sorry. Are you to the right of me, Marilyn? You are not. Okay, we have a clockwise, snake-coded direction. Okay, so young Christian,
all sin harms.
That's a piss poor answer, young Christian. And
How?
I can call you out because I feel like we understand each other. That's a dog shit answer. Okay, are there sins that harm no one? Fucking name one. Okay, what's a sin that harms no one?
All sins harm.
That's not an answer to the question. Are there sins that harm no one? What are
so
they?
You want me to answer if there is a sin that harms no one?
Yes, like no human or no like. Yes, yeah, like no human.
Seems like a fair answer to me.
I don't think that's fair.
I don't see any. I do not see any sin that does no harm. All sin harms.
Harm no one, not just harm. Harm no one. I'm not supposed to intervene.
Does that include yourself? Confluence?
We can default to self.
Hey, it's just a question. I'm not supposed to intervene, but
You're already intervening, so might as
Okay,
well just
fine.
answer
I
it.
am intervening a bit. Okay, sure. Yes, harms no one, including yourself. Like, can you just do a sin that just like harms God, or just like is just objectively wrong, even though it doesn't
In the
necessarily
long
harm
term
someone?
or in the immediate?
Sin leads to death.
I want to. Okay, before we go into that, because that is kind of like a lot of like the implications. So I shouldn't have intervened. But okay, fine. We'll move on, and then we will talk about that because there's a lot to talk about.
The question you're asking is impossible to answer unless you want to give like, what do you mean harms?
It's absolutely possible to answer, Al. It absolutely is possible to answer. You can just
give us an example then.
It's not my turn. I will when it's my turn. Okay, I'm following a clockwise, snake-wise direction. Okay, it is Big Soda next. Okay.
I mean, you're not gonna like my answer either, because I kind of agree with Christian. I guess to give you,
look,
to be a little
answering
generous.
the first question. We are answering the first question.
Can you answer both questions though, if you think about it?
No, because the second one follows the first.
Christian, young Christian, you didn't even answer the first one.
Are there sins
think
that
you did.
harm no one? Are there
Right.
sins that harm no one?
Right.
I said no.
Okay.
And then what are they? That would assume that I said yes.
If I replace no one with a person other than yourself. Okay, you know what? Fuck, I'm gonna change it. Okay, I'm gonna change it. Y'all retarded as shit. Okay, fine, I'll change it. Okay, y'all autistic. Okay, that's fine. That's cool. That's cool. I'm a bit autistic too. Okay, that's fine. No person other than yourself. You autists. Okay.
Now, are we including every person, as in, like, I think generally the Trinity would be referred to the hypostasis?
I would also
that would also be a person.
Not a person.
If you
No.
make
That would be a person.
I also want to know what you mean by harm.
It's
God isn't a person. Come on.
What do you mean by harm?
it's literally defined that way.
Yeah, God is
No, it is-
definitionally
it
a
is,
person,
Alex,
but
yeah.
okay,
But
besides
what do you mean by
the
harm?
Trinity, like
Hold
a
on,
person
hold on.
as a human.
Okay,
Okay,
I'll grant you even that, but then do you think you can harm God?
I think
it's
I
not.
can do.
We're going clockwise, snake-wise.
So-
Okay.
Colin, how you going to switch the prompt 3 times to force an answer?
Look,
You
it's
what?
happened. Okay,
Because you're not answering the
prompt is
question.
prompt.
That was a good enough answer
Are
for
there
me.
sins that harm no person, not God, though, other than yourself, you autists? What are they? That is the question, okay? Young
I gotta
Christian, do you
reread
want
it.
to start again? Okay,
Yeah,
we'll
that's
start
fine.
again.
We'll
Maybe it's a
reread it.
bad prompt.
Are
Maybe
there
that's a
sins
skill issue on my
that
part, okay?
Are there sins that harm no person, not God, though, other than yourself, you autists? I would say,
Your answer?
I would say, yeah, there are sins that wouldn't harm someone else. If we're not including God in this. What are they?
You?
Oh,
wait,
like,
no, that's
like-
not.
Are you
Wait,
using
no, no. Are there sins? Are there sins that
switched it
harm
3 times,
no
bro.
person? No person. So they're not harming any person.
Yes, excluding God. Yes,
Okay, and what are they?
I think lust would be a good one. I guess depends how far you go with
Okay.
that. But lust,
No,
like
that's-
you watching pornography doesn't hit your
Right.
neighbor.
That's fair.
Yeah.
That's fair. Okay, Big Soda. Marilyn is also Marilyn. You're I don't know, Marilyn. You're crazy right now. You're spelling out
Wait.
some like untoward stuff. I
What
just
if-
realized. I don't know why.
I'm
I don't know
pissed.
why you're doing that. I don't know why
I'm
you're doing that.
pissed.
What if you promo that
I'm gonna delete a
sexual
couple
immorality
of
is
these.
right? Is it under the assumption the person is sharing the ideology?
Well, we'll get into that, but we're going
Okay.
in a clockwise, snake-wise thing. Okay, so
Or can I
Big
put
Soda.
that in?
I
You
would
change
say
anything?
the first, like the sins that I could think of that
Okay.
the sins that I think of that can hurt people, that would hurt no person, would probably be the first 4 commandments. But the only problem with that is I think some of them have the potential to hurt or harm another person.
Yes. Yeah, I would like to change my answer.
Who could they
That is
possibly
unfortunately
hurt?
not allowed, young
For the chat, I'm changing my answer.
Okay, Brandon. Yeah, and yeah, you I think you know enough stuff
I can
to
interpret it.
sin. Yeah.
I'm not going to lie. The harm word is fucking me up because there's different notions of harm, but I'll try to just give a quick example. Maybe not in every case, but maybe in some cases, lying. I mean, that could harm yourself, especially if you feel guilty about it. I think lust can maybe in some circumstances also be another example. That's all I got.
Yeah, and to be clear, yeah, I don't know if my syntax is confusing. You can name a sin that just harms yourself but doesn't harm other people. I don't know if I worded this wrongly, but that's what I'm trying to go for. Is there a sin that harms no person?
What about making a
besides
soup that's
yourself?
more than 17% pork?
Well, hey, the dude, when it comes to you, I mean, that could be a good answer. But Alex might steal your answer now because you said it before him. But we're going to Alex now, okay? Clockwise, snakewise, okay? Alex, your thoughts?
Yeah, clearly there's sins that hurt no one but you. They may even help everyone but you, of course. I think Brendan already mentioned it, like lying. If you're lying to protect someone from like an evil person or like the Nazis, probably most forms of, I guess, what you would call sexual sins, unless you're talking about involving other people. There's plenty of sins that don't hurt anyone but you. Yeah.
Okay. The dude.
I was being kind of funny, but there's I forget where it is in the Bible, but it's like if a soup is more than 17% pork, it's a sin, and I don't think that would hurt anybody. But maybe a devout Muslim, I don't know.
No, but okay, I don't want to. But do you think that's a sin? I'm not asking if what the Jews believe or what Muslim. I'm asking like, do you think that?
I don't think that. There's a couple of stories written by the 42 that maybe the context was changed, or are you considered another? I guess that's the question.
I'm asking if you personally, in your heart of hearts, do you think there's a sin that you can commit that doesn't harm your? Well, okay.
Just take sin and replace it with wrong, and whatever you mean by wrong. That's what I did. If that helps.
Yeah. Is there? Yeah. Is there a wrong that you can do that doesn't harm another person, and we're excluding yourself from this? And
you can't conflate wrong and sin there because it doesn't work.
You're Christian.
If you make a typo when you're writing a text message, that's you did something wrong, but that's why I don't necessarily.
Okay, that's right. Okay, you're Catholic, right? You're Catholic. You're a Franciscan and all that stuff. Okay, then just take sin as sin, right? Are there sins that harm no person? Can you commit a sin that doesn't harm anyone else?
Yes.
And then what are they? Can you give an example of that?
If you worship a false god other than the God, you're only really harming yourself. You know, that nobody else feels there's no collateral damage from, coveting thy neighbor's wife. If it's not followed up with action, there's no, there's spiritual wrongs. I mean, we're in semantics here. Like that's the idea of, harming another person.
But doesn't Jesus say that to covet another man's wife is the same as just
Brenda, hold on. We are moving to you, but not in a crosstalk way. But we are just before we go into that, Brenda. I want you to answer this question not from what the dude said, but just from your own perspective, and then we will eventually move into the chaos period. But so, Brenda, just taking this question, it's at the bottom. Right? Are there sins or wrongs that harm no person? Can you do something, or is wrong always dependent on harming someone else?
Yeah. There's sins that harm nobody. Yeah.
Okay. Can you get what's an example of one?
Not keeping the Sabbath.
You said you're an atheist, so no, fuck off.
Yeah.
You don't believe. I'm asking for people to say what they actually believe. You said you're an atheist, so you believe you should keep the Sabbath, but you're an atheist.
I believe that not keeping the Sabbath does not harm anybody.
That's not the question. That's not the question. If you think
Maybe
about it,
I'm
though.
not understanding the question because I don't believe
So
in sin.
I'm going to be Brandon pilled on this. So what you think of ethics? Is
Did you
there
just call
something
Brenda
you
Brandon?
can do? I don't
No,
think
I know
so.
the difference. I know the difference.
Possibly.
I know the
Possibly.
difference. I know.
You said
I
you're
know
gonna be Brandon Pilled.
No,
on
you're gonna be Brandon Pilled. Yeah.
It doesn't matter.
Yeah, that's what I meant to say. That's what I meant to
You're
say.
gaslighting.
Because Brandon said if it,
I know
I'm
the
being
difference.
gaslit. That is what I said. That's what I meant to say. Because he said replace sin with wrongs. Yeah, for the atheists on the panel, that makes sense. Or is there something you can do, Brenda, that is wrong that will harm no person? So, or do you think harm is intrinsically tied to hurting other people? Is there something you can do that you think is wrong, but it doesn't harm someone else? That's the question.
Well, number one, I don't believe in sin, and number two, I think
That's
that
why I said I'm Brandon pilled, though. If you think about it,
but
Can you do something
I
that's
don't
wrong but doesn't hurt
just
other
think it
people?
wrong. Just don't think about the sin. Just think about wrong.
something that's wrong. No, I would say under these rules, as I understand it, every sin, as you define it, harms somebody, including myself.
Well, other than yourself, we're not.
No, I'm saying no. Take your Brenda. I'm asking for your personal take. To be maybe that wasn't clear. I'm not talking about like what Christians think about sin. I'm asking what you actually think in your heart of hearts. What you think is wrong. That's what I'm asking. Yeah, I'm not talking about what Christians think of sin.
If something is wrong, it's because it causes harm
to another person.
Well, either to another person or to myself, but you're excluding myself. So therefore, what's left over is anything that I do that harms somebody else. Since I consider causing harm to other people to be unethical or wrong, or as you say it, sin, then anything that I would count as wrong or as a sin harms somebody else.
Okay.
Right? Yeah, because I would consider all wrongs, all unethical things, actions that one could do, as to be causing harm. That's what I would define it to be. Causing harm.
Right.
Okay, no, that's actually I think that's a perfectly fair answer. Actually,
yes, you should join the Church of Brenda. Yes.
But you changed the prompt 3 times when I gave an answer.
Okay, yeah, it wasn't maybe the most like, but that's because you're all autists. Even that is said in the prompt that you're all fucking autists. Okay, and you all want to like hinge on words. You guys treat words as idols. Okay, I'm Maryland coded. Okay, you guys treat words as idols. Okay. Speaking of which, Marilyn,
absolutely,
are there sins that harm no person, not God though, other than yourself? You autist. What are
even
they?
if you are God, even if you are God, right?
So in Maryland's review, that takes out everyone, doesn't it?
It takes out all this bullshit. You got your children. You believe in
doesn't live
fairy
in
tales.
sin.
Yeah, you believe in fairy
Answer,
tales.
Marilyn, please, God, answer the question. And I'm speaking to you, please, God, answer the question. Okay.
You believe in fairy tales.
That's not an answer to the question, though. If you think about it for a hot minute, Marilyn, it's like actually not an answer. Like actually answer the question, though, right? Like, are there sins? I know, like, I understand you think sin is a psyop, but you think, Marilyn, okay. So I'm a change this question for you. There's stuff that you can do that's a psyop. Do you think you can do a psyop that harms no person? Or did psyops definitionally harm some other being?
I believe psyops are evil and agenda. They're lies.
I know.
They're there to push an agenda.
I'm asking, do you think a psyop is always hurting someone else, or can a psyop be hurting someone other than yourself?
If it's hurting me, if it's hurting someone else, it's gonna hurt. If it's hurting me, it's gonna hurt someone else. If it's hurting someone else,
No, I said that wrong. I'm sorry, I said that wrong. I mean, can you do a psyop that doesn't hurt somebody other than yourself? I guess I'll just say that. Okay, I don't think that's necessarily what I'm. Is that
do you create a psyop that hurts someone else but not you?
Does the psyop always
No,
have
that's
to
backwards.
hurt someone else? Does the psyop always have to hurt someone else?
If it's a psyop, that's the name of the game. That's what it is. It's intentionally trying to fool or,
Someone else, though, like specifically someone else.
if you're trying to mess up somebody else's free will and intervene and take power and authority into your own hands and take it from someone else and manipulate someone, it's never going to balance out correctly if that's what you're partaking in.
Okay.
Does that make sense?
No.
Kind of like 50-50, I think. Like kind of 50-50, to be honest. I think I get half of it.
But I don't know, like if someone stole a cup of sugar from a factory that had 1,000 tons of sugar just to get by for that day so that the next day, I don't know, they could get a job and pay for their own sugar and it saves them, I don't know, just in any case might be. Like
That hurts
their
the
sins,
shareholders. That's wrong.
it's 1 cup of sugar, though it won't be missed. They throw sugar away. Like they're things. They're just
Well,
things.
the rats that eat the thrown away sugar might miss it.
But that's in this system. If we didn't live in this system and everything was free
Well,
and everything was given to
sure,
us,
if the
everything
world
was
wasn't what it
abundant.
was,
Open, so I can
Right.
clarify.
wouldn't
we couldn't
be
get sick
sin.
and we didn't need food, we wouldn't need anything.
Right. There
Yeah,
wouldn't
you're right.
be sin. So it's not iniquity that is the sin and the enemy. It's poverty. Poverty is the enemy. Poverty is the sin. It's not iniquity.
I agree.
mean,
Poor people are bad. I
True.
agree.
Right, my key.
They need to stop being poor.
Exactly.
Yeah. They should.
My
repent
favorite
of their poverty. Skill
My
issue.
favorite-
Okay.
My favorite quote was by Teresa of Avila. She said, "Our souls may lose their peace, and even disturb other people's, if we are always criticizing trivial actions, which are often not real defects at all, but we construe them wrongly through our ignorance of their motives." So other people have motives, you don't even know what's going on. You just interpret it the way you want. You just never really know what's really going on. No one's really trying to intentionally, mess your life up 9 times out of 10.
Marilyn, you
What
round
about that? What about that 1 out of 10 times?
What?
That 1 out of 10 times? Should you kill
One
them?
out- No, 1 out of 10 times they're probably hurting. Hurt people. So they're probably in anguish and they're
But
probably
you already covered that. You covered that. You said they're
but
not doing it because
you-
out of malice.
right.
9 times out of 10. So 1 time out of 10, it is out of malice.
But you figure that whatever they have for the day energetically to get by through the day, whatever they're pinching, to get by, in order to wear shortcuts that they got to get through that day, and it might shortcut you because they've shortcutted themselves so bad. It's like they have less than you do regardless if you're being shortcut by them. Like they don't have enough as it
You
is.
switched that off so fast. Under the topic, if the sin is spread and they're talking about it and they're sharing it, then I think it harms.
Yeah. Okay. Let's go back to that. Yeah, the topic. Okay. Let's return. Okay.
I need to go.
Do you though?
Do I
But if you
though?
go, it might harm other people.
I
And
have
think-
I have one question in me, and then I gotta go to my wife's
Oh my God.
getting
I
upsetting.
just don't know about this. Carry on for a little bit longer.
Alex, what's your question? Or do you say you have a question?
I'm trying to listen to the echo. I don't know who is like saying stuff.
Probably
or...
me.
Maryland's on the TV again.
Is that Marilyn? Is that your like naval coated guy or whatever?
No, stop.
Marilyn, are you a big fan of edibles?
No.
I'm just curious.
Hmm.
Okay, wait. Who had Alex said he had a question.
No. I said I have one more question in me, and then I have an out. I have to go.
Oh, a new prompt.
Did Brenda transcend to a different place?
Probably.
Yes.
No. Come on.
Is she
to a new
here?
panel.
Is she here? Is she here?
No, she's not here.
Well, then she left, right?
Yeah, she
somewhere
did.
else? Well, she's somewhere else. What do you? What's
Yeah.
The... Oh,
No,
dude.
fuck off.
Oh, the dude is
Fuck
being a
off.
douche. Okay, sorry, my bad.
Okay,
She went on a
okay,
transatlantic trip.
Stop. Actually, stop. Okay, stop for real. I don't think it's nice. I don't think it's nice.
Colin, did the question upset you?
Which question? My
This
question
one,
that
this
I
one.
posed?
Yeah.
Like, are there sins that harm no person?
Yeah.
No, it doesn't
Okay.
upset. I think. Oh, wait,
Okay.
I actually didn't
Or
answer. No,
autism
yeah,
upset
there are a lot of sins that are wrong, and I think young Christian. I think you said not to full screen you, but I will full screen you. I think lust. I think is one of those where that's something. If you lust after someone in your heart, I think you have committed some sin, but you're not directly harming them unless you act on it. So I'd agree with that. And I think some other people said kind of the same thing, where if it doesn't harm someone, but if it's just an internal thought of an internal thought, then I think it's bad.
I was the one that said that.
I agree with that. So I think there's a lot of stuff you can choose that would be wrong. I don't think, but I guess this is why I wanted to bring Brandon onto this. I guess Brandon, I don't know if you're still here.
Yeah, I'm still here.
Okay, so I guess as I think the only atheist here.
Mm-hmm.
So do you agree with the rest of the panel or what?
Yeah, I think so. I think there are things that doesn't necessarily harm other people, but they're still probably wrong. Maybe like breaking a promise, even if the person doesn't care that you broke that promise. Maybe that something like that can be wrong. It's hard to give examples off the top of your head.
It is because it's.
We
In
usually
all
don't think
sincerity,
about
I
it
just
that
want to
way.
say I'm sorry.
I'm
I'm sorry I offended you, Confluence. I will. My transgression was not in good taste, and I promise not to do it again.
You didn't offend me. No, you did. You didn't offend me at all.
Transgression. I won't do any more transgressions. I promise.
Okay. Okay.
I think we agree on this one, actually.
Mm-hmm.
Look at that.
Something every atheist and autist and
Yeah, all the autists agree. That's crazy. That's crazy times. Okay. I'm trying to think. Y'all talk for a second. I'm trying to pick a prompt that like goes like I have an order, but like I'm trying to like also like use my intuition. So everyone talk while I choose something. Okay.
Oh, please.
Oh, actually, no. Actually, fuck all y'all. Fuck your talking. Fuck your gay shit. You fucking autists. Okay, I'm just kidding, but not really. But like, not really, but kind of, but maybe. Okay. Okay, we have one. Okay. Here it comes. Well, don't just sit in silence. Like everyone say something, okay?
Well,
I'm just kidding. Don't say anything. Okay.
The trans thing is like the new Jews. Like you can't offend those people.
We're not talking about trans people or Jewish people. On God, okay? That's crazy. Okay.
What about trans
On
Jewish
Maryland,
people?
we're not.
Actually, I didn't even. I typed this way before Brandon, so actually this is like a bit of like serendipity if you think about it. For the Philibros, which would be you, Brandon, and probably Alex, and yeah, just you two probably.
I'm not a Philibro.
Everyone else. No, you're not a filibro because you're like a Catholic, so you're not a filibro. Consequentialism, utilitarianism, virtue ethics, deontology, which is gay. Well, I don't want to preload it, but it's kind of gay.
It's gay.
What's the best moral system? Okay, so we're gonna start with Christian. I mean, if you this is a bit philosophically coded, so if anyone, there's no shame in if you don't want to answer this question. To be clear.
I mean, I'll just pass.
That's fair. Big Soda. Big Soda, you there?
My bad. I think I muted myself. Some of these terms I do know what they mean. Some of them not as much as others, but I've heard you mention virtue ethics, and so far, every time you've described it, I wouldn't say that I disagree with it.
Based
So I
red
would probably
pills,
lean towards,
omni-coated. Okay, that's a great answer, Big Soda. That's actually a great answer. Okay, Brandon.
It's none of these. It's either
Which
going to
is
be
it then? What?
Listen. It's either pluralism.
Motivism. Fuck
No,
off with your
no,
motivism.
no, that's cringe. No, that's cringe.
Okay, good.
It's either pluralism, where you can actually basically take from consequentialism, deontology, and virtue ethics, and you just kind of weigh, depending on the context, those
That's
different.
just a motivism with extra steps, though. That's literally just it. That's just like my feelings. That is actively, unironically, my feelings, right?
No, you can be. No, you can be a moral realist and be a pluralist.
You can be a moral realist and not think that morality is think that morality is relativistic.
Wait, say that one more time.
You can think that morals are objective and think that morality is relativistic.
Oh, yes, you can.
Okay. Is that what you're saying?
No.
That sounds like not what you're saying.
No, because we're kind of conflating meta-ethics and normative. The prompt has to do with normative ethics. That's all I'm talking about. I'm not talking about moral realism, emotivism. Emotivism is a meta-ethical thesis. That's not a normative ethic. That's just talking about like whether or not a moral proposition like X is wrong. An emotivist wants to say, well, that's not true or false. You're just expressing an emotion.
You're like mansplaining to me right now, which is crazy.
Okay, sorry.
I'm joking.
It's either that. I call myself a particularist, which is similar but not the same.
What does that mean? What does that mean? You're
You
just
basically-
saying nonsense at this point.
I am. You basically just take the morally relevant facts of a given case, you weigh those facts, and come to some sort of conclusion based on the weight of those morally relevant facts of that case. So in some cases, maybe you care more about utility, and maybe in other cases, you have some sort of view of rights. And this is where I'm not sure if there's a distinction, if you're an anti-realist like me, between threshold deontology and particularism.
Yeah, I am not.
I'm telling you.
That's some cuck shit. Okay.
No, that's some base shit. It's the best shit.
No.
Yeah, I'm going to win you over because
Terrible.
we all care about utility at some point, and I'm assuming you guys care about rights at some point too.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Right, like with the trolley problem, right? You wouldn't pull the lever to kill the one person to save the five, right?
I definitely would.
Okay, you would.
I would.
What
try
about
to
everybody
split,
else?
I would try to split the track, so cut them all down.
Hell yeah. But a lot of people wouldn't. A lot of people would not pull that lever. But if you scale it up and you say, well, what if it's like 20,000 people, right? At some point, they're going to pull the lever to save the. They're going to care about the utility there. They're going to care about the consequences.
Isn't that like kind of a rural I can't fucking say it. Rural deontologicalist. Isn't that kind of is that what you're saying? Isn't that kind of the same thing? Right? It's deontology up to a certain point where you then like change it, right? If the harm surpasses a certain point.
It's similar, but rule utilitarianism, the rule only matters if it increases utility. if it doesn't increase utility, it just breaks down into regular utilitarianism.
No, maybe I'm saying maybe I'm saying the wrong thing. Is it not? Okay, I have to Google real quick. Okay, maybe I'm saying the wrong thing.
Just ChatGPT threshold deontology.
You say
maybe that
threshold.
threshold. No, actually, that sounds right. But I feel like that isn't what you just said, though.
Well, all threshold deontology is basically saying is, like, you should do X until some utility threshold is met, and if that threshold is met, then you ought to do Y.
Yeah. No, goated Brandon. That is what I mean. Yeah.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, that's threshold deontology.
Right. Okay, but that I don't know if I heard that wrong, but I feel like that sounds different from what you said.
No, that's what he said.
Thanks.
No, but with the example.
So. With the trolley problem?
He was saying that the trolley problem is too small for most people to do it. But if you were to scale it up to a certain amount, at some point most people are going to say, "Yeah, let's flip a switch." Like a million people to one.
Okay.
So there's some threshold at which you will change your mind, decide, "Hey, we need to actually do this."
Okay. Yeah. Okay. Yeah, I do agree with that. Yeah.
Based. Okay. Fuck virtue ethics, right, Confluence?
No, absolutely not. No, absolutely not. No, absolutely not. No, because that's the difference. I feel like you said this, Brandon, as well, right? There's a difference between normative ethics, right? And whatever the opposite is.
Meta-ethics.
Meta-ethics, thank you. Yeah, that's the difference between those two things, right? So boots on the ground, yeah. Then, okay, yeah, you have to decide between I can't remember what was it called. God, I can't remember. Rule deontologicalism. It's so complicated.
You're thinking of rule utilitarianism. That's what you're thinking.
No,
of.
the thing you said before is the other
particularism.
Thing. The limit deontological
threshold.
Threshold.
The threshold. Yeah, threshold deontological.
Deontology. Yeah.
I can't. That's so hard to say if you think about it.
Why is that?
Yeah, that's different. That's different than the meta ethics, I would say. So meta ethics, I'm a virtue ethicist, and in normative ethics, then yes, then I'm the threshold deontological nonsense, right? Hard word to say. Okay, but that's what I would say. So meta ethics, so virtue ethics, I would say is on the meta ethical framework, right? Do you disagree?
I actually don't. I actually do think I disagree with that.
Wait, how?
Because when you say, well, let me think about it. Because virtue ethics, they have to do with virtues and vices. We're talking about basically what's going on internally in somebody's mind. We're not necessarily talking about the actions, right? Like intentions and things like that, they are what matter to a virtue ethicist when trying to figure out whether or not somebody should or shouldn't do something, whether or not it's going to improve their character, however you want to cash out improve. That's what virtue ethics is about. And that is what determines what is right and wrong. It's not saying what does right mean, what does wrong mean, unless you somehow tie that in.
No, I don't think I would try to.
Okay. Well, let me just make the distinction really quick. How I think about metaethics is when we say something like X is wrong, what we're trying to figure out is the ontology or what the word wrong means. But when it comes to normative ethics like utilitarianism, deontology, virtue ethics, we're talking about what makes something wrong. Like, is it suffering? Is it because somebody had some intention that we don't like? Something like that. That's what makes that proposition wrong. But it's not talking about what wrong is or means.
Yeah.
Okay. So that's how I'm understanding virtue ethics, is that when we talk about X is wrong, is we're talking about what makes that statement, what makes something wrong, not what wrong is or means.
Right.
Am I losing you? Just move on to Alex, dude. He hasn't answered yet.
No, okay, you know what? Okay. Confluence.
That was the most passive shit I've ever heard in my life.
I think I'm trying to follow. I need to chug some caffeine. I'm not gonna lie to you, okay? Because I feel like I'm a bit, I'm not following fully, but I want to follow. I can still hear you, so you all can keep talking. I need some caffeine, okay? In a moment, okay?
Damn, you broke Confluence.
Yeah,
Possibly.
you actually kind of did.
No,
Nice
but
job.
no. Confluence is just like needs more like caffeine because he's like,
He's
Sure.
broken.
And nicotine.
Yeah, also that too. Okay.
All
Don't.
right, who wants
Someone
to
talk.
answer next?
What the fuck? I can still hear everyone. Someone fucking talk. No dead air. Fuck all y'all.
Okay.
Well, what am I going to add to that conversation, Confluence?
I want to know if Brandon's ever read anything by Pico della Mirandola.
Never heard of that name.
With all the with the way that you kind of talk about everything, the way that you're the SME, I'd assume you would have. I guess he would be a follower of humanism. He wrote a book called Meditation on the Dignity of Man. Came out. He was pretty influential during the Renaissance period. Would he? What school of thought would he fall into?
I more so follow like the analytic tradition of philosophy. I don't really have like a favorite philosopher, but more so the analytic tradition where they actually make arguments, premises, conclusion. They try to be clear with their language, not that continental gibberish philosophy bullshit. Like Hegel, for example.
Oh, but again, I've already referred to you as the SME on this, but if you could just look up briefly, it's a little command post there. What would he was the, is it humanism?
Maybe. What's his name?
Pico della Mirandola.
Oh, I think I found it. Natural philosophy and magic. Wow. Oh, he did talk about humanism. That's funny. Okay.
Okay, see, I wasn't too far. I'm sophomore at worst.
Oh, I bet Confluence would love this guy. Western esotericism. Oh, bro would love this guy. He was a proto-Protestant. Okay, so it sounds like he was Christian.
I mean, everybody during the Renaissance and that portion of the world goes for the most part.
Or you die, so yeah.
No one ever dies as long as you believe it.
Oh, that's true.
Absolutely would love that guy. You're right, Brandon. I fucking would.
That book was one of the
absolutely would.
Confluence. The book was called The Oration on the Dignity of Man, if I remember correctly. And this is I'm going back to undergraduate humanities. This was just the one guy that sticks out in my mind, which obviously means something if 22 years after the fact I still remember.
I mean, I don't know this guy. I'm just going off what you guys are reading with the Western esotericism and stuff. Don't threaten me with a good time. That's what I'm saying.
What is the cherubim?
What is the what?
Cherubim.
They're the angels. Well, certain types of angels.
Well, I know what a cherub is. I didn't know if that was like a state of its. I over on Google that you could achieve the cherub.
The child of an angel.
No. Cherubim is a plural. Im is the plural in Hebrew of cherub. So cherub is a singular. Cherubim is the plural. Angel is a broad category that encompasses a lot of stuff. It just means messenger, but it can mean. Like seraphim and cherubim are both angels, right? I think we agree. Do we disagree?
No.
What's your hot take on him in your 60-second Google search, Brandon? I'm genuinely curious.
I'm just reading the Wikipedia, so it's not giving me too much about like his actual beliefs. Let me go to his humanism thing. It's actually centered on the nature and the importance of humanity that emerged.
I think it was like the divergence of like moralism and Christianity and altruism. That was what I remember, was that everything kind of converged at one point. He tried to bridge a couple of gaps. And I'm speaking out of my ass right now. So
No. If I'm being honest, I have no clue what to think of this guy so far. With reading what I'm reading, I would have to look into it more, because it's not giving like his clear beliefs. It's Wikipedia, so it's like giving his biography, his education, like all this bullshit. Like I give a fuck. Yeah, I don't know. I'd have to look into it.
he was a long time after the, Aristotle, Socrates, Plato, that whole era. This guy. What year was the Renaissance? Was that the 1500s, 1600s? I don't want to embarrass myself. Am I close?
Yeah, you're close. He was around in the mid 1400s. Okay, so yeah, he was a mix of a Neoplatonist and an Aristotelian. And okay, that kind of cringes me out. I have issues with both of those people, so that's okay.
No, Neoplatonists are goated, Brandon. Come on.
They're better than Aristotelians. Yeah.
Okay.
I'll give them that.
Brandon, I'm trying to. I feel like you were like telling me something good, but I couldn't understand it. With the virtue ethics, can we return to that briefly? Okay.
Sure.
What was I not grasping? I'm trying to grasp it. I just think I drank a bit too much alcohol, so I'm trying to grasp it. But.
No. So with virtue ethics, I think I could be wrong, because I don't talk a lot to a lot of virtue ethicists, but I'm pretty sure it's a normative framework. Let's just chat GPT it really quick just to make sure we're on the same page. Is virtue ethics a normative ethic? I'm pretty sure it's a normative ethic.
Yeah,
yes, it's a normative ethic. So it tells us what determines good and bad, but it doesn't tell us what good and bad is. That's my only point. Like a utilitarian, you can say something like, well, what determines something to be good as a utilitarian is if it increases utility. But that doesn't tell you what good is, because it could just be cashed out in like your preferences, or you could have a realist view.
Brandon, are you on the? And this is not the answer. Are you autistic?
I don't know. Yes. I doubt it.
Because I don't think you're smug, but it's like the way you communicate. Like I could tell that there's just sincerity. There's just something very. Do you know what I mean? Compliments. Like there's a lack of flavor.
No, I actually don't get that vibe from Brandon. I actually don't get that.
No, that's okay. That's hilarious.
I get that from like a lot of people, but actually I don't get that from Brandon specifically. Sure. Yeah.
You're in a place.
I think Brandon just kind of stoic coded. Good see you. I think that's Brandon has a lot of control over his emotions. I think, but I don't get the autism vibes. Okay, wait. So just humor me for a second. Okay, so if we take an example, like something like lust, I would say it's like bad to be lustful, right? But then how does that? I don't think I need a utilitarian or a consequentialist or a framework in.
Why is it bad to be lustful?
Wait. Hold on. You said maybe I'm just wrong. Wait, you said. Well, I'm just realizing.
I'll catch you guys later. I'm off here.
Wait, Brandon, you said you think virtue ethics is a normative ethic?
Yes. It tells us what we should do, what kind of person we should be, that sort of thing. You agree with that part, right? Let's stick with that.
Okay, yes.
But like when you say like lust is bad, for example.
Right, that would be is that deontology, would you say?
No. You can still be a
like,
virtue
what
ethicist.
Would you? But you're saying virtue ethicist is a normative ethic.
Mm-hmm.
So then, how do we get to the point that we're saying like these things are actually bad?
Right. That would depend on what you mean by bad.
In a
Or what you-
meta-ethic way.
Exactly. And that's different from what makes something bad.
So what? Okay, so I guess so. Tell me what tell me what you think. I think if I'm a virtue ethicist and I think these things are actually bad objectively, then what do you think my meta ethic would be?
Some sort of realist notion, since you think it's objective. Maybe, well, you believe in God, but you also think everything's God. It would just depend on. It would just depend on, like, when you say bad, do you think that can be reduced further, like how I reduce it to desires or preferences, or do you think it can't be reduced?
It can be reduced, but I think not to the degree I think you reduce it to.
Sure. Well, you don't have to give an answer if you haven't thought about that far. What do you think it could? What do you think you're reducing it to? To, like, God's desires, or is there like a platonic bad out there?
Well, okay, so I mean, this is the thing. This is why I like having you on. You obviously know way more philosophy than me. I'm not going to lie about that. Okay, you absolutely do. So I guess, yeah, you tell me what I think in a way. So I think God exists. I think God carries these fundamental properties of being good, and right, like, and so like. So I think God, it's not divine command theory, and that's why I guess I'm confused, I guess, at the whole virtue ethics being a normative ethic, because I think, like, and I don't know how to say this, but like, if God is all virtue, and so I think we ought to do virtuous acts. And so I guess that's the normative part, but I don't know how to describe the meta ethical part, because I think it's just the character of God. So is that deontology, or like what is that? What am I trying to punt toward?
I mean, that does sound like not necessarily divine command theory. I know what you're saying. I don't know the name of that specific theory, but that would be the meta ethic. That is what good and bad is. You're referring to some properties about God, right? So that's what good and bad is. But what determines good and bad is going to be the virtues and the vices.
Right, but I guess, but yeah, what?
Let me give another.
Maybe there's some like gap, but when I say virtue ethicist, I mean like of the character of God. I've always thought of that as like a meta ethical framework, I guess. But you're saying you don't think it is. I think the application of those virtues is a normative ethic. But I think what we actually define as that, I think, is of the character of God. So that's where I feel like I'm like missing something or not understanding something.
No, if I'm understanding you right, I think you do have it. Let me use a utilitarian example again, because I think that gets it, at least to me, across very clearly. Like when we say X is wrong as a utilitarian, all wrong means there. Well, no, let's stick with the normative. I already fucked up. Okay, so the normative ethic, X is wrong. What makes something wrong for utilitarian is that it decreases utility. But,
sure, yeah.
But if you're like an anti-realist, right, what wrong means is you just have a preference against something causing negative utility, right? So that would be the meta ethic, right? That's what the word means. That's the ontology of what wrong is. But that's not what determines wrong, right? It's the utility. Same thing with the God example. What wrong is those properties of God, but what makes something wrong is whether or not you have certain virtues or vices, intentions. That's what
I feel like. Okay, wait. I feel like, I don't know. Tell me if I'm insane. I feel like the word makes is really like sticking with me. Because I don't think like what makes something wrong, I think, is meta ethics, right? What actually makes something wrong. And I think normative ethics, unless I'm insane, normative ethics, I feel like, is how you apply what is already true ethically.
No, that's
So
there's a
what
third
makes
branch.
something wrong is meta ethics, isn't it? Like if something like divine command theory, even though I'm not like not a huge fan of that, but like that would make something wrong, and then the normative ethics is how do you apply that in the real world? Or
Maybe
do
the
you disagree
language.
with that?
Well, maybe I'm not sure because I think the language of like make something wrong. Maybe that's what's making it confusing. Maybe I can think of a different word to use. Because you actually use the word apply, but there's three branches of ethics. There's meta ethics, normative, and applied ethics. Applied ethics is things like abortion, for example. Like how should that be done in society? What laws are we going to do? That's applied ethics. I don't think that's what you're referring to when you say this is how we apply right and wrong. That's not what you're referring to, right?
Oh, fuck me. Well, okay, what's the difference between applied ethics and normative ethics?
Okay, fuck all that. Forget that.
Because I've heard of these terms, but I guess in my mind I felt, I guess I've kind of made them the same, normative and applied.
Okay.
Or maybe I've combined normative and meta ethics. I'm not really sure anymore at this point. Okay, I'm not sure.
I know it's getting bad. I feel like I should write it down, and maybe that'll make it more clear. X is bad.
Normative would be utilitarianism, but then that kind of is applied, right? I guess that's what. Or
Yeah,
I guess
but
is it how you apply the utilitarian theory? So then you see the utils and you evaluate which is good and bad, and then you make like a law about that, and then you say that.
What are y'all saying right now?
We're just gibberating.
All right, I'm going to give my answer because I need to go.
Please.
All right.
I am a value-grounded consequentialist with deontological guardrails.
What the hell?
Wait, say it one more time. I'm focusing. Say it one more time.
Value-grounded consequentialist with deontological guardrails.
That sounds cocked. That sounds cocked.
It's
as
complicated.
shit.
It's complicated, is what it is. Actually, it's really simple, but it's also.
But there's no meta ethics in that. Am I crazy, Brandon? Am I crazy? There's no meta ethics in that, right? Am I wrong?
From what he laid out, that sounded normative because he mentioned deontology and consequentialism.
Right. So where's the meta? You need the meta ethics, right? Even if we're going with a tripartite thing, which I don't know if I agree with that, even though I think it's probably true philosophically, but I reject it nonetheless.
Hold on.
I mean, we've talked about it before. He's a realist.
I'm an anti-realist, non-relativist, and value.
You are not an anti-realist. You are not.
Yes, I am.
No,
Based.
you're not. Fuck off with that.
King.
That's some gay shit. That's some gay shit.
I place
That's like
a
so
lot
Brandon
of value.
coded. That's
I place
crazy.
a lot of value on pragmatic objectivity, if that's all right.
Hell yeah.
You put a lot of
Pragmatic.
energy on
That's a contradiction of
idolizing
terms.
words.
Pragmatic. That is. I'm Maryland coded. That's an idol of words. Pragmatic. What'd you say? Pragmatic. Wait. What did you just say? Pragmatic objectivist or what? I don't know what you just said, but it was nonsense.
Pragmatic objectivity.
Oh, so okay. I was right. Okay, I thought I was omnicucked, but no, that is what you said. Pragmatic objectivity. That's nonsense. That is like that's
How is that nonsense?
because if it's objective, it's not pragmatic. It doesn't make any sense, right? Pragmatic is like
pragmatic
something that
mean?
you're like. Pragmatic means like what works and what doesn't work in like layman's terms, right? Does it not? Am I crazy?
No, that's not what pragmatic means.
In layman's terms, it doesn't mean that.
I mean, I guess if you want to reduce it to that, to like that extent, sure.
I mean, I said what I said. You know, what do you mean then? How does that apply to objectivity?
I don't think that moral claims are. Give me a second. Let me think of how I'm going to phrase this.
I wish I could, Ag. I wish I fucking could. Okay, I'm not in a good state to do that. I'm not in a good state to do that. I'm not gonna lie to you. Okay, not gonna
All
lie
right,
to you.
so I don't. So I think moral claims aren't true in like a mind-independent cosmic sense. I think they're objectively evaluable within a value framework.
That's so gay. That's so gay, though. That's so
I
gay.
think I've already sent you some of my like ideas on.
I know, and I
on
read
things,
them,
right?
and they're gay.
Yeah.
I mean,
So
well,
the
no,
whole,
I mean,
so
I shouldn't say
the
that, but
objectivity part is like the use of evidence, prediction, coherence, and like looking at systematic consequences.
no, that's no, and no. And to Sigurd Johnson, it doesn't make sense. The fact that you think it makes sense to Sigurd Johnson, that means it doesn't make sense. That means it's an Alex L. Okay.
You may disagree, but it is coherent. I know what he's saying. It's
I
not
know what he's
exactly like
saying.
Sam Harris, but it's similar.
Yeah.
Don't
okay.
even
Oh,
don't
well,
don't you
thank you,
dare.
Brandon.
I'm sorry.
That-
Yeah, that was bad.
Further
My
proves
bad.
to me
My
that it's
bad, bro.
nonsense. Okay. Yeah, you triggered me, Brandon. You triggered me.
He triggered me. Can't
I'm sorry.
Yeah, dead giveaway. Fucking button. No, I'm just kidding. But actually, that is actually nonsense, Alex. Right?
Yeah,
if you think about
so-
it, that's nonsense.
Yeah. Well, what I'm looking at is like, I don't really care about what the theoretical moral distinctions are. What I care about is like what they do in the real world.
No,
right?
but that's stupid.
I
though.
also,
Stupid.
and I think you've mentioned this before, and we fought on it. I'm not. I think intention is important, but I think the predictable effects of your decisions are as important as your intentions and the things you do. So if you could entirely predict that, driving home drunk is dangerous, even though you didn't intend to run someone over while you were doing it, your intention is as important as the actual predictive value of knowing that this could happen because you're drunk.
Okay. Actually, okay. Let's loop Brandon on this because I think, I think morality is probably entirely intention based. So, Brandon, do you agree, disagree? And to Sigurd Johnson, I should have verified you, but I'm just like, I'm in a trusting mood.
Flash him.
I could have been anybody.
Don't flash me.
that was very bold of you.
And then
It's bold.
just real quick, because you questioned me on the objectivity part, right?
I did question you.
I think so from my perspective, it's like we have to choose goals or values, which I think we can get at through sheer, like the simplest basic goals can be expanded out to generate an entire system of morality. But once you have that, I think we can look at strategies that have been tried in history and what their effects are, and we can tell that some of them are factually better or worse at achieving those goals. Like if you're trying to build a bridge, right? Some designs are just not going to work. We know that. They've been tested. They failed every time.
That's so utilitarian, though. That's so cocked.
Quite.
It's not utilitarian.
It is. You're just seeing like, oh, this works, so that's true. No, that's like stupid.
No.
That doesn't make any sense.
No. The value.
Well, he may have deontological values. Maybe some values are like rights based, where he thinks like you should be able to own a gun, right, or something like that, like the Second Amendment.
That's Brandon. Are you trying to pander to me because you think I'm a conservative? Because that's.
Just the first right I thought of.
That's not a moral thing, right? That's not a moral thing. I wouldn't accept that.
So,
well,
it could be. But
my point is, let's say
probably not though.
So let's say that you value freedom, right? There's certain forms of government we know that do not create freedom, right? You would not go with fascism to accomplish freedom. You wouldn't go
I
to
might,
monarchy.
because
No,
that says
you
nothing about my meta ethics, and I don't know.
I
don't
just
know.
told
I
you
guess I'm still fucked by
your
Brandon saying that
goal-
virtue ethics is a normative ethic because I don't think I agree with that. But I guess I trust that it is classified as that. But I don't think I agree with that. I'm going to go against all
maybe there's some-
philosophers, perhaps.
Maybe there's some aspect to your ethics that would give you like a meta ethical component. Just saying that you have virtue ethics is kind of a worthless statement because it can mean so many things and you can apply it in so many different ways. You don't like sit there and look up what virtue ethics means and then you follow that as
No,
like
I use
your
my
ethical
intuition.
framework.
I use my that's my whole how do you call that philosophy?
You
We
hate-
use our intuition to get the meta ethics.
But if you
of virtue ethics, because that whatever that is called, that is what I am. Okay, is
if
that
you
the
look
thing?
at
Is
your
anyone named that?
intuition, you should be able to find a pattern. Like your intuitions point you to something, but it doesn't tell you what it is or why it is.
Yeah, intuition alone is insufficient.
Well, it's fine
No,
if you
that's-
just want
that's
to
some
live.
cock shit.
No, that's
Sigurd
not.
Johnson,
No, we
that's some
don't.
cock
We don't.
shit.
We
That's
don't
some
live our
cock-
lives. No, but we don't live our lives via intuition. I'm saying intuition usually, like it's, they say like your gut feeling is usually the correct one. Like that is your intuition.
No, not gut feeling.
It
not gut
is.
feeling.
It is. But intuition is essentially an educated guess. It is based on the information.
No, it's not.
Yes, it
no,
is.
that's insane.
Yes, it is.
That's insane.
It absolutely is. What
It's not.
What is intuition to you?
So much more than like base emotion, base gut feeling. It's so much more than that. It's
Yes,
I feel like
hold on.
I feel like I talk to like half the people agree with me, half the people disagree with me, and I don't know how to square that circle because it's insane
Where does
to me.
intuition stem from? Where does it come
Where
from?
is it? It's a
How do you
part
know?
of
What is
yourself.
the thing
a
that
part
tells you that something
part
is
of your
wrong?
soul.
What
There's
is
like
it?
different parts
It's a
of the
feeling,
soul,
right?
It's not a
feeling that something
feeling,
is
not
wrong.
an emotional sense. It's not an emotional
That's not what I'm
feeling.
talking
It's
about,
not an emotional
feeling.
feeling.
I didn't say emotion. I said it's a feeling.
Yeah, but when you say feeling, you're like semantically fucking loading this
Like
shit,
a gut
right?
feeling is not an emotional feeling, is it? There's multiple kinds of feelings.
It can't. But that's what I mean. But when you say feeling, I think most people think of emotion.
What
When you
word
say
would you prefer
feeling,
to use? Because there's
intuition, right? Intuition.
What is
That's the word
intuition?
I'd prefer to use.
I want to hear your definition of intuition.
Intuition is a spiritual insight into matters. That's just off the dome, which I think actually, now that I said it, is omnigoted. Okay, it's omnigoted. That is actually the best intuition.
I have to accept that at face value. I can't. I don't think I can contradict that statement because it's like an internal logic that you're applying, which is
Yeah, it is.
Intuition, yes,
yeah.
intuition is internally consistent. I'm not contradicting you.
Yeah,
there.
I'm not. That's why I would never say like intuition is some like philosophical proof, but I think it is like the highest form of thinking we actually have.
No, but our intuition is incorrect all of the time, don't you think? Like, I feel like
it can be. I've said this. I can't remember who asked me this, but they said
My intuitions
Oh,
are always
God.
truth tracking, so
Okay, no. The thing is, I can't remember who I was talking with this because all the streams in my mind get like combined. But someone was asking, how do you like know intuition is true? And I said that like you have to test it. I think this was Young Christian, that like you have an intuition and you feel it, right? But not in an emotional way, in an intuition way, and then you test the results with rationality, with other stuff, and you see if it was accurate, and then you course correct.
wait.
So if you're
Hold on.
wrong,
Hold
then
on.
you can over time. Wait, hold on.
That
You can
intuition-
over time you can build your intuition, because if you have an intuitional feeling and you're wrong, then you can look back and think, well, how was I wrong in that? And you build the muscle in the same way that you build physical muscles. You can build spiritual muscles of intuition. You can figure out why you're wrong, why you weren't wrong, and you can keep going in that same direction.
Do you think your intuition tells you that something is wrong, or do you think it points you to the direction that something seems off here?
Yeah. I mean, it's not 100% certain. Yeah, it points you in direction. And the more you train that muscle, the more you are accurate, right?
Well, the more you listen to it, the more tuned you are to hearing it. I would agree with that. But my point is, intuition doesn't tell you that this particular thing is wrong because of what it is. It tells you that something wrong is happening.
So it could be a subset of this thing, right? It may not be you getting in the car, but it may be you driving because you're drunk. Right?
No, I think I would say this, and you tell me, Alex, if you disagree. I think if you always listen to your true intuition, like for real, if you actually do, I don't think it's possible to commit a sin. Theologically, I don't think it's possible.
I don't know if I can agree with
interesting. Because okay, so just to entertain my hypothetical, because I understand I think you view virtue ethics. There is a space for it that you can carve out. I don't think it's how people commonly view virtue ethics, but let's say that my intuition, as like a guiding principle, I guess maybe you could call it something like that. It tells me that God doesn't exist. Because what it sounds like is that you saying the intuition. Generally, I feel like the more you rely on, the more you verify intuition, the less it becomes intuition. Because again, I understand that you disagree with this, but I think intuition, like as a guiding force, forget the God stuff because I know that's like not productive for this. I just realized, but
that's why I said like intuition. It doesn't tell you that this whole thing is wrong. It tells you that something is wrong about this thing.
Yeah, let's take a super simple example. Let's say there's a shortcut. You're walking down the street. There's a shortcut. It's a bit of a dark alley. It doesn't look too bad. Nobody's in the alley. Like there's nothing. But there is just something about it that you're like, this feels unsafe. It's an intuition, right? That you have nothing verifiable to show you.
That's a gut feeling. That's a gut feeling. That's not what I mean by intuition. No, I don't mean
you're using it wrong,
I don't mean gut feeling.
You're using it as like
gut feeling is also a good thing. That's a good thing to develop. That's good, but that's not what I mean by intuition.
Because
that's not what I mean.
When he says intuition, it's like intuition that an act is wrong. It's not like you may not be able to.
I'm just grabbing us in. I can hear all though.
Right. But you know that some act is wrong. Not in like this is dangerous, but like this act is actually wrong on a moral level.
Yeah, okay.
No, I actually what Alex said, but I actually do mean like there is like specific things that I think intuition does point to in a non-moral way as well. I do think that's possible as well.
How is that not just a gut feeling then?
Because it's not. It's
the Holy Spirit working through you. Sorry, I don't mean to be condescending.
You are condescending. I'm getting my
No, you should be. What he just said was just dumb.
I said I don't mean.
Objectively, it was stupid.
That was not objectively stupid. That was subjectively stupid. I'll have you know.
No, objectively speaking, it was stupid. Brandon, are you there still?
Yes, I'm still here.
I was wondering, do you have like a Discord or anything?
I do. I actually just added Confluence. If you wanna add me, I don't even know my name on there. Hold on.
Yeah. I wanted to send you the thing I sent Confluence that he just completely ignored a long time ago.
Okay. Oh, is it just my name? I think it's just my first and last name. Is that right? Can I do that? I guess. Okay, so it's just my first and last name. Brandon.
Completely ignored, really, Alex? I
don't know. I have no idea what you
ignored it. And W. Tissiger Johnson for saying I'm only subjectively stupid, and L. Alex for saying I'm objectively stupid. Okay.
Wait, I
that's some gay shit. Okay, that's some absolute gay shit.
It started with the KYR.
I thought you were talking about me. I was like, what I said was subjectively stupid. I thought you were talking about me. I'm the stupid one.
Oh, I thought you were defending me.
I really do have to go though. You guys have a good night. Don't argue too little. Make sure you argue too much. And,
Sevens, Alex.
Yeah,
the mediator.
Sevens.
Yes,
God bless. I'll see you in your dreams, Alex, but not really, but kind of in a way.
Dude, hold on. I was going to say this earlier. If Dexter is too much for you, what the hell do you think you're going to do in my dreams?
What do you mean Dexter's too much for you?
No, I stay outside. I work. This is the thing. I work like at a distance. I don't enter in. That's why I don't enter in, because Dexter is too much. I can't enter.
It would drive you crazy. All right.
It would. That's why I don't. That's why I've never tried to enter, because that would drive me crazy. I agree with you. Fully agree.
All right. Bye.
Later. Sorry, I did jump in late, but I hered when I hopped on. Brandon was going in.
Wait, hold on. Wait, give me a hot second because we are prioritizing donuts. Funkin' Button says TrueCon. I think I heard Jeffrey Dahmer say something very similar. Wait, I don't. This is a negative message against me. Makes sense to me. I thought when I said 10 VW bug coded, it was a joke. Oh yeah, well I took that as a joke. I don't know what you mean with the Jeffrey Dahmer part. I'm not exactly sure. Okay, Confluence is a little intoxicated. I think I've said that before.
On the Lord's Day, dude? Really?
No, actually, I guess it is technically the Lord's Day.
No, you're
I
on
thought
the-
it was past midnight.
Yeah, it is. Is it not?
Oh, it is for me.
Technically, but if you think of like the Jewish people, right? Then that was yesterday, right? So Confluence has done nothing wrong from that point of view. Just saying.
Perspective. You're in the clear.
Yeah, exactly.
I didn't realize you'd been drinking.
Mr. Testy Johnson, can you try to tell Confluence why he's wrong? I'm doing a terrible job.
Well, so I really, it's more of an idealistic type of view of virtue ethics. Maybe I can just kind of go from my perspective and see if any of this resonates or not.
Sure.
And I won't be super, I won't pontificate and go down a bunch of roads. So I like virtue ethics for the reasons because I find it relates. I would almost describe it for myself as like a secular equivalent to like a religion, because for virtue ethics at its core, and one of the reasons it's often criticized is all it really is how to, or like, be a good person or be a virtuous person. And then that opens up I think one of the reasons it gets sidelined between deontology and what's the other one? Escapes me.
Consequential.
I guess like anything consequentialist. Between those two it is subjective. So I could say being brave is a virtuous like trait that you have, right? But there may be situations in life where being brave is actually not the correct choice, and it is actually more virtuous to maybe stay your hand or to not go into battle or something, something along those lines. So what it is to be virtuous, in my opinion, changes depending on the situation. And this is very frustrating for outsiders because you can't pin down what it is to be virtuous. There's probably really broad strokes, like be honest. Being honest is generally a good trait to have. So I like it because it appeals to things, and I think there's a lot of overlap with various like religious teachings. But at the same time, I do understand the subjectivity of it, because I think that what it is to be a virtuous person changes over time and changes based on where you are in your life, the situation in life, all of these types of things. So that's one side of it. And then I think a lot of it is sort of intuition based, but I believe personally that intuition is kind of like a muscle that is developed, but it is developed through
so far.
But it is developed.
You're gonna cuck me in a second. I know you are.
Through previous experiences. So, for example, your upbringing, the morality of your parents, of teachings that you were brought up as a child, I believe that is what develops your intuition into what you think is right and wrong. And I think that's what your intuition points to. It's almost like when you are in a not precognitive state, but somewhat, you're like a very young age. I think that's where a lot of intuitions develop, of where you think right and wrong sort of land. And I think as we carry that into adulthood, that feeling, which I agree, you could say it's not a feeling, that's fine, like we can put that to the side, but that like the intuition I can't think of a better word, that you feel of what is I think that it does harken back to something like that, where it's like it's either a childhood thing or a previous situation or something that informed you as to what the right or wrong thing is.
I don't deny that.
Okay, so far we're so good.
I was gonna say that's pretty fucking based, but
okay, cool.
It is based, but it can be developed. So like we all start a certain place. My
That's what he
intuition
said,
right
yeah.
now
He
can
said
be
it's
wrong.
dependent on your upbringing. Yeah.
Right. It's dependent on your upbringing, but you can refine it. I guess that's my main point. Like my
Well, you said
intuition
that
in the
too,
moment
yeah.
could be wrong, and I hopefully will refine it as I go forward.
So
that's what you guys are agreeing with each other. That's what you just said.
But I think where we differ is, in my opinion, that refining process it becomes less intuition because you're sort of exploring it and you're demystifying it and you're sort of getting to the root of why do I think this thing is correct or right or wrong. And so for me,
based off of your
I don't view
previous
intuition
That's
as
where you
something.
cuck yourself.
Well, I don't view intuition as something that you dependently rely on throughout life. I think that it is a starting point.
You
So
should. You
that's where
should though.
well, I guess I
Well,
should.
you would agree
Intuition is
everybody
amazing.
doesn't have intuition.
Yeah, no, I maybe I misspoke. Intuition is extremely useful. We use it for daily decisions all of the time, micro decisions, like our and maybe I'm using it in different contexts because I'm not putting this as a moral decision, but just decisions about like driving, like should I make a right or a left, which way is faster? Like I traffic might be heavy on this bridge or whatever. Like there is some intuitive process of like even small decisions that we make throughout our day, but you probably wouldn't attribute like that's not the type of intuition I think that you're talking about. So yeah, I don't know. Maybe that is just where we differ. I don't see it as I said up top. I think intuition alone is insufficient, and I think if you use intuition as like a guiding principle throughout life, I think that it'll help you in a lot of situations. But if you don't explore that and you don't demystify where those things are coming from, then it will lead you astray.
I'm kind of I think I'm egg coded. I actually think we do agree because my whole point, I think, is intuition. You have to kind of fact check it. That's I think all of the aspects of being a human kind of like build onto each other. I don't place emotions below intellect or intellect below intuition. I think all these things kind of work together. And so yeah, I think if you have an intuitive thing, I think you follow it because that's the best you can do. And then in retrospect, you use your intellect to kind of evaluate if that was like a good call and you course correct on your intuition. That's how I would say you build your intuitive muscles.
And
So
this is all
I'm not
based
saying
on
like I'm not saying just
personal
follow
experience.
intuition and don't follow intellect. I'm saying the intellect and the emotions and all that stuff is what kind of makes your intuition stronger to say like if you're right or wrong. Because yeah, intuition alone isn't enough to tell. I agree with that fully. Intuition, you can make a decision. Even Tessiger Johnson, in your example of going right or left, I don't disagree with that example. That's something that I think you can do. But then in hindsight, you look back and you think, was that a random thing that I did? Was it from God? Was it not from God? Was that an actual intuitive leaning? Was it not? And I think you try to build that intuitive muscle based on what you know. So I think all the parts of the human psyche work together to create kind of a holistic vision. And I think intuitive is at the top rung, but I'm not trying to defame the other rungs of the ladder, I guess I would say. And actually, we have a super chat briefly from Fuck It Button. Let me see if I can hit it. He used his true to him intuition to make his decisions. Also, I goofed. The bug is Ted Bundy's same, but different. I'm not sure. Oh yeah, this relates to his previous thing with the Jeffrey Dahmer. Yeah, that's true. Okay.
Fuck, I haven't talked to Fuck It Button in a long time. It's just been chat, man. Get up here, Fuck It Button.
I keep trying to convince him to come onto panel because he did come onto.
I mean,
now he just
he's
hangs
been
out in the back
before. It's
chat.
just been
But
a long time. Yeah,
it has been. It's been a hot minute. It's been a hot minute.
Even if he came up just to catch up for a minute.
I know. I just want to see Fuck It Button. Okay, Fuck It Button. If you're still watching, just join, even for a hot minute. Okay, even for a cold minute.
Shit, I'm up here. My fucking head is pounding but fuck it. Get up here, Fuck It Button.
Fuck it. Button.
Fuck it.
Intuition is logical, or do you think it is either pre or
it's trans-rational.
I'm going. I can't. I'm
Sorry,
falling asleep. Y'all are insane. I don't know what's happening.
It's because I joined.
I still think
Maryland,
we're all
God bless. God
Yeah,
bless.
Maryland.
Truly, God bless Maryland.
I
Sweet
love
dreams.
y'all. Okay.
I love you too,
sorry.
Maryland.
we lost her at transrational. She's like,
Yeah, that was a sticking point.
It's because I joined. It's all right. I don't think I'm in her good books right now. It's okay.
I mean, Marilyn said we're all psyops, so you know it's
That's
hard to
okay.
say
No,
who's,
no, no. We
who's
just
good
disagree on
ones, but-
things, but it's okay. It's I don't hate her for her beliefs. I just want to hear more of it and dissect it. That's all.
I made this comment in chat before, and I think to me it's funny, but it's like I say blasphemous things from time to time, and I understand that it can be seen as insensitive.
You do that. You do
But
that.
I do, and
I
I
definitely do
apologize
also.
to specific people. There are people I don't mind offending, but for you, I you know, hopefully you realize it's in jest. You know, I am a heathen.
I do.
But with Marilyn, I find that she says things that are, it's like trolling to the next level because it's incorporating Christianity's teachings. So it's like blasphemous on a different level because it's like not rejecting it altogether, where it's easy for you just to be like, well, fuck you too. It's like incorporating it into it and then twisting it on its head. And that seems like,
no, you know what?
So much more
Damn.
frustrating.
Testicular, you just made me feel a little bit guilty because I'm kind of doing the same thing. And now I feel bad, so I'm gonna take another look back at what I'm doing. That's a good call. That's a good case, man. No,
Is it? Yeah, I missed the earlier portion of the conversation, so
it
I
was
don't know
shit
exactly
in chat, and I mean, I guess now that I look back, I'm kind of guilty of that too, and
You
I feel
just
bad
red
now.
pilled everyone to Sticker Johnson. How do you feel about that? Okay.
No, I mean, he just pointed out something that
Testicular.
I didn't realize I was doing myself, man. It's all good. I appreciate it.
I'm here to help. You know, I always have the best of intentions, even if it doesn't come off that way.
I'm more than willing to admit when I'm wrong too. So, go.
He said, "Where do we land?"
I don't know.
I feel
I
like
just wanted to join this.
I feel like we're on something.
So I mean, we can totally talk about whatever. I would say intuition is a heuristic. I wouldn't put it as like a transrationalist type of thing. But
No, wait, it is how is it not transrational?
Because I think that it
almost like definitionally is though, right? Like if you
I mean, so okay, so I guess hang on, maybe my ways are okay. They go beyond ordinary human reason. I guess I would say that it's like within the bounds of human reason. It's almost like the first
no,
step.
it's not. It's course corrected with human reason, but it is beyond
I
human
think
reason.
it's like you know, again, if you want to call it like a vestige of childhood or upbringing or anything like that, I would put it.
I'm not saying that.
I would put it as a pre-rational stage, but I would put it as like maybe the first step in like some sort of chain. But I don't put it beyond
all
that.
the steps. It's all the steps.
I understand that,
So
but
I
I
agree.
think
It is pre-rational. It's also like rational. It's also post-rational. That's what I would say.
Yeah, I think
it's
I would,
everything.
Fair enough, and I think that that's more just because of like our worldview difference. I think that like I kind of understand how you're arriving where you're arriving, and I think that I don't believe that it would be outside like the bounds of human cognition because I just don't believe in that concept.
I'm not saying okay, wait, hold on. I'm not saying it's outside. I'm not saying like it's like totally like inscrutable or anything. I'm just saying it's something that if like there is certain decisions you make that aren't you might have an intuition that is not a rational intuition. Like maybe you can't use logic to get into that, but you have some type of like spiritual guidance to, for lack of better words, to like say that you should like do something. And that is checked ultimately by the intellect, but it is post-rational in the sense that it's not
your spirit can't lead you
to precede the intuition. The intuition happens and then you can go back and course correct, but
Can I
the
give you an example?
transrational.
Sure. Well, do you think that the spirit can lead you astray, or do you think that intuition ultimately it will be like will guide you on the correct course? Like I'm not
By
trying to
the
pitch
spirit, no, I know, but by I just yeah, the spirit. Do you mean like the Holy Spirit, or do you mean like my spirit? Because I think I have a spirit.
I guess which I don't quite, because it's a personal thing for you. Like I guess where you think intuition sort of lies, which like which spirit is, I don't know, maybe spirit's the wrong word in that.
No, okay, no, I think I get what you're saying. That's why I said it is checked ultimately by I think your intellect. I think that's how you build the intuition muscle. right? You make an intuitive decision, and you look back and you think, was that correct? Was that not correct? And you use all your faculties to determine it, and then that's how you kind of build. You kind of look at, was that a good intuition or a bad intuition, and you build the muscle forward.
I think I maybe have an example where I don't think it's you can have an intuitive feeling or intuitive, I guess, process. I'm trying to use the same language you're using, but I understand it's going to be an overlap in terms because of how we're applying them. As a simple example, let's say you smell a piece of meat. It smells fine to you, right? Like it's slightly past expiration, smells fine, looks fine. You're going to eat this piece of meat, right? I think that sort of calculus is very heavily intuitive based, right? You're making the call whether you think this will make you sick, whether it's safe to eat. So maybe more of a common one that we see in our day to day, but I would still say it's an intuitive thing that you're doing, or you're trusting your intuition in that respect. However, that's not something that you can necessarily build on. I feel like you can be faced with that same situation, and you would still have to make a call one way or the other. But there is nothing.
It's like subjective.
It's like each instance or each example of that is its own independent event. So, like, would you sort of accept that as like an example? Because I just think that's something.
No, because I feel like that's feelings based or like cognitive based. That's not using. Okay. That's not what I mean when I say intuition. That's not what I mean.
I thought that was a good example.
It's a good example,
unless,
but not
unless you're talking about
mean
something
by
else.
Intuition.
Yeah,
right. I guess I am, and I feel like, again, I don't know how to deal with this, because I feel like half the people I talk to, I feel like understand what I'm talking about. Half the people don't. I don't know how to like bridge that gap. I don't know if I'm insane. I don't know if half of the population is insane. I honestly have no idea. It just comes down to the faculties of man. I feel like there is like, for me, emotion is very separate from intellect, which is very separate from intuition. But some people, when I talk to them, they say emotion is the same thing as the intuition, and they find it impossible to differentiate those two. And to me, that seems insane.
Well, intuition doesn't require conscious reasoning, so like that's the huge difference.
Yeah, but it's not like emotion is like. Emotion is like how we feel, like anger and sadness and happiness.
Yeah, but
an intuition is like it's beyond that.
Okay, we're agreeing. Yeah.
Well, so this is our difference.
Right. It's like a spiritual. It's like a. I mean, I don't want to get biblical, but it's like that small voice that tells you what you ought to do.
Yeah. So
our difference is subjective, depending on our upbringing and our, our knowledge base. But yeah.
Our only difference, maybe there's more, but I kind of agree with what Egg said there. I think you said it was like, shit, I forgot the exact phrase, but what I would call it is like maybe an unconscious process. I don't think it steps into the realm of like logic or rationality, because it's sort of, and again, I'm putting it.
Yeah, the reasoning isn't conscious based. It can be completely.
Yeah, exactly, and I think that's almost necessary for intuition, is that it's not necessarily like, yes, your intellect will then take over, or you will end up making a decision based on some sort of criteria, but that intuition itself doesn't come from that place. So I'm agreeing with you almost 80% of the way there. The stuff I'm sort of
no, I know there's the whole thing that everybody's talking about, like FAFO and shit like that. I know that doesn't, like, that's not what I'm talking about, but
so I think we're basically using different words for the same thing, almost, and I just think that it's maybe just, it's almost like an order of operations thing. I don't know. I don't know how much we could break this down, but I would still refer to it as like a heuristic in how I sort of.
But the thing I've come to, I don't know if it's possible to break it down, because I feel like it gets so
it's
kind of
subjective
subjective
all the way to like a subconscious or conscious level. That's how you break it down to. That's it. And then from there you can branch off from there and call it what you want.
Right, and I don't think you can like use. And I guess I'm curious what Brandon, as the resident philosophy bro, thinks about this, but I don't think I can actually tell somebody like about the internal states. Like in my mind, I feel like certain things are concrete and certain things are, not concrete. I think I kind of have different levels of which I operate. And I feel like for me, those are clearly differentiated. but I don't know how I could communicate that to someone else. If they don't
That's
accept
the
it,
same
they don't
thing.
accept it.
Well,
If they do, they do.
You just explained it. That's how we are too. But we're all that's why we're having these kind of debate panels, because we're all conflicting on those base values.
Right. But is there, I guess my question is there any way to like, is that something that's just unprovable? Like philosophically, is that something that just like, if I feel that way, if I just experience that in myself, is that something I can never speak to someone else?
No, I mean, of course, I mean, you can, that's the whole thing about humanity and societies as we've evolved, the ability to speak one's mind and not be persecuted. I mean, that's why America's great. But even back when there was the Greeks and they would fucking have council meetings and everybody would speak their mind and then they'd just come to a vote. I mean, you're more than welcome to speak your mind, but just remember the fact everybody might not agree with it. And that's just what you have to come to terms with. I mean, that's what a lot of these people never mind. A lot of people cannot come to those terms. But anyways,
intuitions is like one of the most difficult subjects you guys could have chose to talk about, because there are so many different theories of what they are. I would recommend, I wanted to mention this earlier, I've never read the book myself, but a lot of my Phil Bro buddies, they say it's very digestible for people that are getting into philosophy, and it's very straightforward. Are you familiar with, he's a modern guy, like he's still alive, he does interviews, you can find him on YouTube everywhere. Michael Humer, have you guys ever heard of that guy?
Yeah, I've heard of him. Yeah.
Okay. So he is a very common sense based philosopher, and he has, I don't agree with his view on intuitions. He takes them to be non-inferential. Of course, I think we all agree with that. They're non-inferential, right? It's like before the reasoning process. But he takes them to be almost like a unique mental state. I don't know if I would agree with that, because he has what's called seemings, and then he thinks like intuitions are a subset of seemings. Like when we say, well, yeah, that seems right. He takes that to be almost like different than a belief. It's still a type of mental state, but it's not necessarily a belief. And I lost my train of thought, but the book I was going to recommend, I'll just go back to that.
Yeah, and that's what I was getting at. Is it's always going to be more simplistic than that.
Yeah, I mean, at least how I think I typically use intuition, I think I'm just saying something like, I'm disposed to believe something before I start reasoning about it. Like if somebody tells me the moon is, well, that's probably a bad example because I know the moon isn't made out of cheese.
Well, why don't we just start with, hey, it's either black or white, but no, wait, there's gray, and there's other shades. Like
even what you're saying, I guess that's what I mean,
but
Brandon.
There can be
like
just black and white.
But Brandon, what you're saying by intuition, that is not what I mean. That's like emphatically not. But it's on like a personal level. Like that's not what I mean, right? Like kind of your initial
you give an example?
thoughts.
That's requiring conscious reasoning.
Well, can I give an example maybe? Or maybe this will help. Like, let's say somebody tells you something. This is somebody you know well, and you have some intuition about whether they're lying to you or not. And for some reason in this, what they've said to you, you think that they're lying. But so that to me would be, that's the intuitive thing. From the words that they're saying on paper, there's no reason to imply that they would be lying. But something about the tonality, maybe they're not making eye contact. There's something, you're making the call, and it's an instant feeling, right? Like for whatever reason, you would just your intuition is telling you that for some reason they just told you a lie, right?
Right.
So I think that maybe that we can use that as like an example where I
was going to use something similar. No, that's a good example.
Yeah. Okay. Cool. Then yeah. Right. Then I think this is good where the conversation's going. So I'll leave it there. You guys can do with it what you want.
Yeah, I think I was going to try to like push it out to because it's a little personal, because with your example, you're talking to somebody, you may have like background information,
right?
So that
you
can
go with a stranger. No?
Yeah, that's what I was going to use. Like, let's say you're out in some city you've never been in before, and you're trying to look for directions, and you ask some random person, and they tell you, and then you have the intuition, oh, that guy doesn't know what the fuck he's talking about, and then you go the opposite way. I would take that to be a kind of intuition. I mean, it would still be what you're talking about. Would still be an intuition, but
yeah.
Yeah, maybe that's probably a better example, because you're right. You don't have pre-knowledge or know their mannerisms or anything like that. So
right,
yeah.
You don't have like background information on them that is informing that, right? But I mean, you would still have background information about how people typically behave if they don't know what the fuck they're talking about. So I guess that's still there, but it's still before the reasoning process. I think that's the main sticking point. That's what matters here.
Yeah, like they could have maybe social anxiety, and the fact that you approach them is why, there are absolutely tons of reasons as to why your interaction.
We're just talking about picking up on physical cues and
or physical, like vocal cues. Maybe they have
like
a tick
that.
or something.
Yeah, I mean,
yeah.
But that's not intuition, though.
So and see that
no. Well,
it's not intuition.
Yeah, well, no, not them doing that them in itself, but you interpreting what they're doing is the intuition.
Yeah, you're telling me you don't have an intuitive because again, the intuitive part is what they're lying to you, right? So what would that be if not intuition?
The problem is there's so much like semantic overload that happens when we talk about intuition. That I guess have you
ever heard somebody
contention.
lying? Okay, here's a good example. Like, and I'll ask instead of giving an example. But have you ever heard somebody lying and you had this feeling they were lying, but you know you were like, all right, it's all good, and then later on you found out they were actually lying.
Yes.
Okay.
Oh, here's.
That's intuition we're talking about.
I just remember the reason I brought up Michael Huemer, and I think maybe we can agree on this. Like, an intuition is something that. This is the language he uses. He uses something like how something appears to an agent, or how something strikes an agent. Is that how you think about a confluence?
I think so. I feel like there's a lot of I feel like that's a very philosophical definition. So I'm not sure. I'm not sure, but I think so. I'll say
okay,
I think
here
so.
We go. Here's like an even more simplistic question. Confluence. Have you ever went to go do something, whatever, anything, and you were like, if I do this, I got a bad feeling this is going to happen. And you're like, but I'm going to do it anyways. And then you do it, and then that bad thing happens.
Yeah, that is what I mean. That's what I mean.
Yeah, that's intuition. That's like that gut feeling, some people would call it.
Yes. I agree with that. I agree with that.
Like your brain knows better, but you're gonna do it anyways, right?
Yes. The only problem is there is the counterexample, I guess, is that maybe you're just picking up on pattern recognition and your emotions and your kind of, but I don't think it is that. I think there is.
I don't think so either. I mean, it could be something I've never done before, and my brain is sitting there saying, if I do this, this could happen. If I do this, this could happen.
Do you think
that is exactly what I mean? Yeah, that is exactly what I mean.
That's intuition.
Okay. Do you think
on a subconscious level, my brain probably could take in a horrible, actual craziest situation you can think of 1 to 2 seconds, and I'm reacting already. That's not bad.
The thing is, it's because we're actually. I don't want to be Maryland coded, but it's because we are God, and there's certain points where we know we're God, and we know what the right thing to do is because we know we're God. Okay, that is actually true. Okay, that is actually true.
I
disavow.
One of my, I wouldn't call it a frustration with you, because I kind of accept that this is just part of who you are. But one of the frustrations is that yeah, sorry, I didn't mean that to sound insulting. I mean, it's frustrating.
No, I didn't.
You're kind of a fucking idiot, but let me tell you why I think that.
It's kind of like.
No, I actually think that's a compliment.
It's
okay.
I'm just kidding. Because what you just said is impossible to be interrogated. Like, anytime that we're saying something is like this purely subjective internal experience, I have to sort of accept those things at face value, because there's nothing I can say that to prod further. If you're just saying well, this is God, and it's just kind of okay, I can't go anywhere further with that, which is not a criticism, but it's just a,
No, I
like,
mean, you
No,
could.
it's just the problem. It's experientially different. Like, I guess
Yeah,
that's
it is. That's my point. It's
and I don't know how to prove that. There's no that. This is why I think philosophy is kind of like it's just like a mental onanism in a way. Like it is,
yeah.
even though I
No, well,
I love philosophy, but it just is. It just
it
it's
is.
a mental
Most of it
onanism.
is.
It's
I'm confluence
yeah,
coded
it
right there
doesn't.
on that one. That's all I'm trying to say. I mean, everybody's gonna have a different like experience, and that's what adds value to the big picture.
Yeah, for me, I mean, I took like college level philosophy, and it's more like a personal interest, but it's almost because I heard this. There's this quote about music theory because I'm a musician. I play music and stuff, but the quote is like, learn as much music theory as you can, and then forget about it. Like forget everything that you were ever taught. I feel similarly to philosophy. Like philosophy is just all it is just being able to try to put into words like your ways of thinking, right? And I think everyone like has a philosophy, but some people just they don't have the language for it, and that's all it really is. So I am a bit like I do think it can be extremely pretentious and like very sniff your own fart type of thing. But for me, ultimately, it does come down to just like yeah, just that. It's like learn as much as you can. It's good to be able to say why you think something is right or why something is wrong and be able to sort of break down those things. Because I think a lot of people don't necessarily understand why they believe what they believe. So it's useful. But at the same time, yeah, of course, I think it has its limitations. Like, I am where the rubber meets the road type of thing. I am very much more into the applied side of things as opposed to the metaphysical side of things because ultimately like abstract concepts like when we're talking about something or infinite or all the like these are just concepts and abstracts within our minds like we're never I don't think it would be I would be amazed if two people like that's a good example maybe where intuition it's like either intuition sort of line up or they don't and those things do differ so I don't know.
I agree with a lot of that. I know you guys call me the resident Phil bro, but I think a lot of philosophy is confused. A lot of it just seems wrong or mistaken. A lot of philosophy, they just do not give a shit about empirical stuff. Like you'll have, for example, like moral realists will say stuff like, well, how do you explain that most people think that something is objectively, like there are objective morals? And it's just like, how the fuck do you know most people think that morality is objective? Do you have empirical data for that? And then they're like, no, you can just kind of like talk to people and intuitively. It's like, well, it's an empirical question. So a lot of them, they hate doing the empirical work. I use it because it has made me be able to articulate myself a little better. And a lot of what's going on is just language games that I've noticed. If you just parse out the language, you can usually well, I shouldn't say usually. A lot of the times there's not an actual disagreement. You're just talking past each other because you're using words differently. That's what I've noticed when I'm talking to people.
That's kind of what I notice most of all.
And one of the things in these spaces, especially with philosophy, one of the reasons I this is like a very rare space I have found because like we live in like if you're on the politics side or anything, it's like all the destinyisms of like the super debate bro stuff, and it is fun to debate. Like don't get me wrong, but for me, philosophy is one of those things where because of basically what Brandon said, it's like a lot of it is overlapping terms being applied in different ways, and philosophers also have done this throughout history. Where like I think Heidegger is a good example where he's literally using old Greek like concepts like telos and all these things, and he's redefining them and then other philosophers, unless you understand what this other person meant when they were using that word, and they're recontextualizing it. Like a lot of it is just that. It is just this building upon language and twisting them and all these things. So it's not debate bro-y. I feel like if you want to have an honest conversation, you sort of have to give the person you're speaking with some grace and like room to express their ideas. And I do think that it can be extremely heavy-handed if you try to just debate bro your way out of it and be like, well, this is the definition, like this is the technical way that this is applied, and unlike that just doesn't really work with philosophy. So I think that's what pushes a lot of people away from it to begin with.
For
is
sure.
that it's not super strict terminology, but yeah.
I agree. I agree. It's about the discourse. It shouldn't be about
Yeah, it's not about being
person-
right or wrong, or like trying to dominate
Yeah.
someone's worldview or something. It's just
Yeah.
it's not what it's for, in my opinion. But it can be applied that way. But
Yeah. Learn a lot
I
and
think
then
it-
forget it all. That was a good piece of advice. And I'll just say this really quick because if you noticed when we talk about stuff like morality, like how there's consequentialism, deontology, utilitarianism, I kind of reject all of that. I'm not convinced of really any theory. I just talk about my preferences, unironically, my preferences. That's like when I'm talking about morality, that's all I'm talking about. And a lot of people don't like that. They're like, well, what's your moral system? I'm like, if you have to call me something, maybe what mostly
Emotivist, maybe.
No. I do think because a motivist, they don't think that moral statements are true or false. I do think they are true or false, but it's just true because of what I prefer.
I thought you're an anti-realist.
are you
I am.
are you an expressivist?
Wait, then
I don't
how does that?
God damn
Wait,
it.
how does that square that
Well,
circle?
Sure. So when I say something like X is wrong, all I'm saying is I have a preference against X. You think that
Isn't that
statement?
emotivism?
Yeah, how's that
No,
motive?
because
How is that
emotivism
not?
is saying that X is wrong means boo murder or something. That's not a statement that can be true or false.
Right, but
But-
if you're saying it's actually true or false, that's a realist take.
No, that's a cognitivist take. You're okay. God bless. Okay, so cognitivism is you can be an anti-realist or a realist. A cognitivist is just saying that moral statements can be true or false. A non-cognitivist is what an emotivist is. They don't think moral statements can be true or false. That's the distinction.
Okay, which one are you?
I'm an anti-realist, but I'm a cognitivist, meaning I do think that moral statements can be true or false because I'm just talking about my desires, and it's true I have those desires.
But are they actually true though?
Well, desires themselves aren't, but the moral statement is.
Yeah.
No, but how? If you're an anti, I'm not.
Well,
I don't get it.
I
If you're
refer.
an anti-realist, then how are they actually like for real true? If you're an anti-realist,
Well,
then it's
think about it. Think
it's
about taste
not.
preferences. No, think about taste preferences. When you say I like pizza, is that true? I
It's
prefer
not
pizza.
objectively true. No, it's
Not.
subjective.
Right, it's subjectively true, but it's still a true statement.
Right.
You do have that preference. Same
It's a
thing with what I'm
subjectively
saying.
true statement. Yeah.
Same thing
but
with what I'm saying about morality.
But I would say I'm an anti-taste person, I guess. Like I'm not saying my tastes are objective. I'm saying my tastes are my preferences. I'm not saying they're real things. They're just like they're entirely dependent on my brain states and my personal
Yes.
opinion.
Mhm.
But that
I
doesn't
agree with
seem, that's not what I understand with the realism and anti-realism when it comes to morality.
But no, it's just it's the difference between mind dependent and mind independent as well, right? So he's saying
Exactly.
that it's cognitive state, like these things are true within. I guess you could point to certain things, just the way language is used or the way like societal norms exist. Like there are truth values, I guess, within that, but not in the sense that you're thinking of objective, where it's like mind independent, that these things exist outside of like a cognitive experience.
Right,
Right,
like
but if
my
all-
car
if
is
all- if all-
outside. That's objectively
if
true.
all you mean, Brandon, is if all you mean when you talk about morality is in the same way that I mean that like vanilla tastes good to me,
Mhm.
then I think that's like fucking just like that's like
You don't even
nothing.
disagree,
That doesn't
right?
matter.
Well,
no,
it doesn't
I-
matter to you. It matters
just-
to me.
Well, no, I mean it matters to me. Like in the sense I like vanilla, but I would also say like my sense of liking vanilla doesn't go past me. It doesn't go beyond me in any way. So I would never call that like a realist take. That's where maybe I don't know enough of the philosophy, but I just don't. I guess I don't understand because I feel like that is like. The fact that I like vanilla is definitionally like in my own head subjective. It's I'm not saying there's anything objective. It's definitionally anti-realist to my understanding.
Sure.
So that's where I
the-
guess I'm being lost here.
Well, the easiest way to think about the distinction between realist and non-realist is that a realist thinks that moral statements are true independent of our stances. An anti-realist.
Right, that's what I'm saying. I don't think vanilla tastes good independent of my stances. I think that's just entirely just like brain dependent that I happen to like the taste of vanilla. I don't think vanilla objectively tastes good. I think that's like an insane thing to say.
Right. And I'm doing the same thing with morality. No, I agree with that.
Wait, but you said with morals, you're content to say it's like it's your preferences, and you said unironically, right? It's what you prefer. Mm-hmm. And I thought you compared that to like the taste sensation of like liking certain things. But to me, those things are like entirely different. I don't think those things are the same at all.
We got to separate the statements from the instance of a desire. I'm not saying a desire is true. That's like saying a rock is true. What does that even mean? We're talking about the statement like X is wrong. When I say X is wrong or X tastes good,
right. But that's true only inside my own head, though, right? Like vanilla tastes good, but only inside my brain. Outside my brain, I can't make that same statement. Right, but I would say, like a realist take, I would say is to say that there are certain moral statements that are true outside my brain.
Sure, exactly.
But then that's a realist take, isn't it?
The last part of what you said is a realist take. If you're saying that something is wrong independent of your stance, that's right.
It allows.
But I would never say vanilla tastes good independent of my stance. That's entirely like my brain dependent, and it could be a lot of brains, but it's not like I can't punt outside of like normal human brain states to say like maybe for most humans vanilla tastes good, but outside of myself, there's nothing to say that vanilla tastes good, right? It doesn't even make sense to say in a way, right? Unless you're kind of nonsense.
There are people that take that view. It's called gastronomic realism, where they think that those sorts of things, those sorts of things like pizza is the best. That is objectively true. There are people like that.
Gastronomical realism. That's fucking crazy. That's a crazy. That is actually true philosophy, bro. Okay.
But yeah, like you're correct, Confluence, in the sense that I think I'm remembering this correctly. Like if we were to get into the realm of say like moral facts, like I don't know. I guess we could go with the classic, like murder is wrong. Like Brandon is able to make that statement, but not in the same way that you would sort of interpret that statement.
Yeah.
And I understand maybe murder's not the best, because I understand it always gets brought up. It's like, well, murder definitionally is unjustified killing or whatever. We go with like stealing or something more that doesn't have these like semantical sort of pitfalls. But yeah, if you were to make like a moral statement about the world, I think that is where you guys would differ. And you are sort of rejecting the fact that what Brandon is saying is that it would be similar maybe to how logical arguments are built. When we talk about valid, it's like you can make a truth apt claim, or there is like a truth statement within there, but it's not in the same way that you're thinking, where it's like an objective moral fact that persists throughout time and whatever. I think that to me is like the meaningful difference probably into how you guys would approach things. I think that's the
problem. I think me and Brandon are saying the same thing, but I think we mean it on like different levels. But I don't know if there's like
That's exactly right.
Well, your frustration
way to phrase that or not.
Your frustration is like, well, how do you ground that ultimately? And I don't know if they're like, I don't know. Brandon would have to do that for himself, because this is something I have come up against, because I fall more on the non-cognitive side, because I like, it's not emotivism, but I refer to myself as like it's referred to as expressivism, which is like kind of emotive. It's like it's almost the same thing, but it's
emotivism adjacent. Okay, it is.
It is, but it allows you at least to be able to, in my opinion, to actually like make moral claims. Whereas for me, if somebody tells me they're a emotivist, I'm like, well, I don't understand how you're like you can't. This is why Alex O'Connor or whatever fucking confuses me. But anyway, that's a whole rant. But yeah,
there are I think it's literally called sophisticated expressivism. I haven't read into it, but supposedly it's so sophisticated that they're not even. They're like, philosophers are like, is this even anti-realism anymore? It sounds like you're just like making like a realist case.
Oh, I think so. Oh, sorry, I googled it. So this would be like quasi-realism or whatever.
Yeah, because with certain types of expressivism, they take like different theories of truth. Like they get really into it. Like fuck all that, dude. Fuck all that. I'll just talk about my preferences.
Yeah, but people see it as a cop-out because it allows you to like make moral claims about the world, but then ultimately also recognize that there are no like moral facts, and people can do that as a contradiction. But I don't know. You know what? I'm basing it on my intuition. So
Hell yeah.
there you go.
Hell yeah, dude.
I will say I wanted to say, like, Brandon, you know, I do think you're a philosophy bro, but not in a bad way. I want to say that. Okay. So I think
Thanks,
philosophy,
man.
I'm not trying to glaze you, but I think philosophy, I don't think it can arrive at actual experiential truth, but I think it is very a useful mental exercise. And I think it's very helpful. And I guess this was spurred on by what Tessiger Johnson said with Alex O'Connor, because I love Alex O'Connor, and actually the emotivism that he expresses, I have actually got a lot of, I think, real world value in that, even though I don't think it's like a good like framework, but it has caused me to at least think on some level about like when I have a reaction to a moral thing, is that just coming from an emotional place? Is it coming from just boo this thing, boo that thing? And then am I working backwards to justify it? And I have found in myself that that is often the case, where if I say like boo something, and then I have that instinct, and then I work backwards to justify why I feel that way. So I think there's a lot of value in philosophy. So Brandon, I just want to say, I'm not, when I say you're a Phil bro, I'm not, that's not a negative sense. I think there is a lot of like mental value, and I'm just going to say that.
No, there's a lot of cringe Phil bros. I agree.
But actually, I have to ask. Okay, because I have an undeclared minor in philosophy. But you know like way more about philosophy than me, Brandon. So like, are you like do you have a degree in philosophy, or is this like all self-studied?
It's all self-studied and talking and being friends with people
That's
that
crazy.
went to school
That's crazy.
for philosophy.
That's crazy.
I'm 31, so I've had a lot of
crazy.
time. So
I'm older than you, and I've literally, again, I've taken enough to get a minor in philosophy, and you know way more about philosophy than I do. So that's crazy.
Yeah,
it's really about
actually
just the
crazy.
circles you run in. But I wanted to comment on, I do think, like I was saying earlier, I think philosophy, a lot of it is confused, but I think it's good for like parsing out language, concepts, and I think it has made me better at reasoning myself, and also when I hear somebody trying to make an argument, their reasoning, and kind of like formalizing it in my head. Like, is this even a valid argument? Are they making a deductive, inductive, abductive argument? What are they doing here? I think it really helps with that. That's what I find the most value in, because when you talk to people like how we were talking about, like precepts, that's a good example. They will use language like, well, how do you ground that? What is your ultimate foundation? And then you ask them what that means, and it's either gibberish, or it turns out that they're just saying, all I mean by that is, when I ask you what your grounding is, I'm just asking if you have God in your worldview. It's like, well, obviously not. You're talking to an atheist right now. So that's what I find value with philosophy at this point. I thought it was really cool at first. You're learning a lot of shit. Like, oh yeah, I think I found the theory that makes a lot of sense. And then you hear like critiques of it, and you're like, oh fuck, that fell apart quick. So that's what I use it for. It's very helpful.
And I also, one of the like, maybe you call it purist, but there's this insistence that somebody is utilitarian, they're theological, or a lot of people don't even know what virtue ethics are, so it's pretty much between those two. But nobody, because I've used this example before with the trolley problem of like, there's the two ways that you can answer the question, sort of the two main ways, and I think that most people would refuse to make a decision, and they think that them refusing to participate is the moral choice, even if more people like die from that. And I think that because again, I always go into the pragmatic, like where the rubber meets the road, like how is this applicable? This is one of the reasons I go more to that like normative side of things, or applied ethics, versus like the metaphysical stuff on the back end, is because I think that that's how humans operate. It's like, you could say stealing is wrong, But let's say it's your family member that stole something. Like, would you call the cops on your family member, like somebody you love? And I think that's how morality and things express themselves in the real world far more often. We like to think we're idealistic and that we have these standards, but I feel like they are so dependent on our interactions with the world and how we engage with it. And so everyone is just a fucking mix of all of these fucking things all at once, and we don't even really realize it a lot of the time. So
kind of
it's a messy,
like
messy thing. Yeah.
no win scenario, or like a
Yeah,
damned if you
I
do,
don't
damned
think
if you
there's-
don't.
And
that's
but
why
there are
that's why
people-
I'm a virtue ethicist, though. I would say that is how I answer all of the trolley problems. I think I think morals are objective, but I think how we apply them, I don't know if I'm using the right language, but I'm a moral relativist in the sense that I think you need to be in that situation, that in that point of state and time, to make a moral decision.
Would you agree that
us on the outside, we can't necessarily decide that, because you have to be in that moment, in that time, and there is an objective truth in that moment. Is that a thing? Is that a thing, Brandon? Is that
No,
a
that
thing?
makes perfect sense. I know what you're saying.
that?
Mhm.
Yeah, I know what you're saying.
You're saying there's like
position that I can is that
Well, I was gonna
because I
say-
always
Well-
every time I say I'm a moral relativist, everyone like I try to say, well, okay, I'm not a moral relativist in the
You're not
normal
cultural
sense of the usage.
Yeah.
I don't think morals are just like anyone can decide anything. I'm not like Pomo in that way. No Pomo. But like I think morals are objective, but I think the application, you have to know, maybe it's an epistemological gap. To know the morals, you have to be in that moment, in that space and time, to know the correct thing.
Yeah, you would be like a realist relativist, where you think that it is relativized to the individual in that given context, but what you ought do is still mind independently true. Like you ought do this whether you want to or not.
Yes. Okay.
Yeah, that makes sense.
I see, and the reason I'm like the biggest heathen of us all, because I don't believe that you could, like, I don't think that you could necessarily arrive at the objective choice. You could arrive at something that feels correct and in your view had the best like outcomes or something. But I am also one of those people that I think that like decisions that you don't make also have consequences, and I think that side of things is generally not given as much weight. So like a failure to act, right, and this fits in within the trolley problem as well, but like I think that it's unknowable to know in the moment whether our decision was the best one, because there are always unintended consequences, and those can be good consequences or they could be bad. But like it's it's like the every action has a reaction type of thing, and I think that because of that, I can't ever know for sure if the decision that I made was the correct or moral one, because I don't know what the consequences of any one action.
No, but in the moment you can, though, like everything is intention based. Like you don't know the future.
Exactly.
Sure.
Right. Yeah. Like, so you don't. So in the moment, if you in that trolley problem, if you make a decision to the best of your ability, it's like it's tautological. If you do the best you can, you have done the best you can. What morality would ask more of you than that? You did the best you can. Like you actually did. Right. So like, even if the consequence is negative, that's why I think consequentialism is kind of fucked from like a in the moment point of view. Because in the moment, you do the best you can do, and that is like what you can't ask anything higher of a human to do. They're doing the best they can, right?
I mostly agree, but there is also with the I forgot what I was going to say. You said consequentialism, which is utilitarianism, except it had to do with utilitarianism specifically. But no, I agree that, and it's one of the reasons actually I do have an issue with that as like a normative framework, because I feel like it's more useful. I don't know. I lost my train of thought there. I did have something.
They're useful. I mean, I don't know if this will bring it back, but they're useful. I think in looking at like the broad scheme and judging the results and stuff and all this, and like looking at. But I'm saying, I guess in the moment, in any given moment, you can only do the best that you can do, morally speaking, and. I can't imagine a God that would judge you contrary if you're trying to do the best you can do, even if it's like a very negative action. if you're doing actually the best you can do, what else could anyone or any god like try to expect of you beyond that?
I mean, I agree with you, and I guess I do have to abstract this a bit more. And the term I was looking for was expected utility, because this does fit in with utilitarianism, which is basically what you're saying, is that you're making a decision based on what you think is the best expected outcome, and that's sort of how it works. Like, it is good enough, and I think that I don't know. I still feel some level of responsibility if there is a decision where I fail to act. Then I can see negative consequences because of that.
But that's post hoc, right? Isn't it? Isn't it? You're looking at like if you make a decision and if it actually is truly the best thing you can do, and something bad happens, then it's like let's say I make a decision and then like someone dies the next day, then in retrospect I will say, okay, maybe that wasn't a good decision. But in that moment, there's no world in which I could have known otherwise, right? If I'm like being honest, and
I don't absolve myself of that. I just think that, because then I would have the self-reflection and say that, well, I did not make the best choice, therefore it was not objectively the best thing to do. You're saying,
but it's not a moral failing. That's what I mean with intuitive correctiveness. That's how you like measure your intuition and correct your intuition. Maybe your intuition was wrong, but that's not a moral failing, right?
Do you want to
like
hear,
in that moment you did know, because how could you go back in time and have chosen something differently? You chose something in the what we're talking about. You chose something to the best of your ability, with everything taken into account. You made the best decision with everything, all your intuition. You made the best choice. Maybe it resulted in 1 million people dying, but in that moment, how could you have chosen otherwise? You don't know the future, so you can correct after the fact. Sure.
Yeah, but I don't know if that. I don't. Maybe I have to think on this a bit more, because I don't know if I've ever really put this into like tangible terms. But to me, like, if you made the wrong decision and 1 million people died, to that individual, maybe you would be able to like absolve yourself of these things. But to me, a better decision could have been made. And I understand. I understand what you're saying.
That's a Maryland coded psyop, like for real, right?
All of the information that you have available, and the expected utility, and you're making the best possible decision based on all the information that you have in the moment. I'm accepting all of those terms. I'm just saying that.
No, I know you are. I'm not saying I don't disagree with you, but I actually am sincere with the Maryland thing. Like, I think that is. When we do that as humans, my opinion, I think we're holding ourselves to a standard that we ought not hold ourselves to. I think we it's a degree of self-harm after the fact. If we make a decision in the best possible way and the results are bad, some degree of moral luck, right, where we like it looks bad after the fact, I think that actually is like a degree of self-harm, and that is like that's just a bad thing to do. There's no moral thing there, right? It's not. I don't think it is a moral dimension to that issue.
Can't this apply to any framework?
Wait. What do you say more?
Like deontology, like you don't know if you should follow a specific rule or a virtue ethicist. You don't know if you should actualize some virtue or what you think is a virtue. Turns out you made the wrong decision.
No, I don't think so, because like a deontologist like would say, even if a bad result followed, well, no, you made the right choice. It doesn't even matter. They wouldn't even care. Like Kant wouldn't give a fuck, right? From what he says, right, about like what happened after the fact, right? He made the right decision. Did you check your cat?
Yeah, I did. She jumped up on my desk. It's okay. She's fine.
But yeah, I feel like Kant wouldn't say he did anything like immoral in that instance, right? I don't, because he followed the categorical imperative. So I don't think he would say that he did something like wrong, even if he saw that a billion people died afterward. He would say, well, no, I acted correctly. Well, I don't think that applies to all the frameworks.
Well, I'm not talking about the consequences. That Kant's a good Kant. I don't give a fuck. However you say his name.
I don't know either. Yeah.
Let's say he thinks that what he should do is, because what's his categorical imperative? Like, you should do things that could be universalized across society, something like that. And he makes an action thinking that, well, this action, it could be universalized across society. and then he finds out, well, that's not the case. He could reflect on that and say, well, no, I shouldn't have done that, right? And the same thing for the consequentialist. That's what I'm saying.
Yes, yeah, but like, I don't know, because I feel like that's like there's a degree of empiricism that I don't think applies to Kant. Like if it like with like the categorical imperative, I think it is true with the lying thing that like, yeah, if everybody lied, then like everything would be like fucked. Okay, I'm not going to put into philosophical terms because I can't right now. But like, so yeah, so like the lying is always bad. I don't think Kant would correct himself if he told a lie and then a billion people died. He wouldn't like self-reflect on that because he's arriving to that statement that lying is bad, not from a degree of what happens after, not from a degree of empiricism, but from just the fact that like if everybody lied, this would be like a bad thing, and it's like it's in some sense like self-contradictory, like nothing like something wouldn't work in that system. So then I don't think he could reflect after the fact and then be like, okay, actually, I'm going to change my mind. And actually, I think lying is sometimes good.
Well, okay, maybe. I'm trying to think of another example, like something stupid, like opening the door for women when they walk into stores. He thinks, oh, yeah, this is good. You can universalize this. And it turns out it's not good for a society when you universalize this for some reason, right?
But the problem with that is that you couldn't like with the lying thing, it is like the way Kant describes it, or at least the way I remember Kant describing it, is that it does result like on its face in a contradiction. And with the holding the door open, that is like kind of something that is not the same thing. Because like you could imagine a society where people hold the door open or they don't hold the door open and things like still function and everything's fine. But the lying thing is something that is like inherently contradictory.
Well, I use this example up top, and it's the classic, the trolley problem, right? And I said, and again, this is based on an intuition. I said that I think that most people would not act and claim that their refusal to participate is the moral action because they refuse to participate. But in my view, I would still impart some sort of moral responsibility to them because they failed to act. So that's more what I'm kind of driving at. And I think that I think this would be, they would claim it's like more of a virtue. It is like kind of a virtue ethics type of stance because they're saying that their refusal to participate in this experiment or whatever it is like a virtuous thing. Like they refused, and that is therefore like, that, you know, they're placing it as a higher order thing because they're claiming it's a moral thing. Whereas I'm saying that I think that I would hold them morally responsible for letting those people die. But yeah, so it does live in this, and it does live in this weird gray area, which I haven't fully like been able to pin down because it's the difference between the ideal and the way that we conceptualize these things and the way that and this is me being copping out a little bit. This is, where I think from like admittedly a subjective thing, the way that I sort of see morals expressed in the world and the way that people behave in reality. And that's not really something I can quantify and pin down. It's just the way that I see things manifest generally and the way that people conduct themselves. And they're filled with these contradictions and these things that like, which is not even making a claim on whether or not they are good or bad people, but based on the decisions that they make and this inconsistency that exists, I just think that there is some weight in the decisions that we don't make, and it's not necessarily punting to like, well, they made the best decision that they had based on the best information that they had available, etc. It's that we all live under these constraints. Like these things apply equally to everyone, right? So it's not I don't know, man. I do need to think on this a little bit. I can't quite put it into words what I'm driving at, but yeah.
I do agree with you about the inaction thing.
Yeah, I think okay. Maybe me and Brandon are about to agree on the same thing. I think an inaction carries moral weight. An inaction, I think, is the same. Like I don't think you can absolve yourself of morality by just punting to inaction. In the same sense as speech, I think a lot of people on on panels and stuff will punt to, well, I don't want to talk about this, and I don't think they absolve themselves of like I think it's kind of cope most of the time, I think. And in the same way with like moral inaction, right? Like I don't think you can just like throw your hands up and just say, okay, well, whatever happens happens. I don't think that absolves you of any like moral guilt. I don't know if that's what you're saying.
Well, kind of, because then morals exist in a non like causal space, right? Because there was no causal chain. It's sort of the absence of that you're sort of attempting, like the moral responsibility like relies on like a direct causation, I guess you could say. And I think that if you're then removing that and still saying that, well, you are still making some sort of moral decision here, or indecision in this case. Yeah, like I think you guys understand sort of the base of what I'm saying, and I haven't fully developed this either. But I think this is one of the reasons why I think that, yeah, if you make the best decision with the best of intentions, I know there's that old saying that the path to hell is paved with good intentions, right? People can make what they think is the best decision, and I don't necessarily think that like we have to judge. Like you can also have good and bad outcomes. A decision it doesn't have to be 50-50, but something can be more good than bad, but we still admit that the bad things have happened because of this thing, right? So like there is this constant scale, I feel, that needs to be balanced, and to me, maybe it doesn't need to be balanced, but I feel more compelled to try to balance it, as opposed to people saying, well, I did the best that I could in the moment, and then sort of like that's the end of it. Like nobody looks at the other side of the coin. I think that we sort of should examine maybe sort of the other side a little bit more. But yeah.
No, that makes sense. That made me think of the one example. If you see like a drowning child and you can save them,
about that too, actually.
But it would ruin your shoes, right? And then most people are going to say, yeah, you should save the drowning child, fuck your shoes, right? You should save the child. But then the follow-up question that the utilitarians want to ask is, okay, well, there are like children starving, and you can donate the same amount of money to charity to save those children. So what's the symmetry breaker between the two? And then people try to give reasons, and then you apply that to the original case, and it just sounds absurd if you don't donate to charity. And maybe there's some sort of threshold there, but that's what made me think of, like, obviously that inaction there would be, we would hold that person morally responsible. Like, bro, fuck your shoes, save the drowning child. You not taking that action is actually wrong.
Yeah.
Yeah. So there is a space that exists where we agree that inaction is immoral, right? Or, yeah, so like that, there is something there, but I feel like it's not often. I guess I'm trying to relate this now to like me as an individual, right? Like if I am making a decision, because I can't describe it more than like a feeling, that I still feel some level of responsibility. And I understand what you're saying, like maybe it could be viewed as some sort of self-harm, like you shouldn't really be taking on the weight of your indecisions. But I guess because everything that you have will have unintended consequences, right? That's just a reality of like nature. Everything will have good or bad, I guess, depending on how you want to like quantify it, right? So yeah, I don't know. It's more like I'm describing something that we at least recognize exists, but I don't have a good way to deal with it.
I think this is my opinion. I think the morality comes after the fact, and where anyone does a moral wrong is if they don't self-reflect and course correct. So in that moment, if you have actually like truly made the best moral decision, then I can't imagine something that says that is actually a wrong thing. But maybe that's because I think all morality is intention, which I think I don't know how anyone disagrees with that. But in the retrospect, I think there is a moral thing there, right? To course correct. And I guess that's why in the beginning we were talking about intuition, where I think you do have some type of moral ought to reflect on your intuition and think, well, if what I did led to the death of, like, let's say 1 million people, was there something wrong with my framework? Was there something wrong with my intuition and all that stuff? And that's fine. I think if you judge yourself for that previous moral action, that's the self-harm. But I think there is a moral ought to in the moment, if I look back at a decision I made a day ago that caused a bunch of harm, I do think I have a moral ought to reflect on that and think how it could make a different decision in the future.
Okay.
So I think kind of like both things are true, but we just can't go like back in time and like judge ourselves for that moment. What we can do is in the present is like figure out why that decision might not have been the best.
Yeah, I kind of like that as like a almost as a compromise, I guess, or if you call it that. But yeah, I agree. I think it's an active process. I don't think it is something where you can sort of rest on your laurels. But I think that that's where some people get lost because they do have this sense of like, like I've heard this phrase before. It's like how much better would the world be if everybody was like me? And we do have like this tendency because we are the centers of our own universe in some respects, not in like not no disrespect to like the divine or anything, but the way that again, everything is from our perspective, right, or whatever. But like we do sort of carry ourselves in the world, and we're like, man, if people just had my perspective on things, like people do tend to lead from that ego sort of place. And I try to. I'm not saying that we should consider. Yeah, it's impossible to consider everything at all times, right? I think the world would be a horrible place if everyone was like me, but like,
I agree. I agree.
Yeah, but I think that
not about you. I mean, I also agree that about you, but I mean about myself. I think it would be
I thought you were taking a shot.
No, it'd be a terrible. But I think that's why to be Maryland coded, that's why we're all God, because it has to complement each other. So like, I'm not you, Testiger Johnson. You're not me. You're not Brandon. You're not a Grill Polis. But like all of us combined, right? That's a different case. If everyone was about me, if everyone was me, it would be a terrible world. But if everyone was like everyone in a goated way, it would be goated.
Yeah, I guess I'm more pointing to my skepticism. The people that I am most skeptical of are the people who claim to know the answers and the people who are the most confident within their worldviews. And that's just like an intuitive thing. I mean, it's a fitting word, but like the people who are the most self-assured, because I still am convinced that nobody has it figured out. Because I agree with you ultimately that I think it's an active process and that it is sort of, we're doing the best we can, or we hope that we're doing the best we can, and that each decision is sort of being built upon by the previous one, and that can kind of guide us towards what path we want to take. But yeah, the people who are just like who kind of feel like they're sitting at the top, where they're just like, yeah, this is the way, this is the correct thing, this is the like, yeah, I don't know. I think I tend to inject a lot of skepticism when people are extremely confident in what they're saying, because I am like, well, I don't have shit figured out, and I've never met somebody. Everyone I have ever met who has like seemed like they had it figured out didn't. They were just like masking some sort of insecurity, and I think I'm just trying to be honest with the insecurity and be like, I think that like you have to sort of embrace that. I don't think there's a way around it. You kind of have to go through it,
Yeah,
but
I mean,
this is
I
more
think
just fodder. This is like, I'm not making some point here. It's just more like how I think.
I agree. I think psychologically, I think that's more often true than not. I think the people that are like have like absolute certitude on like everything, I feel like, yeah, there's probably like some degree of cope or projection or like something going on, right? Like I think that's probably true. I think that's fair.
Yeah, but because then the question becomes, well, how do you sort of tell the difference? Like, I guess because and this is maybe this is a useful example. Like, so
Cameron's getting water. I can still hear everyone. Okay, just getting water.
Yeah. And anybody can jump in with whatever they want. I'm just kind of going off here, but like with my upbringing, I had half of my family is Muslim and half of my family is Christian, and I was raised on like the Christian side, but it was definitely like a unique sort of upbringing, and I wasn't exposed to like the Muslim side as much, but I've been to like Muslim funerals and like what do you call it, like temple and things like that, and the way that they're called imams, but like the equivalent of like a priest, right? Like the authoritative figure within these churches, or there were these places of worship. I have seen both speak with the same level of conviction, and like that to me was the biggest mind fuck, because I was like 15, 16 at the time, and this is really where I sort of lost my faith, because I was like, they're both so convinced in their convictions and their like what they're saying about, they think the reality of the nature of the world and all these things, and I'm like, neither can be, like, they both can't be right at the end of the day. I know this is a common critique of like religions in general. It's like, well, there's X number of religions, they can't all be right. So does that just mean that this one is correct and everybody else is like gonna go to hell and all these things? And I think, yeah, again, I'm just sort of throwing all of this stuff out there, but I don't know how to really contend with that aspect, because what you said sounded really good, but then I feel like at the end of the day, you do sort of have this backing where you're like, there is some objective correctness, there is this right thing that you may question in the margins, but I don't think it'll ever be questioned like ultimately. I don't know, like, how do you reconcile those things, if what I'm saying makes sense?
If
Oh,
are you asking me?
Yes.
I think it's the most honest answer I can give. I think it's like a knowledge gap, and I have the same knowledge gap. Like, I don't know. I think there is a truth, but we approximate it, right? We see through a glass darkly. You know, we don't know. But I think, and maybe it's a degree of hope to think that there is like some objective thing out there. So I don't know if that's like something that's like provable or not. But I think just like talking like person to person, yeah, I think it's like something that, yeah, everyone tries to approximate the truth, and you try to do the best you can. You try to move toward what you think is the most truthful. But yeah, but I wouldn't say just because you have like variegated perspectives that means there is no truth. I think that just means that there could be a truth that everyone is like trying to punt toward, but everyone is like only getting it like kind of half wise.
Okay.
You know what I mean?
Yeah, that's fair enough.
I've said this before, like, and I've made this distinction, and I know it's like a stupid distinction, but sometimes when I'm talking on stream, I'll say, okay, this is what I'm saying from like my Christian, you know, background, and then I'll say this is what I mean from my like woo-woo feelings, right? And there is like a difference between those two things, and I kind of hold those things at the same time. And it's like yeah, one of those is like, okay, this is what like my official stance is, but then there's kind of me punting outside myself and like trying to think like what is actually like true and what do I hypothesize is true, and those things don't always align. And yeah, I don't know. I feel like, yeah, it's like, yeah, I feel like I don't know. It's
no,
like,
I think that is an honest answer, because I think that, like, yeah, what you're referring to is sort of maybe the limits of human perception. Like, even language is insufficient, right? Like, these things, these concepts, we're trying to put them into words, but ultimately nothing will really suffice to be able to express these things. And like, so there's a point where maybe things necessarily have to sort of break down into the purely abstract, where it's like, we can't really go further than that point.
Well, this is why I always say you're supposed to F the ineffable, okay? Like, that actually is what you're supposed to do, right?
What do you mean by F here?
Like fuck. But like, you know, it sounds better if you say F the ineffable, right? That is what every human ought to do, okay? Like, I know that sounds weird, maybe, but
you have to elaborate on what you're saying, because
like to know, like to experience, to have union with, right? Like that's but it is ineffable, right? At the end of the day, right?
Oh, I see.
So we're trying to fuck the ineffable, but you know, so that is like the ultimate goal. That's what everyone should be going toward, is in my opinion. But that's kind of the woo-woo in me talking again. That's why I make the distinction. But I think that is the best we can do, because it is, I think, knowledge. This is why at least I think philosophy is a good mental exercise, but I don't know if it like arrives at truth, because I think truth has to be experienced. But truth is ultimately ineffable. You can't put it into words. You can't actually express it. It's something, and I mean, I feel confident saying that, because that is like, I think a trans religio perspective in a way. Like every spiritual experience, right? Everyone who has ever had one, right? They will say, you can't, like, I'm going to tell you these words, but like, I can't actually, it's not, I'm in some ways lying by the very fact of me pulling it into the world of language. I'm lying. And that's why I talk about, I think, the transrational, because I think it is it has to be transrational, because everyone who has these actual experiences with the divine, they know they're lying when they put them into words in some way. Not lying as in like an intentional act of deception, but I think you know what I mean. Of like it becomes a untruth. You're like taking from the truth into something that's like less true. Does that make sense? Does that make sense? I don't know if I'm expressing that correctly.
Oh yeah, later, Egg. Hope you feel better. No, I do understand what you're saying, and I think that just, to me, again, leads back to that like ultimate frustration thing, where it's like I have to sort of accept that at face value, but it is unfortunate because in sort of the space that I live, like these things can at least somewhat be interrogated, whereas what you're saying ultimately, as you said, it's like it can't really be interrogated to that same degree. And I sort of, it's like, I mean, it's not like this, I understand, but it's like if somebody said who saw a ghost, right? Like, you can't really argue with that. You can't argue with an experience. Like, it just is. Like, yeah, it just is. You can't argue against something that's there's nothing I can say that could contradict that. I have no information. I could try to do the asshole thing and do the empiricism thing and be like, well,
Right,
has ever been seen? Have they ever been recorded? Is there any
But that's kind of you can't though. That's kind of the like, I guess, like what I'm saying, like, yeah, it is. And this is the hard thing, I guess, when someone debate, because you can't debate it, but like, I guess that's the thing. And I guess do you agree? Like, I think the ultimate thing is experience, and you can't. Yeah, there's like a bit of like self-contradictoriness, but not really, but kind of, where it's you can't. It's because to interrogate it is to bring it down into the plane where you can talk about this type of stuff.
Yeah. Well, what I can relate
that's to make it less true.
Yeah. I can relate it to and maybe this is a little bit trolly of me, but like if we're thinking, let's think of something that sounds similar to what you just said, which would be something like critical race theory, which is entirely dependent on an individual's experience. So I think that lived experience it can be an extremely valuable thing. I just think where the folly is when that is taken as the basis of authority. Like if you said anytime somebody invokes some immutable thing where it's like, well, as a black person, as a woman, to me that does not impart any more authority on that thing, right? And so that's the closest thing I can relate it to, is that I can say that I have had a certain lived experience and unique experiences that have that I can impart in that same way. And I do think it would feel like kind of a dishonesty if I were to like try, because I guess I'm not speaking from an authoritative place if I'm talking about lived experiences. It's as personalized as it could possibly get, right? So that's the closest thing I can relate to what you're saying, but I don't have that sort of like abstract, or not, in my opinion, abstraction, but like that sort of divine element of it, right?
Okay, wait. Okay, I have a dono, and then I want to ask Brandon a question, because I feel like this will maybe square something. Even though I don't want to say this, Confluence is Confluence is not okay. So I'm gonna actually hit. Yeah,
okay,
that. Okay, good to see Marilyn. You're okay.
$2 to say that.
We're kind of in a bit of a same topic, Christian. Yes, but. Okay, so I guess so Brandon, just because I will punt to you as again the Phil Brow here, okay. But again, this is helpful. So this is why, and tell me if I'm stupid, and like honestly, tell me if I'm wrong here. This is a for real question. This is why I think I have always the only philosophy that I think I actually accept, like truly in my heart of hearts, is existentialism. Because I think the only thing you can know is the experience and the human condition, and everything that you go beyond that is to a degree a bit cocked. And I think all we have is our experience and what we know. Do you think, Brandon, do you think I'm wrong on that? Or am I expressing it wrong? Or how can I correct my expression, or what?
Well, that depends on your view of knowledge, because you said no. If you take certainty to be a condition of knowledge, I might agree with that, but I take that view to be cucked, because then you can't say things like, I know who my mom is, right? Because you're not certain about that, so you don't know it. So I think that sort of view is kind of cucked. I'm being honest.
Okay, wait. Let me clarify. Okay, so maybe let me combine. Okay, Cartesian certitude with existentialism. Okay, let me do like a little hodgepodge. Okay, so I've said this before on stream, and everyone I think disagrees with me, but the only thing I would say I have absolute certitude on, right, is the cogito ergo sum, right? I think therefore I am. I know I exist. Okay, that's the only thing. If we're talking about 100% certitude, that's the only thing I know, like, to be for sure true. Everything else, there's a degree. Like, do I know my mom? I'm like, I would say that, but that's kind of a colloquial thing. If you ask me, am I 100% certain? I would say, well, no. There's like a epsilon chance that I'm wrong about that. But the fact that I'm alive right now, that I'm like that I exist, I could be, again, to use the Descartes stuff, right? Brain in a vat, right? All that shit, right? That's possible, but I know I am. And so that's what I mean. So I know I am. That's the only thing I'm certain of. Everything else, I think, has to be viewed through some type of existential lens. That we have some degree of error, but we have this immediate moment of like being alive. And anything we say with logic and language is kind of like cucking ourselves. I know it's not like a strictly philosophical term, but your thoughts.
I mean, I'm even skeptical that you know that for certain, because when you say I, that assumes some sort of theory of self. What do you take I to be? But I can just grant that. I think I agree with that for the most part. I do think I'm pretty certain I'm experiencing something right now. Whatever we take I to mean, we can just say experience is happening. We don't even need the I. Experience is happening.
Are you pretty certain, or do you agree that you're like certain? Because I feel like I'm certain experience is happening. I like, maybe you're right. I don't know what the I. Maybe my eye is an illusion. Maybe it's some like, who knows? But an experience is happening that, like, are you? I would say I'm certain of that. Like, there's nothing. If I'm not certain of that, I'm not certain of anything, and I think that's crazy. Like, do you not agree that you are experiencing something, and that it's impossible to imagine otherwise? I can't even think of an argument.
I wouldn't say it's impossible. That's hard because of how I understand.
What would be a counter? Like, again, maybe my I is like, maybe what I mean by I is wrong.
Well, when you say like
something, I'm experiencing something, and maybe the I is like a wrong thing, but there is an experience happening that something I call I is experiencing.
Sure. I have a hard time saying that experience is happening and the inverse is impossible. I have a hard time saying it's impossible, because I don't think how I understand possibility is, when I say it's impossible, that there's going to be some sort of contradiction there. I don't think I could derive a contradiction. But I do think I'm certain that experience is happening. I mean, it's happening. But everything, I think I agree with you for the most part. And then everything else, it is fallible. We could be wrong. We use probabilistic reasoning.
Like we could be the brain of that.
Yeah, exactly.
No.
I mean, I think I agree with that for the most part. I would need to think about the impossible thing for experience. I don't.
Go ahead.
No. I was basically finished. Go ahead.
Well, like, it's weird because I.
Hey, Colin, you did a test if it was me.
That's true.
I trusted. I use my intuition. I use my intuition. Okay.
He did the same with me, dude. He's reckless.
I just
I have a lot of good intuition. Okay.
Yeah, well, that's all.
That's right.
I mean, maybe in like this is difficult because we're getting to like some sort of substance type of argument or like thing here, like the essence of something, right? But like I in like the most strict terms, I have to accept that. But I think that like the shared experiences amongst people, because I know there's the classic that's like, how do I know my red is your red type of thing, right? Like all, like there is always some level of intersubjectivity to everything. But I think that there's like enough out there where I'm like I don't know. Maybe it's just maybe for practical reasons that I live my life this way. I'm comfortable expanding that and saying that more than myself exists, just based
No,
on like.
I mean, me too. I mean, like if I, well, I guess, yeah. To be clear, like when I talk about the certitude, that's the only thing I'm certain of.
Yeah, I understand.
Yeah, but like, yeah, otherwise I'd be, I guess, like I could only commit to like a type of solipsism, or
yeah,
at least I couldn't say anything beyond that. But I'm not saying that. I'm just saying, yeah, if you press me on that, that's the only thing I can be like fully certain of, is that.
Okay, I understand. And then I think I think I have to accept that premise. I don't think I can't conceptualize of another. Like I used to joke around, and I was like,
because conceptualizing you'd be experiencing.
Yeah,
yeah.
Well, I used to joke, and I used to be like, what if everyone else exists except me? I'm like, that. What about that one? But
yeah, no, I'd say that's impossible, because
sounds absurd on its face, right? But I mean,
you're
hey,
conceptualizing it.
Yeah,
where does this get us?
Nowhere.
Really. That's a great question.
Like, what's the point of talking about degrees of like where does this get us?
No, at this point, I think this is just like intellectual masturbation. I'll own my part.
I don't think it is.
You're right. I should vegan pill these guys, Christian. You guys want to talk about veganism?
We could talk about veganism.
We can.
I'm probably going to grant you a lot more.
Just to be clear, okay, I was responding to Sticker Johnson, right, about how we live reality and how we know things and stuff.
Yeah,
so,
I understand. I did.
I think that's why I think existentialism is a goated philosophy. Okay, and the only thing we can be certain of is that we exist, and that's why I bring in Descartes, even though sometimes he's cucked in some ways, but in that sense, he's.
I feel like that's just messy.
How is that messy? That's like omni-goated if you think about it.
Like, it's just messy.
Well, say more, young Christian. How's it messy?
Like, okay, so if you were 99% certain about something, right?
Mm-hmm.
Or even 90, what is the relevance there?
Like in a practical way?
Yeah.
Well, no, yeah, I don't. Yeah, well, I mean, that's so practical cucked, though. If you think about it,
where,
sure,
you're talking about it 5, 50,
but all of like what I don't. This is what Alex. This is what Alex tells me. This is what and I don't. I feel like I'm still parsing it, but I don't like it in a way where I feel like it's like, okay, just like act as if like, or what, like the practical outcome of what you think is true. And I'm like, I don't know. Like, I want to. I'm trying to think how to phrase this. Like, I don't care if, like, let's say I'm wrong about stuff, then I wouldn't care to act as if I'm right, even if I had the best practical outcomes. So I feel like the talk of certitude is important to that degree, where it's like, we can talk about the best, like how ought I act based on probabilities and stuff. But at the end of the day, if I was like wrong about a probability, then I wouldn't give a shit to act in that way. Does that make sense? Does that mean, maybe that doesn't make sense?
You're going to have to simplify that. Yeah, I'm young,
I think you are. Yeah. I don't know if I can.
Is that your rap name, by the way, Young Christian?
Yeah, that's my rap name. Yeah.
Nice.
Oh, you've accepted it, Young Christian. I see. That is your streamer name.
Yeah, I'm actually. Hold on.
It does have a ring to it.
Take out the
It does. Yeah, it's good.
Fetus. Nice. True.
Oh, you see,
fetus Christian.
We are old.
So you're saying, are you talking about like outcome?
Yeah, I guess I'm saying I feel like I'm connecting probably two disparate points. I'm just like I'm thinking, okay, I guess I'll just say what I'm thinking. I don't, but this is probably like totally unrelated. But so me and Alex were talking about like, let's say we're talking about like nihilism or not nihilism, because this is kind of the quandary I come to and this is how I view the world. I think like if God exists, and I think young Christian, fetus Christian, if you will, I think
it's fetus.
You fetus. I think you can accept this. That I think if God doesn't exist, this is my worldview, and I can't imagine something contra to this. If God doesn't exist, then I think nothing matters, and there's no point in anything. and I was talking to Alex about this, and he was saying, well, but like, what has the best kind of like outcome? Like, maybe you don't know this, but then you should still act in this way. And I feel like, cuck that gay shit. That's
you can't
stupid.
justify it.
That's stupid. Like, I think if God didn't exist, then why would I care to act in any way at all? Like, maybe I have my preferences. Maybe I would be like, I'm not saying I would like start like, you know, murdering people or anything, but then my morality, I couldn't objectively, you know, talk about it. And I think life would ultimately be meaningless. And Alex was saying, well, okay, but probabilistically, you should just like, if you think this is true, you should do this thing and stuff because it has the best outcome and it's the best result and it's the best. And I don't care about that. I don't care about like, you know, like if I want to live a good life.
Alex, isn't that smuggling in that something's right or wrong?
Well, yeah. Well,
to say that there's objectivity there.
Well, that's what I think. That's
yeah,
what I think.
Well, that 100% is. You'd have to smuggle that in. You have to assume that, like, just to be like, oh, you.
Okay, well, that's what I said. Me and you, fetus. I feel like we probably agree on this, but Brandon didn't disagree. Maybe they disagree, and I feel like atheist people usually do disagree. But I'm like, I can't see it another way. If there was no God and everything is meaningless, then I was like, why would I care to live a meaningful life? If that was the truth, then it's like, okay, I live a better life and I feel better, but ultimately it doesn't mean anything and everything is nonsense, right? Like absurd is coded in a way.
Since Brandon's about to say something, I was about to completely switch the topic, but what were we gonna say, Brandon?
Well, I was going to say, like, why, like, let's say God exists and there are objective moral facts. This is more so for confluence because he's acting like that changes something. Why does that matter to you? Why do you care about like objective moral facts?
It's not. I guess when I speak of nihilism, it's not just morals. It's morals plus everything else. Like it's like you don't continue to go on after you die, right? It's that meaning is kind of just
you can believe all that stuff as an atheist, by the way.
No, I don't think you actually can. I know people say that, and maybe like in a philosophy way you can't. I don't think there's like a.
I don't think
it's a realistic thing.
It's stealing from God. I think there's an element of stealing from God to justify that.
Yeah, I mean, you could be like a. I'm sorry. Say
meaning morals,
Testy?
Oh no, sorry. Just trying to clarify. Like, what do you mean by stealing from God?
No.
Well, Brandon, correct me if I'm wrong. You're saying that there could still be meaning without God, right?
Yeah, we can think of like a objective purpose without a God or something like that. Like things you should do, the life path you should follow, even though there is no God.
Why should you?
How?
Why should
I've never,
you? I mean, Platonists exist.
Brandon, maybe you can doomer pill me on this, but like I've never been able to figure that out. Without a God, why would we say anything is actually like meaningful in a for real sense? I get in the absurdist sense and in the existential sense that we can build our own meaning, but that's like omnicocked, right? At the end of the day,
let's start simple, or maybe it's the most obvious. What about like the biological imperative? It's like you now have if you do have children, I'm not saying this is the only path, I can give some other examples, but I think this is maybe the most like salient one, where if you have a child, presumably you want a better world for them, and that is motivation enough to try and make the material world around you better. That is a purpose in a sense but is that just or do you think the atheist would say, well, that's just biological programming, or do you think that there is meaning?
No, well,
he wants something objective.
I'll tell you what I would say. Yeah, like because Alex said the same thing to me, but I just go to like I don't know if I'm like super nihilist coded, but I'm just like okay, there's gonna be a heat death of the universe at a certain point. So like maybe in the moment, yes, like do I care about my loved ones? Yes, obviously. If let's say I knew there was no God, obviously I would still care about the people I care about, but like ultimately there is no meaning. Like meaning has to be forever in my mind, or then it's like it's gonna, if we go to the end of time, right, then everything is like the heat death of the universe, everything, no one exists, and none of that matters. So all your loved ones, doesn't really matter if they were like, at the end of time, it doesn't matter. In the moment, it matters, but at the end of time, it doesn't. And Podesta, good to see you. But that's what I'd say. I would say meaning, God is meaning. That's how I define meaning, is God. Okay. And maybe that's smuggling. I'm not sure, but that's how I define meaning. Meaning is God. God is meaning.
You're universalizing this because you're saying that, like, sort of, if we're talking about like the heat death of the universe or at the end of time, it's like, what did it all mean, right? And if we take the Hitchhiker's Guide to the Galaxy, like maybe the answer is 42. But if you know that reference, but
We need to watch that.
I can like. Yeah, I don't know. I
Shorts
guess
of it.
there is some universalizing going on, right? Because I could say that I think that value exists within one's own lifetime, and I can think on that scale, and like conceptualize on that scale, and like live within that, and say that like I think my presence here, I want to have a good life. I want other people to have good lives, and that when we're saying to like, well, to what objective standard or like why would you care about anything type of thing, I think. It's almost like it's its own. It almost defines itself in the same way. I don't understand why you would have to necessarily go to this beyond on this scale of things.
Because I guess like okay, I guess even from like a math point of view, right? It's like, okay, if you imagine the next 1,000 years, okay, maybe there's meaning in that. But let's say we go to 1 million, a trillion, a quadrillion, a Google, right? Like the amount of years where there is no humans, like dwarfs the amount of time there is. And if you go into eternity, it becomes like absurd if you actually like think about it and think of how high numbers can go and stuff. Like eventually, right, we're just like a blip, we're like a nanosecond, and not even to say
absolutely.
a nanosecond is like a cuckoldry because it's like infinitesimally less than a nanosecond. So like how, in what sense is that meaning? It's not meaning at all. It's like it's a caricature.
Can we play a game?
I've heard this.
We can. I love games.
What game?
Okay, so I'm going to act like an atheist that believes in these sort of objective things that you want. Can just ask me questions.
So wait, you're an atheist that believes in these objective things.
Whatever you're looking for that you're not getting out of, like what you think is the atheist worldview, and I'll give you an example. Go ahead.
Okay, so why is something meaningful if for the vast majority of eternity, like, or if you don't like that term, like you know what I mean by that, like the infinitude of time, why is it meaningful if it doesn't, if most of the time humans don't exist and they're an infinitesimal moment? Why is that meaningful to you, Mr. Atheist Objectivist?
Yes, and just to make sure, when you say meaningful, are you talking about like oughts, like what we should do, that sort of thing, or something else?
No, I'm talking about like meaning, like
purpose.
Like actual purpose.
Actual purpose, right? Because when you behave in a certain way, it instantiates the Platonic form of what your purpose is.
Yeah, but that's not. I feel like. I don't think. Yeah, I don't know. I don't think that's meaning. I don't think that's meaning.
Why? What's the difference between that and God?
What makes something meaningful?
The Platonic form of your purpose.
I think the Platonic form presupposes God. I would say that. I think the Platonic form presupposes God in my mind. Okay, I'm just going to say that.
I'll look it up.
You can't have how can you have a Platonic form without God?
But because
the Platonic form is definitionally punting outside of the material.
Yeah, it's an eternal abstract object. It's always existed, and when
that's God.
No, dude, that's
God.
No, there's no mind.
That's robbery.
Mind.
That's robbery from
there's
God.
No mind.
That is robbery from God. I'm with a young fetus on this one. That is God, right? Is that not God? How is that not God?
It's
because there's no robbery. Mind.
That's true.
Okay, so you're just like taking certain attributes out of God and saying it's God, though, right?
I feel like, but okay, so
Because God, I would say God is
we're
meaning.
still-
God
we're
is
still
like
reaching.
the
We're still
The platonic
fundamentals
form is
of-
meaning. Yeah,
We're
it's
still
the
reaching
fundamental.
beyond ourselves
That's
for that.
God. I would say
But
that is
there's
God.
There's no mind
Well,
or
you're not an
intentionality, though.
atheist, then. You already
No,
said you're not an atheist then in this example.
That was a good answer.
You're just
No,
rejecting
he's right,
the
though. There
mind,
is no
but
mind.
you're still reaching for something.
And
To
also,
give
I
meaning.
I
You're
feel like-
reaching for something outside of yourself to give meaning.
yeah, I think that's almost part of. I would say almost
But
part of
you're
the condition.
right, but you're taking an aspect of God.
Hold on, I'll be right back. Sorry.
And you're like I don't like the mind part. I think I'm gonna move that to the side. I'm gonna take this unchanging, non-physical
but this is
thing,
part of
and I'm
the-
just gonna apply it so I can have like you're borrowing from God.
I understand
You're,
that.
you're stripping it
but-
apart.
Yes, but I think this is like maybe the fundamental issue is that any example that we would come up with, that would be the response, because you're like, well, this is God. So then it's like, okay, well, then there is no satisfactory answer. There is literally nothing that could be said that would satisfy your criteria.
No, that's not true though.
Mhm.
There's a
believe
lot
it
of
is, because-
philosophers that like Camus. Camus
Well,
isn't
yeah,
like
the only-
pointing to the
I honestly-
Platonic forms or anything.
Yeah,
Camus
well,
is
that's
just
the
like
only-
everything fucking sucks and maybe we should unalive
but
ourselves
Yeah,
or
well,
maybe not. It
speaking
depends.
just from my worldview, you're in a world where God exists. That's me speaking from my worldview. So
understand, yep.
you're gonna so you're reaching for a non-physical thing, and I think you're always gonna run into this issue. So that's why it comes across as you're never gonna say anything that satisfies that. Is then like my worldview, you're it's just
For strict
God made.
If you're a
Right.
strict materialist, I think that you probably come up against that. I don't know what Brandon is. I'm not. I'm not
I
a
don't think
like.
of you.
Okay, fair enough. Is it just like more
How
agnostic?
many of y'all are there?
No, well, because I'm not like I don't think I can, and it is like I could maybe be convinced, but I do also take a little bit more of an agnostic thing, because, like, I guess I don't know, because I feel like if I say this, you guys are gonna say like, well, this is just like God, and so I don't know, but I'll try.
I might say that.
Well, I think so. I have asked myself, and this I'll try to speed run through this part, but I've asked myself before, like, when I think of like the human condition, right? Like, let's say some essential part of what it is to be human, that all like a criteria that all humans share, and I have a very, very short list of things, and I think one of them is like, I think humans find patterns. I think we're pattern seeking creatures. We like to put things in order around us. I don't know if hierarchy is necessarily part of that, but probably. But to like, I think that I ask myself, is this this need for something beyond oneself, is that part of the human condition? And I think that can exist and does exist outside of the conceptions of God, because some people like I understand this is a deeply unsatisfying answer, and it is for me as well. And I don't even subscribe to this, but people are like, well, what's the humbling thing is that the universe is like infinite, and that we are all made of stardust, right? Like every atom that exists within you existed like in the beginning of the universe.
You reject this?
I understand you guys are going to reject this wholesale.
No, I'm asking you. Because
I agree with what you said, actually.
Well, but I'm saying for some people that is their divine. That would be their equivalent thing. There is a way to humble themselves on this scale by accepting that sort of like that concept. For some people, that is enough to say that like, wow, that awe feeling is the universe itself. And you would probably, I'm not putting words into you, you guys can correct me instantly, but you would probably say the universe is God. Like that is, we are kind of, well, a lot of people are describing the same things, because when they say things like infinite, or we're thinking of things on this like type of scale, right? That's, I've heard them used synonymously, but that's totally fair. I'm not trying to like, again, put you guys into that box. But
I say that because I'm a panentheist, but young Christian would not say that.
Well, in the Bible, we're talking about Christian God. The Bible, there's a clear like separation from creator and creation.
I think the
don't make me pull a scripture. Don't make me do that. Don't make me do that. Don't make me do that.
Okay, I think
heretical.
The universe
right
is God, and God is outside the universe. And I think those things can coexist.
Does God outside the universe have a mind? or is it a platonic form?
Got him.
I think
You're just
I don't know,
taking
it's
aspects.
defined mind, I guess, but like I think God is. I'm also a panpsychist, and I think actually now, Brandon, you're the one who told me to look up a panpsychist, right? Is that you? Because I've lost my computer crashed when I wrote down a notepad. So who is that? Can you repeat it again to me so I can?
Philip Goff, Goff.
Philip Goff. Okay, I'm gonna write this down again because I wrote it in a notepad, and
And look
Okay,
up
Philip Goff.
Michael Humer as well for the intuitions thing. And he's an atheist, but he believes in souls. So this is what I mean. Atheists aren't necessarily like materialist, nihilist. There's a whole lot of atheists with crazy beliefs.
But they ought to be. They ought to be. If you're an atheist and you're not a nihilist, I think you're retarded. Okay, I honestly just be an atheist and be a nihilist and just be like, okay, nothing matters. Like that's okay. At least that's consistent. That makes sense, right? Nothing matters. You're an atheist. I don't like if you're an atheist that believes in souls, like you're just redefining soul to be like some I don't know, just some state of being like having mind and stuff, but it doesn't exist forever, or at least I don't think it can possibly.
You're just borrowing.
But I guess Brandon, I think you said, I guess you disagree with this because I said I think you said that you could imagine an afterlife without God. I think that I don't even understand how you could possibly get to that.
You just go to it could just be another world like this, maybe. Maybe you get born in another world.
Oh, it's like reincarnation, but you're like... Actually, so this is very much stoner thoughts, but I had this thought... Well, no, I had this thought like ages and ages ago. I was like, what if the universe is so vast and big because we are essentially like an experiment in like a petri dish, and whatever is conducting the experiment doesn't want us to interfere with the other experiments that are going on. So they made it so that we would never be able to reach one another because they don't want to taint the results. Sorry,
you
that
can't
was just
think
like
that. As an atheist, you cannot think that. Okay, that's impossible. Just be a nihilist. Okay.
Yeah. Why?
Okay. Upon reflection, okay, I guess yeah, it's theoretically true that we could, I guess, yeah, you could imagine a world where even when we die, we go back into the same universe and we technically live forever, and there's nothing that Christians would call a God that exists. I guess that is possible. I guess that is possible. I will concede that is possible.
I can even use some pseudoscience or like
it would just be
pseudo
imagination,
scientific language. If I say, energy can neither be created nor destroyed, I mean, it has to go somewhere, right? Who is to say that
it's a bit Maryland coded for me, but
yeah, oh shit, dude, are we all just circling back to ultimately we're like,
not
you know
me.
what, Maryland's right?
Not me.
We're all
Fuck you. I can ride that train, not me.
No, but actually, one thing that I think, and I don't know a lot about science. I'm going to be real, but okay. So have any of you all heard of Boltzmann brains? Okay.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, so this is something that kind of got me thinking, because apparently this is like a legitimate like concept that physicists agree on. I think that like given I'm gonna say this wrongly, so Brandon, feel free to correct me.
What's it called?
That Boltzmann brains and Boltzmann universes. BOLTZMAN, I think. And it's like the idea that even MAN.
Why'd you say Z?
Because I'm in Canada. It's a Secret Johnson
gross.
as well.
Coded.
Okay.
MEN.
MAN. I think.
MAN.
I think so. I should autocorrect it.
I really have enjoyed the conversation, but I just realized it's like 11 and I have to work tomorrow, so I gotta dip.
I'm gonna miss you, Testy.
Rage quit on the Boltzmann brain. It's typical atheist. No, I'm just kidding.
You got me with that. I have no problem with that. But no, it's always a pleasure to talk to you guys.
A Boltzmann brain is a thought experiment. If the universe is infinite and random, could a fully formed conscious brain randomly pop into existence from chaos? It's used in debate. Okay.
Right, but it's not. It's my understanding is it's not just a thought experiment. Like apparently, okay, I could be wrong on this, but I think like what most physicists say is that in the heat death of the universe, there is possibilities of random like matter kind of like happening randomly even after the heat death. And so given infinite time of a heat death, because time wouldn't end in a heat death, right? Time would keep going eternally. There is like a non-zero chance that your exact brain could pop into existence again. And that will, and given an infinite amount of time, that actually will happen mathematically because
I looked it up.
It's an
I looked
eternity.
it up, and it's just a hypothetical. Physicists don't think it's a thing. They just entertain
You
it.
looked up the Boltzmann brain thing, but I'm saying this is a consequence of the Boltzmann the Boltzmann universe thing. That there is, I mean, I think it just follows. If in the heat death, if any molecule can pop up, if that is true, then I think it follows that there is a non-zero chance that your exact brain chemistry could pop up again, given enough time, which if we're talking about an eternity, then there is enough time. And so your brain state would be alive again, and ergo, then you will always be living kind of like a Nietzschean eternal recurrence, but also kind of not, because it could be any state, but there is a state where you will die, and then you will think from your point of view that you will keep living forever and ever.
I'm not shooting holes in your boat, Con. I'm just saying physicists don't believe this is true.
They do. You're looking at like the brain hypothesis.
No,
like
I looked up the universe. I looked up the brain first because you had mentioned that.
That's not the Boltzmann universe. You're saying that's a thought experiment? That's not a thought experiment.
Yeah.
No, it's not. Okay, now I'm gonna have to freaking Google this.
Okay.
I have
this
heard apologists talk about it. Like William Lane Craig, I'm pretty sure, has even brought this up.
Wait, has he? That sounds unlike him.
I think so.
That sounds like something he'd bring up. Probably to reject it, though, not to affirm it.
But I guess, okay, what is the, I guess, young Christian, I mean, I know I'm just like hitting you with this for the first time, but like, what, I guess, what is the, what,
slow down. Slow down.
Okay, yeah, I do have to slow down a lot to go back in time. Okay, but like, I guess, yeah, what is the contradiction? I guess, because the main thing I guess I'm saying is if it's true that in the heat death, if molecules can pop into existence, right? That's, I guess, the first claim. If you're saying that's false, then I guess then we stop there. If that's possible, right?
Yeah, I reject that. Yeah.
Like from a physical point of view.
Oh, I'm lagging.
Like, are you saying in the heat death of the universe, it's impossible that any like matter can like come back into existence? Like, does everything have to remain in just like a nonsense order, or is it possible? Because all it requires is like a non-zero chance that any molecule or any atom could
not
pop into
possible.
existence.
Not possible part. I was lagging.
Wait, what?
I only caught the not possible. So about heat death, that's all I caught.
Oh, okay. I guess I'm asking, are you, I guess when you say you reject it, are you saying it's not possible that after the heat death of the universe that any atom or anything, any subatomic particle could come back into existence? Because the way I see it,
yeah.
Okay, so that's I think that's the only thing. Why do you reject that? On physical grounds, like on like a science ground? And if so, why? Because I feel like as long as if you grant that, I feel like my whole thing becomes true.
Or do I? So you're asking me, can molecules or atoms pop back up randomly?
Yeah, I guess after the heat death of the universe, is it impossible, like actually impossible, that any atom could form or anything could like assemble some structure? Is that actually like?
Yeah, I don't
impossible?
believe they can just randomly pop up. I would lean more like, obviously I haven't looked into like the science of it. I don't believe there's any evidence that just happens, like things just pop up like that. But I also believe in a creator, right? So
I don't think those two things are necessary. Now I feel like I'm arguing from an atheist point of view, but I don't think those things have to be in like this isn't a philosophical question. This is a scientific question, and we've never experienced a heat death, but I guess like this is. I guess I want to be clear. This isn't a philosophical point of view. What at least the first thing I'm arguing, right? It's a scientific question, which I don't know either. This is just what I have heard is.
Well, can we whip up if any atoms or molecules or anything is popped up randomly?
I don't know if I'm using the right terminology. Okay, Brandon, do you know? Because you said you've heard about this. Do you have any more scientific knowledge than I do on this? Because I don't. You know,
not really. I just watched a quick video of actually William Lane Craig explaining it, and he explained it like, yeah, it was only like a minute long.
Oh, man, you're speedrunning this shit. Yeah. Jesus.
Yeah. He explained it like, because of the fine tuning of the universe.
Why don't we just all watch it together?
Yeah, we could actually.
Yeah,
watch it. That's a good idea, actually.
Holding hands.
Okay, someone share it in the back chat. I have to pee real quick, okay? And W to Sigurd Johnson, Ubermensch W, yeah, goated. Okay, Nietzsche's goated, okay.
There we go. Can I present?
You guys talk for a second because I have to pee real quick. Okay, I'm sorry.
Okay, so Brandon, are you? Mm-hmm. I can't remember if you told. Are you atheist, agnostic? Where do you sit at?
I generally consider myself agnostic. I think there are some gods that I would be atheist towards, where I'm saying that it's unlikely that they exist, or I'm saying like it's impossible. But that's for like specific conceptions of God. Generally speaking, I just call myself an agnostic to avoid that confusion.
Okay.
Yeah. You're not like you're not one of these pre-sup guys that runs like tag and stuff, are you?
Tag?
Oh, you don't even know. Oh, I love you. Okay, you don't even know what that means.
No,
Thank
I
God.
don't know what you're saying to me right now.
No, do not, please, God, do not go down that rabbit hole. You'll become insufferable.
What is it? I'm what?
Is
it like philosophy? Like what is it?
Kind of. It stands for transcendental argument for God, but how it's typically ran. Do you know who Jay Dyer is?
Mm-mm.
No. Okay. Nice, dude. Dude, don't look him up either. Okay. Horrible.
I'm looking at tag. Yeah, tag is what it's called.
But basically, it's an argument that goes something like this. It says, I'll use knowledge as an example. They want to say, if God doesn't exist, then knowledge is impossible. Knowledge is possible. Therefore, God exists. But instead of giving supporting arguments for that first premise, if God exists, or what was it? If God doesn't exist, then knowledge is impossible. Instead of giving supporting arguments for that, what they do is they ask the person that they're talking to, usually the atheist, to basically, well, how do you have knowledge? You got to give me your view, but it's their claim on the table. So it's kind of like imagine if I was like, this is a great example. Actually, I'll just flip it on its head. Imagine if I said, if God exists, then you can't have knowledge. Now, what would, like, after I say that, what would you say?
If God exists, then you can't have knowledge.
Mm-hmm. If I said that to you, what would you say?
I would just reject it.
Right. You would probably ask me, well, why do you think that? What's the argument for that? Right. Well, what they do is, instead of like providing an argument or a reason as to why you should accept that, they just start asking you questions about your view as if it's relevant. It would be like me saying, well, if God doesn't exist, then, or if God does exist, then you can't have knowledge. And then I go, well, tell me how you have knowledge then. Give me your view, right? I'm just burden shifting. And that's how they all run that argument. And it's kind of dishonest.
Definition of
Are we talking about the
information
tag?
Skills acquired by a person through experience or education. The
What are we talking about? Someone fill me in briefly because my
Yeah,
headset.
I don't-
I'm about to put them in, but I couldn't hear anything that was said. Fill me in? I don't want to be.
It was.
He asked me if I was
asked me-
agnostic or atheist,
Yeah.
and then I asked him if he's one of these pre-sub guys, and I asked him if he runs arguments like tag, and he was like, "What's tag?" And I was like, "Oh, thank God you don't know what that means."
Yeah,
you know.
yeah, that's it. It's better to
It's
just not
specifically,
know.
it's specifically
Unironically.
with, it's specifically with knowledge.
No, they use it for what they call transcendentals, like knowledge, logic, math.
about that.
Things like that.
I think I will say I think it's a fair argument. But the people that run it, I feel like I don't like it that much.
Well, that's kind of fair. If they would just like give supporting arguments for the original argument, that would be nice. But instead of doing that, I was explaining to young Christian here that instead of like providing additional arguments and like supporting the claims that they're making, they just start asking you questions about your view as if it's relevant to their claims.
I was gonna.
It's the same thing with the pre-sub stuff. It's like I think this is something I went through when I was like a very like, when I was actually like fundamentalist, which I used to be back in the day. It's an argument that I agree with, but it always stuck me as like it just goes to bad places. Like it just leads to a degree of like nonsense that I don't like. Even though I'm like, okay, I agree with all of these. Christian rage quit. No, I'm just kidding. But yeah, it's like a Christian back. No, it's like, yeah, I think there is a valid argument in that. Like, I guess with the pre-sup and the tag stuff, I think I do agree with it. But I think the way the people that support the argument talk, I feel like it just, as soon as, I mean, this is what I don't want to say, but like Andrew Wilson, that style of debate, this is why I don't like it. I just don't like it because I feel like as soon as there's any pushback, it just goes in like a bad direction. I don't think is like super like conducive to like a good debate.
No, I agree. Because how I at least expect dialectics like that to go is somebody gives an argument. If somebody doesn't accept one of the premises, you give supporting arguments. You kind of parse out the reasons why you think that a given premise is true. Like that's and then if they have an argument for their opposing view, the negation, then they do the same thing, and it goes kind of back and forth that way. How they do it is it's just like an interrogation on your view, even though they're the ones making the claim. That's my issue.
Yeah, it's always one-sided. It always is.
Yeah.
And it's like, and that I think that prevents them from answering any questions, which is that's the thing that bugs me the most. Like, because I feel, at least I hope that, when an atheist asks me a question, I hope I will answer honestly. But I feel like when a pre-sup person gets asked a hard question, they will just like punt and they'll just like go on the offensive and just be like, well, how do you? And they'll just go to the immediate like presuppositional tag argument. And it's just like, I don't like that because like, just answer the question and just like, just like go forward in a conversation, So that's my issue. That's my issue.
Yeah, same.
Okay. So you we'll wait till young Christian returns.
Look, Podesta experienced it.
What is Podesta saying?
That's the argument Emmett did to me.
Oh.
Of course.
That's great. That's the thing. I agree with Emmett's argument. Ultimately,
do you think like an atheist, it's impossible for them to have knowledge? Do you understand the burden that you're putting on yourself when you make that claim, if that is what you think the argument is?
Yeah, like I think like it's like my issue is like mainly with the way that these arguments take place. But I think knowledge does. I do agree. I think with the tag in the sense that I do think that to at least have the possibility of having true knowledge, like absolute knowledge, or I don't know the best terms to use, but I do think there has. Well, not even, kind of, but even to have like any like claim to knowledge, like besides just like your brain states. But again, I will admit I'm very like binary in this way, where it's like, and that could be like a defect in how I think, but I think like, like on one extent, it's like maybe it's just brain matter, and then everything I think I know is just like that's just like neurochemistry and like and neurons and synapses and all that stuff, and that like that could be true, it could not be, and I don't think there could be any claim outside of that. But then I think a God at least allows the possibility that we are connecting with something beyond ourselves that is actually like true. And then so I think that does give us at least a claim. It doesn't prove that that's true, but at least it gives us a possibility of us punting outside of ourselves to someone that is objectively knowledgeable.
Okay, this will be the last thing I say. We can watch the Boltzmann brains thing, because when you say it's impossible, like I said, that's a heavy burden you're putting on yourself, because what you're going to have to derive is some sort of contradiction from an atheist having knowledge. And that
ChatGPT is a really
seems
bad example of saying that even ChatGPT has access to logic. We made ChatGPT.
Well, I was
just pointing that. I saw Podesta.
Oh no, I see that too. But that's like a huge burden. Like, imagine if I said, well, if God exists, you can't have knowledge because God can. Well, I don't even need to give a reason. If I just said, it's impossible for you to have knowledge if God exists. Now you would look at me, and that sounds like crazy, and that's kind of that's what I hear. But the inverse. I'm like, what's the contradiction? What's the contradiction entail that if God exists, you can't have knowledge? I don't think I'd be able to. Fair.
If I said impossible, then that's probably like too harsh of a claim.
Well, that's what tag is.
I would say, I would just say I can't imagine. Maybe this is me kind of caveating, but I can't imagine how if I am just a brain. Like, if I am just like neurons and synapses, that I can't imagine how that goes outside myself, right? Unless a God exists, in which case then it would be possible.
It would be rationality for me. Knowledge, I think, is just like you can just experience something. Like, that's a part of knowledge.
Mm-hmm.
It's a yeah.
I think you can have experiences, but when it comes to rationality, that one gets me. I don't know how something, if we take like even evolution, how you could get rationality from it, or how you even know that you could trust it.
I think you could say the same thing about God. How do you know that your like faculties are reliable if there's an all-powerful God out there that can change your faculties or deceive you?
But at least it's I would say it's it's possible.
I wouldn't say
possible.
that God couldn't do it. But it's one of those things where you could freely reject God. I think the proof is in the put in there. I think it's,
we don't have to get into that. But yeah.
Oh.
Okay,
unless you want to.
Is in the back chat. I'm assuming this is you, Podesta, because you've been chatting. But just say something. You're a member, so you can just type anything in chat.
Also, I'm not a fan of this.
You can't go live. Okay, there you go. Good to see you, Podesta.
Oh, Podesta. Okay, Podesta. I'm not a fan of the universe made us without the need for a God. I feel like you're just smuggling that in. Like, I feel like that's belief.
Oh, hold on. Sorry.
Yeah, there's different views. I don't take a view on like how the universe started, but we keep sidetracking if you want to play this.
Real quick, am I able to? I have a Jack Daniels cola here. Can I drink it out the bottle on stream, or do I have to pour it into a cup?
Oh no, you can. Yeah, drink that out of the bottle. That's totally fine. Yeah. I used to drink wine out of the bottle all the time, okay? And I still will.
I'll super chat to see that.
I drank Oxycat super chatted $50 for me to drink box wine out of, and I did that. I bought a thing of box wine. I drank that straight out of the fucking box on stream.
Which one did you get?
I don't even know. I think the box is still here somewhere, but it was like the cheapest box wine. It tasted gross. It was horrendous. I will say that it was not good. It was box wine is probably not always great.
It's mean too.
It's very Australian though.
But no, yeah, you can. I think YouTube's policy is like a stuff that is sometimes not exactly legal, which is why if anyone is like smoking up. That's why I always say, hey, you're smoking tobacco. That's good to see, just dot my I's and cross my T's.
Can someone explain to me this concept of not having access to knowledge without a God? I don't quite understand it, where it comes from.
I don't know what they mean when they say you can't have access. It just sounds like they're saying you can't have knowledge. I don't know what the difference there is when they say you can't have access to knowledge versus you can't have knowledge. I don't know what access is adding there.
And what is knowledge in that context? Is
I would
memory not knowledge? What happened to me today not knowledge?
I could be using the wrong terms, but because I understand, I think I do have a black and white mentality on this, but I think like anything that happens in our brain, I would say we can call that knowledge, but it's just within our brain. And I think a God allows us at least the possibility of having actual knowledge outside of our brain, something that extends beyond us to some eternal concept, right? It doesn't mean that even if a God exists, we don't necessarily, it doesn't mean that we have the knowledge, but at least it gives us the possibility of that. Whereas in an atheistic universe, then my brain, I feel like is separate from,
I don't know if I could trust
from anything. So it's just everything. It's just like synapses connecting, and then it's kind of like it's a like consciousness is like illusory to an extent, right? Like everything I feel doesn't actually. It's a complex illusion of neurons and shit. So it's not like I have a hard time calling that like real knowledge.
This is a 1 minute
video. It feels
video.
a little bit like you're saying that real knowledge is truth, like being able to tell if the knowledge that you've got is real or just illusion. Is that what you're saying?
No, I think
like if I see something and I see a door, do I not have knowledge of that door? And if I had to open it and close it, and isn't that are you saying I don't have access to that without a God?
No, you have I think you have what you can call knowledge, but I think that's ultimately it could be illusory. And under an atheistic view, I can't imagine how it could not be illusory, I guess. That's my thing. And if it's like a real thing, and I'm not using the best words, but if it's a real thing, then I would have to imagine it has to be something that is eternal, that kind of defines rationality, and I would call that thing a God. And without that connection, then I don't see how it's not just like your brain state. Yeah, you perceive a door, and you can call that you have knowledge of that, but that is like, it's just within your own head, it's within your own brain, and it doesn't like extend beyond that, I guess. And as soon as we do posit something that extends beyond that, I guess I would almost define that as God. Like if we say there's some like collective consciousness that like, well, so it always goes, but it's not technically a God, I would still say, well, it's like God adjacent, so you're still like going to some type of God-like figure.
I don't understand what God is adding there. If you think like an atheist can have, if we just take like the bare bones knowledge, justified true belief, do you think like an atheist can have a justified true belief? Do you think that's possible?
I feel like he's saying that God is the justification. Without God, there's no justification in the universe.
No, well, I feel like it's like a level thing though. It's like from the level of my brain, it's like, there's justified true beliefs I can have, but I don't know if I can justify that those extend into any like sense of objectivity. Like it's always going to be mind dependent on my brain and my mind, and what I call a mind is illusory because it's just a emergent property of brain states.
Does everyone have smoke with Emmett? I just saw Podesta's comments.
We had a good talk.
I don't have
last time.
Last
time we were done, it was just the first time I came on. He gave me that exact tag rundown. The very first thing he said to me was to run through that tag thing, and I had no fucking idea what was going on.
Oh,
Emmett's not a fan of atheists.
Everything that I said, every time I tried to explain stuff, he just went sarcastic in his responses and say, "Oh, I'll grant you a miracle." Well, I grant you a miracle. I'll grant you your imagination. I'm going, what the fuck, man? I'm just trying to tell you my world. I don't know why you're attacking me. And then I watched the second thing of you guys when you were talking, and Emmett basically said, if he's an atheist, he talks on a different level and will give no respect to non-believers.
Which is crazy.
Okay, you when 2:30 and Emmett were both saying basically if you're an atheist, then you don't warrant respect because you're not a Christian.
Yeah, it's a wild take.
I thought, okay.
Yeah, some of those Bible verses. Yeah, I definitely. I'm more on the.
Bro, I whipped out like 6 of them, dude. That was painful. Don't remind me of it.
Can we watch this really quick?
We'll
And
watch this. Yeah, the Boltzmann. It's been a hot minute since we. But I will say before this, okay, William Craig. I mean, I like him a lot, but he's not a physicist. So I just want to preface that. Okay, even though I think I'm going to agree with him, but I have to be honest with myself. He is a PhD in theology and philosophy, but not physics.
So I didn't quite understand the Boltzmann brain argument. Could you maybe explain that a little more as to what a Boltzmann brain is, and then I guess what the correlation is?
This is one of the main, if not the main argument against multiverse hypotheses that are being floated today in cosmological discussions. And the idea is this. It is far more likely that a single brain would fluctuate into existence out of the vacuum than that a universe finely tuned like this at a low entropy condition would come to exist. And so it is far more likely that if we were just a random member of a world ensemble, that we would be a Boltzmann brain, and that everything around us is really an illusion. If you think that you are not a Boltzmann brain, it therefore follows that you are not just a random member of this world ensemble, that in fact there isn't such a world ensemble of which you are just randomly a member. Is that helpful or clear?
Yes, thank you so much.
Okay.
Oh shit! That's not. Yeah, that's the almost the opposite direction where I was going with that.
that was my understanding before you guys started talking about it too. I thought it was something like that, where it's like a random brain is more likely than our universe now. So we should think that we're an illusion in some Boltzmann brain. That was my understanding before you guys started talking about it. I don't know if he's right though, to be fair.
Yeah, no, this is, I mean, I don't know either. And I will say this is something an atheist convinced me of. And also, if you have me on Discord, this is my status that I have eternally on my Discord. That's a little bit of a lore drop, okay, that relates to the Boltzmann brain thing, okay, if you know, you know. But, yeah, no, that's not, I would never use that as an argument of, like, what's most likely. It's just something that my understanding, I thought of physics is that given the infinite heat death, that there is a non-zero chance of things emerging from the whatever, you know, the heat death, and that then if time is eternal, then eventually we would have brains. So yeah, nothing to do with necessarily God, but just that it's possible under atheism that we might exist forever. And I know Boltzmann universes, most of them are unstable. I think this is a physical thing that they will collapse. But given an infinity of time, eventually there is going to be stable Boltzmann universes. So yeah, this is
a hero.
No, but time in this example, time is, if time goes on forever into the future, time, everything will happen. It's kind of like the right, like the million monkey thing about like them typing Shakespeare.
It sounds like
it's a certainty that will happen, or at least it's almost guaranteed to happen. It's almost impossible to imagine it couldn't happen. Given enough time, right? A million monkeys, or even one monkey, will type a work of Shakespeare, right?
But all that
one
says
single
is
monkey.
that life's infinite. That's
A
not that our
monkey
life is
typing
infinite.
a piece of work of Shakespeare.
Yeah, given infinite time, it's almost like it's possible that it couldn't, but it's like almost like guaranteed that it would. No, but that's just true though, young Christian. That is actually just true.
Yeah, it is true. It's because of percentages. So in infinite time, a monkey's definitely going to press the letter A. And in infinite time, he's definitely going to press the letter AB, right? So with infinite time, he will accidentally, not consciously, knowingly type out the works of Shakespeare, right?
Yeah. Yeah, this is what I've said. I've said to Alex before, right? Like it's possible that I could flip a coin a million times and it could land on heads every single time. That's possible. Given enough time, given an eternity of time, that will eventually happen.
That one we disagree. No, that one we disagree, definitely.
Wait,
It
how do
can.
we? Wait, you disagree with me
Let
on
me pull
that?
up.
Yeah, absolutely, absolutely. It's
Wait,
impossible.
how do you? Wait, how do you? How
Given
did you
enough,
say the
given
monkey
enough
thing?
time, because that's totally different. Given enough time,
How is
you
that
will flip.
different? It's
Hold
the
on,
same thing.
hold on. I'm trying to explain to you where I'm coming
Okay.
from on it. I'm not saying you're wrong or you're right. I'm just saying what I think, right? So, given enough time in an infinite universe, you will flip the coin 50% heads, 50% tails. That's
So
100% possible.
So,
But given enough time, you will flip the coin 100% heads. You've already lost. You're already lost within 10 flips.
so just so
No, wait, no, hold on, young Christian. No, what I'm saying is a million flips. If you have enough time, you will land on heads a million times in a row.
Okay, well,
That's
that
you
we
will
could agree.
forever land on that. I don't.
Oh,
Yeah,
the
that's
heads, yeah.
crazy.
Yeah.
But I'm saying a million or a billion or a trillion or a quadrillion or a Googleplex. You could land on heads that amount of times given.
Yeah. In that case, yeah, absolutely. Yeah.
So a monkey's gonna write,
okay.
"Oh, that this 2-2 solid flesh would melt, thaw,
Yeah,
and
but not
resolve itself into a
intentionally.
dew."
Surely, given enough time, all the monkeys will
had
die
not fixed his cannon
and not be able to. Before they
against
finish
self-slaughter. Oh
Christian,
God, oh God, with
Christian,
punctuation and everything.
the Christian, not
Yes,
intentionally.
if it's
He
random,
doesn't know
it's
he's
random.
doing it.
The
He
only
doesn't.
caveat is that maybe a monkey doesn't press keys in a random way. Like this goes into like chaos theory and stuff and all this nonsense.
Like this
is
given enough time, the monkeys will all kill each other, so they won't have any
randomly.
Infinity is a hell of a drug
here.
Infinity
They
is a
already
long
have
drug, you know?
they already
a
have
monkey
something
could
like
write
that
Shakespeare
on
if we have enough time.
online. It's called the Library of Babel, I think.
It is called goaded. It is goaded. And young
Yeah, you can type in any sentence and it will find that sentence in that big ass library.
And
You
I've
can
sent
type
this
in
to
something
multiple
random.
people. I've sent this to multiple people to kind of freak them out a little bit, like friends of mine, not in a weird way, but because I'm like, hey, this is a pre-existing web page that I found. This is something that exists. I didn't type it in because the Library of Babel contains every like 500 characters or 500 words or whatever it is, and it can contain everything, and it comes from a thought experiment of I don't know who wrote it, but Brandon, do you know? I don't know. It comes from something.
Jorge Luis Borges.
There we go. That guy, whoever that guy is. And it's a thing. It's a thing online because it's like it's possible that given. And most of if you can scroll through the Library of Babel, this is an actual thing. You can Google this here in Christian, and if you scroll through it randomly, you'll get to nonsense. But it has a search function that you can search, and you can then find where the nonsense becomes sense, I guess, where it's something that because we're, as Tessiker Johnson said, we are pattern recognizing machines. It becomes something that we eventually recognize as sense. And yes, you can type in anything up to the character amounts that the web page can encode or whatever, and it'll be on there. And that's just a result. It's not like that's not a magical thing. That's just a result of probability and math.
Yeah. They don't realize they're doing it. It's not like they intentionally are writing Shakespeare as a monkey. They don't know they're doing it. They're just pressing buttons. And in that amount of time, eventually, the works of Shakespeare will come out. Guys, you know what I was thinking? I don't think atheism is defendable. All right.
Red pilled, goated.
Defendable.
Defendable. I don't think you can defend an atheist standpoint.
The way you defend atheism is that you say you're making a claim, and I don't believe the claim.
Let me land my idea, and then we can go over it, right? So the reason I'm saying that is because we can't define what God is. So how can you categorically deny something you don't even know what it is? You can't define it. So how can you say no? There is no God? Well, what is God? What are you saying? There is no, right?
I agree. That's what people say.
Could you say that God it could be described as the source? Would that be a good description for everybody? Even if you don't believe in a God, but you say if there is a God, we could describe it as the source, right? Well, then you could describe it as the Big Bang switch flicker. You know, how can you defend?
Why
How can
Brandon
you
says that he
defend?
doesn't necessarily disbelieve in some gods, depending on how you define them.
You have the floor. Go ahead.
Isn't that why Brandon was saying he doesn't necessarily disbelieve in all gods? If you define certain gods in a way that sounds reasonable, then you can believe in that god. It's going to be dependent on your definition of God.
That's only a definition. Who's to say that definition is correct or not correct? My point is,
definitions aren't correct or incorrect. They're usages. They're not propositions, so they can't be true or false.
Right. So how can you say it doesn't exist? How can you say God does not exist?
Well, it's a language construct. If I say I don't believe in God, you define God. We'd have to define what God is, and then we would defend saying that we don't believe in that definition. Or
but that means only something to yourself on a personal level. I'm not trying to be smart. I'm just trying to say that's not something the world can adopt, right? That's just your personal view, right?
I think if I had to take a guess, most people at the very least, what they mean by God is a mind that created the universe, something like that.
Right, the source, right? That's just to give it a nice broadness to it.
Well, no, more like a source with a mind. Like we all know there's a source or something that,
is the source
once you start talking about the start of the universe, you quickly run out of words.
You can run out of words.
Usually when people are making God claims, they're talking about some sort of sentient, all-powerful being that has access to logic and reason, not just a concept of. So that's why when everyone says God is meaning, and you go, okay, well, if you're going to define God as meaning, that's kind of different to how people are just using the word God when they say, you don't pray to meaning. It doesn't make much sense to pray to meaning.
But some people use the word God in bad ways, though, if you think about it, right?
I don't even
like you.
I don't
believe in God. No.
Okay, but
my special definition of God is the correct one. Okay.
Confidence, why do you pray?
I'm just kidding, bro.
Why do you pray?
I don't think even if you do believe in God, praying it makes any sense. Like, God, give me something I'm not supposed to have. You've designed all this universe and everything and every aspect of my being, but I want something different. Please give me that.
You might not be. I think a lot of people pray just to thank God. They don't pray to ask for
pray. That's like God is the divine vending machine, right? Maybe prayer is to bring us in accordance with the divine will. With source,
prayer is just speaking with God.
Well, that's what prayer is. Give me something.
No,
that's not what prayer is. That's not prayer.
Well, let's look at prayer. Let's look at prayer. Our Father, who art in heaven, hallowed be thy name. Give us this day our daily bread and forgive us our trespasses. Come on, dude.
Yeah, it's just
Get
communication.
your own daily bread. Get above your arms. God gave you legs and arms to get your own bread.
First of all, even though I am a Christian, you're obviously quoting from a Christian text, right? That is not just like the
Lord's Prayer
definition of pray, though, right? Like,
well, what is it then? What is the definition of prayer?
Prayer is just communication.
You think God wants you to like kiss his ass? Like, excuse my language.
No, I've answered it.
Like, oh God, you're so great.
I kind of
like, thanks for telling me, mate. You made my day.
I just answered your question. Prayer is communication with God.
Well, it's a one-way communication, is it not?
Well, what about?
What are you communicating? What is it that you're communicating? Well, what is it you're communicating? Let's put it that way. What are you communicating? You're either asking for something or you're praising.
You're speaking to God.
That doesn't make any sense, Futo. You're either asking something. How does that? That's a retarded binary. Why would it mean that? Why can't
because
it mean
you're
like
either
communion?
asking for something or you're praising, right? God needs neither of those things. He doesn't need you to kiss his ass.
Prayer and worship are relational actions. It's have a relationship with God.
Well, give me an example of one of your prayers where you're not asking for something or you're not kissing ass.
It's not even
the vast majority of my prayers. The vast majority of what I pray is neither of those things.
Give me one example, please. Just one. I'm only asking for a little example of how that is not the case.
You think you can't pray and not ask for anything, but just
or kiss ass? Which God needs neither. God, if there is a God, God has already given you everything that you need. You just have to get up off your ass and get it. Does he need praise? Does God go, thank you for saying those nice words that made my day? No.
What about you when you question, when you say, God, why did you take so and so from me?
Yes, because you're asking for something. When you're questioning, you're asking for answers.
Prayer is how you talk to.
Podesta,
Give me an example. Please prove me wrong.
Neither of the two things you said. Podesta just did, even though Podesta's an atheist. He just did. That's
Please prove
neither
me
example
wrong.
of pray. Podesta just literally did.
No, he's saying that you're still asking for something, you're asking for knowledge.
Yeah, he's asking for an answer. He's demanding an answer in the prayer. God, why did you kill my dog?
But what isn't that communication? Why would you talk to
That's
somebody
wanting
if you didn't
something, right?
want
Wanting an
communication?
answer.
If you want an answer, if you want some
I
communication,
don't. I guess
it's
such a crazy. No, it's such a crazy. Like that's like saying like every time me and Brandon or me and Young Christian talk that I'm either answering or like kissing ass. Like it's if we're talking about communication, like
That's true,
we are
though.
communicating.
Well, it's one-sided though, is it not? Or
Like
God's the listener. He's just going to listen to you.
regardless, if there is a God,
Sure,
why would it be
like how
fair
many
for
times?
him to knowledge?
Honestly, now please be honest. Please be honest, right? Be honest to yourself more than me. I already know where I stand with it, but be honest to yourself. When have you sat down and went, God, you know what? I had a good day today. I went for a walk with the dog.
That's I'm being honest with the vast majority of my prayers are what you're kind of describing.
Well, you don't think God
Where I'm
knows
like-
that stuff? Do you
I
all
know,
know
but
it?
it's about communion. It's about communion.
I don't
Yeah, it's not.
know,
Most of my
guys.
prayers are not me like begging God for something. Most of my prayers are not that.
It gives them comfort talking to God, and it doesn't. They're not expecting.
Right, so you want comfort then. So my
No,
point
it's not. No,
stands.
that's the saying that.
Y'all can water it down to that. No one can stop you from watering it down, but as a Christian, we're saying
Regardless, what's wrong with that?
with
If
God.
there was a God, if God did exist, and you just wanted to talk to him, even if you didn't get answers, and you just felt comfortable with doing that.
Who say God doesn't answer?
No, but my point still
some of
stands.
them
You want
yeah, some of
something.
them
You
they
want
feel like
something
they
or you're
need that.
kissing ass, right? Regardless. You want something or you're kissing ass. I didn't say it was wrong or right.
Why is that true if we accept that when I talk to humans, that's not the same thing, right? Like, I don't understand that. Like, again,
Just establish that that's not the case. Yeah.
right? Like, okay, so religion. This is my understanding. Maybe we're talking past each other. Religion, right? The word religion, right, means union, right? You see that in a lot of languages, right? The word yoga means union, right? It's all a union, right? So when I pray, I want a union with God. I'm not like
Do you not have that already without prayer?
No, not fully. I think I'm in a
Really?
process.
But I think that's
think
in you. I think that's something in you, not something that's actually real.
I agree.
I don't
Yeah, it's a
believe I
skill
have any
issue.
separation
I agree
from
with that.
God.
It's a skill issue. Well, I mean, maybe
I
you don't, but I think I do. I think there's stuff I do that I ought to do, and I want to grow into God's character. I want to be united with God. I think that's the purpose and meaning of every human being.
So you're not. You don't feel united with God.
that.
But how can you be separate from God? God is everything and made everything and knows everything.
Right.
He's all powerful. How can you be? How can you? What actions can you take to make yourself separate from God? I don't get it.
Well, now you sound like Marilyn.
Hold on. Is you saying like Futoy? How do you say it?
Yeah, Futoy. Yeah.
Futoy. Okay. Are you arguing Christianity? Like, what are you arguing?
Oh no, I believe in God, but I don't believe in religion. It has its uses, like for AA, people getting off addictive
Like, you believe in
substances,
just
greater
a
power.
God,
and
or do you
whatnot,
believe in a
but-
specific God?
No, I believe everything is God. God is omnipresent. There is only God. God isn't not somewhere. You can't point to somewhere and go, God isn't there, or God isn't in that thing, or is that
I
thing?
agree with you on that.
Yeah, and so how can you be so conflict? If you agree with that, how can you find yourself separate from God? How is that possible to be separated from God where you need to get back to
Because
God?
I think
Where is
so I
God
think
not? Where are you
God-
that He's
okay,
not?
I will say, I think okay, this is where I speak a bit woo woo. I think that God divided himself for the joy of union. Okay, this is what I think. So I think there's an intentional division, which is why I think we're all separate. I think this is again woo woo. I think we're all God. Okay, I'm Maryland coded. I think we're all God.
address this.
And I think there's a joy in division. There's a joy in union. Okay, that's what I ultimately think. So I think there is joy in being in God having a separate perspective. So I think we're all God. I think we all have unique perspectives.
I'm getting what you're
joy
saying.
in coming back into the union. So
Right,
I think
so we are God
DMT
forgetting that He is God, and experience life as not God. We are God,
Yes.
experience life as not God. Yeah, I can get that. I can get
Yes.
that. And I can understand then that there would be a sort of a bliss to connecting back to who you truly are. Yeah, I can get that. Yeah, sure. Is it real?
Yeah, why don't you just take
No.
DMT?
Lost me.
A lot of people have that experience that oneness, you know?
Well, the reality is, though, even in your scenario, conflicts, that it's not real. You're not really separated from God. You're God just doing it, just to experience himself being separated from God. So it's not real, right? You are part of God. Nothing you can do to change it.
Yes. Yeah, I'm not denying. I think we all are a part of God, but I think there's still that separation, and there's still that union.
Yeah, we mentioned that. Section 32.
In the scenario where God is trying to forget himself and experience life not as God, but that's not the real situation because everything is God, right?
Right, but why should I not participate in the divine play that's unfolding?
Sure.
Why would I not do
you're
that?
going along with the play. Yeah, you're playing the game. Yeah, sure. Why not? Why the hell not?
No, but I feel like you're saying that in a dismissive way. I mean, not in like a for real way.
There is not for real though. You can't possibly tell me it's for real.
Con,
God is everything and everywhere, and then you're telling me no, he's not here.
Con.
I feel like he's not here, so I need to get back to him.
Con, are you Christian?
Yes.
Sorry?
Why are you? What is this?
What is what?
This.
It's monkeys typing at a keyboard.
Yeah, it's monkeys typing. Okay.
I'm saying why do you pull theology from this?
This is from the Library of Babel that we talked about before. Okay, it's just a random string of characters.
That's from a
on you.
specific
Okay,
book.
that's on you. No, that was like that. There's a non-zero chance that
Don't play games. Don't play games.
If you think about it.
Section 230. Let's address that. Right? He says prayer. You can be thankful. Yeah, but do you think God needs you to thank him for anything? He knows it already. He knows that you're thankful. You don't need to go.
We gotta talk about Christianity. Section's a Christian.
Yeah, but maybe it makes him feel good.
He's all knowing, right? All knowing, all powerful, omnipresent.
Okay.
Yeah, but if we were made in his image,
The
then
Alpha and
we
the
must have our
Omega,
emotions as
right?
well. So
So
he
why-
must feel good when we're all.
So why can we have an intimate personal relationship with God?
You can, but I'm saying, what is that? It's either asking for something or kissing ass, right?
No, it's just.
I feel like
We're going in circles. We are going in circles.
I thought there's
Well, you
multiple
haven't
examples of
convinced me.
that.
You haven't convinced me yet that you're not doing that.
How haven't you been convinced? In the same way that I'm talking to you right now, am I asking you for something, Fruitoy? Am I kissing ass? No, we're talking. We're building a relationship not to be like gay coded or anything, but like we're talking, right? We're interacting. Why can't you imagine that can happen with God? That we talk, we interact, we grow closer. In the same way you grow closer with a friend or with a lover, right?
That's
Like
the
can we have a
illusion.
union with God?
But you see, you're contradicting yourself. You're saying God is everywhere and everything, yet I'm not there. Right? We just
but even
playing the game.
even forget my woo woo stuff for a second. Even just like go back to like
just because God is everywhere
and
he
everything.
sees everything and he's all knowing does not mean that doesn't negate that you can't pray to God and have communion and talk to him and speak to him.
What's the
That's
point
not a
of
contradiction.
God? To make you believe that you are already where you are. It's impossible to be separate from God. So you pray
It's
to be
possible.
not
If you're
separate
talking to
from
a
God,
Christian,
then
it's
that's
100%
already
possible to
the
be
truth.
separate from God. That is what sin is. Sin is a separation from God. That's
Oh,
a
come on.
100% a thing.
What
But if
is
we're not
sin?
arguing Christianity, then you're just speaking of a God, then we can put that to the
Right.
side.
When a male lion goes to another lion's tribe, beats up the male lion, and then kills his cubs, is that a sin? Would you say that's a sin? Or would you
It's
say
a
sin is subjective?
I would say it's untoward.
Where is it?
I wouldn't say it's a
Animals
sin.
couldn't
I think the
sin.
lion
It's
is
not a sin,
capable
right?
of
It's
sinning.
not a thing. You don't like it, and it's nasty, and
See,
it feels
okay,
bad,
again,
right?
if we're talking about Christianity, humans were the only creatures created in God's image. So lions don't sin like that.
See,
We're
that's
given
what you
dominion
believe,
over them.
though, Christian. That's what you believe. It's not what everybody believes. It
I'm
doesn't
not,
work for
right,
everybody.
so I'm saying that if you're not arguing Christian, you're going, what's the point of prayer? You can't be separate from God. I'm going, well, no, if I'm a Christian, you 100% can be.
So God,
you have to agree that's a possibility, right? You have to agree, like,
no, I can't agree with that. Only the fact
Hold
that
on.
God
You brought to the
is
table,
everything.
is a lion sinning? And I reply, again, being a Christian, that we're the only ones made in God's image.
Well,
so
what I'm saying
lions
is you can't
sin.
define God. God can't be a flesh and in blood being that's also omnipresent and everything, right? He's everything. He's also a fucking cat and a dog and a brush and a broom and so his image.
Yeah, I reject that.
God is everything, is he not? God is all powerful in everything. So how can he be in one particular image? He's not. He's in every image. If he's everything.
No,
that's not what the image of God means.
Yeah, like most religious people probably don't agree with that, Futoi. I agree with that in my woo-woo state, but like young Christian, for example, would not agree with that.
Not even Christian.
No, I think you're doing yourself an injustice when you say woo-woo, because it's not. It's religion is more woo-woo than that idealism, right? So some God in our image, flesh and blood, hands, hair, eyes, is somewhere. Come down and gave us a whole lot of rules and said, "Look, I made you, but don't break these rules. I made you."
No, I agree. I mean, that I would say that's just
us being made in
nonsense,
God's image,
which
that's
I
not
think
what that means.
is below woo-woo. But like
Right.
that, I guess agree. I think young Christian, you agree with this. The whole like the Sky Daddy thing. I would say that's the lowest common denominator of like, bad religious takes. And I think you'd agree with that, young Christian. Yeah. Like
So, I'll
imagine
be
that
back in a
God
minute.
is like what atheists sometimes say on Reddit, right? Where it's like an old man in the sky with a beard. Like that's worse than any possible
I think
conception of
those
God. You could
atheists that were,
almost.
like, again, I'm going to keep arguing from the Christian perspective. So if y'all aren't,
That's not an answer. I feel like
because my response to that would be, I do think the whole Sky Daddy thing is terrible. It's awful. Yeah.
Okay, yeah. I'm just making sure we accept that. Okay, so we're on the same page on that. So I guess that's what I'm saying. So that kind of thing, Futoi. Like I don't think there's probably maybe a lot of Christians that believe that, but like that's the worst of all, I think, possible normal religious takes. Is that God is like a physical being above us that is like an old man in the sky. That's like nonsense.
You guys are typing vigorously.
You're typing like Ivor, okay? I'm just saying if you guys have ever been on panel with him.
My old keyboard was super loud when I typed.
Just finishing some work at the same time. Hey, if do you believe that you can have a conversation with God, but you just don't think it's worth the effort? Or is your belief of God something that you couldn't talk to him if you wanted to?
Who are you talking to?
I forget his name.
Futoi.
Well, before he answers that, I'm going to bed. You guys have a good night. All right, it was fun.
Good night. I'll miss you.
07's Brandon.
Getting late over there.
Peace.
Appreciate you, brother.
All right, see you guys.
Because if
Take
you
care.
can't talk to God, then depending on whether or not you've got an afterlife, basically no different from an atheist.
Sorry, guys, back. Oh, did we lose Brandon?
Yeah, he had to go.
Ah, that's a pity. He's such a
I
good
had a
friend.
question for you about your concept of God. Do you believe that you can have a conversation with God and it's just not necessary?
You're talking to
Or do
yourself.
you think that your belief of God is that you couldn't?
You're talking to yourself. Oh, Futo, you're so great. Listen, give me something that is not part
No,
of the
I'm
great
not asking
design.
if it's a good idea or a bad idea. I'm just asking are you saying that you are God, as in?
Everything is God. God, I don't believe that God isn't somewhere or isn't something. I think there is only God. That's my personal belief. I'm not saying it's wrong or right. It's just what makes sense to me. because I don't think God is definable.
How do you know it's a? Oh, I guess you don't worship your God, huh?
No, why would I worship myself? That's
See, that
like
just sounds like
that's
you're
very
describing
vain.
You believe
calling it
you
God.
like
You're
you
so
are God.
great. Victor, you're so great.
You believe you are God.
Yes, I'm. Yes,
What
I'm
do you
part
What
of
do you
God.
believe happens
You
after
get
you
along with
die?
Marilyn.
I
Do you
believe
believe
I'm
in
part
any
of
sort of
God. Yeah.
afterlife? Do you
See, and I
believe in any
agree
sort of
with
afterlife?
Futoy and Maryland, but not in the same way. I
Yeah,
feel
but
because
you
like
you're gonna
I
have
worship
to.
God. I worship God. I think
You
that's
be
like
pulling
the.
from outside sources, right?
I'm
not
not
gonna
pulling. No,
worship
I'm
myself.
not. That's
Dude,
I'm not.
that
That's not
line
my.
you just pulled out is not from the Bible. It's not even
Yeah, but that's not.
Christianity.
That's not. Yeah, but that's not my justification. That's just a quote that I agree with. That I'm pulling. Is that not a fair thing to do? I pull up a lot of quotes. I'm not going to that for my foundation of my theology. It's just a quote I agree
Well,
with.
if it's an argument you're pulling up.
No, it's just it was what I was saying. I was just saying this is what
Well,
I
it was
think. This is a
defending
good
that we are
articulation.
God.
You know, if
Yeah, but
God made everything for a purpose,
I'm not
right?
saying that because I'm not saying like, hey, this writer is authoritative or anything. Like I pull up a lot of quotes that I don't think are authoritative. It's just a good encapsulation of what I think is possibly true.
Sorry, I must have missed the quote. What was the quote?
Well, now young Christian's gonna judge me if I pull it up again. Okay,
yeah.
but fine,
Oh,
I'll
yeah.
pull it up again. Okay, for I'm divided for love's sake, for the chance of union. That's how I'm not saying I go to this as authority and I'm reading as scripture. I'm just saying I think this is true. Like from God's point of view, I think God is divided for love's sake for the chance of union.
Nothing wrong with
my
that.
brain
So,
as
like,
true.
Nothing wrong with that whatsoever. Don't apologize for believing what you believe.
Can you break that
That's
down?
fair, Futai. That's fair. That's fair. Well,
Can you break
I
that
think.
down?
I mean, again, I think. Okay, so I think that at some pre-existent state, I think there is God, right? And I think then God wants to experience God, which leads to the universe. And there is, so we go away from God. We are separated. Okay, so we're divided, right? As this thing is saying.
So what about the Trinity?
Well, I feel like that's a different different
No,
question.
because if God says he is love, but he can't actually practice it, then he wouldn't be, right? The Trinity is required.
I think God can practice love, though. I don't.
Not if there's no one to love.
No, true us.
I think but that's where I think
I'm
I think
talking
we this
before
is where I disagree with Futoy. I think we should worship God. I think that's the whole chance of union thing. I think we're supposed to in the same way that and I know you don't agree with evolution, young Christian, but I think in the same way we evolve, we involve, right? There's a biological reality where we have come to sentience, and now we go through a process of involution to go back to God. That's the chance of union.
What's in that argument is saying that we are God, so we were divided, right? We were divided for love's sake, for the chance of union. You apply that to that we are God, and God wanted to experience God. My point is that if God is love, he wouldn't be able to be that thing if he couldn't first, off the rip, be able to experience and share that. And that's the purpose of the Trinity.
I think you're going against Christianity because how can you say what God can and can't do? Aren't you putting yourself in the position of God?
It's just logical. You can't claim to be love
so logic controls God.
Never share it.
Christian, so logic controls God. God is under the control of logic. You don't think he can work outside of logic?
If we're talking about the same, I can't engage with you, Futoy, if we're not talking about the same God.
Define God, and so we can talk about the same God. Go ahead, define it. A name.
He's a
You're
father.
throwing out me names. Well, yeah. Well, my God is Peter.
He's what?
What? Yeah. Define God. Give me a definition of God without throwing names at me.
I said, where did I? Oh, Yahweh. That's one of God's names.
Right. So okay. So let's look at where you're coming from. So you believe in a very Jewish form of God. So Yahweh, right? So as far as my memory serves me, Yahweh is the sound of the breath coming in and out. Right. So that's why it's meant to be unpronounceable. So that's a very Jewish which is nothing wrong with it. I'm not saying there's anything wrong with
I
it.
will say that's a theory, but that's not the main theory of
So-
where
so
Yahweh
he's
comes
throwing
from.
names at me.
You asked
I'm
me,
trying
you
to get
asked
to the
me
definition
to
of his
identify him. I
definition.
believe that he is
Your definition. What is your
all-knowing,
definition?
all-loving.
God?
God is love. I believe he's
How come there's hate?
omnipresent. He's a Trinity. What?
How is if he is love, so he's not hate?
Yeah, the argument is that if God is love, he can't be that thing unless he can experience and share it.
But I think I
That's
don't.
where the Trinity comes in.
But I don't know. I feel like you said this originally against me, young Christian. But I think God is
that
love.
argument. Right. That argument's to the because you associate it with if we are God and he, for love's sake, divided us. Like God wanted to experience God. It's like that's for. I'm assuming what you mean by that, right? But that is what the Trinity is. You had the Son, the Holy Spirit, and the Father. They were all experiencing each other.
Do you not think God is
Right,
bigger
but
than
there's
love and hate?
Okay, wait. I want to say something. Like, okay, so like to just address, what you
Camera
said.
would charge faster.
So I think like yes, like okay, so in the Trinity, right? There is communion, there is love, but I feel like there has to be something, or at least there's a possibility of there being a separation. And so this is not okay. I'm going to say something, and you might hate this, but I would see this as analogous to like a dream. When we dream, right, sometimes we forget that we're dreaming. Okay, I'm not the first one to come up with this analogy, but I'm just going to hit you with this and you tell me what you think. Okay, so when we dream, right, we go into a dream world, we are creating the whole world. All the characters in the dream are of us. We are doing that, and sometimes we get benefit from us. We forget in order to remember, right? So when we go into a dream, we don't remember all the. Sometimes we know we're dreaming, but oftentimes we don't, and we
Are you saying
as
that
if they're separate
God is
from us.
dreaming? I'm assuming, and I'll let you know with the Father. The Father is dreaming the Son and the Holy Spirit.
No. I'm not saying that. I'm saying. Do you not see, like in your reality now, I guess, or in my reality, I get a benefit from dreaming. That degree of separation where now I can experience, where I can step outside and forget for a brief moment who I am and interact with other things. I think there is like a benefit. There's an experiential benefit to that. Right. In a way that if I am just myself, well, I could pretend that Christian, you're a character that's in my own mind. That's like totally separate. Right. If I'm God, but like when I go into a dream, I truly forget that.
What you're describing here, though, isn't the Trinity.
Sorry for 1 second to interject. Podesta, this is not on you. This is on me. But is there any chance you could mute up on your typing? Because it's distracting me a bit. It's not you. It's me. I'm sorry. But if you could do that, please, I'd really appreciate it. Thank you.
I'm trying to lock in, right? I'm here. Just click, clack, click, clack. But what you're describing isn't the Trinity. So like it wouldn't apply to it.
No, but I guess what I'm saying is like the Trinity would be like that. That's kind of God. Let's say God is obviously in the Trinity. God is like fully conscious of all of this. I guess what I'm asking, is it possible that God would voluntarily want to enter into creation with some degree of separation, right? That's kind of the quote I pulled up, right? Where to have to kind of experience it in real time without having that omnipotence and omniscience going on, in the same way that we go into a dream state. So it's an analogy. It's an incomplete analogy. I agree with that. But in the same way that we will go into a dream state and we forget that we're dreaming, and we interact with people in our dream that we think are real people, but they're manifestations of our own mind. But there's some joy in that. There's some experience in that we couldn't get otherwise, unless we voluntarily enter into that kind of play, right?
So I believe God made creation to share the beauty of life, right? We are made in his own image. So there's the idea that he wants to share that, and he does interact. I mean, he is a suffering God. He came down, right? There's we can like this actually leads into the topic. I was kind of, because I didn't know what you were talking about when you announced the topic. And then when I saw this, I was like, oh, I actually recently did a study on this. This is But he goes into, he is a suffering God. He is a loving God. He is a father to his children. But my point of the God is love is specifically just to the Trinity. So it's not required for him to make creation, like to create, because he's already experiencing it here in its most perfect whole form.
Would you believe
I don't disagree with that.
That was specific. That was just specifically my argument to that. But I'm not denying that God isn't involved.
Christian, do you believe that we live in a world of polarity, left, right, up, down, black, white, night, day, right? So for there to be love, there has to be hate, right? There can't be light without the dark. Have you ever heard that, right?
How do you know a line is a straight line if you haven't experienced a crooked
I grew up in a very, very Roman Catholic family. Like, I mean, holy crap. I mean, there was no sin in that house. Right? But I was in church one Sunday, right, as a child, and the priest said that babies that die before their christening, they don't go to heaven and they don't go to hell. They go to this place called purgatory. And I sat
Purgatory is not found in scriptures.
and this really affected me as a kid. I was like, what? The baby can't even commit a sin, yet it can't go to heaven? It's sinless, pure white, sinless. Sorry,
right,
white, but sinless. How can it not go to heaven? Right? So I don't want to sound racist. Right? Even black babies, right, go to heaven too. We're all equal. We're all equal. Pure
let's move on. Get to your point.
Pure black goodness, right? And then I was like, yeah, no, you know, if he's saying this nonsense, I can't get on board on that, and that was it for me. Like, what else is not true if he's saying this nonsense? I can't believe that. No God that I believe in would stop a baby going to heaven because it hasn't been Christian. And that was the day I lost my religion.
You won't find purgatory or anything like that in the scriptures. God actually values children heavily.
They changed it. And this makes it even worse. Years later, it's changed. They changed it now.
Catholic, they have a lot of outside sources.
They changed it now, so that isn't true anymore. So wait a minute, they can change the word of God.
They didn't change the scripture though. The church councils changed stuff.
They have their little doctrine, little books that they write.
Yeah, like the church.
Change stuff.
You're like, this is the thing. Like, if you're Roman Catholic pilled, then I understand what you're saying, Frutoy. But if you're not beholden to all of like the Vatican and what the church says at any given point, if you just look at the Bible, I agree with you on Christian. The Bible, I don't think presents a concept of limbo or purgatory that like when a kid dies, then they're
incredibly like heavily values children.
So
to the point where Christ even goes like, you should be like these little children because the kingdom of God is for them.
07's Podesta. God is calling Podesta.
See you next time. Rest in peace, R.I.P.
Rip.
Yep. Sorry about the typing. I was actually using the wrong microphone. I had muted the wrong microphone. But
Podesta, when you meet the big man, ask him why he killed my dog.
Okay, I don't know. That's going to be an awkward conversation.
As well.
Ciao.
Take care.
Yeah, I would say you just got really bad theology.
Well, at that time, it was the Roman Catholic doctrine.
Yeah, but me and young Christian are not Roman Catholic. I guess that's the thing. If you're talking to a Catholic, I think that is I would that's a convincing argument. But if you're, again, not all Christianity believes that, right? Like I guess that's the thing. And in the Bible, it didn't change the Bible. Yeah, you're not going to find it in scripture. That's something that like the Roman Catholics say, but there's no Bible verse you could point to, and it hasn't been changed. Okay. It hasn't been changed. There's no Bible verse you could ever point to that says that, I guess is what I would say.
So it's not all that Christianity is BS. It's just Roman Catholics are BS.
No, I think you can have people that claim to be Christian and then they'll write false doctrine, and then a bunch of people believe it, and then they leave Christianity thinking that that's what Christianity stands for, versus tackling the actual source.
And I'm not saying, hey, listen to my one point of theology. I get where you're coming from, Futoy, but I'm just saying for the record, right? That is something that is not. It's not the Bible hasn't been changed. That's not the case.
Well, yeah, but I mean that's not exactly true either, right? Because the Bible is a collection of books, right? And so if you're looking at the King James Bible, are you talking about the King James Bible?
No, I'm
Like,
talking.
so what they did.
I'm talking about the Hebrew and the Greek and translating and us finding manuscripts and like the Dead Sea Scrolls and a bunch of other manuscripts we found.
And
The
leaving
Bible,
out
yeah,
books,
there's
picking and
nothing.
choosing what book should be in the King James Bible, for example. They picked and choose which book should be in there, but they're not God; they're man. So,
That's. I mean, yeah, you should have
how
been here
can you tell
yesterday or
me-
2 days ago. Yeah, I mean, this is a big question, but it doesn't start with King James. King James is like 17th century. That is like the 4th century when they like chose the canon and stuff. So like I agree. Yeah, it's a hard issue, right? There was stuff that they accepted and rejected.
Right.
I
So
understand.
Even with that, though, all Bible translations communicate the same core message.
So, but what they're saying is that they were under the influence of God, the direction of the Holy Spirit, to be able to make these decisions, right?
When manuscripts were being written,
That's quite a big claim.
It is a big claim. It is. I mean, again, that's what I'm saying. We talked about this a couple days ago, and it's I don't have a good answer to that exactly. Like, this is what I ask, because Protestants, believe that there was like a degree of the church that chose the canon, the 66 books that are in the Bible, and then at some point, right, then we don't follow the church anymore. So I agree. Like there is a bit of confusion there.
Yeah, and you know what I don't like talking about this subject is because religion has a use, and even though there's over history there's been so many murders and deaths and bad things from religion, there's also been a lot of good stuff, and it also helps a lot of people, right? Religion does. So I don't want to put doubt in somebody's mind where they haven't actually come up with it themselves, where it's helping them. Do you know what I mean? Like I say with addiction, it's they need an external force to help them get over their addiction and stuff. I wouldn't want to spoil that for somebody, so I want to talk about it, but I don't want to bad to come from it.
You're on a religious panel. Just talk about it.
No, I actually, but I do appreciate what Futoy is saying. I think I think it's good to have trepidation there, but I guess the way that when you say religion, I guess Futoy, I don't I feel like we probably don't mean that in the same way. Like it sounds by religion, because you said you believe in God.
Yeah.
Right. But then right. So then I guess when, and I mean, I used to think this, like back in the day, I used to say the thing, I'm not religious, but I believe that like Jesus Christ is my personal Lord and Savior. I actually have come to not agree with that anymore. I think, because again, I think religion, again, it means union. I don't think there's any like shame in being like, I'm religious. I don't think that has to mean I subscribe to any like specific doctrine or theology or any like I don't think it has to mean that, you know what I mean? So I don't think it's like a give or take. Like religion sometimes does good, sometimes does bad. Right. I don't like putting religion in those categories of like, because like if I would say I believe in God, and so I would say I'm religious, and there's like certain aspects of like of Protestantism I like. There's certain things I'm like, I'm not so sure about that, but I would not, at least in my current moment, I wouldn't say I'm not religious, because I feel like that's like putting too much like credence in like the Roman Catholics or like the Lutherans or like, these like specific denominations, whereas like I don't see it that way.
Yeah, it's like my daddy can beat up your daddy.
Right. And I don't think we need to like, we don't need to like, stake ourselves to like any like
when you're dealing
specific
with Christianity,
thing.
you stick with scripture.
You know,
you can have different denominations within it, and they could each have their own kind of rituals or traditions, but that's why you use scripture. I mean, the scriptures say it themselves.
But another problem I have with it is that even within Christianity, right? A lot of different. What would you call it? Sects? What's the word? A different.
That works. Yeah.
Right. They all say like only through this one will you get to heaven. There is only one way, and it's this way. Screw the other ways. They're all wrong. They're all idiots. They're all going to burn in hell. And if you don't believe you're going to burn in hell, if you're one of the other sects, you're going to burn in hell. The only way is true Jesus, or the only way is true this way.
Well, Christianity, the only way to salvation is through Christ. So
You
if
see,
they're not
when
proclaiming
I
that, then
hear,
it's not Christianity.
when I hear that, I always picture like Buddha going, "Hey, what about me?"
Well, I mean, even Buddha is making a truth claim.
Right.
Yeah.
Krishna, hey.
Well, again, another truth claim.
So all those Buddhists and all those other religions, they're all wrong. The only way
Well,
is this
you
way.
have to look at who's more reliable. If they're all making a truth claim, you gotta do the work of
What if
finding
none
who's
of
more
that is
reliable.
true? What if none of that is true? What if it's not true? What if it's man-made? What then?
Well, what if it's not? What then?
Oh, I mean, then I don't think I want to be part of it. I don't want to exclude people because they have a different belief than me. I don't think that sounds good to me. So I don't want to. I don't want to go to that heaven. Thank you. I'm good. Stick me in purgatory.
The offer that Christ gives is open to everyone.
I don't. I think heaven should be equal opportunity heaven. It shouldn't be just for a certain group. If that's the case, I don't want to be part of that group.
I want to say this, Futoy. What you're saying about the sects and denominations of Christianity, that's not true.
That's the one I wanted to say. Yes.
Right, but that's not true. Like a Baptist is a Baptist, and they think that their view is correct, but a Baptist doesn't think a Pentecostal is going to hell. Like that's not how denominations work.
What about a Muslim? What about a Muslim or
no, that's
fair. I just wanted to. We can talk about that. I just want to make sure in the context of Christianity and stuff, right? It's not like I would say I'm closely aligned with like an evangelical, right, non-denominational faith. That doesn't mean I think that a Lutheran or an Anglican is going to hell. That's not what that means.
No, thank you for that. No, thank you for that correction because it's a valid point. Yeah, but so basically in Christians, Christ is the only way to heaven, right? Would that be fair?
Yes, but I also want to say one other thing about and I maybe me and Christian disagree on this, but like with like the Buddha and what you said about Krishna and stuff. There's also an issue even within like Christianity, right? There's an issue of like if you have knowledge or not, and this is something that like people disagree on, right? But if you are someone who lives in India, and I don't know if young Christian would disagree with me on this or not, but like if someone lives in India and they've never, let's say, heard the gospel, they've never heard of Jesus Christ, to my knowledge, most Christians wouldn't say they're going to hell, because they've never been presented the opportunity.
Well, it also says in Scripture that God's going to judge everyone differently according to the heart, and it also follows that up with God saying that He'll send dreams and He'll communicate with them.
But so I don't think even under a strict view of Christianity, I don't think we could say, oh, all the Buddhists or all the Hindus throughout all time and whatever, and every different religion is like auto going to hell, because like there's a lot of people that haven't even heard of like Christianity to begin with, right? Even if we just go with that example. So I don't even think that. I don't think that's like right. I don't think most Christians would say that. Yeah, like back in the day,
there's a
right?
whole lot of cavemen in hell going, what the hell?
Right, exactly. Yeah, exactly.
So that makes the statement that Christ is the only way not true. Sorry, but that's what happens in the
I'm just saying that's not even most Christians don't even believe that, I guess is what I'm saying. Like in the 2nd century, that's after Christ died and was resurrected, but obviously most of the world had never heard the name Jesus or has ever been exposed. Right. Most Christians don't think, or at least are not saying like definitively like, oh, all those people are going to hell. Like I'm just saying that's not. I feel like I have to defend the Christian religion, quote unquote, right? It's like most Christians don't believe that. They don't believe that the random person in like Africa in the 2nd century is like automatically going to hell because they have never even heard of Christ.
Christ is the only way, and then within that God's going to communicate and judge everyone according to their heart.
Sorry if this is inappropriate. I just thought it would be funny.
But those two things can live together. Christ can be the only way. And that's followed up with that God communicates with people who have never heard the gospel.
Eat meat on Friday, guys. Perfectly fine. Yeah, but Christians do believe that only through Jesus Christ shall you get to heaven, right?
Amen.
But that I feel like there is nuance in that, because again, most denominations don't think if you've never heard of Christ, right, then you're like going to hell. Like most denominations don't think that. Most Christians don't think that.
Confluence, I think that's a dangerous road, right? And I'll explain why. Because then let's look at the commandments.
I'm just saying the truth, though. I'm just saying I'm not saying what should. I'm just saying that is just what most Christians are not saying what I understand you to say. That's all I'm saying. I'm not saying whether it's dangerous or not. I'm just saying they don't.
Commandments. Maybe there's nuance to the thou shalt not kill. Well, there's nuances, right? So you can go to war.
Thou shalt not murder.
Thou shalt not murder, right? So there's nuances to that. So maybe we can murder in certain circumstances.
No, there's killing and then murder.
I hear what you're saying, but I'm not trying to say that. I'm just saying. I'm saying specifically when you're saying about like the Christians believe this, I'm saying that that's not correct. I'm not saying we have to add nuance to these things. I'm saying there legitimately is nuance within Christendom. Like there actually is. And like not all Christians would say that just because some person in Ethiopia, right, in the 2nd century dies without hearing God, that they go to, about hearing about Jesus, that they go to hell. Like most Christians do not think that. So I'm not trying to say even to add nuance. I'm just saying that's just a fact. I'm saying there is nuance in that. Most Christians would not say those people are going to hell. That's all I'm trying to say.
So to put it in other words, could we say that most Christians don't believe that the only way to heaven is through Jesus? The only way to the Father is through
No, if
Jesus?
you've heard the gospel, you
could we say that though? Could we say that?
No. Are you saying most Christians believe that Christ isn't the way?
That most Christians don't believe that the only way to the Father is through the Son, Jesus Christ.
Most Christians believe that, but I'm saying, how most Christians interpret that is not to say that someone who has never heard the gospel is just auto-destined for hell.
Christ has said, I am the only way to salvation. Believe in me, you have salvation. It also says in the scripture, though, that those who have not heard, first he sends his followers out. He goes, go spread it to the four corners of the earth. But followed up to that, he says, I will send dreams. I will send prophets. I will send messengers. I will reach out to them, and it's made known to them.
Is that in the Bible? Is that in the Bible?
That's in the Bible. All of that is in the Bible.
God is so there's proof in the Bible, guys, that we live on a flat earth. I don't believe in a flat earth, but if you're sending, so how can you send somebody to a corner on a sphere?
Do you think I'm talking about a flat earth?
On a sphere. Gotcha.
I'm not sure where you're going with that, Futoy.
Four corners of the world. It must be flat. It can't be a sphere.
Again, but this is kind of what I'm saying. I feel like this is what my frustration is, and I know you're not even an atheist, but I feel like this comes up a lot where people. I hope you are, because again, most Christians don't think the Bible is meant to be taken literally. I feel like I have to say that, even though you're joking. Most people don't.
That's not even what that would mean.
Oh, but some people do, though. Some people do. Like my grandparents, literally. I mean, literally, like a beast with 7 heads came out of the ocean. All this sort of stuff.
Yeah, some people take it like some people take every word literally.
Yeah, literally.
Yeah, but that is like throughout space and time, that is the minority. That is like probably point not 1% of Christians that think that you should take every word literally. Like that's it's a very low percent. If you you can look up any denomination, name a denomination.
Roman Catholic in Ireland. Roman Catholics
do not. No, they do not. Do you think the Roman Catholic stance is that the Earth is flat? Are you fucking kidding me, Futoy? Do you think a beast rose up from the ocean? No, the Catholics don't believe that. They don't. Catholics absolutely don't take everything literally.
At a certain time, like my grandparents' generation in Ireland, right, did the entire country of Christians of Roman Catholics.
They didn't. No, you just misunderstand Roman. Futoy, with all due respect, you misunderstand Roman Catholic theology if you think that. There's never been a time.
It's not that. It's I experienced the people. I'm not saying it's wrong or right. I'm saying these people took it literally, and it was a sin not to take it literally.
But not according to the Roman Catholic Church. Then those people were going outside of the Roman Catholic Church. Like the official Roman Catholic Church stance is not that.
Well, they don't believe that.
It wasn't 2 centuries ago. It wasn't 3 centuries ago. Right? That's not the stance.
The generation that I'm talking about.
I know what I'm saying. You might have met specific people that believe that, but I'm saying Roman Catholicism, right? They have authority in the church. that I'm saying in the time frame you're talking about, that is definitely just incorrect. You can look this up. You don't have to look it up now, but you can look it up after if you want. That is, the Roman Catholic Church does not say that. The Pope does not say that.
Right, but you're talking.
I agree with the Pope, but the Pope does not say that, and the Church does not say that.
Hold on, before we lose the point. But that was a whole reason the Catholic the Roman Catholic split into two factions, right? So you had the Roman Catholic and you had the Protestants.
It's not though. This is what I mean. It's not the reason. It has nothing to do with the reason, Futoy. It has nothing to do with it. It doesn't have anything to do with that.
Hold on. Let's fight.
The thing was overindulgences. That's a totally. It's nothing to do with what you're talking about. This is what I mean. This is the problem.
Protestants came out of the Roman Catholics, and they said, "No, hold on, Mary was not a virgin." And the Roman Catholics go, "Yes, she is. It says in the Bible, she's literally a virgin. God literally came down and impregnated her." And the Protestants were going, "No,
all Protestants think that Mary was a virgin." Every single Protestant believes
that's not the case.
This is what I mean, Futoy.
Hold on.
I understand you have ire against the Catholics, and I do as well. But you're saying stuff that's just actually just not true. Just not true. Even if I was an atheist, I would say it's not true.
Okay, hold on. Let me fact check it because you might be right. Hold on. Let me fact check it.
I mean,
there's literally no
Mary is
Protestant
venerated for it.
Believes this. Besides, maybe there's a few weird cults or something, but no Protestants that any of us would have ever heard the name of believes that Mary wasn't a virgin when she gave birth to Christ. This is just a thing.
Okay, so
a massive issue.
Even Podesta, the atheist, is disavowing this. Okay, even Podesta.
Hold on.
If Mary wasn't a virgin, you'd have issues for Christianity because it's prophesized in Isaiah.
So it says here some of the differences. Catholic authority comes from Scripture plus Church tradition plus the Pope, and Protestants' authority comes from Scripture alone.
Yes.
Sola Scriptura.
Sola Scriptura. Yeah, that's what young Christians say for.
I like that.
Catholic
Scriptura. I like that.
Right. So Catholics' salvation involves faith, good work, and sacraments. Protestant salvation is by faith alone. Sola
Fide.
Sola Fide. Catholics, 7 sacraments, e.g., Protestants usually 2, baptism and communion. Mary and the saints. Catholics venerate Mary and the saints, ask for their intercession. Intercession.
Yeah.
Protestants pray directly to God, do not venerate saints.
Yeah.
All right.
Yeah.
Catholics believe that the bread and wine become Christ's body and blood. Protestants' views vary. Many see it as symbolic. And there you go. Catholics believe it is actually the blood and body of Christ. Protestants began in the 16th century.
Not physically, though. Not physically, to be clear. Okay. I'm a transubstantiationist. Okay. They don't believe it physically becomes they believe it literally does. Okay. There's a distinction there. This is the thing, Futoy. Okay, and at least you have to admit with your looking up, right?
Yeah, I'm sorry. Thing, I got that point wrong. Yeah, I'm sorry about that. Yeah, thanks for correcting.
Right, but I guess what I'm saying, but I'm not trying to be like, oh, I gotcha. But I'm just saying,
I understand.
There's a lot of stuff, there's a lot of differences that are just right. There's a lot of it's not as simple as being like, oh, it's this one thing or it's this other thing. There's a lot of. I don't want to say there's a lot of nuance because I feel like you might jump on that again, but there is a lot of nuance in this stuff. Okay, there is a lot of nuance.
Yeah, no, sorry about that. I got confused somewhere along the line about that. It was probably my grandparents' propaganda.
It probably was I don't think if your grandparents taught you that the Bible has to be taken literally. I mean, they weren't good. They weren't they were very good Catholics, but they weren't following what the Catholic Church is teaching. I guess that's what I'm saying.
They took the entirety of the Bible.
Yeah, literally, and I explained to you
poems and all.
Well, I tell you why, because they weren't, I wouldn't say they were, I don't know if they were intellectual or not, but in their current education, from what they got, they were very simple people, right? So they were told, this is your religion, this is your book, this is your manual. Study it, live it, be it. And so they did. They took it literally. In every sense, literally.
I know people do that, but I guess I would say like that. And I'm not Catholic. Obviously, I'm not Catholic. But I think it's unfair to look at like some Catholics, right, and say like, oh, that must be what Catholics think, right? That's not what Catholics think. So, and I'm not Catholic, and I'm defending Catholics here, right? I'm just saying like just because even if you have like family and stuff that have believed this, right, that doesn't mean that's what Catholics believe. They might have just mistaken with.
Guys, it's confirmed here. Confluence is a Catholic. What's the word?
Apologist is what you're going for.
They'd have to wrestle with the ceremonial, moral, and civil laws.
Sorry, guys, I'll be back in 1 second.
So I'm probably about to go get a mixed drink too. How about that? Probably some vodka. Are you drinking,
Christian? I was. I mean, that's what a little too much before. That's why I feel like I couldn't talk to Brandon in a good enough way at a certain point. But sober up at this point. Why'd I stop drinking? Because I felt like I couldn't like talk super good to Brandon, and I feel like I couldn't get my thoughts out. So
look, I do want to address this "everyone's God" thing. We gotta.
Okay, let's do it.
All right. Okay. So where do you? Actually, I think we need to agree on a couple of things. You're a Christian, right?
You've asked me that like 3 times. My answer's not going to change.
Just make sure. You're Christian, right?
Sure. Yeah, maybe I changed in the past hour. Yeah, I'm Christian.
Okay, I'm Christian. Okay,
I'm not.
So,
I'm not asking for your name. I'm not asking for your name, Christian. Okay.
So can we use scripture to substantiate?
You can because you believe that, but I can't. I can't accept it because I don't believe it. Get me? So you're not going to say
Marilyn is back awake. Marilyn. But you said we're God, Christian. You awoken Marilyn. Okay,
dude, it's like a summoned.
like Christian, you're not going to convince me of anything by quoting the Bible, right? It's just not going to work for me, right? But yeah, if you believe it, and I would fight to the death to support your right to believe that.
Well, that would be our conversation would be more like what's more reliable. That would be the argument. To be honest with you, Putoy.
What's more reliable? Well, I don't think the Bible's reliable at all.
I think Christ is reliable.
I'm not even sure he existed, to be honest with you. There's no actual proof that there was a Jesus Christ existed.
It's like consensus that Christ existed.
There's no written. I mean, the Romans they took notes. They were very.
Hold on. Josephus. There's multiple non-Christian.
Before you die on this hill, just do a quick Google search.
Crazy hill to
die on this hill. There we go. Okay, what GTP is that okay? What?
Just
sure.
They did Christ. Is there that Jesus? Because Christ means different things to different people. Did Jesus, Christ exist?
Yeah.
You see, this is where I don't like talking about it, though. I don't want to take it away from everybody. Early non-Christian sources. Well, hold on. From the historic standpoint, not theology. There is a strong consensus among historians that Jesus of Nazareth existed. The evidence is indirect but convergent. There's no solid evidence.
Excuse me. There's no solid evidence that any historical figure existed. That's not how evidence works. Wait, how? It's just off writings, right? It's just like again, we've talked about this on the channel before, but like I know you haven't been here for this, but like Socrates, right? That's a go-to, right? Like what's the evidence that he existed, right? It's coming from Plato and stuff, right? We don't have the writings of Socrates himself, but we think he existed. Yeah, there's like all these historical figures. We're just using like other sources to confirm that they existed, right? It's not. You can't obviously prove a historical figure existed.
There you go. That's what I said.
You can't prove any history.
I mean, yeah,
you,
they
you,
were
you,
just
Futo,
saying
you,
that isn't
an argument
your,
against what I
your
said.
own grandparents that you're talking about, you can't prove they existed. You can't like scientifically prove that they existed. You're just
I'm
using.
here. You can DNA test me. I'm here. You can DNA test them. There's a family tree.
Are your grandparents alive?
No.
Well, then you can't prove scientifically that they existed.
I'm here, so they must have existed, or else I wouldn't be here.
That's terrible.
That's pretty solid. No, that's pretty solid proof. How can I be here without grandparents?
That doesn't mean anything. Just because you're here,
that just means you have descendants, but you can't say you can't. I guess you can say that you have. You can think that you have descendants, but you can't say anything about them. You can't say they're Catholic. You can't say any anecdote you could ever say. You can't prove that.
Proof. Right.
Yeah,
but that's not an argument against what I said.
I'm just saying.
If you reject it, you can't trust anything in history.
It's if you accept that, there's an entailment there. If what you're saying is true, then you can't accept any historical figure at all. Because then there's no way to prove it. So if you accept that, then fine. And then we're in like a weird realm where we can't accept history. Which, if you want to go there, we can go there.
No, I don't. I think you're oversimplifying it. No, because
why do you think there's a consensus that Christ existed? Why do you think there's a consensus?
Well, there isn't though. There's a consensus among Christians, but there is a consensus among
you read the opposite. You read the opposite, Futoy. It said it was talking about non-theological, non-Christian sources.
There's a strong consensus among historians, right?
Yes, it's not specific to Christianity. This is like, again, there is some I will say this. There are some historians that believe that Jesus didn't exist. That's a minority of even atheist historians, like even atheist scholars.
Like it was like.
Right, so
he phrased it a specific way. It was like child's play or something to not believe that Christ existed. I forget which historian that was. I'll look it up.
What GDP is saying, there's the matter most because early non-Christian sources, right? So Tacitus, 116 AD, a Roman historian who recorded that Christus was executed under Pontius Pilate during the reign of blah blah blah.
Pontius Pilate.
Wow, how do you pronounce that?
Josephus is the other one.
Josephus, a Jewish historian who mentioned Jesus twice. Well then.
That's more than we have about. That's more than we have about your grandparents, Futoy. This is the thing I don't. This is more than we have about like a lot of historical figures we have one reference to.
Bart Ehrman said it's foolish to think Jesus didn't exist, and he's not.
I got photos of my grandparents. Don't bring up the Shroud of Turin to me. As a counter to my photos of my grandparents. I'm convinced that was Leonardo da Vinci, the guy on the
Shroud of Turin. That's something I'm not. I don't know about that. I mean,
can we stay on the history?
Seems a little sketchy. But a lot of historical figures, right? We have to agree. We don't have photos. No, the vast majority we have very little evidence of. The vast majority of historical figures we have the vast majority we have no evidence of. The vast majority we know of, we have little evidence of, and there's a few people that we have a lot of evidence of. So that is just like that's not me talking as a religious person. That is just like actual facts.
All right. So then it goes on about the gospel as proof of God, historical method, consensus. He was a Jewish teacher, preacher. He was executed by Roman authorities. He rapidly gained followers after his death.
Right.
This included.
I'm not saying it's historical fact that like Christ resurrected from the dead, or that I'm just saying you said that you don't even think Jesus existed. And historically, most historians, even atheist historians, disagree on that.
All right. So it says here. What there is no proof of, so history cannot prove miracles, resurrection, divinity.
Right.
You need a ChatGPT to tell you that, though. If you think about it, right? Like that's obvious, right? How would you prove?
No, I don't need it to tell me that. No, I'm using it to fact check what I believe, because I have to admit to you guys. There's a lot of good knowledge in my head, but there's also throughout the years just a lot of bullshit right? I find myself being caught up a lot in bullshit because
No, that's valid. Me too. Me too.
because I didn't always have the internet. I wanted to know more than I had the capability of researching what I was absorbing, right? So that translate into me being wrong quite a bit.
So I appreciate that. So we agree that Christ existed.
I don't know. I still don't know. I don't see any proof of Christ existing. Like my grandparents, sure. Like my grandparents.
Okay, so yeah, I guess if you're adopting that degree of historical skepticism, but like, yeah, again,
I want to be right. I want to know the truth.
No,
That's
but there's no
important to me.
way that's
It's
but
important
you
to me.
understand. But it's impossible though. Like you're asking something that's actually impossible. Like there is no, based on your standard, there is no historical figure that you could ever prove, right? Like Julius Caesar, you can't prove he existed.
There's a lot
Like
more
even the most attested people. There's more, but you can't prove it,
a
right?
hell of a lot more. Like I
A
mean,
hell of a lot more, but you
more.
can't prove
You
it.
can't prove
You
that he
can't
existed.
prove it though. And the same thing, right? Like if it was more than Tacitus and Josephus, would you believe it? If it was, let's say it was 10 people, would you believe it then? 100 people? Like I feel like you would say the same thing. You're like, well, it's not proof, and I agree. It's not definitive proof in the same way that we can't prove history. We don't have access to like a time machine. But that's kind of like that's just how history kind of works, right? Time goes in one direction.
But let's look at the amount though, as an amount of mentions of Jesus besides the Bible and besides books that weren't included in the Bible that probably should have been. I don't know. Out of Christianity, there isn't a lot. You know what I mean? Yeah, I think he is mentioned in the Quran. I don't know a lot about Muslim belief, but I think he is actually mentioned in the Quran.
He is, but the Quran was written like in I don't know, the 1400s or something or whatever. I don't know. Well, maybe not. I'm not sure. I have to Google that, but it's a way after. No, maybe 800. Actually, I'm not sure. Yeah, way after though. Way after.
Yeah, because you see,
when was the Quran written? It's either 800. Oh yeah, okay.
It's like
650. 650. So 600 years after Christ.
Right.
So that would even the Quran does mention Jesus, but like that's 600 years later. I don't know. Why would you accept that? Like,
I'm not saying to accept it. I'm just saying, but sorry, I had a really good point there. It's vanished from my head. Jesus, 9 a.m. almost here. What was it? Right. Oh yeah. There's a lot of different theories out there, right? About Jesus, about the Christ. Jesus apparently went to India, spent some years in India, becoming a teacher in India, brought what he taught from India to the Middle East, to Jerusalem, whatnot.
What are you referring to?
There's lots of these beliefs about and theories about Jesus and.
Well, yeah, but what
yeah,
are you?
there is.
Do you know what document you're referring to?
I can Google. I can ChatGPT it. Who Googles it?
That's
sounds
all
like it'd be a forgery.
That's hundreds and hundreds of years later. Like the Jesus in India thing. We're talking hundreds and hundreds and hundreds of years.
You have
but it's plausible because
Tacitus, Josephus, Pliny the Younger. I don't even know how I say this one. Suetonius, Marabar Serapion, he's a Syrian philosopher, and then Talmud's Jewish writings. And then that's not even including the Bible because it is a historical document, multiple historical documents, 66 books compiled. And that would lean more Christian, right? You have Paul's writings, you have all these different.
You see, and that's another theory that the whole Christianity was invented by one of the apostles. Right now, I can't remember.
Well, let me ask you something, Futoy.
It's Paul.
Do people die for something they know to be a lie?
Why would you say they know to be a lie? I mean, the Crusades, a lot of people died. For me, it was totally yes.
Do people die for something they know to be a lie?
Maybe. I don't know.
You think the average person dies for something they know to be a lie?
Probably not, no.
Okay, so all of the disciples died brutally. for what they believed in. All they had to do was deny
or
Christ.
what they believed in, but that doesn't mean what they were peddling is what they believed in.
But they died for what they believed in.
So people die for what they believe in all the time, but it's not necessarily what they're
Right.
telling
So,
you.
you had said that there's a theory out there that one of the disciples made it up.
Right.
So they would know it to be a lie and then proceeded to know that it's a lie and then die brutally.
Explicit. There could have been part of it. Like the 12 disciples all got together and said, listen, look, the world's gone to shit. Let's invent this idea that the people can have.
You know, they were Jews, right? Like they had their own
Jewish, yeah.
they had their own theology. Like it was embedded in their culture.
Sure.
But
So why
also
would
be
they-
tortured horrifically, which like 11 of the 12 disciples were all no, because Judas unalived
Well, they
himself.
didn't know
So
it
he
was going to
out of the
happen.
12.
They didn't start out going, let's come up with this idea, but we're probably going to die.
No, but a lot of them like went to death, like maintaining that it happened.
Yeah,
right.
Right,
With the
well, one
option
of
of
them-
like repentance and saying it didn't happen, and they
They
still
had the
were
option to deny.
Well, actually,
I think it was Peter, and I don't know. Like maybe you're gonna like, I don't know the historical reliability of this, but like Peter was like watching his wife being crucified.
Mhm.
And and like he was crucified, at least according to some historical documents, upside down and stuff.
Yes,
and
yes, it was
it's
upside
like,
down.
and
Yeah.
right, and it's like, so why would a man allow his wife to be tortured?
Well,
And
you
Peter
see-
apparently like saw Jesus, so like if he, that's the kind of the difference between the Crusades and
that's a little bit. That's a little
Muslims
bit
blowing
inaccurate.
themselves up and stuff, right? That's
Yeah,
kind of
no.
a different thing.
But wasn't it Peter who Jesus told, by the time the cock crows 3 times, you will deny me? So there you go. He did deny him 3 times.
Right.
He did
No,
deny
then
him.
what did he do after?
what would convince him? What would convince Peter after that? Even like, okay, well, go off that.
It
Someone
is
who,
like they're
who
gonna
did
kill you
deny
anyway.
Christ thrice. Why would he then be tortured and allow his family to be tortured if he could like stop the torture and stop his family from being killed by just being like, no, okay,
Well,
I didn't see this. Like again, see, Anchor Amputee says Muslims do it all the time. Muslims die for something that they think is true. That's different from like the disciples that would know if this happened or not, right? Like
Especially if they make the claim that he came after death and was like, touch my wounds, like I'm here, ate with them, showed himself to the 500, like.
No, I see. I
Right,
see
if
your point.
we
And then
trust
they
the
were like-
historical thing, then these are people
Yeah,
that are
there
dying
you
for
go.
something that they know is false. They know it's
Yeah.
wrong. They're willing to have their family die and them die for something that they know is wrong. Whereas with Muslims and stuff, that's not the case. They think it's the correct thing, so that's why they're willing to die. But when the case of the disciples, right, they would know it's a lie and they're willing to be tortured and killed for it and have their family
Well,
tortured
not
and killed.
exactly a lie. It's they believe maybe that they're helping the world,
Well, you had
and that's
said,
worth dying for some people.
Well, you had said that they came together, made up because
I'm not saying they're trying to fool people or bamboozle people.
What
They're
they-
trying to
what
come
they-
up with an idea to
what
help
they
you.
would have made up is fair. Well, again, they were Jews. They already had their theology deeply embedded.
So why did they change?
It's a huge part of Judaism.
So why change?
Or just a Jew in general.
That's the
a great
question.
question.
Why change? Maybe they experienced something and saw something that was very miraculous, for lack of a better word.
Maybe they experienced the living God.
Yeah. So then that means that the only way to heaven is through Christ.
Amen.
I know what you're saying, Confluence. I know your approach to it, which is pretty legit. But there's an awful lot of people out there who believe the only way to the Father is through the Son, as per Scripture.
Do you think in the rest
too,
of,
to be clear, I
do you think-
nuance
do you
it a
think,
lot.
like you live your life like that? Like, do you think there are multiple ways to do multiple different things all the time?
Oh yeah, of course there is. There's 100 ways to skin a cat, as the saying goes.
You think that applies to everything?
Let me think. Yeah, of course. There's a wrong way and a right way. There's one example.
So there's a wrong way to do something.
That's
and a right way to
the
do
opposite
something?
of the thing you just said.
No, it's not. There's multiple ways to
So
skin a
you
cat.
would agree. You would agree.
They say there's a wrong way and a
There's
right
a right way and a
so-
wrong way.
There is what I mean. Okay, let me explain. What I mean by that is, all right, there's multiple ways to do things. And a Christian asked me, is that everything? And instead of trying to go through everything in
Well,
my
I
mind.
think in my to be honest,
everything in my
I phrased
mind.
the question wrong with that. You actually helped me by saying a right way and a wrong way to do things.
No, I didn't because I haven't finished yet. But you'll get it. So, where was I? So instead of going through my mind, going through everything to see if there's multiple ways to do that everything, well, then my mind says, well, hold on, you don't have to do that because there is obviously more than one way. If there's a right way and a wrong way, that's obviously more than one way. So yes, there is more than one way to do absolutely everything.
But is there?
Do you get the logic?
I'm still. I kind of get it, but is there? I guess is there a correct way?
Multiple correct ways. I don't know about everything. I mean, I'd have to think about it.
Can you?
I guess I don't want to use like I don't want to use a stupid example, but like two plus two equals 4. Is that like there's only one way to do that correctly, right? Like that's like there's a lot of wrong ways. There's like 99 wrong ways to do that. There's infinite wrong ways to do that, but there's only one correct way to get to the right answer, right?
In standard math, 2 plus 2 is 4. Sure.
Yes. Yeah.
But
if we redefine numerals and we go to different, sure. But in standard math, right? Talking about like real numbers, 2 plus 2 equals 4. There's one right way to arrive.
No.
One right answer.
No. 1 plus 1 plus 1 plus 1 plus 1 equals 4.
No, but I'm saying if you're taking the equation 2 plus 2,
3 plus 1 equals 4. 3 plus 1 equals 4.
Okay, but I'm saying
3.5 plus a half
that's
equals
fair.
4.
That's fair. But if you have 2 plus 2, can you get to an answer other than 4? I guess I would say in standard math, there's no other way. You will always arrive at 4 if you're doing it the right way.
Well, if you get 2 elephants and if you get 2 elephants and two trucks, do you have 4 elephants?
That's not standard math. You're going outside standard. You said standard math. That's not standard. You're going to physical objects. It's not standard math anymore. We're talking about standard math.
Can you breathe underwater without equipment?
Fish can.
I'm asking you.
Are you a fish?
Actually, if you look at I hope this is true now. Probably is though. All animals, right, at the earliest development stage all look like tadpoles. So are we that different?
Can you breathe underwater? Just cute. Food toy. Can you breathe underwater without equipment?
No.
So you mean only one right way to do that, right?
What do you mean? Is there a right way to do it? No, there's multiple ways to breathe underwater.
Right, without equipment though.
Oh, without equipment?
Yeah.
No.
Okay, so there's so use oxygen, right? You can't
Currently,
breathe underwater.
no.
You need to be outside the water to breathe, right?
Currently, no. Maybe in 100 years we'll be able to genetically put lungs or put gills onto people. Who knows? But right now, no.
Okay, so you can't without equipment. You can't breathe underwater. You have to leave the water to breathe.
Right now, yes.
Okay, so if someone disagreed with that, are they wrong?
What do you mean? Give me the disagreement.
If someone was like, "No, I can breathe underwater without equipment," are they wrong?
Well, there's deep sea divers. They're not really breathing underwater.
They use equipment. They use equipment. If you think
No.
They
I'm
use
talking
equipment.
about. I'm talking about the free flowers, the ones who have no equipment and just drop down.
They're not breathing though.
They breathe. No, they're holding their breath. They're holding their breath.
They're not breathing. They're not breathing. No, you're talking like
Food toy. I'm
static
not-
and dynamic apnea and stuff.
not-
But those
I'm
people
not-
aren't breathing.
Food toy, I'm not hopping on you. I'm just asking. If someone thinks that they can breathe underwater without equipment, are they wrong?
Okay, to move it along, let's go. Yes, they're wrong.
Do you disagree with the statement?
I don't like you saying to move it along. Just to
Yeah,
feel
like
like
you
we
disagree with it?
Just like I feel like we have to go with we have to be honest, right? The answer
No,
you
I
might disagree
don't
with
wanna-
where he's going, but
Yeah,
we should answer it. When an atheist
Yeah,
asks
that's
me
what I'm
this,
saying.
I answer the question.
I'm disagreeing with where he's going. Yeah, not with what he's saying. Yeah, thank you for that. Thank you. Yeah,
I mean,
okay, so-
I think if we all know where I'm going with that, I think I can just leave it there then.
No, go ahead, make your point.
Well, no, keep going, because I want to see at what point Frutoid disagrees, and I think Frutoid wants to see at what point he disagrees too.
I think it's when I say that Christ is the only way to gain salvation, to be with
Do you
God.
believe that? Do you believe that there's a bunch of cavemen in hell burning because they didn't go through Christ?
Do I think there's a bunch of cavemen burning in hell?
Yeah, because
I think God judged them according to their heart, like Scripture says.
So then the only way isn't through Christ, right?
That's not what that means. I don't know why you're taking it like that.
Because I can't see.
It also says that God's made it apparent to everyone, and it's written it on our hearts.
So the cavemen died, went in front of God, and God said, or Peter, whoever judges them, whatever you believe, and says, look, Christ wasn't around. My son wasn't around when you were around. Go on into heaven. You get a pass. Go ahead.
I think Christ's sacrifice is sufficient for all time.
But we're talking about salvation, right? So yeah, right. I get what you're saying, that Christ died for our sins.
Yeah, he is God.
I get that.
God, that's a
but that's not the part
sacrifice.
That's not the part I have a problem with. The part I have a problem with is stating that the only way through salvation is through Jesus Christ. If you go through Buddha or Allah or somebody else, you're not getting salvation, because the only way is through Jesus Christ. That's my
right.
That's my
it's comparing. Can you breathe underwater without equipment? They all say different things on how to gain salvation.
Right. So who's right? And who's
only
wrong?
One of them can be true.
Why? Why can only one of them be true? Well,
if I made a religion where I said that you can murder a whole bunch of people, and that's how you gain salvation.
Where do I sign up?
You're saying that's
I'm
so
saying
anything goes if they all say different things.
So say that again.
So every religion says something different about how to gain salvation.
Right.
Religions have different gods.
Right. They can all be right and they can all be wrong.
Right. So if they have different gods and different paths to salvation, only one can be true.
Well, I don't think any of them can define what God is, so it could be all the same God.
They can't be the same God.
Why not? What makes your God different from?
For example, my God is a father. Allah in Islam is not a father. He rejects it. My God is a Trinity. Islam doesn't believe in that. They don't even recognize Christ as God or as the Son.
Am I wrong in saying that Judaism, Christianity, and Muslims are all part of the one title of? They're all what's the word?
Abrahamic
religions. There you go. So they're very closely related anyway. I mean,
yeah.
I don't believe the only way is
to worship
salvation.
Different gods.
I don't believe we need salvation. I don't even believe in salvation. I don't. For me,
Voltaire is my back chat. Voltaire, is this you? Message me on Discord, Voltaire, if you haven't already. I'm not sure, actually.
I don't remember that name.
Yeah, I don't believe we need salvation.
Him on Discord because I know we've talked. I'm just gonna ask him if it's him. I can't imagine someone's impersonating, but just want to be sure.
Do you not have a banner? Yeah, sure. You should have a banner. Do you know where you can put up a banner and ask him the current time or something? That's a really good way to make sure somebody's real.
Oh, I have just once, and it was very brief.
Hey, Voltaire, how's it going?
I think I rolled up.
Well. How you guys doing tonight?
What's
doing good?
That's good to hear. What's the? You guys are talking about sin, eh?
Originally,
I'd like to talk about it.
many hours ago.
Yeah.
Well, what are you guys talking about now?
Right now, I would say for me, I'm trying to get people to define what God is, to put a definition of God.
Wow.
So my point is, if you can't define God, how can you say if he's real or not real, right? How can you deny that there is a God if you can't even define it, right? That's my point.
So if I define him, does that mean he's real?
I also have issues. We're discussing issues with certain things, like where Christians say the only way to salvation is through Jesus. I have a problem with that. I have a big problem with that. So that means everybody else is just.
How can you define truth?
What?
Can you define reality? Like, it's just like, can you define reality?
For myself, sure, but it's not going to be good for everybody. I know what reality is to me, but I'm not going to impose it onto other people. I'm not going to tell you, hey, listen, my reality, the only way to salvation is through my reality, buddy. And if you don't, you're going to burn in hell with the other fucking religion.
Do most people do not define their reality through the way they live and through the way their actions are every day?
Sure. Sure they do.
Yeah, I don't know. I'm just kind of critiquing the prompt. It's like, fuck. Like, that's such a, I don't know.
I want to briefly draw Frutoy, at least your attention to the thing I have on screen. Okay.
Okay.
So, because I feel like this is a bit a couple minutes ago, but just when you were saying cavemen burning in hell, this passage came to my mind. So I'm just going to read it. Okay. Then Paul stood up in the meeting of the, I don't know how to say that word, Acrylopolis. Okay. And said, men of Athens, I see that in every way you are very religious. For as I walked around and examined your objects of worship, I even found an altar with this inscription, to an unknown God. Therefore, what you worship as something unknown, I now proclaim to you. So I feel like what you're saying with like cavemen burning in hell, I feel like there's a lot of stuff, right? This is what I think Young Christian was saying about like that, God judges the heart. And we have something in Acts in the New Testament of Paul seeing something, right? And saying that this, and he's using it to say that what they worshipped as something that was unknown, now he's proclaiming it, right? So they were worshiping something that was their best version of the truth, but there is a higher truth in the New Testament, which is Jesus. So that doesn't mean just because all cavemen lived and they didn't know Christ that they're going to hell. Even in the New Testament, it doesn't preach that, I guess is what I'm saying. So when I guess you're asking, is Christ the only way? Yes, the New Testament says that, but it also has passages like this. And so it's not just as simple as saying, if a caveman back in the day didn't accept Christ, which Christ didn't even, exist as Jesus, right? That he didn't, you know what I mean? So I'm just saying the Bible, you have to take it as a whole thing, scripture, interpret scripture. You can't like look at any one passage and be like, okay, this is the interpretation of that.
All right. Thanks for that. But I put it to you then. So there's a lot of, Jews, Muslims, Zen, all the religions, they're all in heaven, right? Because the only way is not through Christ.
Not all of them.
There. They're all in heaven. There's exceptions to the rule.
You're taking like one verse and you're like you think you have like the correct interpretation. But I'm saying that's not how interpreting any text works. Like not even just the Bible. That's not how interpreting any text works. Like you have to look at the surrounding context. You have to look at other parts of that
right,
book.
But that's what I just said to you, though. But that's what I just said to you. So there's people who have salvation who have not got there through Christ, right? According to you, according to what you just read, right? They didn't get there through Christ, but they have salvation.
No, they were told.
So what's the point?
They were told about God right after that.
Cavemen weren't.
And he rolled up.
Cavemen weren't told about God.
No, but okay, I guess this is the thing. This gets into like some like this is going to go into like a theological territory, which I feel like Frutoy you're gonna say is like cope and stuff, but it's not, because like if you look at the Old Testament, like when David died, right? Do we think that David went to hell? No. But did David accept the Son of God? Well, he probably didn't have any idea of what that would have meant, right? Like we have to take these things in stride. We have to take these things in context, in their historical context, in their theological context. We can't just like look at one verse and be like, okay, well, did David accept Jesus or not? David never heard of Jesus of Nazareth because he like predated him.
Can I push back? I mean, actually, no, I'm kind of, I actually agree with you, Confluence. I honestly believe like that it's a thing of, it's like the Bible is kind of guidelines. Like it's a way to live your life. And those who live that way will find salvation. And I feel like back in the day, people could find salvation back in the day because they lived that kind of way of life without actually needing to be dictated to that's the way life should be. And I find that, like Islam and the Jews and stuff, they might find their way to salvation, but most of them with those extremes of things, even the extremes of Christianity, like if you don't follow the Bible, you need to be, offed for certain heresies or shit. I think that, to me, it's like that's kind of going to the extreme of the rule book. It's like, well, if you don't follow this rule book, but they're more like guidelines. It's like even today when we're talking about today with people being like, oh, you Christians don't know what the fuck you're talking about. Jesus loved thy neighbor and stuff. It's like, no, well, look, you can say that all you want, but your lifestyle is actually fucking, we're going to cast you into the fire. You're definitely being cast into the fire because the rest of your life is fucking sin. So it's like, how dare you even say these people aren't following?
Yeah, but you see,
when you're,
I hear what you're saying. I think that's your personal belief.
Non-guideline person of the planet.
Voltaire, I think that's your personal belief because it does stay here, and I have fact-checked myself, which I need to do a hell of a lot more. I do agree with that. It says,
sorry, my volume was down. My bad.
Oh, you good? It says the quote, "I am the way, the truth, and the life. No one comes to the Father except through me." Right? I have a problem with that.
I know, but I feel like this is what I'm saying. Like you have to address that in context and with proper interpretation. Is what I said. It's going to go into like theological stuff that I don't think you're probably going to accept.
So it's not true then. It is
true. It's not true. It's not true in your way of reading that scripture. Like it's not true. It's not true. It's not true that someone has to know the Jesus of Nazareth to go to heaven and be saved. That part, that's how you're reading it. But like if we talk about like the Trinity, no, it's not. That's how you're reading that. But like, and also like in John 1:1, it talks about how like Christ has existed for all eternity. So when we look at, that's why I pulled up the Acts chapter that we just looked at about when Paul says what you worshipped in ignorance or whatever, I proclaimed you in truth, right? It's the implication, I think, is that you can be following Christ without knowing the specific person of Jesus of Nazareth. So that's why I don't think that all cavemen are definitionally in hell. I don't think David is in hell. And you can say that's not what it's saying. I understand, but when you're reading the passage, you're taking one passage and you're like, like my interpret. You say it's my belief, but you're taking that passage and you're saying like this is.
No, I'm not.
You're so stuck on the one verse and your interpretation.
It's a pretty big statement.
The real problem
with
the
big statement
we've given you other scripture.
Right. Please bring it on screen and then tell me another way to interpret. I am the only way. The only way except through me. Please.
The point is that we've brought
do me a favor. You prove me wrong.
We brought you other scriptures. And you're locked in on this one and going, no,
this
is how it is rejecting the
I have a problem with. These are issues that I have with the
right. But I don't even think you're actually hearing what we're bringing.
But you cannot look. It's there. It's the way it's written. It's so concrete. There's no ifs, maybe, or buts. The only way to the Father.
For example, so this is. Again, so this again, I said this was going to go a bit theological, but bear with me. Okay, so this is John. Okay, this is New Testament, right? In the beginning was the Word, and the Word was with God, and the Word was God. He was with God in the beginning. Through him all things were made. Without him nothing was made that has been made. In him was life, and that life was the light of all mankind. The light shines in the darkness, and the darkness has not overcome it. Okay, and then if you trust me, you can Google this, but this is talking about Jesus, right? You can, if you don't believe me, just fact check me on that because, we'd have to do a lot of reading, but this is the Gospel of John. Okay. This is the Gospel of John. So, right, so Jesus, right, was with God in the beginning. Okay. So when I hear the passage of like no one comes to me except through, no one comes to the Father except through the Son, right? I'm thinking of the eternal Christ. So it's not talking about Jesus of Nazareth. That's the incarnation of Christ. That is God being manifested on the earth. But we have it in the same gospel that that Jesus existed from all times.
Pull up
So
here.
it's,
How
not,
about
it's
this?
not talking about the specific thing. So some
Con.
caveman could die that is
Pull up.
accepting the true Christ, the ultimate Christ, right?
Pull up Romans 2:11-16. We're gonna let Paul handle this.
I'll be right back, guys.
Okay. Romans 2:11-16.
God, it keeps showing up. Bible Gateway. You know how I feel about Bible Gateway, young Christian. Okay, 11-16. Oh, it's even in defaults to the NIV. Oh my gosh, terrible times. Where's a good? Okay, NASB. There we go. Okay. For there is no partiality with God. For all who have sinned without the law will also perish without the law, and all who have sinned under the law will be judged by the law. For it is not the hearers of the law who are righteous before God, but the doers of the law who will be justified. For in Gentiles do not have the law instinctive. Oh, yeah, here's the important part, I think. For in Gentiles do not have the law instinctively perform the requirements of the law. These, though not having the law, are a law to themselves, in that they show the work of the law written in their hearts, their conscience testifying in their thoughts, alternatively accusing or else defending them. On the day when, according to my gospel, God will judge the secrets of mankind through Christ Jesus. That is a good passage to bring up. So this is, even though the Gentiles don't know what the law is and don't know necessarily any of this stuff, right? The law is written on their hearts, and Paul's even tying it to Christ Jesus. So this is, I guess, the difference between knowing about the person of Jesus, right, that existed in first century, right, and knowing about the eternal Christ that's like written on people's hearts. There's a difference between those things.
You're not going to like this. I call that. I say that's some BS.
Well, no, you died on the hill that Christ is the only way. The whole point here is that people who have not heard the law, Christ is the only way to the Father. So Christ is going to be judging these people accordingly.
Bring up that quote. Please bring it up. Why say it? Why bother saying that quote if it not that quote? The quote
because it's still point. Look, how about this? Who's judging?
No one comes to the Father.
Yeah, hold on. I put it in chat there. I am the way. I am the truth. Right?
Yeah, but this is okay.
So why say it? Why fucking say it if it isn't true?
Again, but Futoy, hold up. Do you understand?
I'm
not picking and choosing. Do you know what does this say? What does this say? This is John, right? That's what I pulled up before. It's the same book.
There it is. Yes,
if you're interpreting a book,
I am the way. Look, read it. I am the way. I am the truth. I am the life. No one fucking comes to the Father. No one, unless you bring up another part of the Scripture the Father, except through me. That's a pretty deep statement.
Yes. I want you to hold on to that verse. Go back to Romans.
There's no nuances. There's no interpretation mistakes. He's being fucking clear. That's pretty damn clear. I am the way. I am the truth. I am the life. No one comes to the Father except to me.
We understand. Hold on to that thought. Go back to Romans 2,
you're defending. You're picking and choosing. You either believe that or you don't.
First of all, I'll go back to the passage you said. But Futoy, I want to say the passage I brought up about Jesus existing from all time, right, is in the same book. Is in John.
Yeah, but
I just want to point that out. So it's not picking and choosing. This is one book. The Bible, if you don't know this, the Bible was divided into, just listen for a second, please. The Bible was not divided into verses, right, until way later on. This is one book. So we have to look at one book. That's fair. I'm not picking and choosing. I'm saying look at the whole book. This book, John, that you quoted, right, the whole thing you're hinging on, says that Christ existed before everything, from the beginning.
Wait.
That's
Sorry, just to clear something up. I'm not hinging on anything. This is one example of a problem I have with Christianity. This is only one. I have a million.
Is it not fair for me to say you? With all due respect, you are picking and choosing. You're looking at one verse and you won't accept that this is in the context of the same document. It's the same document. You're like denying the beginning of the document and you're going to this verse and you won't contend with the beginning.
Go back.
You can't look at any document that way. That's not how you read any text.
Please answer the question. Is it true or no?
It is true.
It is true.
So
Okay,
all the other
go
religions,
to Romans
because they didn't
2:16.
come through Christ, do not get to the Father.
Okay, I want you to hold on to John. Go to Romans 2:16. John, I want you to hold
That's
on
what
to.
you're saying. That's what you're
Futoy,
saying. I am the way. I am the truth. I am
what
the
I'm
life.
saying.
No
You're
one
not
comes
listening
the
to me.
Father.
I'm
No one
trying to
comes-
say.
Oh my God!
Hold on.
It's exactly right.
What's Futoy's actual argument here?
No one comes to the Father except through me. That's what Jesus said. So if you're not a Christian, you don't get to the Father. I am happy with that.
No.
God, if you don't go to Romans 2:16,
No one comes to the Father except through me.
Yes, and who's me? Who's me?
Jesus
Who's
said
me?
it. Jesus
Right,
answered.
Jesus. And I just showed you in John 1:1 that Jesus existed from the beginning, right? So it's not about the historical person of Jesus. It's about God, right? So it's about something other than necessarily the person that only existed in first century Palestine.
Okay,
right?
okay then. Let's go along with that. So there's all these atheists burning in hell.
I mean, yeah, that's
Unless
more valid. That's more. I mean,
Unless they don't
so
actually accidentally go through the teachings of Christ and God, then yes, they're accidentally burning in hell.
Listen, I asked the question to many people. Hold on. Sorry, let me get this out. I asked the question to many people. If you make something and it doesn't work properly, whose fault is it? You or the thing?
depends if the thing you make has like free will and stuff.
Wow,
Right? If you think about it.
confidence. From all the people I've asked, you're the only one who got that right answer. That is the best answer I've ever got to that. But
How is that possible? I feel like that's the most like normal
I've asked
answer.
a
to
lot
the
of people
question.
that, and nobody has said, yeah, because we were given free will.
So in this passage, Futoy, who's judging mankind?
Yourself. I personally believe.
No,
that
Futoy, in this
I
passage.
want my chicken wings all to be delicious, and then it just doesn't turn like that way.
In this passage, who's judging mankind according to their hearts?
For all who have sinned without the law will also perish. I don't know. I mean,
I'll give you a hint. It's at the very
going
bottom.
along with that narrative, is that what you mean? If
No,
I was
go to the very
somebody who
bottom.
agrees with that narrative, well, then you'd be judged by God, right?
Futoy, go
Who
to the
made
very
law.
bottom of the passage.
What?
Go to the very bottom, the last line.
Last line. God will judge the secrets of mankind through Christ Jesus. Yeah, you see, I can't subscribe to that. I'm sorry. One star.
I mean, it doesn't cost anything now to subscribe or subscribe. I mean, it's a 5-star subscription. So
No. I put a Yelp review on that.
No one's stopping you from rejecting it. It's a matter of you were dying on the hill of John 14:6.
No, I'm not dying on the hill.
I don't think this is the thing. I don't think Futoy
live-
is actually rejecting it. I just think he thinks he's rejecting it, but he believes in God. I think Futoy is just misunderstanding these specific verses that he's
No. I believe in God differently from you guys. That's all. I don't believe there's a judgment. I don't believe in hell. I don't believe in heaven and hell. I don't believe in these things. I believe more along the Egyptian, the ancient Egyptian.
Hey, don't threaten me with a good time, Futoy. Okay.
So you die. You're confronted with these entities, but really, all that's happening is you're judging yourself. You total recall of what you've done in your life, and you've judged the weight of your heart. Right?
Yes, exactly. Which is why I was
a big story.
I don't think anyone is condemned to hell either. I don't think
that kind of sounds like Romans 2.
Because if these Egyptians are living the way and they have to judge themselves, would they not understand that living through the Bible is more like it?
The Bible wasn't around.
That's the more proper. Yes, I know that, but that's the more proper way to fucking live. Like, wouldn't the Egyptians who are judging themselves, wouldn't they say that the way through the Bible is more proper than any other way?
Well, no. You see, the people themselves didn't know they were judging themselves.
They have moralities. They're judging themselves through moralities.
The priest,
baseline moralities.
The priesthood, the priest cult, told them that they're being judged by.
Futoy, you believe you yourself are judging your conscience. So your conscience is judging
the
you.
Book of the Dead.
No,
Read
the
the Book of the
consciousness
Dead.
of the older ones, but
I believe we are eternal. I don't believe we stay eternal in the same form. I believe energy cannot be created or destroyed. I think it can only change form. I believe we are energy. When you break down all the biological parts and get rid of them, we are still our energy cannot be created. Our energy cannot be created or destroyed. It can only change form. And when it does change form, right, when we leave when our energy leaves our biological body, right, I still feel you are you, and you are still part of the whole thing, right? And you will go through a time of death where you will judge your life and what you've done on your life. If you believe in your heart that you've lived your life as good as you can, you're not going to
leftists today now. They think through their own fucking
if you
beliefs
die
and they can
and you've done really shitty things in your life, if you die and you've done really shitty things in your life, you're not going to want to face the afterlife, right? You're not going to want to face God and go, hello, God. I did really shitty things.
What is right and what is wrong?
That's why you should live your life good, regardless of religion or regardless of anything.
Guinea, then that's living right.
You are your worst critic. You are your judge, and that's the worst judge because there's no escaping it. Right? So live your life good, and then when you die, it's all good. You can move on to the next step.
Otherwise, like that.
And no matter what, and it's not true Jesus, it's true anybody you want, it's true yourself. We're all part of God. We're all the sons of God.
Who's making the basis of morality? Who's making kind of Maryland coded?
It's just what I believe.
It is, yes, it basically is.
And it's not that I'm wrong. It's not that I'm right. I think differently. That's all. I think differently. And at the end of the day, if I'm wrong, I'm willing to face up to that. I'm willing to say,
I don't disagree with most of what you're saying, Futai, to be clear. I don't disagree with most of what you're saying because I also am Maryland coded, okay, to be clear. So,
if I meet Jesus and I was completely wrong, if I meet Jesus and I was completely wrong, and the only way to Jesus, I'll stand up and I'll say, yeah, I'll take it like a man. You were existent. I was wrong. Fair enough. I don't get to heaven. Fair enough. That's the way it is. It is what it is.
The problem. So you're saying, well, it is what it is. It doesn't matter.
It is what it is.
It doesn't matter if I get to heaven or hell.
I was true to thyself.
Playing with eternity like that is what it is.
I was true to myself. I was true to me. You want to punish me for being true to myself? Go ahead. Well, I don't have any.
So all your arguments just disprove themselves because you don't give a flying fuck if you get into heaven or hell, anyways.
No, I don't think that's what. I don't think Futai is saying that.
That's 100% the argument. If there is good and evil,
do you think that's what Futai means though? Like that's
he just said that.
It's all arbitrary.
I know, but we have to in the same way we have to interpret the Bible correctly. We have to interpret Futai correctly. Futai is not saying if heaven and hell exists, he doesn't give a flying fuck where he goes.
Okay,
he's just saying
if that's what the Bible said, then I would be like,
no,
wow,
correct. Confluence. You understand me, confluence.
Said. Come on.
I'm not.
That's not what he's saying, though. That's right.
So I picked the side. I'm saying all I'm saying is be good. It doesn't matter who you get there to.
Yeah, but you need to have a basis of good.
Just be good or bad. That's what you should be judged on. Not name dropping. Hey God, let me into heaven. I know Jesus.
Futai, you had said that you don't believe in judgment. Then later down, you said that we'll judge ourselves.
Yeah.
So do you believe in judgment?
No, it's not true. It's a self-judgment. It's not a true thing. This is not the truth for me.
You can't not believe in judgment and then say we're going to judge ourselves, bro.
Of course, you're going to falsely judge yourself. That's exactly what the Book of the Dead says. That's what happens. You're confronted by entities, but they're not real. They're just yourself. What's the word? Transitioning from life to death.
So you believe in judgment?
No, I don't believe in judgment. That's the opposite of what I believe in.
Who's judging?
You're judging yourself, so you don't have to judge yourself.
You
don't. If you live a good life,
this isn't even like arguing.
Listen to me. If you live a good life and are true to yourself, there's no judgment.
You just need to have logical entailments, brother.
If you live a good life and are a good person to what you believe are a good person and true to yourself, there is no judgment. There's no judgment needed. You just transition because you're cool with everything. It's good. You lived, you died, you're happy with your life.
I guess the Snotzies
maybe you'd rather live longer
because they honestly believe they did good.
But if
You know
you
what's
did
interesting?
bad,
There's a
if
lot of
you lived a
aspects to what
bad
Futoy
life,
is saying. Like if you were faithful to God, you actually pass
no,
through
if you
judgment
live a
without
bad life,
being
if you've
judged.
done shit things to
Romans
people, you're gonna
2:16
judge
talks about
yourself.
judgment of the heart.
You don't. If you don't
You're
believe,
gonna
even though
judge
you
yourself
did
because
shit
you know the
things, you
truth.
could not. In your belief, it's not doing shitty things. That's the thing. It's doing
You
shitty
have to
things is
justify good and
subjective.
bad, yeah.
Yes, you need an objective.
Not everything. Not everything.
bad.
Not everything. Not
Oh, no.
everything. For example, is child abuse subjective? Is rape subjective? Is murder subjective?
Is it?
Oh,
right. So there you
Some of
go.
it-
So there's
what you just
objective
said
truth
is-
outside of yourself.
So
You can't just lump it all together.
balloons are round. It has nothing to do with what I'm
There's
saying.
obviously objective truth on those things, but you can't just be like, "Oh, are all these
If you, yeah, but that's why I'm saying you judge yourself. If you believe that you haven't lived a good life and you've done shitty
hold on.
things, you're going to have a bad transition.
Hold on.
You're going to have a bad transition.
Hold on.
Gold is tested by fire.
Okay. Wait, hold on. Okay. So based Voltaire, okay. This is what I was thinking before. And he said it, right? That's kind of the thing with the Schnazis, right? This is the problem. And I think even Futoy, I feel like you're kind of walking yourself into a bit of a corner. There are people there are people that think that they have done right? There are psychopaths out there that think that they don't give a shit if they've killed people. And then you said, well, child abuse. But there's child abusers that don't think they've done anything wrong.
Until
so
they
they're going
die.
to judge. But then,
Until
okay, so
they
something
die.
magically changes at that point, and then they
Because
somehow
they've ended their life. They're ended their life. They're aware of their whole life, and then they're going to go, "Oh fuck, I was bad. Am I going to face
Why
the
do you
God
think
now?"
under what standard? So that's not them judging. There's some
Exactly.
objective standard that they're being judged by.
Yes, they would have to compare. They would have to compare something else than to consider that what they've done is bad.
Well, you
bro.
see, that's why I asked you about the lion situation, where the lion goes to another pride. He beats up the other pride leader.
Lions
the
are
lion.
fucking-
Hold on.
Well, he's arguing
You're
with
not habit of interrupting
Nature
me
has nothing
and
to
then
do with
making
it.
your own. You
Futoy, you're
without
saying
habit of
that if
interrupting
the
me,
other
then
lion
making a
comes and
judgment
kills the
on
lion
an
there and then
unfinished
kills the
statement.
cubs, it's the
Compliments,
That's
I'll be
not
right
good,
back,
dude.
sir.
That's not good. Shouldn't you know what I'm trying to say before you?
Well, because Futoy, it doesn't work with a Christian worldview.
Right. Well, maybe Christian worldview.
I already look. I said the line. I
It
said it's
doesn't work.
untoward when I think it is untoward when the lion
not a
does
sin.
that. Okay.
Right,
Yeah,
it's
it's not a
nature.
sin. I don't think a lion is capable of sinning. I think it's
right,
untoward.
Well, it knows it's killing young lions.
I don't think a lion has enough
That's the problem.
consciousness to
You don't have the
It
understanding.
knows what it's
They don't have the
doing.
understanding of
It knows exactly what it's doing,
we are
and it's
not
nature.
we are not
Nature ain't good. Nature
Nature is red and
Nature
to
is
the
good.
When you
claw.
make arguments
nature. Human
against
beings are above
Christianity,
nature.
you have to tackle the worldview and
So
understand.
I
the
don't feel I'm
worldview to
putting myself
tackle
in a
it.
corner. It's really just let me get it out right, and I don't see how it's a corner. It's just what I believe. Maybe it's not. I'm not
I
saying
think
I'm
you
wrong or right.
stumbled when you had
It's
said you
just
don't
what
believe in
I
judgment and then
believe.
talked about
You can't,
judgment.
though.
Right.
That's the
I don't
problem.
believe
It's not a
God
corner.
judges you. I don't believe God judges you. I believe it's worse than that. I believe you judge yourself, which is the worst type of judgment because there's no escaping. There's
No, we also
there's no
give
excuses.
give
There's
ourselves
no excuses. There's
Futoy,
none of that.
Futoy, even in
when you
life.
die, listen. When I die, it doesn't matter what's there because I've lived true to myself. I'm sure it's the same for you guys. I've lived true to
Futoy.
myself. I've chosen a side, either be sorry to use bad words, a dickhead or a good person. I choose and I try to be a good person. I try to live my life with morals, with my own societal morals. Right, as much as I can. When I die, I ain't judging. I ain't gonna be judged, and I ain't gonna judge myself.
Futoy,
But
you said
the
it.
reason I said you're backing yourself into a corner is because when Voltaire brought up the Schnazis, right? It's like there are people like Futoy. I think you do have like a moral compass. You know what's right and wrong, but not everyone is like that. There are people that are psychopaths. There are people that think they're doing the right thing and are actually doing a heinous thing. And you're kind of just saying, well, I guess after they die, I just think they'll just somehow start self-judging, even if they didn't self-judge themselves at all. And that's where I feel like then he went into objective stuff about like child abuse and stuff, which I agree, those are objective
Futoy,
things, but that kind of means it's not about self-judgment.
Do you think we also justify wrong actions?
You see, the thing is, right? So you're talking about mental illness, right? So if you think it's okay, if you think it's okay to be a serial killer, you're not right in the head. You're not right in the head if you think if serial killing is good, is a good pastime. I'm going to take up serial killing because it's good. You're something wrong with you.
That's an easy fucking.
It's a mental illness. Same as racism is a mental illness, right? Or as it's been taught to you.
If you think that's a mental justify wrong actions,
you can. Then the lions are mentally ill in the same sense. Like racism is a natural thing that has happened in like all societies. It's as natural as animals.
It's a mental. Sorry, maybe not illness, but it's a mental error. To be racist is a mental error. For a lion to kill the cubs, it's not. It's really perfect. It makes perfect sense because what he wants to do
is racism. From a natural point of view, you don't think there's like evolutionary reasons why we're like tribalistic? I think we should fight against that, but it's definitely like natural. It definitely like makes sense. It's not a good thing, but it makes sense. It's natural. It's tribalistic.
It's not scientifically speaking.
Scientifically speaking, it makes a lot of sense. Again, just like talking about tribalism.
You're wrong. You're absolutely wrong. When you look at dogs,
he's not wrong at all.
You know anything about dogs, Confluence? Do you know anything about dogs?
Depends how much you mean.
That thoroughbreds, right? Thoroughbreds need to go to the vet and live a much unhealthier, shorter life than mongrels.
Have inbreeding,
It is good. Exactly what I'm saying.
Just like Ashkenazis. I don't know what that has to do with racism.
Mixed breeding is better. It's better to be a mixed bred than it is to be a thoroughbred. And that's scientific.
Try to make the conflation.
It's better to be a mix. It's better to mix a gene pool.
That doesn't. What I'm saying is there is an evolutionary reason why almost every tribe on the face of the earth has been racist. There is an evolutionary reason for that.
Tribalistic.
Right. I'm not saying it's a good thing. I'm not saying it's like the best thing to do. I'm not saying it's morally good. I'm just saying there is a good reason why that happens. In the same way that lions eat their cubs, there's reasons why that happens.
There is reason why that happens. The lion gets to mate again with the females.
Right. Just like there's a reason for the racism stuff.
What is the reason? What is the reason? What's the reason?
The reason is because most people in our tribes are more trustworthy and we know them, and people that don't look like us, we're more likely to not trust them because they don't share our culture. There is a natural thing. We should fight against that. I think we shouldn't. I think we ought not to be racist. I'm making a moral claim there, but just from an evolutionary point of view, it absolutely makes sense that you will trust your own tribe versus another tribe. And one of the ways that we use that would be a race thing. That's a very easy way to see that someone is not of our tribe. It makes sense, but that's a naturalistic fallacy.
You're not part of my tribe.
I mean, it's good.
Confluence. You're not part of my tribe, but I trust you. What's bad going to happen to me? Because
I'm not saying that. No, look, I'm not saying W racism. To be very clear, I'm saying L racism. I'm just
You've heard it here, folks.
He's not making a monolith of everything. He's actually just saying fucking like.
I'm just saying how biology works, and there's a reason for all this stuff,
and social issues. Yes, exactly.
Right.
Yeah, I think we should overcome these type of things. We should overcome them.
I'll give you a little bit, and I'll say maybe back when there was tribes thousands of years ago, maybe that there was something good came from it. I don't know, but today it's not good. It's nothing but bad. It's better to mix your gene pool.
Look at all these.
It's better to mix your gene pool.
Coming in, and you're going to say that, hey, you shouldn't actually think about the people that you want to commingle with, and the people that you actually have an agreement with how culture and society should be. You're like, no, invite these third world people in here, and you should. It's just better to do that because then you can make more fucking diverse DNA or some shit.
Right. Now you get it.
Yeah, I'm literally pointing out how retarded you are, bro. Are you like, bro?
Oh, personal attacks. Sure, go ahead.
I can make an ad hominem after I fucking point out your stupidity, you dumb fuck.
Food
You're entitled to your opinion. I don't think I'm a dumb fuck. I don't think I'm wrong, but you're entitled to your opinion. Hey.
Food do we justify our wrongdoings?
Well, hold on a second, though. Right, so I'm having a conversation with Christians and not exactly Christians, Confluence. So, did we? You guys think I'm fighting a hill? Well, in that case, I've got more hills than Rome, right?
Okay,
hold on. We did we or did we not all come from Adam and Eve? All of us. Even the Somalians. Did we or did we not? We didn't. We didn't come from Adam and Eve.
We didn't.
Oh, well, I don't know what kind of Christian you are.
Futoy, the Bible follows a lineage.
You can't just say the Bible is wrong and then argue from the Bible, you idiot.
I feel like I'm disagreeing with the young Christian on this one. I don't know. I mean,
then how
young Christian, what are you saying?
How did they find wives? Do we need to go to Genesis?
Now I feel like we're arguing our reverse points.
Who believes in Genesis here?
The Bible follows a lineage.
I don't know. If I say yes, will I be an idiot or will I be okay?
No, I'm just wondering.
I'm just afraid to speak now because I don't know if I'll be an idiot or not.
I believe in
I don't know if
Genesis.
you continue the conversation. I might be attacked again.
Apparently, if I call you an idiot on one thing, you happen to be a monolithic idiot.
Help me out. Help me not be an idiot. You tell me what I should believe. You tell me what I should believe, so I'm not an idiot anymore.
I have a question about
Sorry, guys. Can I just have this?
If you want to be a monolithic idiot, then I'll allow that.
Go ahead. Well, what should I believe, Volker?
One at a time. One at a time.
Are you trying to argue?
Volker, tell me what I should believe, so you no longer think I'm an idiot. Go ahead. Go.
Can I ask for clarification on your worldview?
Exactly. That's all you have. You want to be a monolithic idiocy, then that's exactly what we can label.
Futoy, can I ask?
One at a time, and we'll dial down.
I'm trying to ask this question for like an hour now, bro.
Okay.
I can call you an idiot for believing.
Can I ask you a question?
It's not a monolith of fucking idiocy, you idiot.
Go ahead, Christian.
See, just like that.
Okay. So you had mentioned that because we are the worst critic of ourselves, that we'll be the ones to judge ourselves when we die, right?
If you feel you've done bad shit, yeah.
Okay. Do we justify our wrongdoings? Do we find justifications?
That's why it's the worst when you do it to yourself, because you can't hide behind justifications, because you know yourself, you know the whole situation. There's no hiding from yourself. There's no going, but God, they were mean to me, or God, I did this because I had a hard life, or blah, blah. You can't do that to yourself, all right? Because you know it already. That's why I'm saying it's the worst.
You think that you can't. So when you judge, you don't think people can lie to themselves and be convinced in it?
Well, maybe, but you see, the point is there's no need for judgment. That's just what I think happens to people. But you don't need to be, because you'll be purified at the end of the transition of life to death. You're purified. You go back into the everything.
Do you want to
and
define?
maybe there's reincarnation. Maybe you'll come back as somebody else, right, and have a whole new life, and you're a whole new person.
I could give. I like what MPT said. You see that comment on MPT? You can give leeway.
Well, okay, no, okay, yeah. This is wait. Okay, wait. I want to hit. I guess everyone on this panel with a quick thing, because I just thought of this. So, like what Futoy says, I think there is truth to this. I think, because, like, okay, so. Okay, hear me out. Hear me out. Okay. Hear me out. So there's a lot of people, right? When he was talking about judgment, that you can't hide behind yourself and all this stuff, right? There's an extent, right? And this is gonna sound crazy, but like if you think about like hallucinogenic drugs, okay? So like, and I've never taken a hallucinogenic. I've just heard from other people who have. I've never taken one, but it seems like when people take those, that there is a degree of like radical self-honesty, that even if all your copium, all the stuff that you hide behind, so yeah, you can claim that you like don't know what's bad, but when you actually like, yeah, when you're actually in, or same with like near-death experiences, I think there's a lot of states that people are in where it's like all that copium kind of fades away, and then they're faced with like who they are. So it's maybe possible that even if you justify it intellectually, that you cuck yourself, you know, when actually deep down that you know what you're doing is bad.
Okay, so like,
and this assuming that's how the afterlife works.
Hold on, as a person,
I'm sorry for not being a genius. I'm sorry for not being. I'm sorry for being an idiot,
quiet. So I don't know if people are meaning to. I have you on max volume, but you are a bit quiet compared to.
I'm sorry.
There you go. That's way better. Yeah, way better.
You know why the problem with this confluence is that this stupid. Okay, I'm on my PC. Like I told you, my fucking phone busted. And I gotta be like, I gotta put the mic in my fucking mouth, basically, to fucking talk.
Is that why you're frustrated and you need to make personal attacks? Is that why you're just?
No, I actually make proper. I make proper personal attacks.
Ooh, I can do that too. I just
Hold on.
I'm mature. I'm a mature adult, so I decide not to. But trust me, if I decide to, you're not going to win this one.
Okay.
Just so you know. Just so you know.
I don't care.
I don't like my kindness being
That is
mistaken
the
for
dumbest
weakness.
statement I ever heard. When I
I
say,
don't care
hey,
what you think.
this is like,
from what you
bro,
said, and from what and the person talking about, I don't really give a shit what you think.
that's
For
fine,
me,
but you're literally
you're just
we can argue why
nothing.
oxygen is good for a multiple of reasons, and you're just saying
Blah,
I don't
blah, 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 blah,
I
blah,
don't
blah,
give a
blah.
fuck. I don't give a fuck what you're saying.
Blah 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 blah. That's all I hear, mate. Sorry, I'm sorry. Well, what do you expect? That's all I hear is blah blah blah. Even if I was an idiot, is that not okay? Should I be condemned for being an idiot?
Well, the problem is you're pointing
Blah
yourself.
blah
as an
blah
idiot.
blah blah. The problem. Me.
Yes.
Voltaire, grow up, mate.
Well, no, I don't want to interrupt you saying you're an idiot. Like you can do that all night long because people are gonna actually agree with you the most of the time.
I have no problem saying I'm an idiot. I'm an idiot. Now what?
Oh shit! Let's fucking go. It's finally it's
Clip it, dude.
it's actually
Clip it, dude.
it's actually it's
Clip
actually
it.
like
Let's try to
refreshing.
reset a little
is this
bit.
getting- is
Try to
this
reset
getting
a
anywhere?
bit.
refreshing because we're
Good
all
idea. Good idea,
We
couple.
get somewhere.
Good idea. Let's reset. Let's reset. Be respectful
Yeah,
to each other. How about that? How about that?
Because
Is that-
I feel
is that
like
a
we
big
have a good conversation going. I think.
yeah.
Okay.
And actually, I think me and Futoy actually came to an agreement. We're all fucking retarded, and I am fucking retarded, and so I think
I mean, I'm retarded, so I mean, I'll
yeah, I
say
think
that.
that's like we finally just agreed. I think that's a great.
I think we're all on the
actually
spectrum, aren't we? Aren't we all on it? It's a spectrum, and we're all on it apparently.
Probably. I mean, we're all in StreamYards. So.
Well, yeah, we're definitely retarded. Yeah. All right.
But okay,
So yeah, let's go back to Confluence's last. What you were talking about last. Sorry.
Well, I guess okay. So yeah. So I guess okay. So yeah. What do we think about that part? About that we have a lot of intellectual cope, right? People do this all the time, right? We think that we justify our actions, but there probably is a degree, at least for most people, maybe not everyone, I'm not sure, but for a lot of people, where even if you justify stuff, at the end of the day, you can be hit with the reality that that you are using a bit of cope. So I guess like is there a fairness in that maybe ultimately people do know, even if they claim not to and they justify a lot of sins, that ultimately they do know what they're doing is bad. And this would even be kind of biblical. The law of God is written on everyone's hearts.
Well, and like Jesus said, forgive them for they know not what they do. But that's you're not.
Well, even in this
that's not cope, that's
worldview, how do you know?
But it's not even.
How do you know afterlife is like that?
Not knowing, and you're just being basically a useful idiot in the most in all of scenarios. You're basically an NPC.
If you're what?
Well, I believe that anyway. I believe we live in a virtual reality.
We're all basically
really Futoy, really.
How do
Really?
you know?
I'm trying to like
Futoy?
steal, man. When you
How do
say
you-
that,
I'm trying to steal, man. I'm sorry, I'm not gonna. Confluence. Listen, I'm not ashamed of who I am and what I believe.
No, that's fine. No, that's fine. But you
I don't need
actually
you to be
believe
ashamed for me.
I'm not ashamed for you. No, like I think a lot of what you're saying is correct. But then then you say we live in a simulation, and I'm like, well, maybe I'm misinterpreting what you're saying because I don't know if that.
Yeah, we live in a simulation. You know what?
Yeah, it's just something you disagree with me on, but that's okay. Just don't disagree.
That's fine. It's fine.
It's
But
fine,
I just,
right? I do believe that. As
But
what
then,
I
like, I
believe.
guess-
you
but
don't
then
have to
has
believe
that-
it. You're not
No,
going to
but then
burn in
I'm
hell
just-
if you don't agree with me.
No, I know, but then I'm trying to like square it with everything else you were saying because like I feel like that changes everything. Then like
It's
so that's
impossible. We're going to agree on everything. Confluence. Come
no,
on, man.
that's not. No, that's not my. That's not. It's fine if we disagree.
Con, I have a question.
What I'm trying to say.
Con.
Wait, first of all, I want to finish this. I just want to say what the reason for my exasperation is. I guess that it's like then when you say we judge ourselves or we don't and all this stuff like. But then you say we live in a simulation, so then I feel like does any of that matter? Then if we live in a simulation,
It still matters. Of course, it still matters. Of course, why doesn't it matter? Well, you're experiencing
How?
God, experiencing life not as God. So of course it matters.
How
You're
many
playing the
times do
game.
you have to agree with people who are Maryland coded before you realize that maybe what they're saying is exactly what you think they're saying?
I agree. The people like Futoy in Maryland, this is the thing. I agree with them in a lot of cases. I mean, that's just the truth. That's just the
Do you
truth.
agree with meaning or words that come out of their mouth?
Good call.
I don't know. Well, that's I'm not sure. I mean,
Because here's the thing: is if you agreed with the meaning, and then you think you do, and then you try to steelman it, and then like, actually, you're wrong. Then how do you?
Christian, let me
agree with
explain
them?
it to you. He's open-minded, where you maybe aren't so open-minded, right?
No, he's actually
He's trying to understand where you have already been convinced of what you think the truth is.
Like,
Right?
Confluence
That's the
is doing
difference.
something that you've never done in your life. Confluence is actually realizing that maybe he needs to realize something more. He's actually
That's all I'm pointing out.
being super open-minded. Like he's actually being like, oh wait, I gotta think about
I
this.
think it's like
that's what I
you can
told
be
you.
so
Being
open-minded
open-minded.
to your own detriment because you start grabbing at.
Well, that's your
different things.
opinion. You see, that's your opinion inside the box.
That's why
Your opinion inside the
opinion.
box
I think-
looks like
I
that
think
way.
it's like
Just
right
the
here-
way
right here
Volker
is a
inside
great
the box,
example of
he's
it,
my
is that-
outside of the box thinking as stupid and
Well, it's
crazy
not,
and
no,
nutty.
you can be so open-minded that you find yourself making yourself a fool.
That's your opinion. You're allowed that opinion.
It's not an
Christian.
opinion.
It's
It's
your
talking
opinion.
about
It's an opinion.
Con is so
Prove it.
open-minded
Prove
that
it.
he
Show me the
thinks he
proof.
knows
Show me
what
the
you're
study.
saying, and so he's
Show
taking
me the
it, but then when he
study,
tries to steelman it,
What are you
it doesn't
basing
mean what
that
you're
on?
trying to say.
What are you basing that on? Show me the study. Show me the proof. Bring me receipts of what you're saying.
that you lose
You
your mind.
can, right? So now, will you not question yourself from that, from not being able to produce the receipts of what you're so convinced of, right?
Logic, reality, fucking physics.
You can't
There has
produce
to
the
be
receipts.
there has to be rationality.
No, you have no rationality. Exactly. You have no rationality in your fucking understanding.
So you can be so open-minded that rationality leads.
I don't. I actually think that's what religion has. Religion has very contradictory beliefs.
So
I don't.
open-minded that they lose their
one line
fucking
belief.
minds.
My mind's not
Drops
closed.
out of their fucking heads.
Angry amputee, my mind's not closed. It's open and can be changed. It's no problem. But as far as my beliefs go to this day, they're pretty linear. They're pretty structural, good beliefs. There's nothing wrong with them.
Give me a
My
new
beliefs.
battery for my phone.
They don't
and
contradict
Make it happen
at all.
so I can get it in the morning tomorrow and not.
They
act
don't
so
contradict.
bad.
Religion contradicts itself.
This is bullshit. I don't like being on the PC. I like.
I
having
am the
your
way, but I'm not the
phone
way.
and
I
my
mean,
headset.
Adam and Eve were the first people, but they're not the first people. You see what I'm saying? I can go on and on and on.
Were the first people.
Babies who aren't christened don't go to heaven.
Bible
They do go to heaven nowadays. Before they didn't.
Bible
I want to
follows a
interject
lineage.
something kind of different, but you're getting back into like what you.
Christ is the
you
way.
said.
Think about it.
Wait. Let Voltaire, you gotta eat your microphone again.
Okay, well, I gotta. Jesus Christ, I gotta put it in my goddamn fucking mouth. Like it's literally in my mouth.
Just buy a new one, dude. Buy a new microphone.
So, well, I'm usually on my phone. That's the problem. Hold on. Can you hear me now? Is this better?
I think right now.
Or do I go like this? Is this better?
No,
that is better. But
Okay.
Do you know what the only thing will help is if we all, the three of us, turn down our mics to match his volume, and then we put up the volume on our speakers. It's the only thing that's going to help. Because when people have different volumes, mic volumes, the loudest mic
All right.
always shuts off everybody else.
Is this better if
Unfortunately,
I just talk like this?
just talk
that's true. Maybe
normal,
if I.
and then we all match your volume, and then everybody turns up there.
Yeah, I should be able to control all this.
Yeah.
Okay, Voltaire, say something.
Check 1 2. Check 1 2.
Okay,
Oh,
Futoy.
Testing.
No, I can
Christian.
even see it on.
I think we're
fucking
good.
StreamYard. Oh, I'm talking as loud as I can, and it's like
What's up?
nothing. But when then Futoy talks normally, it's like wow. It's just fucking.
It's a new mic. I just bought a new mic. That's all.
Well, that's a good mic. That's a good mic.
Yeah, it is pretty good mic. I do recommend it. It isn't that pricey either.
I just need my phone back. Mother of God. All right. So what I'm talking. Oh shit. All
But
right,
a
so
headset.
all I
is
wanted
best.
to interject. All I wanted to interject was the fact that,
Adam and Eve theory is actually making a pretty good fucking comeback because evolution is taking a lot of L's recently. I don't know if you guys have seen that.
Well, this is in young Christians' wheelhouse.
It's
You
to
know,
be expected.
Well,
I
the
mean,
fact that, like,
I wish that was the
Darwinism,
case.
That makes
It
that
is
makes
the
a lot of
case.
sense.
God.
The fact that the evolution of each individual part of a human being, including everything, the reproductive organs, their fucking brain. It's like, holy fuck.
Con, did you watch that video I sent you?
It's not possible to actually come through evolution because evolution usually runs so simple. It's so simple, and it's like you get animal, like the gorilla is kind of like the best you get, where it's just.
Con, did you watch that video I sent?
I didn't, but I've seen that guy debate a few times, and I'm not a massive fan.
What do you think of the many worlds theory?
I don't think he holds up under scrutiny. That's the problem. So an individual video, I think he does fine in, but when he's actually in debate, I feel like he doesn't do like so well.
Is the information he gives wrong?
I think some of it is, yeah.
You think some of it is?
Holy fuck.
Well, yeah, I mean, I'm just
he's like he's respected in the field, right?
Like my microphone is actually getting quieter. I think this headset's about to die.
You come in at certain times, Voltaire. You come in loud, but then you immediately it jumps to quiet. So it's hard to like even volume adjust because you'll be like, yeah.
I hear you. Like, I'm literally. I'm. Okay, no, I hear you. I'll try to change it on my end. You guys give me fucking 5 minutes, all right?
All right.
Would you guys agree that religion, mainly in Europe, held back science?
Yes, but I think it also forwarded science like a great deal. So I think like two things can be true at once. I think to some degree, yeah, it definitely did, but to some degree, it I think hastened on the scientific revolution. You know,
religion did that.
Yeah.
In what
I mean,
way?
all the early scientists were Christians, right?
You first have to assume that
in Europe,
nature
everybody
is uniform to even.
No, but I mean,
begin.
but yeah, well, that's true as well. Yeah, but no, Futoy, it's not just that everyone was Christian. It's that like a lot of the early scientists, right, like specifically talked about God as their reason to do science. It's not just that they happened to be Christian or that they had to say that, but they cited God in their pursuit of science. Like that was their reason for pursuing all that.
Right, but the Catholic Church.
MPT, if you go backstage, I'll throw it in the private chat.
Witchcraft said no, that's not the way. Founded ungodly, actually, science, right? At a certain point, they found science going against the scripture.
Yeah, like I think both things are true. There's definitely times where the church has persecuted people. I mean, Voltaire brought this up even earlier that the church, was torturing and killing people at various points for various reasons, right? Like that, and that happened in a science way, in a theology way, and I think that stuff is like not good,
Right. Yeah.
So, but it also cuts the other way, where like again, religion was like the foundation of science in Europe. It just was. It's not that they happened to be Christian; it's that the Christianity was the foundation for their science, at least according to them.
Yeah. Do you guys? I don't know. You see, I have to fact check myself in my brain as well. That apparently the Christian religion built itself on a lot of pagan rituals. For example, bringing in a Christmas tree was a pagan ritual to celebrate the good harvest over the summer. Right.
What's that have to do with Christianity, a Christmas tree?
They took a lot of these pagan beliefs and they made them their own. Right. So
but
you're like,
a Christmas
if
tree
it
has
was
nothing to do with
legitimate. But if Christianity is legitimate, it doesn't need to appropriate other religions stuff, right?
It doesn't need to, but that's
like tree is unrelated to Christianity,
right? That's kind of the thing. Like the Catholic Church, yes, they incorporated a lot of the dates, right? Like the Christmas, December 25th, right? It's around the fucking solstice or whatever the fuck, right? And all this stuff, like they did that a lot, but that's the Roman Catholic Church. That is different from the Bible. There's obviously no Bible passage that tells you to have a Christmas tree or to celebrate Jesus' birth on December 25th or anything like that.
Right. Right. So you're not exactly Christians. You're biblicists. Would that be a word?
No. See, you're just like really Futoy. The thing is, I think you're very like you're very like Roman Catholic coded, but there's like a whole world outside of Roman Catholics. I guess is the thing.
Right. I grew up only knowing Roman Catholic, right?
No, I understand that. You know, I think so.
Say something.
Is that like a Nokia ad
You're
reference?
so quiet.
You're still so quiet, Voltaire. You're still so quiet. And
Voltaire,
I did turn down other people's mics too.
I even turned my own fucking volume up, my mic volume to 100. Like this, fuck's sakes.
Yeah, I don't know why it's so quiet.
Battery, I'm phone back. This is bullshit.
There's lots of good mics. I mean, there's the Yeti. This one here is
I have a Yeti right now. Yeah, that's what I'm using.
pretty good.
Although this is like $200 mic that I'm using.
My phone and I have good fucking, but my phone's fucked.
I have a mono.
My battery got pregnant basically with air and fucking gassed the fuck up and then blew up somewhere. So I just got a new phone and a new battery in the fucking mail. And I live in Canada, so the fucking mail is garbage. So it's like, oh, I put a rush on it 2 days. But it's in Canada mail, so they're like, no, it's gonna take 7 days. And if you want to,
what part of Canada? Like, not you don't have to like dox yourself, but like generally,
the part that wants freedom,
Alberta.
Yeah. Confluence is doxing me. That's it.
Voltaire, South Park says,
I used to go to Medicine Hat all the time.
I'm not actually in Alberta. I'm in Saskatchewan, but we're the next Alberta. We're actively trying to separate. We're just not as well known to the United States.
So do you want to be
I used to go to Regina a lot too. So
no way. Okay, yeah, I'm actually I go there all the time. I'm not far from there.
So do you want to be part of the United States or no, Voltaire?
Yes.
I want to be a part of. I want to be part of the United States, and I am.
Well, Confluence.
I live in Canada right now. Yes, although from Wisconsin. Okay, from Wisconsin, but I currently am unfortunately living in Canada.
Do you think the people in Greenland are crazy? Do you think they're crazy? They live on an iceberg. Why wouldn't they want to be part of America? You can go to Florida for 4 months a year or whatnot. You know
exactly. Yeah, I mean, yeah,
they're stupid. South Park says Canada only has one road. Is that true?
Oh, that is like actually that's
main road. Yes, it's called one.
Yeah. Highway 1. That is like it's not the only road, but it basically kind of is. Like if you're trying to go east to west, I mean, you're going to be on Highway 1 for the whole way. You know,
that's crazy.
At least you get to drive 120 miles or kilometers an hour.
Con earlier, when it was mentioned about eating for pleasure, right?
Yeah.
In Genesis,
I was going to make a sexual joke, but I decided not to. But keep going.
Yo.
I saw the cloud.
The assumption there, smuggled in by Maryland, is that during that time, death, like physical, right, isn't a thing, right?
Yes.
Okay. Yeah. I'm curious on. I believe it's Genesis 3. Let me go.
Did I make Voltaire rage quit?
What?
Voltaire's mic is, is untoward. Okay.
No. He rage quit. I made him rage quit.
Rage quit.
I'm looking for it. Okay, he's cursing on man called wise.
Yeah, I think the thing is it's
here it is.
Is it about sustenance? Oh, Voltaire's back.
Here. So
rage unquit. I'm just kidding.
Just took you away. Back for more,
Pre-fall. I'm curious on your take when God says, "Behold, the man has become like one of us to know good and evil, and now lest he put out his hand and take also of the tree of life and eat and live forever," meaning that Adam and Eve hadn't done that yet.
Yeah, no, I mean that is
so physical death so they would need to eat, right?
Look, I'm Maryland coded in a lot of ways. I'm not Maryland coded in that way. Okay, I think physical death is a reality. Okay,
you're probably
I'm talking
little Maryland coded, and you're just
talking pre-fall.
You're probably the least Maryland coded out of a lot of people.
So talking about pre-fall because she had argued that it's eating.
Can you hear me better now? Is this better?
Yeah, that's better.
Yeah, that's better.
Because she had mentioned eating for pleasure.
No, I
because
was just
it's
saying. I
food.
was saying in that verse. Yeah, it's. I think it's a possible interpretation. It doesn't say it's for sustenance. So I think I'm just saying that. Yeah.
Well, I'm just the tree of life.
Christian,
I was
did
like, oh, they
Eve
can't
invent
cook from that.
clothes?
'Cause
Right. Yeah.
we would have that state and then live forever.
Yeah, no, I do. I don't. Yeah, I think the way I see the Garden of Eden is kind of a sanctioned off thing, and I think, I don't think that humans were just gonna
Were you
live
simping?
forever. Was I?
Well,
Was I?
Were you
What?
simping?
No.
Look,
simping?
Maryland is one of my sim passes. First of all, I have 5. Okay.
No, you
I
don't
have
get.
5.
There's no sim passes. That's an
Fruto,
illegal
what's up?
thing.
What are you
That's never
asking?
happened before. That is a self-made thing.
No, I got 5 of them. Okay, one
No,
of them
you can't make
is
it- you can't
Tyler,
make sim
average
passes
debate
for yourself.
enjoyer.
No,
Okay,
you can't
and
just
that's.
print those out. No.
I didn't print them out. They've been granted to me by the Lord Divine. Okay, so fight me on that. Okay, one of them is
Okay, when, where?
Anacasterian. Okay,
When, where? I'll fight you. I'll fight you.
Futoy, what's your question?
I had 2. Did Eve invent clothing? Was she the inventor of clothing?
No, she was a dumb bitch.
Right.
They clothed
Based,
themselves.
red pilled.
They clothed
Uh,
themselves.
No, because they only were interested in clothing after they discovered their bodies after Eve and Adam.
Yeah,
at
they
the end.
realized they were
Not
naked.
clothing,
And
no.
This could be a Roman Catholic thing. I don't know.
They covered themselves.
It doesn't mean they
They learned
invented clothing.
embarrassment,
Actually,
not
matter of
fucking
fact-
clothing, you
guys don't get
idiot.
my humor. I was just joking.
Hold on.
Okay.
By the way,
On this topic, God is the one that actually gave Adam and his wife
Self-reflection.
skin to clothe them.
Accountability.
So God
That's
made
the
clothing
nakedness they
before.
fucking heard.
God made clothing if we're talking about that, because he gives them tunics of skin to clothe them.
on the Bible verse where Adam and Eve's kids went out and got themselves some wives, right? There's a theory that what they meant was that Adam and Eve weren't the first people, but Adam was the first priest.
Right. The Bible follows
Right,
lineage.
but
They
see,
follow
Jesus
they follow the line
you
of
know,
Christ.
they make all these. That's what I'm saying from before. They make all these statements, grandiose statements, and then they can be all refuted with other parts of the
They
Bible.
make one statement and everybody makes it grandiose themselves.
Yes,
Noah came
yes.
from Adam and Eve.
And
Abraham
also,
came from
it's
Noah.
again, I think young Christian had said this before. Do we? I think I heard this about do we take the Psalms as a literal thing, right? Like you have
I
to
think it
take
has
a
to be
text
from
in the
English,
way
but
it's
it's
meant to be. Okay, yeah, okay. So at least Futoy, do you grant this, right? If you're looking at parts of the Bible, right, even if it's all scripture, even if Christians believe that, there's parts that are poetry, there's parts that are meant to be historical. So it's you can't just look at every part and be like, okay, well, this contradicts with another part. So when we're talking Adam and Eve, right? I think it's fair to take certain parts of that to be allegorical, and the church has done that for a long time.
Yeah, but you see, I have a problem with that argument. I hear what you're saying, but there's an issue with that argument. The issue is
what's the problem?
That when you get a statement, sorry to bring it back up, but this is a good example of it. It's not a hill; it's a good example. I am the way, I am the truth, I am the life. No one comes to the Father except through the Son. That's a statement. So you're saying, well, that's not really true because there's other parts of the Bible that says that there is other ways to get into the. So what's the point of fucking saying it? Then?
It is no. It,
what is the point?
It is true. It is
to fucking decipher the other. Bro, why is it? All right, never mind. Go ahead.
Again, I agree with Voltaire, but especially again, Futoy, I want to point out we're talking about the same book, right? We're talking about John. I would I guess ask you if you want to, if you have a problem with that thing, read at least the whole book, not the whole Bible, but just John, right? Just read John from the beginning, because you're just going into the middle of John. You're looking at one thing. And it's I understand when we're talking about different parts that you think it's okay, we're using a different book, right? That was written by someone else, right? If Romans, right? I understand. Okay, that's written by Paul, not written by John. Okay, I get that. But I'm saying at least read the whole book, right? John was written by one
not only
guy.
that, not only that, but by the
to-
rest of the teachings in the Bible. Everything referenced itself. All of the things correlate.
There was another thing, Con, I wanted to bring up with you.
I will do that.
Do you not have
several
you guys not
streams
seen
ago.
the actual like it's people call it the rainbow of fucking relation, but it's basically each passage relates. It's like it's a two-dimensional thing where it's a linear graph basically of the start of the Bible to the end of the Bible, and the upward axis is just curves that relate to the next part of the Bible, and then back and forth. Like it's just it's
I
a
mean,
fucking
that's what I'm saying, though.
Con,
That
the
it's
thing
a
I wanted to talk about
statement.
was kinds.
It's a statement. Why
Noah's
say it then if it's not true? Like I'm going to say, I'm going to go right now and paint my door, and then I don't.
What the fuck are you talking about?
Why say it? Why say it?
Okay.
What do you mean?
Hey, you know what?
Well,
If the
I'm not
Bible
gonna
said,
do-
"Hey, I tripped
Right.
over a rock," then it's
Right,
like,
I'm going to listen
why
to
say it?
Catherine.
Why
I'm
say
going to
it?
read the
Like,
whole
bro,
thing because it's
a
true.
fucking
I'm only
natural
taking
thing
one
that might
part.
happen.
It could be out of context, so I'm going to go read it right
Well,
after this.
Futoy, I think you need to like just watch a video or something on how Christians actually tackle the Bible and how it's read and how everything links together.
But I understand, like I understand Frutoy's point of view as well. Like I agree with what Voltaire said about that, like that's how I see the Bible as well. But if you're Frutoy, you're probably not going to accept that like all these divergent books throughout the history and in different geographical locations, like that
You
takes
don't
a
have
bit
to-
more.
You don't have to
That takes a bit
accept
more.
it, but at least know how it's
I
read.
know, but I guess that's why I'm saying at least like John, that's one book. Even if you're an atheist, that is the proper due diligence is to read that book. I guess that's why I'm saying that, and Futoy agreed with that. But I'm saying it is a different claim to say, okay, these divergent books, they all point in the same direction. It's a claim I agree with, but I'm saying if you don't accept
If you don't know the
Christianity
knowledge
already,
of it,
it's
sure.
a harder
It's like-
thing.
If you don't
At this
accept
point, it's like
religion.
willful ignorance. They're fucking two people are fighting against each other, just one side to the other, and there's people being like, "Oh, well, what your book says this, and what it doesn't say is this." It's like, well, you don't even know my fucking side. The problem with our side is we know your fucking side.
Amputee.
Yeah, but Futoy is not an atheist though. Futoy is, kind of, I mean, he's he's a theist, or well, you said Futoy, you believe in God, so
Yeah.
Futoy is kind of in a bit of a gray area in some ways.
Well,
so I don't know if we can
no.
say we know all of his
No,
sides.
Futoy,
that's
are you
not
a secularist that
misinterpretation.
believes in
I
God, or
don't
what?
believe either in labeling people this and that and this and that.
Are
I'm
you a
not anything.
secularist?
I only believe in what I believe, and that's it. And
Okay, well, then you're not taking a position.
But you said you
like,
believe in
bro,
God, right, Futoy?
I believe
You
in
did
God,
say-
not religion.
You
Right.
believe in God.
Of
So
course I
what's
do.
your then what's your understanding of God? This has been the entire
My
thing. This
understanding of
is
God
what we
I
have
think at
been
one point you said
disproving
God could be a
during the
broomstick.
entire time. That's the problem. We don't need you to tell us what your God is. You fucking disproved your
asked me.
stupid idea of God the whole entire time, bro.
That's what you think. That's what you think.
Con, can we talk about the kinds and those?
You're not much of a listener, though. You're not much of a listener.
You don't need millions.
No, that's the problem.
You
I
do
was
need
listening to
You're
conversation
why-
for a
this is
different
why
day,
I
but you
could
do,
actually
young
refer back.
do.
This is
I
why
know
I
you
could
don't.
refer back to what you were just saying earlier, because it's dumb.
No, you think that. That's not the fact, though. You think it.
Well, that's
part of
the.
it.
You keep
And
proving
who
my
are you?
point. The
And
fact
who
that
are
it's
you,
just
you know?
subjective to you. That all of this is
course it is.
just subjective.
Isn't that the
What
same
is
for
your
all of us?
reality? What is your reality? You are just you.
I
Who are
came
you?
on
What's
and I
the
made a
question of you?
statement.
What is
I came on
Is
and I made a
just?
statement
What is the color green? What is
that you
anything?
cannot-
This is your
that-
fucking
that-
reality.
God,
This
this
is
is-
that's all God. But nobody.
Man, somehow
there's no-
Voltaire, you fixed your mic super well. Now I have to like return Futoy up because now you're like,
Yeah,
I don't know
he
what
just-
you
but
did.
he- there's
What you
no
whatever you
point.
did, Voltaire is good though. Like because your
There's
mic
no
is a
point.
lot
He
better
just
now.
wants to hear he just wants to hear himself. He
I
doesn't
just
really
have
want
to. I have to turn everyone else
Yes.
up back up now.
He's a talker,
I
not
just
a
want to hear
listener.
myself. How? I've been.
You're
I've been
just a
actually
talker,
trying to
dude.
talk the entire night without any fucking.
screaming at the top of his lungs.
You're just
Thank
a
you,
talker.
Christian. You know exactly why my. This is why
You're
my
not
thing
even
finally
trying
picked it up. Because I
You're
have
not
to
even
scream
trying
at the
to
top of
see
my
what I'm
lungs
saying.
to fucking
You weren't
actually
here
get
for
a
the full
voice.
conversation.
Just
You're
my-
not even trying
Hold
to
on,
hear what I'm
hold on.
saying.
The problem is I have a shitty mic and a shitty headset, and I just want the battery back from my phone. Okay.
Right. So
Your mic's good now, at least. Okay, for what it's worth, your mic's good
No,
now.
but compliments. I'm literally screaming at the top of my voice. My wife's gonna come and slap me.
and I would be like,
Christian
yes,
is right.
please slap me.
My point was
I would do
that
the same if I was her in my position.
you cannot defend atheism because nobody can define what God is, and if you can't define it, how can you deny it?
Everybody's defining what God is.
I
How do
don't
you
think-
not understand that? Most of us are
Define God.
defining what God is. What are you
Go ahead.
talking about? The problem
your
is most
definition?
people can't define what God is,
And
bro.
someone's
That's the
reality
dumbest
based
angry.
off this
That's the
is
dumbest
someone's
shit I've ever
reality. There
heard.
could just be
It's
no
dumb
God.
because you're not
Define what
listening.
God is.
Listen, Voltaire. It sounds dumb because you're not really listening. I'm not
Well,
talking.
the problem is I
I'm not
have to
being
yell
dumb.
because I've been yelling this whole night.
I'm
'cause
not
wanted-
being dumb, dude.
Hey,
you're
If
all
everyone,
you hear.
if everyone has their own
Can I
reality,
just hold on?
then an atheist can just say it's my reality.
talking right now,
Okay,
can you hear me?
yeah, Voltaire first, then Christian.
Hold on. I just want to know if you can hear me. If I can just start talking normally.
Oh yeah, we hear you.
What? Can't hear you.
Yeah.
What? Voltaire's missus, come down and slap him. I'll
Confluence.
pay you.
Yeah,
Confluence.
you're good. I think you're
All right.
good.
Thank God. Finally.
The issue
All
is,
right.
is that if
yeah,
it's
no.
just-
If
it's
I
just
was
someone's-
if I was my wife, being a man, and she was in my position, being the man, I would be in her position. I'm gonna slap me, right?
You slap your wife? That's harsh times.
Yeah, if she was in my position, yelling at me, making a
But
disturbance.
so if it's
I'm
based
still
on
yelling.
one
See,
own,
I just got fucking. I got used to yelling. Okay, I'm not gonna yell anymore.
Futo, if it's based on one's own reality, then
I don't
atheists
want-
could just say that
if I
there
was
is no
my
God
wife,
in their reality.
If I was her, I'd slap
Well, there
myself.
isn't, though.
all
There's
right?
no God in their
Can you
reality.
still hear me?
Well, right. So
all right,
you saying that
still hear
atheism, if you're saying that atheism can't be defended because God can't be defined, an atheist
Right.
would just go, well, in my reality, there is no God.
Yeah, but
And you
that's
wouldn't be
their
able to argue
reality.
it.
That's not the reality. That's their
So there
reality.
is an objective reality then.
Yes, there'd have to be.
But Futo, you even believe in God though. So what are you?
Right.
You're not even an atheist though, right?
Right.
So you're just talking like hypothetically, which is fine. But
What
I'm
do you
just
mean?
like,
What do you mean?
So there's an objective
No,
reality.
Theoretical God. There has to be an objective God.
I'm saying we don't know what God is. That's why I believe in God.
Well, I know
We
who
don't
God
know
is.
what it is. So so
You're saying
how
God is
did-
a
I know who God is.
What is the start? Where's the source? Is there even a source? Has the source been eternal?
Wait,
Whatever
does that-
question line you go down, it always brings
problem
back
is
to the
you're
point
answering
of a
questions that have already
greater
been
thing,
answered.
of a
These-
God, of a greater.
All this is an argument.
Right?
You know why it's
I
been
know who
answered?
God
It's
is.
because it's been taught from the very beginning. Through the actual
I'm the idiot, right?
original interpretation, not interpretation of Jesus Christ's fucking religion.
Voltaire, have you had a few drinks tonight?
Obviously.
I mean, me and young Christian have as well. Okay.
Well,
You know.
yeah, I
You
had
should,
a
you should have
four
seen
person-
me like 4 hours ago. For
I had a
okay? I wasn't
4%
like,
I'm just
Jack
trying to have
Daniels.
fun, guys. I'm not trying to be like, yeah. I thought we were all having fun. What the hell?
You know, here in Ireland, talking about politics and religion is banned from bars.
I guess I need to go mix a drink real quick.
You know that
Well, yeah. Why the fuck is that fucking banned?
because people go nuts at each other.
Well,
And
I'm
start
not
with
going
personal
nuts.
insults and
I'm just, well, yeah. I can call you fucking retarded. Doesn't mean that I don't want to talk to you.
that's true. That's kind of based if you think about it. You know.
Well, yeah.
Uh,
And I don't even, I call you,
it's not so nice on the receiving end. Let me put it that way.
It's not. Yeah.
Well,
If
have
you
you ever
once
called
you
someone
have the
retarded?
relationship, then I
Have
think
ever
you know.
called someone
Then
retarded?
it's,
Call them retarded. When someone who uses retarded like me, then when you call me retarded, I could be like, oh wait, yeah, I was fucking retarded right there.
yeah, it depends. Yeah, it depends on how you're taking it, how you're receiving it, it depends on the relationship. Because Emmett will call me retarded, and I'm like, okay, I don't take it in a bad way.
Yeah, exactly. He calls you retarded when you're actually being retarded.
But yeah, let's not get into it. But it was retarded. You called me an idiot.
Confluence can be retarded. Confluence is retarded a lot. So am I.
It's true.
So, and Emmett is just he's kind of like the guy who's just the arbiter of truth in a way. Like
Can I point something out to you, Voltaire? Right. So I'm just looking
Wait,
at
I
both
have
the
to.
sides.
But Emmett being the arbiter of truth, okay, I'm going to disavow that. I mean, me and Emmett disagree on a lot, okay?
Well, actually, I didn't want to actually pass up on that. Who did?
Right, Voltaire, just to show you, just to point out two different approaches, right? So confluence got me later to actually go to a biblical passage to make sure that what I'm saying is in context through his method. You could have never done that.
Actually say it.
You could have never done that, right? You could have never convinced me
Not
to
mean,
do that.
but he's actually loving. Like he's a fucking Emmett's probably like one of
You're
the
not
dope.
gay. Even listening.
Oh, you're back, Voltaire. You're cutting. You're cutting. You might have to start screaming again. You're cutting in and out a little bit.
Am I?
Oh, I'm looking into the.
I don't think I am.
You're back now.
I'm trying to say that don't be fucking downing on Emmett. He just happens to fucking disagree with most of us a lot of the times because
I said he's not the arbiter of truth. That's all I said. Because I disagree with Emmett Hotley on a lot of things. I'm not dogging on Emmett.
I don't know why I even said that. I've been drinking a lot. I know what I've been saying.
No, look, I've said a lot of nonsense tonight as well. So I mean,
the arbiter of truth, but it's like fuck. Like he just says a lot more fucking things that I have to think about than the things I say to him that he has to think about, basically.
Just say there was no God. How would that affect us? What effect would that have on the world?
Then there's no fucking.
I don't even think there'd be creation.
But just say there was, right? And there's no God, but just through biology and science and
you have to grant yourself that.
Does that mean people would live?
You have to grant yourself that, you fucking idiot. Don't even start that. You have to grant. You're granting yourself that you're just canceling on our side. That's dumb as shit.
So would people live in sin? Would people just murder and grape and do all those bad things without?
I don't think anyone would. I don't think anything would exist without God.
Or tails. Wouldn't it just be good? Wouldn't it just be better to live in heads than not tails?
Yeah, the question is if everyone started if everyone became an atheist overnight.
Right.
Then I would say I think we still would hold our ethics, but I would say those ethics would be like a cope. If I was because people say this, like if I was an atheist, I wouldn't go around and start like murdering people, but I also wouldn't think there's something objectively wrong with doing that. So I would lose, I think, all ethical foundations. I would lose all foundation for meaning and kind of foundation for everything. So I might still act in some way that I enjoy, but that would be, as Emmett says, my preferences, which I would agree in that case.
So would you say that you're not a good person? You're only good because there's a God?
No, I mean, I just said kind of the opposite of that in a way. I said that. Like, first of all, what makes me good is God. So yes, I'm saying I said I wouldn't go around and murder people, but I wouldn't have a foundation for that.
The law is what God has placed on us, and there's no way we could possibly follow the law to the letter. So we're.
Well, I don't believe in the law, but I'm not going to go around killing people. I don't think killing people is wrong because there's a God. I think it's wrong because it's just wrong.
You can't justify that, though. How do you justify it?
That's the thing, Fujoy. I'm not saying. I said again. I want to be clear. I wouldn't go around murdering people, but I don't think there's a justification to not do that. So I still wouldn't because it's not in my preferences to do that. But there's no moral standard I could apply to say it's wrong to go around and murder people. That's what I'm saying.
You're not going to do it anyway, though, right?
Yeah, probably not. Like based on, yeah.
What the fuck?
But I would change. Probably a lot of my life would change, right? Like there's certain things like, I'm not going to do the most heinous of actions, but there are a lot of stuff in real time where it's like, okay, if I tell a lie, if I like am like cruel to somebody that I'm going to be convicted of, if I lust after somebody, like, I'm not of the type, biologically to go like on a mass slaughter, right? So like, if I was an atheist, I wouldn't do that. But I feel like I would change a lot of aspects if I thought that there's no moral arbiter and nothing matters.
Heavier.
Sorry, excuse the pun.
Probably.
Right?
I would do that.
Probably, excuse the pun. Hold on. To be the devil's advocate. So, are you buying your way into heaven?
No, absolutely not.
You're doing good things, so you're going to get into heaven.
No, first of all, I don't. Again, I've said this a lot of times on the panel, but I'm C.S. Lewis coded. Okay, I think the door. What's a Christian? Help me out.
The door to hell is locked from the inside.
Yes. I think people who, if you ultimately reject God, then I think that is, if there is a hell, that's what it would be, right? Because God, to quote C.S. Lewis again, God's a gentleman, right? He's not going to force someone to love him. So that's what I would say. If you want to have ultimate separation with God, then I think God's going to be like, okay, yeah, sound off, But yeah, I don't think that people are being condemned. So no, I don't think I'm buying my way into heaven. In fact, I've said this before, and young Christian disagreed. I think I could go out and murder someone right now, and then I think I would still get to heaven. That's what I truly believe. And I'm not murdering anybody, but I actually believe that. I think I can go and do.
Not say the actual word.
You can, just like you can't if you say it too many times, but you can. It's not like
But did you not break the law? But did you not break the holy law by doing that? Did you not break a
You're definitely going to hell, Confluence, because you're openly doing this. You're actually...
Okay, Khan believes that you can't lose salvation, even though the requirements to get salvation is to believe in Christ. And
that's what
oh my gosh,
believe. Okay.
It's a fundamental understanding of reality, basically, at this point. How do you not understand this?
Are you able to play clips? It doesn't matter. I can explain. Family Guy, where what's it called? The guy responsible for 9/11. What's his name?
Bin Laden.
Bin Laden.
Who cares?
So Bin Laden, he sees the dot of a gun going on his body, and he goes, "I believe in Christ. Christ is the only way." And then dies, and he gets into heaven. He goes, "Yes."
See, and I don't think that. Right? That's what I mean. I think I could.
Sense. Like, fuck.
At least I don't know. Voltaire, are you? You're like close to orthodoxy, but not orthodoxy. Is this right?
Yeah, I'm basically not anti. I was baptized and confirmed as a Catholic, but left the Catholic religion and completely denied God.
You're going to hell.
All that shit was fucking bullshit. And
enjoy
then
your barbecue in hell,
through
buddy.
logic, I lived my life through logic, and I found that God was not logical in my brain. But then all through the things that I dealt with after was like, no, actually, God's logical. That makes more sense than anything. And the teachings I had through Catholicism was the worst thing. And then all of a sudden, I found Orthodoxy, and it's like, holy fuck, these are actually the guys who have been logical the whole time, and it makes sense through the original teachings of the apostles.
You know what?
And it's all actually logical. So, and that's where I'm at right now.
You know what hit me the other day? I was watching. Have you seen the Billy Graham documentary?
I haven't.
No.
There was a point where Billy Graham was talking with his friends, and they were questioning scripture and the validity of it. And I guess there were some questions that were brought up by his friends where Billy Graham found himself at a crossroads. And it was like early in his ministry. And he says one night he went out into the woods, and he said it was like full moon. And he went out into the woods, and he set the Bible on a stump and proclaims that he's just going to have faith that this is God's word. He may not understand everything, but he's just going to have faith that it's God's word. And then the following day, he went, or not the following day, but right after it, he was doing ministry in Los Angeles, and Horst, which I don't know who Horst is, but apparently Horst sent in to all the news people to puff Graham, and he blew up. There was no like rhyme or reason. He just blew up. That hit me. That's how Billy Graham ministry blew up.
Billy Graham, the guy who's like fucking looks crazy and he's been committed to fraud and all that shit.
No, you're thinking of someone else.
Thank God.
I was like, man, like that hit me. That was crazy.
Billy Graham?
Yeah, Billy Graham. Do you not know who that is?
No.
He's not. See,
I'm gonna look it up right now.
Yeah,
he was born Catholic, and now he's Orthodox. He's not gonna know who Billy Graham is. Okay, Billy Graham is a Protestant, very Protestant coded. Okay.
Oh shit! Yeah.
And I was born in Canada too. So yeah, I know nothing about this guy. God damn.
That hit me different. The faith aspect.
The most influential
That was a
Christian
side- that was-
leaders in
that
the
was a
20th
complete
century.
Side note, we can go back to the original topic.
I don't even know what the original topic is.
It was talking about how intellect led him to God.
Yeah, we're just saying. Yeah,
He died at like 99.
You guys are going down the avenue of how fucking these idiots convinced a lot of people that that's not the real religion.
Oh wait! Oh yeah! I wanted to say one thing. That's what I want to say. One thing to young Christian, okay?
Yes.
Because this is when I say everyone's God. I understand that most Christians would
You're gonna
balk
send
at
me
that
going.
unless you mean theosis, in which case orthodoxy based is what I've been trying to say. But okay, when I say that you can't lose your salvation, young Christian, that is what like a large amount of Protestants believe. That's not like some fringe. That's not me being a bit crazy. That's like a large amount of non-denominational Christians do believe exactly what I'm saying. I'm not saying like anything heretical, and I say that.
Well, here's the
So
thing.
you can disagree, but I'm just saying. I just want you to know that's not me saying something like a crazy stance.
I'm not gonna.
I didn't say you're crazy. I just said you're crazy.
You agree with C.S. Lewis that hell is locked from the inside, right?
Mm-hmm.
So with that, the idea is that hell is separation from God, right?
Yeah.
That he's not going to force you to be with him. So
The
if you
exact opposite
accept
of
Christ,
heaven, yes.
if you accept Christ, then reject Christ. Is God going to then force you to be with him?
I just don't. I don't think that would ever happen, right? It's kind of like you could ask the same question, young Christian, and I don't mean to answer a question with a question, but like if you imagine us in our resurrected state or in heaven, we reject Christ. Then it's like we probably can, but we won't, right? Like, do you think if you're in heaven for all eternity, do you think at some point you can like go to hell?
Right,
Like
hold on,
that seems
hold on,
kind of
hold on.
ridiculous, right?
I'd like to ask Christian what his view of.
I'll answer. Hold on, Voltaire. My question is if hell is locked from the inside and it's a separation from God, and then you accept God when living, and then while still living, reject God, is God going to make you reside with him?
Okay, let's say I say no, but I want you to answer my question now.
Okay. I just wanted.
Did you hear my question?
Repeat your question.
So in the same way, I think if you've accepted Christ, I think you won't reject him. And I guess I'm asking you, in our resurrected state or in heaven or whatever we think the end state is when we're with God, what if we reject God then? Right? Like is it possible? And if we do we go to hell after we've been in heaven for like, all eternity?
I don't know if you'd have I'd like to think you have free will, because that's the only way you can have love.
Right, but would you? That's the thing. I would say the same thing. You would, but you probably wouldn't reject Christ. So because that's kind of silly to think. I think, right?
No God, but they still
It's all about how much.
I don't think demons have free will, though.
Christ at that point, and then choose not to fucking.
Well, then
follow
how did Lucifer fall?
Well, you could say they had free will before. I don't know if they have free will now. Like post fall, I don't know if demons have free will. I don't know if that's a
free will is the only reason you fucking get to choose evil.
So to answer your question, though, Con, assuming we have free will, because that's the only way you can have love.
I just want my phone back.
If you have free will in heaven, because that's the only way you can have love, then it's not a crazy thing to be like, if you, for whatever reason, if you just hate being with God for whatever reason that may be, I don't think God's going to force you to stay with him.
Do you think that would happen? No.
Well, if we're saying the hell is locked from the inside and it's a separation from God, and then you are with God, and then just I can't imagine.
Hell is force. It is willful fucking ignorance. It's when you know better. It's when you fucking choose, and you fucking choose to sin after knowing what's the right or wrong. It's when you choose, like when you're a child. It's like, what's not good. You fucking do it anyway. You go fucking stab the
I can't imagine
the squirrel. You fucking kill the thing, and you fucking become a goddamn serial killer.
Are you all of a sudden, if all of a sudden you decide to reject him.
But that's the whole point, young Christian. Is nobody will in heaven when you see God face to face. Yeah, you're not. If somebody did theoretically, but no one is going to do that. That wouldn't make any sense. Like so, yeah, you still have your free will.
We're arguing about salvation.
Right, but I guess the example, the referent you're using is about hell. So we're talking about the afterlife, and so then why can't then it's fair to flip it on its head and say, well, if someone's in heaven, would they go to hell? But obviously that doesn't happen.
We agree that someone who doesn't believe, rejects God, and then they die and stand before judgment, they're going to hell.
If they continuously, I don't think death is the final end. Neither did C.S. Lewis, by the way. But right,
I don't think that's his final end.
That's what she said.
I also believe because it's locked on the inside. I do believe that.
I want to make one.
Can
you guys hear me?
Can
you hear me?
Literally, you guys are taking the devil and the devil literally.
Can you hear me, Confluence?
I can hear you, but Confluence has to go in probably like 5 minutes because it's like almost like it's super.
Yeah, I want to make one
early
argument
for all of y'all. Futoy, it's probably like 11 a.m. for him.
Hold on, I want to make. Can I make one argument?
Yeah. Final thoughts from everybody. So yeah, Voltaire. Final thoughts.
Yeah. All right.
Are you running, Con?
So
what?
Are you running?
Okay.
Oh, am I running? Yeah.
He's rage quitting again.
I'm rage
quitting. In all of reality, there constitutes right and wrong, like to the very basics of what we should enjoy and what we shouldn't. And looking at meat, sometimes it rots, sometimes it's good. You got to choose right from the fucking very beginning. And it's time we just fucking start sterilizing everything else. Just get back to basics.
What was said there? Voltaire? What did you say there?
I feel like some of the metaphors were a little bit mixed, but I'll allow it. Okay.
Bro, after I asked, the only reason I asked Confluence to shut it down was because I'm fucking wasted and I need to go to bed. All right.
We all probably do. Okay. Final thoughts from young Christian, and we will talk more about the heaven and hell thing, Christian, and the evolution thing. Okay. We'll have probably many conversations about all this.
Topic?
It might be. I'm not sure. Yeah, it could be.
Read your Bible.
Okay. Good final thoughts. Futoy, final thoughts. Famous last words, Futoy.
Fair enough. Maybe you are taking the devil and hell literally, like my grandparents did. Maybe it means something else. Maybe the devil is ego within ourselves, and yeah, that's it. And I can expand on it, but we have other nights to live, right?
Mm-hmm.
Thanks for having me up, Confluence. Great conversation.
Thank you.
Yeah.
Nice meeting you, Futoy.
Always
Hope
interesting.
you come back, Futoy.
Yeah, great to meet you, Christian. Really good to meet you. We might have contradictory thoughts and ideas, but hey, we can still get along, right?
Exactly. Based.
Good night, guys. Thank you.
Good night, everyone. Take care. See you hopefully tomorrow, young Christian.
Most likely.